Yayan traversed into the high martial world of Blue Star, where he suffered from a deficiency in innate vitality, resulting in a dismal F rating during the entrance examination. Fortunately, he awakened a remarkable ability known as the Two Realms Gate, enabling him to cross into another realm of cultivation, the Tianyuan Continent, and conveniently join the Beastmaster Sect. In this new world, the precious vitality elixirs that were nearly impossible to procure on Blue Star were utterly disregarded here. Conversely, the exceptionally rare magical beasts of the cultivation realm were abundant in Blue Star. Armed with his mastery of beast taming, Yayan traversed freely among the myriad of beasts. In the realm of cultivation, it was a widely accepted notion that the practitioners of the Beastmaster Sect were inherently weak. Yet, Yayan boldly proclaimed, "Come, let's practice on Eon." Years later, the 7 martial saints of Blue Star resolved to join forces and infiltrate the lair of the Beast God for a decisive strike. To their astonishment, they beheld the throne of the Beast God, upon which sat none other than Yayan, surveying the world with an air of superiority. In the Tianyuan Continent, the northern demon nation declared war, intent on annihilating the human race. However, as the demon army encroached upon human territory, the demon emperor's composure shattered. Why do they possess more magical beasts than I do? Chapter 1. The Two Realms Gate. There remains but a month until the martial examination. Yayan, I implore you to reconsider your aspirations and withdraw from the martial examination. Lin Xinyin gazed at her most cherished student, her brow slightly furrowed, her demeanor frosty, and her eyes brimming with solemnity. Are you not aware that the martial examination entails real combat, where lives may be lost? The class teacher's clear and serious voice echoed within the confines of the office, ultimately landing upon the ears of the youth. Yayan met her gaze, those peach blossom-like eyes, with unwavering resolve, merely nodding as he replied, "I understand." "Then why do you insist on participating in a martial examination? You could perish." Witnessing Yayan's calm demeanor ignited an inexplicable ire within Lin Xinyin, her voice involuntarily rising in intensity. "Your innate vitality is lacking, rendering you inferior even to the most mediocre of individuals. You lack connections and rare resources to mend your foundation. You possess nothing, and thus are destined to fail in martial cultivation. Even among our classmates, those who have long since attained the rank of first-tier martial artists face peril during the examination, how much more so for you?" Despite the harsh and piercing words of his teacher, Yayan's composure remained largely unshaken, for she spoke the unvarnished truth. Upon his arrival in Blue Star, he had been but an infant, rescued from the rain-soaked streets by a kind-hearted sister from the orphanage. Since that fateful day, he had known no parents and thus had no background to speak of. Yet, he was resolute in his efforts. In such a hellish beginning, possessing nothing but the drive to toil harder was the only means to alter his fate. Especially upon discovering that this world was replete with exotic beasts, myriad races, and martial arts, Yayan's heart harbored an even grander ambition. Regrettably, perhaps due to a severe illness in his early years, he had garnered a rare F rating during the high school entrance examination, his innate vitality barely registering at a meager 6 points. Typically, an ordinary person who had never practiced martial arts would possess at least 10 points of vitality. This disheartening examination result catapulted Yayan into the spotlight at school, as no one had ever received such a low qualification rating before. Had it not been for the golden finger that appeared alongside the examination, he might have succumbed to despair. Reflecting on this, a smile graced Yayan's serene countenance. "My apologies," Lin Xinyin said, her delicate, fair hand resting upon her gently heaving chest as she subdued the fire within her. "I merely wish to prevent you from courting death. With your current performance, even if you were to participate in the academic examination, you could pursue research in the future. Yet now you assure me of your determination to partake in the martial examination? Why?" As the flush of anger gradually faded from her face, Lin Xinyin regarded Yayan, striving to maintain her composure as she posed the question. She simply could not fathom the source of his confidence. "Teacher, I am truly sorry." Yayan opened his mouth, grappling with how to respond. Should he confess that he had traversed to another realm of cultivation and joined the Beastmaster Sect? That he was now not only a first-tier martial artist, but had even reached the 3rd level of Qi training? What a ludicrous notion! Such a revelation would surely land him in the confines of a lunatic asylum. "I cannot answer your question," Yayan stated earnestly, "but I must participate in the martial examination." The Great Xia regime tightly controlled martial arts techniques. As an ordinary individual, one could only access advanced techniques within educational institutions or military establishments. To obtain the finest techniques, the highest prestige, and the greatest resource allocation, he had to partake in the martial examination and emerge as the top scholar. In the ensuing silence, both individuals in the office exchanged helpless glances at length. Lin Qingyin sighed, supporting herself on the desk as she sank wearily into her chair. Next week, I will lead the students participating in the martial examination out of the city for practical training. You may join us, perhaps once you grasp the brutality of the martial examination and confront the specter of death. You may reconsider. Though Yan harbored little interest in practical training, he nonetheless offered a slight bow to Lin Qingyin. Thank you, teacher. With that, he turned to leave the office. As he opened the door, two figures, a man and a woman, unexpectedly materialized before him. Yan nodded slightly and strode past them, leaving their inexplicable anger and hostility behind. Teacher Lin, is Yan still unwilling to amend his aspirations? I truly do not comprehend what this worthless fellow is thinking. He could easily pursue the academic examination, but insists on participating in the martial examination, thereby dragging down our average score. I have no desire to be his teammate. Bang! A resounding noise reached Yan's ears, reminiscent of teacher Lin slamming her hand on the desk. His departure faltered momentarily. Is it amusing to conspire against your classmates behind their backs? Does it make you feel powerful? Get out. I have returned. Upon arriving at the Sunshine Welfare Institute, the sun hung high in the sky. At the entrance, he beheld children frolicking joyfully in the courtyard. An elderly woman with graying hair wielded a broom, diligently tidying the area. Though an orphan, Yan was far from alone. Upon hearing his voice, the children swarmed around him, their faces alight with joy, hopping and bouncing as they encircled Yan. Brother Yan, what delicious treats have you brought us today? Each time he returned, Yan would bring a bounty of snacks for the children, distributing the various packages of goodies among them. Yan then turned his gaze to the elderly woman before him and respectfully called out, Mama Wu. Since his arrival at the orphanage, Mama Wu had served as its head, nurturing all the children with her care. In those days, her hair had been a rich black, but after many years, it had turned largely gray. Welcome back. Wu Shumei smoothed the slightly wrinkled fabric of Yan's clothes, guiding him aside. Her once cloudy eyes now sparkled with affection as they rested upon him. The little one she had rescued all those years ago had now become the pride of the orphanage. Your class teacher called me earlier. She asked me to persuade you to reconsider your aspirations and abandon the martial examination. Wu Shumei's voice was soft and gentle, as if she were discussing a matter of little consequence. Ian merely listened in silence, refraining from uttering a word. I told her I understand. Wu Shumei continued, but you, my child, have always had your own convictions. You have aspired to partake in the martial examination since your youth, to become a warrior. The teacher mentioned that participating in the martial examination is perilous. Yet, I have faith in you. Wu Shumei smiled gently, speaking with a calm demeanor. Thank you, Aunt Wu. Ian replied softly, warmth filling his heart. She consistently offers her unwavering belief in him. You are all my children regardless of the paths you choose in life. I shall support you. As long as you find joy in your pursuits, that is all that matters. Wu Shumei regarded the children in the courtyard with kindness, playfully tugging at a boy's ear, feigning anger as she said, all you do is play. You should learn from your brother. Ian, who consistently ranks first. Only through diligent study can one contribute more to society. Do you understand? Ignoring the boy's loud protests, she finally patted Ian's arm, asking, are you not dining at home? Yes, Ian nodded in affirmation. Do not bear too much pressure, Wu Shumei said tenderly, waving her hand dismissively. After bidding farewell to the inhabitants of the orphanage, Ian stopped by to procure a jar of loose wine on his way back to his rented abode, where he changed into a different set of clothes. With a flicker of silver light, the wine jar vanished from the table. Then, taking a deep breath, Ian raised his hand and waved it at a translucent portal, shimmering with a bluish hue, abruptly manifested within the room. Beyond the portal lay majestic mountains veiled in mist. The sounds of distant beast roars mingling with ethereal melodies reached his ears. Exhaling a heavy breath, Ian stepped forward. Beast Master Sect. I have returned. Chapter 2. Return to the Sect. Journey to the Ghost Market. Towering trees, lush and verdant, dominated the scenery. A sea of greenery greeted the eye, while dappled sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow upon Ian. He inhaled deeply, the fresh air imbued with the scent of foliage, and felt an overwhelming sense of ease. Behind him, the azure portal gradually became translucent until it vanished entirely. This was the golden opportunity that had manifested during his high school entrance examination, allowing him to traverse between two realms. Initially, Ian hesitated to step through the portal, uncertain of what awaited him on the other side. However, after enduring the torment of his own reluctance time and again, he finally summoned the courage to enter the azure portal and arrived in this world. It was time to return to the sect. Ian meticulously surveyed his surroundings, ensuring there were no signs of other creatures. He touched the storage pouch at his waist, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. This round trip had indeed yielded considerable rewards. While lost in thought, Ian formed a hand gesture, casting a lightness spell upon himself, which rendered his body remarkably buoyant. Following a narrow path that ascended the mountain, his steps became almost ethereal. This forest lay at the foot of the Beast Sect. It was devoid of rare treasures or extraordinary beasts, save for a few wild animals, and was seldom trodden by human feet. Each time he returned to Blue Star, Ian would venture into this forest, where the calls of beasts and birds grew increasingly distinct. Before long, a grand portal constructed of white jade appeared before him, adorned with the elegantly carved characters of the Beast Sect. This was the mountain gate of the sect. Upon passing through the gate, Ian did not linger but proceeded directly towards his residence. The quarters for the auxiliary disciples were not far from the mountain gate. In a short while, clusters of wooden houses came into view. One could not deny that the Beast Sect treated its disciples quite well. Even the auxiliary disciples enjoyed their own small wooden houses, fully furnished with all necessary amenities. However, Ian did not return to his own dwelling. Instead, he approached an adjacent wooden house and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Before long, the wooden door opened, revealing a young man in his 20s. He was tall and clad in the standard black robes of auxiliary disciples, his demeanor refined and amiable, resembling more of a scholar than a disciple. Su Xiong, Ian greeted with a respectful clasp of his fists. Ian, you've returned. The newcomer was Su Ji Bai, Ian's sole friend in this world. Upon seeing Ian, the previously puzzled expression in Su Ji Bai's eyes transformed into delight. I was just about to head to the herb garden for work. Thankfully, you returned first. Otherwise, I would have had to search for you there. Seems I'm quite fortunate. Ian chuckled, retrieving a wine jar from his storage pouch and presenting it to Su Ji Bai. After a brief wait, Su Ji Bai accepted the jar and turned back into the wooden house. Moments later, he emerged carrying a cloth bag, which he handed to Ian. He said with a shake of his head, these herbs hold little value for our cultivation. I wonder what you intend to do with these blood-replenishing herbs. Ian opened the bag, his expression brightening with joy. The bag was filled with a variety of herbs that replenished vitality, many of which were of considerable age. On Blue Star, martial cultivation stemmed from the manipulation of one's vitality. At present, he was a first-grade martial artist, and these herbs would significantly aid his martial practice. His innate vitality being insufficient, it was these herbs that would fortify his foundation and enable his cultivation. Thank you, Su Xiong. Ian did not elaborate further, but carefully returned the bag of herbs to his storage pouch, then bowed sincerely in gratitude. Seeing this, Su Ji Bai quickly helped Ian up, shaking his head. We are brothers bonded by life and death. These herbs are of little worth. It is a stroke of fortune for me to assist you in any small way. There is no need for thanks. Come, let us go to the herb garden and see if there are any herbs you might require. At this, Ian nodded slightly, choosing not to speak further. Su Ji Bai was indeed correct. Their bond was one forged through life-threatening experiences. After Ian first utilized his golden opportunity, he had not explored extensively due to his academic obligations. It was not until the winter break that he decided to take the chance to thoroughly investigate this world. It was during this time that he encountered Su Ji Bai in a dense forest. At that time, Su Ji Bai was in dire straits. Declaring himself the newly appointed top scholar of the Zhao Kingdom, he had boldly spoken out in court, incurring the ire of the powerful, resulting in his demotion from a court official to a county magistrate on the borders. Unbeknownst to him, on his way to assume his new position, he fell victim to a bandit attack, with his entourage meeting a tragic end while attempting to protect him. Only Su Ji Bai managed to escape into the mountains. When Ian found him, he had not eaten for several days and was on the brink of death. Ian shared his provisions with him, saving his life. Subsequently, the two wandered the mountains for over half a month without finding a way out, only to encounter ferocious beasts, just as their lives hung in the balance. An elder from the Beast Sect rescued them and brought them back to the sect, where they became auxiliary disciples. We've arrived. I will finish our tasks for today. You can look around to see if there are any herbs you need. Su Ji Bai's voice echoed from ahead. As he spoke, he patted Ian's shoulder, advising, if you come across any common herbs that replenish vitality, feel free to take them. But remember, do not touch any spiritual herbs. Despite Su Ji by having reiterated this warning countless times, Ian nodded earnestly. The herb garden, despite its name, was actually a small mountain within the Beast Sect, abundant with medicinal plants. Aside from the spiritual herbs cultivated by the sect, there were also many wild herbs. Auxiliary disciples were permitted to take any common herbs they discovered while tending to the spiritual plants as a form of welfare. Thus, the duty of caring for the herb garden could be considered quite a lucrative one. However, Ian often used the excuse of departing the sect to return to the other world. So the workload that rightfully belonged to him was always shouldered by Su Ji Bai. At this moment, seeing Su Ji Bai employing his mystical techniques as he strolled through the forest, Ian felt a twinge of humility and chose to separate himself, diligently attending to his own tasks. As the orange-red hues of dusk spread across the horizon and the spiritual energy within him waned, the two finally concluded their day's work. Alas, it must be hard on Su Xiong, Ian sighed. During his absence, Su Ji Bai had been shouldering double the workload. He could only wonder how long it would take to complete it. What is there to bemoan between brothers? Su Ji Bai replied with a light laugh, waving his hand dismissively. Did you not find the herbs you needed? Indeed, Ian nodded, quickening his pace to match Su Ji Bai's. Throughout their work, he had observed carefully and found no additional herbs to replenish his vitality. Perhaps in the days past, Su Ji Bai had already harvested every last herb in this area. It appears we cannot find anything more in this region, Su Ji Bai remarked. If you still require herbs, we may have to venture to the ghost market. At this, Ian concurred. If I could find a spiritual elixir for replenishing vitality, it would be splendid. I also possess some beast remains I intend to sell. Yet, I am uncertain when the ghost market will open. Tonight, without fail. As they conversed, the two had already returned to the front of their wooden cabin. Su Ji Bai pushed open his door, emerging with a wine jar in hand, and said to Ian, "Please wait for me. My foolish brother must first express his gratitude to Steward Xiong. Our opportunity to work in the medicinal herb garden is largely due to his patronage. Do not venture alone into the ghost market. Wait for my return, and we shall go together." Upon receiving Ian's agreement, Su Ji Bai hurriedly departed. Back inside the cabin, Ian struck a spark to ignite the oil lamp. He then seated himself on the bed, retrieving a pouch of herbs from his storage bag and unfastening it. Selecting a ginseng root that was 300 years old, he placed it in his mouth. It had a slightly bitter taste, which quickly transformed into a torrent of medicinal energy coursing through his limbs. He felt his vital energy boiling under the influence of the herb. Ian promptly entered a meditative state to assimilate the medicinal power. Time passed, and he was roused by a series of firm knocks at the door. Su Ji Bai's gentle voice followed. "Ian, it is time to set off for the ghost market." Chapter 3. The Ghost Market, Grade 2 Pills. The two walked for about an hour under the bright moonlight, finally arriving at the entrance of a valley. "Adjust your mask," Su Ji Bai instructed, gesturing towards the wolf-headed mask on Ian's face. "We must not allow anyone to uncover our true identities." He then adjusted the fox mask he wore. "I understand," Ian nodded, earnestly donning his mask. After all, human nature is inscrutable. Even among fellow disciples, there are those whose greed knows no bounds. "Let us proceed," Su Ji Bai declared, leading Ian into the valley. From the outside, the valley was shrouded in mist, obscuring its depths. Yet, upon entering, they were greeted by a clear expanse. Scattered lights illuminated the dark valley, revealing vague silhouettes within. "Stop!" As Ian and Su Ji Bai reached the outskirts of the ghost market, a low voice commanded them. Suddenly, a figure clad in pure black robes and wearing a mask leaped forth, blocking their path. With piercing eyes, he scrutinized them before extending his hand. Seeing this, Ian remained silent and motionless. Su Ji Bai stepped forward, producing 2 spirit stones and handing them over. The figure accepted the stones without a word, stowed them away, and vanished without a trace. This is the entrance fee for the ghost market. Regardless of one's rank or status within the sect, every individual wishing to enter must pay a spirit stone. After paying the fee, Su Ji Bai stepped forward, and Ian followed closely behind. After walking roughly 100 paces, they truly entered the ghost market. Inside, the place was brightly lit, with hundreds of individuals, all masked, to conceal their identities. Due to the need for anonymity, none had brought their companion beasts. Some sat on the ground, displaying their wares, while others wandered among the stalls, selecting items of interest. A tacit understanding prevailed among them as they communicated in hushed tones, devoid of any raucousness. "Shall we take a look around first?" Su Ji Bai inquired, glancing at Ian. Ian shook his head and whispered, "I have a few valuable items that I intend to sell first." With that, he found a clear patch of ground, urging Su Ji Bai to sit beside him. Su Ji Bai looked at him with curiosity, wondering what the valuable items could be. In the next moment, 3 complete beast corpses filled the space before them. Despite having anticipated this, Sujibai was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the 3 beast corpses. He tugged at Ian's sleeve, his expression tinged with urgency. You should not reveal all 3 of them, even with some mental preparation. Witnessing this scene left him momentarily stunned. The same could be said for the others in the ghost market. Upon noticing the 3 complete beast corpses displayed at a nearby stall, time seemed to freeze. The entire market fell into a hush, quickly followed by an eruption of astonished and eager gazes. 3 complete beast corpses. Such a rarity. My beast banner is just 1 complete beast bone short. I must acquire one. In no time, the stall before them was surrounded by a throng of eager onlookers. Seeing this, Ian felt a sinking sensation in his heart, realizing the precariousness of their situation. Logically, in a place called the Beast Taming Sect, presenting 3 complete beast corpses should not be an extraordinary event. However, he recalled the elder who had rescued them during their entry into the sect, who had mentioned that this world was known as the Tianyuan Continent, where beasts were once abundant and conflicts between humans and beasts were widespread. Their sect, the Beast Taming Sect, had risen to prominence through their mastery of beast taming techniques. However, a calamity had befallen them, resulting in countless beasts perishing. Now, the number of beasts across the Tianyuan Continent dwindled to a mere fraction, and even the spirit beasts nurtured by the sect were no exception. Following the calamity, the Beast Taming Sect had fallen from its pinnacle to a second-rate sect. With the scarcity of beasts, their value had skyrocketed. Thus, when Ian produced 3 complete beast corpses, it was as though a treasure had been uncovered in the ghost market. My brother, how much for these 3 beast corpses? A man wearing a tiger mask stepped forward, lowering his voice in inquiry. Ian pondered for a moment. The 2 at the initial stage of chi refinement are 20 spirit stones each, he stated, indicating the 2 first-tier beast corpses. Indeed, the 3 corpses I brought are all otherworldly beasts. In the Tianyuan Continent, such beasts are exceedingly rare, but they are plentiful on Blue Star. He then pointed at the last corpse, a second-tier beast, the Scarlet Flame Tiger, and continued, this one, being at the mid-stage of chi refinement, is 100 spirit stones. As soon as he finished speaking, whispers erupted among the crowd surrounding them. Sujibai, observing the gathering crowd, understood the danger of revealing too much wealth. The value of the 3 beast corpses could easily attract envy and lead to deadly intentions. His thoughts now centered on one concern. After Ian completed the transaction, how they might safely extricate themselves. It was crucial to remember that the ghost market was not solely frequented by lowly disciples. Even many outer disciples were present. Taking advantage of the distraction caused by the 3 beast corpses, Sujibai quietly rose and strode towards the valley's exit. My brother, I will take that one at the mid-stage of chi refinement, the tiger-masked man remarked, having conferred with his companions and gathered spirit stones, eager to make a purchase. When he presented a pouch of spirit stones to Ian merely glanced at it and replied, the count is incorrect. There are only 70. The man admitted. In addition, here is a jade vial containing a spirit essence pill, worth at least 30 spirit stones. You will not be at a loss, he added. Hiss, a spirit essence pill. The surrounding crowd buzzed with excitement, recognizing it as a grade 2 pill suitable for those at the 6th level of chi refinement and above, and not easily obtainable. This lad has struck gold. Indeed, the 30 spirit stones merely represent the price set by the sect's alchemy workshop. It remains uncertain how much one would truly need to expend to secure such a purchase. It appears that this man with the tiger mask holds a certain stature even among the outer disciples. Those who initially considered bidding against him, upon witnessing his lavish display, quickly quelled their ambitions, redirecting their gazes towards the other 2 beast carcasses instead. The tiger-masked man was resolute in his intent, extending a jade vial towards the vendor, only to be met with a dismissive shake of the head. Not for sale, the vendor stated softly. Ian understood the rarity of the spirit essence pill. Possessing spirit stones did not guarantee acquisition. However, this pill was intended for those at the 6th level of chi training and above, while he himself was merely at the 3rd level, rendering it useless for him. With the existence of the 2 realms gate, Ian was confident that he would not lack for resources. Should the need arise in the future, he could simply purchase spirit stones then. Accepting the spirit essence pill now would only invite calamity. Was the vendor truly oblivious? 70 spirit stones alongside a spirit essence pill far exceeded the value of this tiger carcass. Surely he must recognize the worth of the spirit essence pill? The tiger-masked man, equally perplexed, cast a questioning glance at Ian, his mind swirling with confusion. Were it not for his pressing need for the tiger carcass, he would never have offered the spirit essence pill in trade. I do not want the spirit essence pill, Ian stated, meeting the multitude of bewildered stares with calm resolve. If there exists a pill for replenishing vitality, I would be willing to trade it for spirit stones. Upon hearing this, the tiger-masked man's brow furrowed even deeper. How could anyone refuse the spirit essence pill in favor of a vitality pill? Even among second-tier pills, the spirit essence pill held unparalleled value. Conversely, the vitality pill was sought only by a select few beasts or physical cultivators. Yet, since the vendor had made a request, it indicated that the trade could still proceed. Regardless, he was determined to acquire this tiger carcass. Raising the jade vial high, the tiger-masked man proclaimed loudly, "Who possesses a second-tier vitality pill? I will exchange it for the spirit essence pill." The transaction proceeded smoothly. A man adorned with a goat-headed mask exchanged a vitality pill with the tiger-masked man. Yayan successfully obtained the second-tier pill he desired, the 3-yang vitality pill. All three parties left satisfied, each having acquired what they sought. The other 2 first-tier exotic beasts were also sold at the price of 20 spirit stones each. Stepping away from the throng, Yayan touched the storage bag at his waist. A satisfied smile gracing his features. He had truly reaped a bountiful reward. Glancing around, he noticed the absence of Sujibai. After a moment of contemplation, he made his way towards the valley's exit. As anticipated, he spotted a figure waiting at the entrance of the ghost market. Approaching, Yayan was about to speak when Sujibai abruptly seized his sleeve, casting a glance back towards the market. Hurry. Chapter 4. Breakthrough, second-tier martial artist. Friend, what is the meaning of this? The man in the goat mask questioned anxiously, looking at the ghost market guard who had obstructed his path. His voice trembled noticeably. Earlier, he had exchanged a 3-yang vitality pill for the spirit essence pill with the tiger-masked man, fully aware that, in terms of value, the vitality pill could never compare. Thus, he had intended to slip away unnoticed. However, to his dismay, upon reaching the exit, he found himself blocked by the guard who had collected the entrance fee. Just then, footsteps echoed from behind. The goat-masked man dared not turn around. The ghost market guard, on the other hand, glanced back, revealing the tiger-masked man and several of his companions, who were forming a subtle encirclement. Is there no regulation in the ghost market, resorting to such obstructive measures? The goat-masked man inquired, his heart racing. Not at all, the ghost market guard replied, shaking his head. A fellow lost 20 spirit stones earlier. We kindly ask for your patience for a brief moment. What logic is this? The goat-masked man felt a hand rest on his shoulder, causing him to shudder. A side glance revealed it was indeed the owner of the spirit essence pill. The tiger-masked man nodded in agreement. I have never heard of such a rule. Losing one's belongings is a personal shortcoming, unrelated to the ghost market. This reasoning is nonsensical, the guard maintained, unperturbed, because the lost items ended up in my possession. Haha. The tiger-masked man was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Now that makes sense. With that, he patted the goat-masked man's shoulder, adding, "It seems your luck has run out. The loss has turned into misfortune for someone else." Upon hearing this, the goat-masked man realized he had unwittingly walked into a trap. He cursed the unfortunate vendor repeatedly in his mind, understanding that the spirit essence pill was not easily acquired. He had not anticipated being deceived by that wolf-headed vendor. Inside the wooden cabin, Sujibai asked, "How long do you plan to stay this time?" "It has been several months since you broke through to the 3rd level of Qi training. I assume you are merely a contract away from acquiring a pet beast, enabling you to advance to the 4th level and enter the outer sect." Sujibai refrained from mentioning the ghost market incident. What had occurred was in the past, and discussing it further served no purpose. The important thing was that they had returned safely. Upon seeing Yayan procure 3 exotic beasts in one go, he had prepared for the worst. He had approached the ghost market guards alone, paying 20 spirit stones and leveraging his connection with Elder Xiong to ensure they would delay for a short while. This return was not solely to visit the ghost market, but also to prepare for contracting a pet beast. Sitting on the bed, Yayan spoke while retrieving 50 spirit stones, pressing them into Sujibai's hands. Just as Sujibai opened his mouth to protest, Yayan continued, "Do not refuse, Brother Su. You have always assisted me, and I have failed to reciprocate. I cannot possess such a thick skin. If this continues, I will no longer be able to accept your help, and over time, the bond between us may fade." Sujibai, upon hearing these words, pondered thoughtfully. He nodded and accepted the spirit stones into his storage bag. He had never considered the matter deeply. Yayan had appeared at his most desperate moment, saving him from the brink of death. For Sujibai, Yayan was more than just a savior. He had come to regard him as a younger brother. He was aware that Yayan harbored some secrets, often not staying long upon returning to the sect. Sujibai did not concern himself with Yayan's secrets. He merely wished to manage the affairs within the sect, allowing Yayan to develop freely outside. "I plan to seek a blood contract upon my return." Seeing Sujibai accept the spirit stones, Yayan smiled and continued, "I initially thought I could find one in the ghost market, but I did not anticipate this incident. It is my recklessness." "A blood contract?" Sujibai disregarded the latter part of Yayan's statement, contemplating. The foundational technique of the Beastmaster sect was known as the Beastmaster Chi cultivation method, designed for newly admitted disciple servants. This technique could only be cultivated up to the third level of Chi training. To progress beyond that, one would need to contract a pet beast to advance to the fourth level and enter the outer sect. Within the Beastmaster sect, there were 3 types of contracts for pet beasts. The first was the slave contract, which was part of the technique itself. A slave contract could only bind a pet beast weaker than the user, and upon contracting, the user could only benefit from a portion of the pet's cultivation achievements, with no further mystical gains. The second was the blood contract, a secret method invented by the sect's ancestors, utilizing the blood of high-level exotic beasts as a catalyst. As long as the target's cultivation did not exceed that of the blood provider and did not surpass the user by a major realm, a contract could be forcibly established. Compared to the slave contract, the blood contract not only allows for the sharing of the majority of a pet's cultivation achievements, but also grants one of the pet's innate abilities. If the pet possesses extraordinary gifts, one may even acquire its innate divine powers. The third type of contract is known as the spirit contract. This form of agreement establishes complete equality between human and beast, necessitating a deep mutual understanding, wherein both parties wholly share their cultivation results. It can even reach the level of life and death together. Since you desire a blood contract, you must already have a target in your heart. That seems about right. Ian nodded. Su Zhibai turned to Ian and said earnestly, I will find a way. The beasts raised within the sect primarily include low-tier spirit beasts such as pine leaf mice, metal monkeys, and wild bulls, which lack any special bloodlines and are of exceedingly poor quality. Naturally, Ian would not waste a blood contract on such inferior creatures. Given that his younger brother has identified an excellent target but merely lacks the blood contract, as an elder brother, it is his duty to assist him in acquiring one. All right, tell me what you need. I still have some spirit stones, Ian said without hesitation. Having sold 3 extraordinary beasts for a total of 110 spirit stones, after giving Su Zhibai 50 stones, he still possessed 60. He did not require an exceptionally high-level blood contract. This should suffice. By the way, which type of pet do you fancy? After finalizing their arrangements, Ian inquired. Once I break through, I will seek one for you. Then we can both enter the outer sect together. Don't worry about me, Su Zhibai replied with a smile. Waving his hand dismissively, noting Ian's slight discontent, he added, Really, I already have a suitable pet in mind. I just haven't formed the contract yet. Upon hearing this, Ian chose not to press further, but was nonetheless curious about what kind of pet Su Zhibai had in mind. You must be weary from your adventures outside. Once you return to the sect, make sure to rest properly. Just await my news regarding the blood contract. Su Zhibai did not offer Ian a chance to ask questions. After his words, he pushed open the wooden door and stepped outside. Time to cultivate, Ian thought to himself. After Su Zhibai's departure, Ian retrieved the 3-sun replenishing pill. Resting was not an option. He had to cultivate martial arts and pursue the path of immortality, and time was already scarce. Fortunately, with the 2 realms gate, resources were not lacking. With this thought, a faint smile graced Ian's lips. With a casual gesture, he sent the completely orange-red pill into his mouth. In an instant, the medicinal power surged through his limbs and bones. Ian felt as though a small sun had ignited within his stomach, heating his internal energy to a boiling point. Before long, beads of sweat like pearls began to fall to the ground. As his energy boiled, Ian sweated profusely, his skin flushed. He quickly began to circulate his energy according to his cultivation method, entering a state of deep practice. For 5 consecutive days, Ian remained within the wooden cabin, digesting the medicinal effects of the 3-sun replenishing pill. It must be said that elixirs crafted from spirit herbs are vastly superior to those made from mundane materials. At this moment, Ian distinctly felt an increase in his internal energy. If previously, his internal energy could be likened to a small stream, now it resembled a mighty river. It seemed he had broken through. Ian took out a device resembling a wristwatch from his storage bag and fastened it to his wrist. As his energy circulated, numbers appeared on the dial. Energy value, 890. Indeed, his prior energy value hovered around 490. And a single 3-sun replenishing pill had elevated it by a remarkable 400 points. Although he had anticipated this outcome, Ian was still astonished by the number displayed on the dial. Truly, it was a second-tier elixir. The contraption he had purchased from the black market in Yang City could simply test energy values. It is worth noting that an ordinary person's energy value is merely 10 points. To advance to a first-tier martial artist requires 100 points, while a second-tier martial artist needs 500. To break through to a third-tier martial artist necessitates 2,000 points. A second-tier 3-sun replenishing pill significantly enhances energy by 400 points, demonstrating its efficacy. What a bargain. Even a windfall. Suppressing his excitement, Ian stored the device away and was about to rise and stretch when a familiar voice called out from outside. Ian, come out quickly. Recognizing the voice as Su Zhibai's, Ian hurriedly adjusted his robe and cast a cleansing spell upon himself before opening the door, intending to welcome Su Zhibai inside. However, upon opening the door, he froze in place. Su Zhibai stood outside, wearing a smile. And beside him was a massive brown bear. This bear was enormous, standing upright like a human, draped in a black robe embroidered with silver trim. Brother Su, Ian stammered, his gaze darting back and forth between Su Zhibai and the bear. This is Steward Xiong. Sensing Ian's bewilderment, Su Zhibai first bowed to the bear, then shot Ian a knowing glance and explained, "We owe much to Steward Xiong over the years. I have met Steward Xiong." Ian quickly regained his composure and bowed. Although he had not spent much time in the sect, he had often heard Su Zhibai mention Steward Xiong and was well aware of the care the bear had shown them. He had intended to express his gratitude before entering the outer sect, but fate had brought them together at this moment. He never expected that Steward Xiong would truly be a bear. "So, you must be Ian," the bear steward addressed him, his voice deep and resonant, like that of a robust man. "I have often heard little Su speak of you. It is clear that the bond between you brothers runs deep." As he spoke, the bear steward produced a crimson object resembling a talisman from seemingly nowhere. This talisman was blood red, its material unknown, adorned with intricate patterns of law. Ian could even sense a formidable pressure emanating from it. "This is the blood contract," the bear steward's rich voice echoed in Ian's ears. Ian's pupils constricted, his gaze transfixed upon the blood contract. Since the steward had presented this contract, it indicated awareness of his desire. However, he was uncertain what price he would need to pay to obtain it. "Had it not been for little Su's request, and your bond as life and death brothers, I would not have revealed this treasure," the bear steward added. Ian fell silent, equally in the dark about the cost Su Zhibai had incurred. As he pondered what he possessed that could be worthy of such an exchange, the bear steward shifted the conversation. "The blood contract cannot be given freely. Every time little Su sends me wine, it is from you, correct?" "Yes," Ian nodded in affirmation. This bear has no particular hobbies, but I do enjoy my wine." The bear steward chuckled. "The brews produced within the sect are delightful, yet they lack potency. Drinking them feels akin to drinking water. The wine you bring back may not taste exquisite, but it certainly packs a punch. I like it." As he spoke, the bear steward waved his paw, tossing the blood contract toward Ian. "In the future, bring more of it. Just one barrel each time is hardly sufficient for anyone." Ian hurriedly caught the blood contract, bewildered as he gazed at the bear steward. He had never imagined that the steward's demands would be so simple. The wine in question is merely a common, inexpensive brew that can be procured from any tavern along the streets of Blue Star. Initially, he would occasionally indulge in it with Su Zhibai. However, after a particular instance, Su Zhibai requested him to bring back a jar every time he returned to the sect. He hadn't given it much thought, but today, it unexpectedly culminated in the blood pact with Steward Xiong. In that moment, Ian found himself at a loss. The request posed by the other party was exceedingly simple, and he hesitated to retract the blood pact. It was only when Su Zhibai's gentle voice reached his ears, urging him to accept it, that he complied. Steward Xiong chimed in. "What is with you, child? Why so bashful? Do you not wish to bring me wine?" No. I am grateful, Steward Xiong." Ian hurriedly accepted the blood pact and bowed respectfully to the steward. "Enough," Steward Xiong waved his large paws dismissively. "Now that the blood pact is established, you must enter the outer sect at the earliest opportunity. The future of our sect depends on you youngsters. Do not forget to bring me wine." With that, he clasped his paws behind his back, adopting an air of a wise elder, and turned to depart. Su Zhibai smiled at Ian before following closely beside Steward Xiong. "Allow me to see you off," he said. The figures of the man and the bear receded into the distance, leaving Ian standing in place, filled with confusion. There were too many unanswered questions. Although Steward Xiong held the position of sect steward, he was also a spiritual beast, presumably a favored companion of someone. How did he come to possess a blood pact? Moreover, Ian was aware that Su Zhibai shared a certain camaraderie with Steward Xiong. But was that camaraderie perhaps too weighty? To Ian, the conditions laid forth by Steward Xiong seemed trivial, hardly worthy of mention. It was not even a transaction in his eyes. Even without the blood pact, would he not have brought wine for Steward Xiong upon request? Ultimately, it appeared that, despite the respect Steward Xiong showed him, he treated Ian as an equal. After all, Ian was merely a lowly servant disciple. Furthermore, as Su Zhibai and Steward Xiong departed, he could faintly sense that Su Zhibai was the one in a position of authority. What kind of identity has Su Bro managed to cultivate in my absence? Ian mused. After a prolonged moment, he shook his head, dismissing the matter. Everyone harbors secrets. He had no intention of prying. Just as Su Bro never inquired about how he consistently returned with the remains of magical beasts. By midday, Su Zhibai returned. The two exchanged a few words and agreed to meet again in the outer sect. Ian then descended the mountain alone, returning to the forest where it all began. After a thorough search, confirming the absence of any onlookers, Ian waved his hand, and a teal portal materialized before him. This time, he intended to prepare for the martial examination and to contract a top-tier pet beast. With that thought in mind, Ian stepped into the portal. In the black market of Yang City, within a drugstore. "Hey, little brother, have you gathered so much this time?" The shopkeeper exclaimed in astonishment as he counted the herbs on the counter. Each herb was of exceptional quality, capable of replenishing vitality, and all were well-aged specimens. "If luck is on your side, let us settle the account," Ian replied nonchalantly. Previously, he could only trade 2 or 3 herbs for money. Now that he had broken through to the second-grade martial artist level, these ordinary herbs no longer served his cultivation, allowing him to part with over a dozen for sale. "As you are a valued customer, let us round it up to 120,000, the masked shopkeeper remarked, unable to discern Ian's appearance, relying solely on his voice to gauge his age. "Very well, let us proceed with the transfer." Ian, familiar with selling herbs, recognized the shopkeeper's fair pricing and saw no need for haggling. He had also opened a bank account in the black market, using a false identity, so he was not concerned about being discovered. Seeing Ian's promptness, the shopkeeper swiftly transferred the funds, albeit with some unspoken calculations in his mind. Only after Ian exited the drugstore did his eyes gleam with avarice. "Lao Lu," the shopkeeper called out. Soon, a man clad in fitted attire emerged from the back room. "That kid, though still young, manages to procure such high-quality herbs every time. Could you please check where he gets them? Let us earn for ourselves in the future." "Hee, sure," Lao Lu replied. In the black market, one must possess a measure of intimidation to thrive. Lao Lu acted as the enforcer for this drugstore. "Be cautious. Do not mess this up," the shopkeeper warned. Upon hearing this, Lao Lu laughed heartily. "Yes, just a child. As a second-grade martial artist, how could I possibly fail? If something goes awry, I'll call you father." With that, he exited the drugstore, stealthily following Ian's trail. Before long, Lao Lu trailed his target through a series of twists and turns into a dimly lit alley. Where did he go? Lao Lu furrowed his brow, speaking to himself. Initially intending to seize the boy and interrogate him about the source of the herbs, he was taken aback when, after a mere turn, his target vanished. Just as his confusion grew, a sudden crack echoed through the air. A piercing pain shot through his thigh, bending his entire leg backward. Lao Lu's complexion turned ashen, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He hastily drew his steel knife, ready to strike at his assailant behind him. Yet, the other party clearly did not grant him that opportunity. Another crack resounded, and his other thigh was violently shattered. Lao Lu fell backward, the agonizing pain causing him to let out a hoarse cry. Only then did he notice a young man wearing a wolf-headed mask standing before him, wielding a standard long knife, the blade pressing firmly against his neck. The darkness of the alley contrasted starkly with the ominous visage of the masked figure. The weight of the blade upon his neck felt as heavy as a mountain, extinguishing any thought of resistance within him. "Should there be a next time, I shall take your life," the masked figure declared before sheathing the long knife and turning to leave. All that remained was Lao Lu, sprawled on the cold ground, his heart gripped by terror. His face was pale as he gasped for breath. Trembling, he fumbled for his phone, the pain nearly rendering him unconscious. "Damn it, I messed up. Come pick me up." Chapter 6, The Hunter's Camp, The Wolf-Headed Mask. In a classroom of Yang City First High, Lin Xingyin paced back and forth at the podium, occasionally glancing towards the door as if awaiting someone. Below the podium, several students sat impatiently. They were all students from Class 1 registered for the martial examination. "Teacher Lin, is it really necessary to wait for Ian?" one student inquired. "Indeed, Teacher Lin. He is an F-grade talent, a waste. Why should we wait for him?" another added. "TCH, our great genius might be too frightened to show up," another jeered. Laughter erupted, mocking Ian's absence. "That waste probably cowers under the covers, shedding tears at the thought of facing the magical beasts in the martial examination." The once impatient students now reveled in ridicule, relishing the chance to belittle him. With him participating in the martial examination, he will only drag down our average scores. A student seated at the front could no longer contain himself and spoke up. His name was Zhang Wenhui, the son of the Education Bureau Chief of Yang City. In the Daxia dynasty, the authorities placed immense emphasis on martial arts education, and schools continuously nurtured budding warriors. Consequently, the position and influence of the Education Bureau Chief ranked just below that of the mayor, firmly securing a place among the top 3 in every city. Just a week prior, Zhang Wenhui had been harshly reprimanded by his homeroom teacher for merely stating a couple of truths. He attributed this reprimand entirely to Ian. At this moment, when Lin Xingyin cast another glance in his direction, Zhang Wenhui sneered. "What is it, Teacher Lin? Am I mistaken? Is Ian not a waste?" In my opinion, it is trivial that he drags down our average score. His incompetence in participating in the martial examination could even jeopardize our classmates. With these words, the classroom erupted into a cacophony of voices. Brother Hui is right. Who knows if Ian intends to ride on our coattails? Bah, he is truly repugnant. When the martial examination arrives, I will certainly not shield Ian. Let him perish if he must. Historically, the martial examination required students to enter a designated area and hunt ferocious beasts. Thus, candidates would instinctively form teams according to their classes, ensuring both safety and efficiency. Enough. Lin Qingyin clapped her hands on the podium. Observing the students becoming increasingly agitated, she felt an inkling of disappointment towards Ian. Taking a deep breath, she furrowed her brow and declared, "No more waiting, let us depart." After leaving the city and traversing several kilometers of wilderness to the south, a range of mountains would come into view. At the foot of the mountains lay a hunter's camp, formed spontaneously by martial artists wishing to hunt beasts in the southern mountains. Given that the southern mountains' outskirts had been regularly cleared by hunters over the years, even second-tier beasts were quite rare. Thus, this location served as the most optimal venue for practical training, and each year, the teachers and students from Yang City would come here for their training. Students, take a moment to rest. After lunch, we will enter the mountains and hunt beasts on the outskirts, Lin Qingyin organized calmly. She was a second-tier martial artist. Among the 15 students she brought, the lowest possessed a vitality score of 93, mere steps away from becoming first-tier warriors. With their strength, hunting on the outskirts of the southern mountains posed no issue. However, venturing deeper carried significant risks. Is this truly the hunter's camp? We are finally going to hunt ferocious beasts. Some students, facing beasts for the first time, trembled with a mix of nerves and excitement. In contrast, Zhang Wenhui navigated the surroundings with ease, rushing to the food stall to purchase provisions and water. His elders had previously brought him to the hunter's camp. Zhang Yu, here, Zhang Wenhui offered a flatbread and a bottle of water to a female classmate. Do not be anxious. I currently possess 397 points of vitality. Our families are well acquainted, and I shall protect you once we enter the mountains. Zhang Yu, with her refined features and high ponytail clad in pure white martial attire, showcased her graceful figure. Thank you. She accepted the food and water. But do I require your protection? Zhang Yu shot a cold glance at Zhang Wenhui, her red lips parting slightly as she spoke dismissively. She was the daughter of the mayor of Yang City, with an impressive background and remarkable talent. Since childhood, Zhang Wenhui had sought her favor. Yet she held no interest in him. Oh, it was merely a figure of speech. You already possess over 400 vitality points. In the event of danger, it may very well be you who will protect me, Zhang Wenhui replied, unperturbed, as he had long grown accustomed to Zhang Yu's indifferent demeanor. He then turned back to engage in the fervent discussions among his classmates regarding the hunt. At that moment, a stir arose within the camp. Look, the Blood Wolf team has returned. Almost everyone's attention was drawn in their direction. A team of hunters slowly entered the camp, led by two burly men who bore striking resemblances and were covered in dust. Together, they hoisted the massive corpse of a crimson flame tiger. 3 others followed behind, 1 male and 1 female, carrying the carcass of a steel bristle boar. The remaining individual was the most striking, adorned with a wolf head mask that concealed his features. He was drenched in blood, exuding a strong scent of carnage. His eyes resembled those of a fierce wolf king, sharp and imposing, instilling a sense of suffocation in those who met his gaze. Brother Wang, this time our venture into the mountains yielded impressive results. The individual responsible for acquiring beasts in the camp quickly approached, pulling out a pack of cigarettes and distributing them among the Blood Wolf team members. The team leader, Wang Wei, received the cigarette and laughed heartily. Huh? 2 second-tier beasts. Not bad. Let me take a look. Upon hearing Wang Wei's words, the responsible party's eyes lit up as he squatted down to examine the trophies. Indeed, the Crimson Flame Tiger and the Steel Bristle Boar are both second-tier. Quite impressive to achieve such a significant haul in just 1 day in the mountains. As he spoke, the responsible individual turned to the masked man in the team, giving him a thumbs up. Brother Canglong, you are truly formidable. The rest of the camp echoed their praises. We have heard that Brother Canglong has made a breakthrough, but we never imagined he would be this incredible. To hunt 2 second-tier beasts in just 1 day is a feat only Brother Canglong could accomplish. Our team is quite capable as well. If Brother Canglong is interested, I could relinquish my position as captain to you, huh? No one hesitated to shower compliments, knowing that it could earn them favor and possibly save their lives in times of peril. Wang Wei, the team leader, took no offense, instead beaming at Ian and remarking, "You've truly become a renowned figure, but you mustn't go running off to others." Indeed, the illustrious Canglong of the hunter's camp was none other than Ian. He had joined the team over a year ago and had once relentlessly pursued a beast for 3 days and nights through the mountains before finally bringing back its carcass. The entire team had been unable to restrain him. Moreover, due to Ian's habit of wearing the wolf head mask, the team had bestowed upon him the nickname Songlong, which subsequently inspired the name of the Blood Wolf team. In Wang Wei's eyes, this lad was audacious and tenacious, unafraid of death in the face of beasts, boasting immense strength. Aside from being somewhat reckless at times, he truly had no flaws. With such a fierce individual in the team, Wang Wei was eager to elevate Ian's status. Naturally, he would not succumb to the opinions of others, believing Ian to be overshadowing him. In fact, compared to Wang Wei, Ian was the very essence of the team. This child excels at slaying beasts, but is not fond of conversation. Let us settle up. The steel bristle boar is to be paid in full now, while the crimson flame tiger will be stored with you for the time being. Wang Wei chuckled, addressing the responsible individual. All right, the individual responded, fully understanding Songlong's nature and harboring no resentment, cheerfully calling for others to collect the 2 beasts. The martial artists within the camp looked on with envy and awe towards Ian. They dared only to offer a few compliments from the sidelines, not daring to approach him for closer acquaintance. At that moment, having listened intently, Zhang Wenhui was thoroughly astonished and approached a martial artist, curiously inquiring, "Brother, just who is this Songlong?" The students of Class 1, along with their homeroom teacher Lin Qingyin, turned their curious gazes towards the commotion. It was impossible to ignore the overly reverential attitude towards the figure known as the Songlong. One could hardly describe it as anything less than sycophantic. Zhang Wenhui purchased a bottle of water and handed it to the martial artist, saying, "Brother, here is some water. Could you share with us the story of this Songlong?" The martial artist accepted the water, glanced at the students of Class 1, and remarked, "You must be the students here for practical training, right? With the martial examination approaching, it's quite common for teachers to bring students for pre-exam drills, so I'm not surprised. All right, let me share what I know." He began, his excitement palpable as he recounted events from a year and a half prior when the Songlong arrived at the hunter's camp. Once, the Blood Wolf team encountered an injured 3rd-tier exotic beast in the southern mountains. 3rd tier, Zhang Wenhui exclaimed, astonished. Even Lin Qingyin and Zhang Yu widened their eyes in disbelief, hanging on every word of the martial artist, eager not to miss a detail. The seasoned hunter's experiences could greatly benefit the students in their upcoming martial examination. After all, that was a 3rd-tier exotic beast. Even injured, it remained formidable. What was their strength back then? The captain and vice-captain of the Blood Wolf team were 2nd-tier martial artists, while the rest were 1st-tier. And as for the Songlong, the martial artist paused dramatically. At that time, the Songlong was merely a 1st-tier martial artist. What? The curiosity among the group intensified. A team with only 2 2nd-tier martial artists faced a 3rd-tier beast? It seemed utterly impossible for them to survive. Survive? The martial artist shot a disdainful glance at Zhang Wenhui, as if mocking his naivety. The captain, Wang, intended to confront the beast, hoping for a stable retreat. But the beast wouldn't grant them that opportunity. It lunged at them immediately. As for the details of the battle, I'm not privy to that. As he spoke, he lit a cigarette, his eyes filled with admiration. When they returned, they described it thus. They fought while fleeing, evading the beast for an entire day and night, nearly facing total annihilation. With each word, the tension in Class 1 escalated. Just as it seemed the team would be utterly decimated, the Songlong stood forth. He volunteered to divert the beast, allowing the others to escape. Lin Qingyin gasped, "What? He was just a 1st-tier martial artist. How could he dare to draw away a 3rd-tier beast?" As a teacher, she understood better than anyone the terror of a 3rd-tier exotic beast. She could scarcely fathom how a 1st-tier martial artist could elude such a predator. Wang, the captain, thought similarly. The martial artist nodded, continuing. He attempted to pull the Songlong back, offering to distract the 3rd-tier beast himself. However, he failed to do so. When they finally tracked down the Songlong, 3 days and nights had passed. The Songlong was drenched in blood, resembling a creature of the night. Yet he was alive. Beside him lay the corpse of the 3rd-tier beast. According to Captain Wang, the evidence of the battle suggested that, in the end, the Songlong was the one pursuing the 3rd-tier beast. The Songlong gained fame in that battle. The entire team, in honor of the Songlong, renamed themselves the Blood Wolves. In an instant, the students of Class 1 gasped in astonishment, their eyes brimming with awe. Wow, that's incredible. No wonder everyone holds him in such high regard. Wait, brother, you mentioned that the Songlong is just a young man? Is he truly that youthful? Zhang Wenhui suddenly inquired. Indeed, although I have never seen his visage, I have heard the voice of the Songlong, and it certainly conveys youth. I suspect he is a student from some school. The students of Class 1 were further astounded. When did Yangqing No. 1 High School produce such a formidable individual? Could he belong to another school? Impossible. No, one high school is already the best, and I have never heard of such a talent elsewhere. Zhang Wenhui vehemently shook his head. His father is the director of the Education Bureau. If there were such a student in Yancheng, he would surely have heard of him. Brother, I heard others mention that Songlong has made another breakthrough? Yes, when he came to the camp yesterday. Captain Wang said that Songlong has already advanced to a second-tier martial artist. Wow. Zhang Wenhui and the others were completely stunned. Their minds raced with shock and curiosity. Everyone pondered, yet none could fathom which school in Yancheng could possibly have such a fierce talent. Especially Zhang Wenhui, who believed he and Jiang Yu were the most gifted students in Yancheng. With a stroke of good luck in the upcoming martial examination, he was confident of claiming the top spot. Yet now, a formidable figure like Songlong had emerged seemingly out of nowhere. A second-tier martial artist? No, that cannot be. It must be a case of misinformation. Zhang Wenhui vigorously shook his head. Songlong is definitely not a student. Otherwise, I would have heard of him. Furthermore, the veracity of this story remains questionable. He glanced at Jiang Yu, only to find her eyes sparkling with excitement, her lovely gaze darting about. Turning her attention to the distance where Songlong stood, her eyes were filled with admiration and respect. Teacher Lin, have you heard of him? She inquired, setting aside her rations. No, Lin Xingyin replied, shaking her head. Before arriving at the martial artist camp, she had never even heard of Songlong, let alone known his true identity. At that moment, she noticed Zhang Wenhui striding purposefully towards the Blood Wolf team and quickly called out, "Where are you going?" Zhang Wenhui ignored Lin Xingyin and approached the Blood Wolf team, extending his hand toward Ian. "Hello, I'm Zhang Wenhui, a first-tier martial artist. I wish to make your acquaintance." Ian, who had been hunched over devouring succulent roasted beast meat, was momentarily taken aback by the familiar voice. He then raised his head, preparing to see who dared to approach him so boldly. "You." Ian looked up and was about to speak when he recognized Zhang Wenhui. His eyes narrowed instantly. He swallowed his words, his gaze filled with disdain and indifference. Scram. Zhang Wenhui's expression stiffened in shock. He had not anticipated such a brusque dismissal. Just then, the captain of the Blood Wolves, Wang Wei, stepped in, positioning himself between Ian and Zhang Wenhui. Towering over Zhang, he regarded him from above. He placed a hand on Zhang Wenhui's shoulder and said, "Little brother, many wish to know Songlong. Who do you think you are?" Scram. The martial artists at the hunter's camp erupted in laughter and mockery. "You think you can get to know Songlong? Ha ha ha, don't we all wish to know him? Little brat, go home and drink your milk." "You can't say that. Clearly, this is a high-achieving student here for practical training. Just hope he doesn't soil his pants when he encounters an exotic beast." Zhang Wenhui returned, his face darkened with embarrassment. What a humiliation. Jiang Yu finished her last bite of rations and coldly remarked, "Teacher Lin, shall we head into the mountains?" "Yes, everyone has rested enough. Gather your supplies and prepare to enter the mountains." Lin Xingyin paid no heed to Zhang Wenhui's sullen expression as she walked alongside her students, stating, "We will only hunt exotic beasts at the periphery. Safety is our utmost priority." For reasons unbeknownst to her, the silhouette of the gray wolf seemed strikingly familiar. Meanwhile, Wang Wei squatted beside Ian, relishing a puff from his cigarette. Observing the group of students venturing into the mountains, he inquired, "Do you know him?" "I don't," Ian casually replied, intending to find a place to change his attire. "TCH, I don't believe you." Having mingled in the hunter's camp for years, Wang Wei possessed an astute eye. He could tell at a glance that Ian was certainly acquainted with that fool who had come to greet him. Nevertheless, if Ian chose not to divulge, that was his prerogative. Upon Ian's return after changing, Wang Wei rose to stretch his limbs and asked, "Have you rested enough? Shall we prepare to enter the mountains?" Chapter 8, 3rd Rank, Diamond Tiger. Students, this is the first time many of you will hunt exotic beasts. Lin Xingyin addressed the excited faces before her with a serious demeanor. "You have no idea how ferocious and cruel these beasts can be, unless absolutely necessary. The teacher will refrain from intervening. Thus, I implore you, regardless of the circumstances, remain composed and reflect upon what the school has taught you. Under no circumstances should you stray from the group or act independently." The forest was unlike the hunter's camp. The endless trees loomed overhead, and sporadic, beastly roars echoed through the air. With a faint whiff of blood permeating her senses, Lin Xingyin felt a twinge of anxiety. She bore the responsibility for these students. The southern mountain was merely the outpost of the exotic beast range. Based on experience, high-ranking beasts were unlikely to inhabit the southern mountain, but who could truly say for certain? "Now, draw your weapons," Lin Xingyin instructed, unsheathing a straight blade from her waist and cautiously scanning the surroundings. The students produced their respective weapons, most of which were standard steel blades. During this pre-exam practical training, we shall remain in the mountains for several days, striving to ensure you all receive ample training. Remember, we will only operate at the periphery of the southern mountain. Safety is paramount. Yes, The students replied in unison. Even Zhang Wenhui and Zhang Yu, the most renowned prodigies of Yangqing No. 1 High School, felt a hint of trepidation. Previously, they had always been accompanied by their elders on hunts. What growth could they hope to achieve? The martial arts examination was their own responsibility. They could not remain perpetually sheltered under the wings of their guardians. They would eventually have to confront challenges alone. At that moment, a crackling sound of dry leaves reached their ears. The students instinctively turned their gaze, discovering 5 members of the Blood Wolf hunting group passing by, heading straight into the depths of the southern mountain. This time, we will delve deeper into the mountains, aiming to hunt several second-rank beasts. What do you think of the Grey Wolf? Fine. If we encounter a third-rank beast, we can give it a try. After all, the value of a third-rank beast far exceeds that of a second rank. Observing the 5 members of Blood Wolf, particularly the leisurely demeanor of the Grey Wolf, who appeared as if the exotic beast range were his personal garden, Zhang Wenhui tightened his grip on the hilt, glaring at the Grey Wolf's retreating figure, and gritted his teeth. What a show-off. He merely got lucky and killed a wounded third-rank beast. Give me 2 more years, and I could do it too. He was indignant. In his view, that Grey Wolf was undoubtedly not a student, merely a few years older than him. When he reached that age, hunting third-rank beasts would surely be second nature to him. Fool, Zhang Yu remarked, casting a glance at Zhang Wenhui. Lin Qingyin furrowed her brow at Zhang Wenhui. This student was excessively competitive. She hoped this practical training would not lead to any unforeseen troubles. Yet, that Grey Wolf, in terms of both form and voice, how did he seem so familiar? Were they truly hunting third-rank beasts? Wang Wei, along with the other 3, observed Ian, who was leading the group. Prior to Ian's breakthrough, the highest-ranking members of the team were Captain Wang Wei and his twin brother Wang Chong, both 36 years old and second-rank martial artists. The other 2 were a pair of Lu siblings in their 20s, first-rank martial artists on the cusp of advancing to the second rank. They believed that the third-rank beast from a year ago was merely a stroke of good fortune. Regardless of how exaggerated the external rumors were, the Blood Wolf team was well aware that when they encountered that third-rank beast, it was already severely injured. Even so, that wounded third-rank beast had nearly obliterated their team. Now, Ian's proactive suggestion to hunt a third-rank beast seemed like a jest. Ian did not look back, forging ahead of the 4, nonchalantly parting the obstructing underbrush as he remarked, "Moreover, I mentioned attempting. If it proves too difficult, we can always retreat." "That is true," Wang Wei nodded. He had no doubts about Ian's strength. The day prior, shortly after entering the mountains, they had encountered a second-rank scarlet flame tiger. Following their usual approach, he would confront the beast head-on while the other team members supported Ian's attack. However, Ian surprised them all. In a mere exchange, the scarlet flame tiger had its throat slit by Ian. Wang Wei had to concede, despite being a second-rank martial artist. Ian's prowess was at least twice his own. "I thought you were just showing off," Wang Chong, the more easygoing of the twin brothers, quipped. As teammates, they were well aware of Ian's background. Otherwise, he would not have been allowed to join their team. When that fool had approached to greet them earlier, Wang Chong had also noticed Ian's unusual reaction, surmising that they must be acquainted. Upon receiving a glance from Ian, Wang Chong quickly altered his demeanor, stating earnestly, "Of course, I know you are not that kind of person." Ian ignored the jest and suddenly halted, crouching down to examine the earth beneath him, then bringing it to his nose for a sniff. The other 3 immediately shifted into a state of readiness, weapons at the ready. "There is a pack of wolves nearby. Approximately a dozen," Ian declared in a low voice. With his background in the Beast Tamer Sect and top scores in liberal arts, he was intimately familiar with exotic beasts. Merely by discerning a trace and scent, he could ascertain the composition of the beasts. "What do you say?" Captain Wang Wei asked earnestly, his eyes scanning their surroundings. The dimness of the forest compelled him to remain vigilant. The lead wolf should be second rank, while the others are all first rank. Ian stood up and shook his head, saying, "Never mind, let's venture further in. This pack of wolves appears rather insignificant. Even if we were to take one down, the yield would be minimal. There's no need to squander our time." He still desired to delve deeper into the southern mountain in search of traces of third-rank beasts. Not only because the value of third-rank beasts far surpassed that of second-rank beasts, but also to seek out an exotic beast with commendable bloodline qualities for a contract, thereby breaking through to the 4th level of Qi training. Previously, Su Jibai had informed him that the blood contract given by Elder Xiong was suitable for foundational period beasts. Any beast below the foundational period could be forcibly contracted using the blood contract. Ian thus contemplated at least contracting a third-rank beast, which would be a 4th-level Qi training beast, as a companion. As night fell, the Blood Wolf team found an open space, kindled a bonfire, and prepared to rest. It is indeed peculiar. After traversing the entirety of the day, not a single otherworldly beast has been sighted. Something feels amiss. Ian nodded, accepting the sustenance that Lu Fei offered. As they ventured deeper, the traces of these creatures seemed to diminish further. Aside from that pack of wolves, all other signs of beasts had vanished cleanly just beyond the mountain's entrance. They had penetrated quite deeply into the southern mountain, yet had not laid eyes upon a single beast. Could it be that my brother Wolf's gallant demeanor has frightened them away? Lu Fei's brother, Lu Yong, jested while munching on a biscuit. This is hardly the time for jesting. The captain, Wang Wei, replied with a shake of his head, then turned his gaze to Eon, expressing concern over the unusual circumstances. We shall search once more at most by tomorrow. If we fail to locate any beasts, we will return. As captain, he bore the responsibility for the group. Agreed. Ian did not oppose this, nodding as he finished the last morsel of his biscuit. I will stand guard for the first half of the night. You all should rest. No sooner had he spoken than a sudden gust of wind swept through. Ian's expression shifted dramatically, his steel blade unsheathed in an instant, striking towards Wang Wei. Clang. The resounding noise echoed through the tranquil forest. Akin to the clash of metal, the tremendous force jolted Ian's wrist painfully. By the flickering light of the fire, his piercing gaze fixated intently upon a colossal creature, towering nearly 6 meters behind Wang Wei. Beneath the mask, Ian's countenance remained unchanged as he declared in a low voice, a third-tier, diamond tiger. Chapter 9, The Pursuit. I shall be the primary attacker. Captain, you will provide support from the side. This third-tier diamond tiger possesses formidable strength. Lu Fei and Lu Yong, ensure your safety. Strong brother, you will harass as necessary. Should the situation turn dire, lead the siblings away while the captain and I cover the rear. Ian swiftly removed his mask and stored it away, seizing command of the situation and delineating their battle strategy. The diamond tiger, as its name suggests, is armored as though forged from diamond, exhibiting immense power. Even among third-tier beasts, it ranks among the most formidable. This particular diamond tiger's prowess exceeded his expectations, far surpassing that of the injured third-tier beast from a year ago. Although he held confidence, he knew that the other 4 in the team were no match for this diamond tiger. Understood. The 4 immediately entered combat readiness, each finding their respective positions. Particularly, Lu Fei and Lu Yong recognized the moment they laid eyes upon the diamond tiger that this battle was one in which they could not partake. Its 6-meter length and terrifying presence nearly suffocated them. Do not disrupt. Not far off, the diamond tiger crouched as if preparing to pounce. Its back arched like a taut bowstring. Illuminated by the flickering campfire, its sleek, lustrous fur resembled finely cast bronze. Its massive muscles rippled beneath its limbs, and its 5 sharp claws slowly unfurled, carving deep grooves into the ground. A low growl reverberated through the forest, akin to distant thunder. The tiger's golden eyes fixed intently upon Eon, its pupils narrowing into slits. It could sense that this individual was no ordinary foe. The 2 sides faced each other across the campfire. The overwhelming aura of the third-tier diamond tiger bore down upon the 5 members of the Blood Wolf team, rendering them hesitant to make any rash moves. Light body technique, metal transformation technique, divine power formula. Ian formed a hand seal with one hand, reciting silently in his heart. These were all fundamental spells. The metal transformation technique could augment the sharpness of weapons, typically utilized by the junior disciples in the Beast Master sect for tasks like chopping wood or mining. These very basic spells now represented Ian's greatest reliance. In an instant, Ian felt a surge of boundless strength coursing through him, and his body became remarkably light. The steel blade in his hand shimmered with golden light under the fire's glow, enhancing the sharpness of the edge. With a sudden burst, Ian dashed forward, the long knife slicing through the night air, a chilling wind trailing behind. Executing a powerful downward strike akin to the legendary Huashan chop, he aimed directly at the diamond tiger. Striking first would grant him the advantage. He needed to seize the initiative and instill confidence within his team. Otherwise, prolonged confrontation would allow the terrifying presence of the third-tier beast to unsettle the remaining 4. The diamond tiger appeared momentarily caught off guard. The razor-sharp edge of the blade reflected in the depths of its golden pupils in an instant. This human speed was astonishing. Roar! The diamond tiger's rock-like muscles tensed, its fur bristling. Faced with the forceful downward strike, it chose not to evade. With a powerful thrust of its hind legs, it lunged towards Eon. Its massive paw, accompanied by a roar that shook the mountains, swung violently towards the human figure before it. It was going to retaliate. Roar! Wolf of the Azure. Wang Wei's expression shifted dramatically at the sight. He had not anticipated that the diamond tiger would endure the blow to launch an attack on Ian. He instantly dashed to the side, thrusting his blade towards the tiger's abdomen. Agile shift. Ian had foreseen the diamond tiger's retaliation. The tiger, being the king of beasts, and a third-tier creature at that, would never allow itself to evade a frontal assault against someone of merely second-tier martial prowess. It would confront him head-on. Ian abruptly halted his advance. In that fleeting moment, he sidestepped to the side of the diamond tiger. With the blade imbued with the metal transformation technique, he struck down fiercely, leaving a deep gash that exposed bone upon the diamond tiger. Roar! The diamond tiger, truly a third-tier beast, quickly reacted after losing sight of Ian. Its tail, as hard as steel, lashed out viciously towards Wang Wei, delivering a crushing blow. Bang! Uft! A mouthful of hot blood sprayed forth. Wang Wei's thrust had yet to reach the diamond tiger when he was met with a sweeping tail, sending him flying. Wang Wei quickly rose to his feet, astonished as he gazed at the diamond tiger. As a second-tier martial artist, he had been unable to withstand even a casual strike from a third-tier beast. Fortunately, he had fulfilled his duty and bought Ian a moment's respite. Roar! The diamond tiger, suppressing its pain, let out a long howl before lunging at Ian once more. The grievous wound it bore did not diminish its ferocity. Its massive paw swung menacingly towards Ian's head. Golden light technique. A flash of golden light enveloped Ian, unnoticed in the flickering firelight. With his moves growing stale, he could only endure this claw strike. In that instant, Ian stepped forcefully, pivoting his body while slashing with his knife. His calm, piercing gaze met the diamond tiger's golden eyes, unflinching. Clang! The resounding clash echoed throughout the forest. Once more, a deep gash appeared upon the diamond tiger, revealing bone beneath. Ian, however, was not unscathed. The paw struck his shoulder, sending a jolt of pain coursing through him. Despite employing the golden light technique, a sharp ache penetrated his mind. Azure Wolf. Wang Chong attempted several times to rush forward and assist, yet he could never find an opening. His brother had sustained significant injury from a strike by the third-tier beast. He would not fare any better. Moreover, he recalled Ian's orders, should the situation turn perilous. They were to flee. The four watched intently, their hearts lodged in their throats. Just moments before, the diamond tiger's immense form had completely obscured their view. Only now, as one man and one tiger crossed paths, did they finally see clearly. I am unharmed. Ian's voice reached their ears, sounding remarkably untroubled. Phew! Ian exhaled deeply, stretching his shoulders slightly. Fortunately, he had sustained no serious injuries, merely flesh wounds. He was certain that the condition of the third-tier diamond tiger was far worse than his own. This beast was attempting to flee, ready to pursue the hunt. A calm voice echoed in his ears. The four individuals were momentarily taken aback, then their expressions transformed into ones of astonishment. They awaited Ian's next command, never anticipating that it would be to hunt this third-tier beast. After all, it was a third-tier diamond tiger, capable of inflicting grievous injuries with a single strike, as evidenced by their captain who had been left spitting blood after just one encounter. Had Ian, after only 2 exchanges, already resolved to flee for his life? In their eyes, Ian's demeanor had undergone a profound transformation. At that moment, he resembled a wolf king, his piercing gaze locked onto the diamond tiger with unwavering intensity. A lone human and a solitary tiger stood in a tense standoff, their eyes meeting without yielding an inch. A low growl emanated from the diamond tiger, its golden eyes fixated on Ian, not daring to miss a single moment. The pressure this human exerted was overwhelming. Despite its senses identifying him as merely a second-tier warrior, his speed was remarkable, and his strength formidable. Even the blade in his hand gleamed with a sharpness unmatched by others. The tiger had previously hunted second-tier warriors, yet those had been incapable of piercing its hide. None had been able to wound it as grievously as this human had done in just 2 strikes. Such occurrences had exceeded the diamond tiger's understanding of the world. If the battle continued, it would surely perish. With a thunderous roar, the diamond tiger abruptly turned and bolted into the darkened woods. Pursue, Ian commanded, plunging into the night. The 4 members of the Bloodwolf team followed him without hesitation. After the initial tension, exhilaration surged within them. This was not the injured third-tier beast they had encountered a year prior. This marked their first true confrontation with a third-tier beast, and not only had they triumphed, but they were also in pursuit. Despite their limited contributions, they remained electrified. Ian was akin to their wolf king, leading them in the hunt for a formidable prey. Undeterred, they merely needed to follow in the footsteps of their alpha wolf, sharing in the glory. Go to sleep. Let me take the night watch, Zhang Wenhui said, patting a classmate on the shoulder. Lin Qingyin, seated nearby, observed this scene with a slight nod. Throughout the day, they had encountered 3 first-tier beasts. This practical training was primarily designed to provide students with experience. As the leading instructor, she refrained from intervening unless absolutely necessary, instead choosing to observe the students' actions and offer guidance afterward. Zhang Wenhui's competitive nature was both a flaw and a virtue. Many students, facing beasts for the first time, had been paralyzed by fear. However, Zhang Wenhui had taken the lead, engaging the beasts and instilling confidence in his peers. Throughout the battles, Both Zhang Wenhui and Zhang Yu had demonstrated exceptional combat proficiency, methodically guiding their classmates and maintaining control of the skirmishes. After 3 encounters, the students had gradually gained proficiency, no longer succumbing to panic when faced with the beasts. It seemed that they would achieve commendable results in this martial examination. Yet, Lin Qingyin couldn't help but wonder how Ian was faring. Suddenly, she noticed dozens of eerie green wolf eyes illuminating the surrounding thicket, akin to ghostly flames. Silent and stealthy. A wolf pack. Enemy attack. Zhang Wenhui reacted with unexpected swiftness, preempting Lin Qingyin by issuing a loud warning to the group. The students performed admirably, remaining composed in the face of the sudden threat. Under the direction of Zhang Yu and Zhang Wenhui, they quickly formed a defensive circle, ensuring their backs were protected from the wolves' ambush. While the students displayed commendable resolve, Lin Qingyin's heart plummeted. Drawing her weapon, she positioned herself in front of her students, a cold sweat creeping down her back. Among the encroaching wolves, she distinctly sensed the presence of a second-tier beast. If it were daytime, she might have led her students to break through the encirclement and return to the hunter's camp. But it was night. The impenetrable darkness imposed immense psychological pressure, and it was the ideal hunting ground for the wolf pack. Students, stay calm and protect yourselves, Lin Qingyin urged, striving to maintain a steady voice. Just as her words fell, several ferocious wolves lunged from the shadows. The wolf pack, propelled by a stench of blood, launched their assault without hesitation. A shriek pierced the air as a student cried out in terror. In an instant, their formation unraveled. Students, do not panic, Zhang Yu shouted, thrusting her sword and drawing blood from a wolf. Zhang Wenhui cleaved a wolf that had leapt at a classmate, but he bore 2 new bite marks as a result. Stealing a glance at their homeroom teacher's back, his heart raced with anxiety. Lin Qingyin remained rooted in place, gripping her long blade and daring not to make a single move. She fixed her gaze on the downhill path where the scent of a second-tier beast lingered. In the obscurity of the night, the glowing green wolf eyes were strikingly prominent. As the only second-tier warrior present, Lin Qingyin could not afford to show any sign of weakness. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed from behind her. Help! Accompanied by the sounds of dragging and continuous wails. It was unmistakable. Lin Qingyin turned to see a student, who had yet to break through to first tier, pinned down in a pool of blood by 2 vicious wolves. Several students attempted to rescue their classmate, only to be thwarted by the remaining wolves. Gritting her teeth, Lin Qingyin charged forward, severing the 2 wolves that threatened her student. In the next moment, the presence of the second-tier beast vanished without a trace. Then, the wolves breached the flock. A chilling howl erupted, and Lin Qingyin's complexion turned ashen, as if she had fallen into an icy abyss. As dawn broke, Wang Chong was filled with unparalleled excitement. This marked the first time the Blood Wolf team had truly hunted a 3rd-tier beast, and it was none other than the highly ranked Diamond Tiger. After a night of pursuit, aside from their leader Wang Wei, they had sustained little to no injuries. Just moments ago, he had heard the thunderous sound of the massive tiger's body crashing to the ground. We've done it. Wang Chong's face radiated with a brilliant smile. He surged ahead, parting the bushes that obstructed his path. In the next instant, however, Wang Chong's smile faltered, his brows furrowing as he beheld 5 figures standing beside the tiger's carcass. Brothers, this diamond tiger was hunted by our Blood Wolf team. Oh, the leader turned to Wang Chong, confusion etched on his face. I thought I recognized someone. It turns out to be the Blood Wolf. But do you really think so? You lot, a bunch of rotten fish and stinking shrimp, dare to claim the hunt of a 3rd-tier diamond tiger? As he spoke, he slightly shifted aside, revealing the massive corpse of a brown bear, also a 3rd-tier beast, lying next to the tiger. Clearly, this was our crow's hunt. The moment Wang Chong laid eyes on the man's face, he recognized him instantly. Luo Wei, a 3rd-tier warrior, captain of the crow hunting team. This hunting group possesses formidable strength and frequently operates deep within the southern mountains. Aside from their leader, Ro, the remaining 4 members are all advanced 2nd-tier warriors. At this moment, the bushes rustled, and Wang Wei emerged, leaning on his steel blade. He glanced at Wang Chong, then stepped forward to shield his brother behind him. Ro, isn't it rather disingenuous to speak such nonsense? We have pursued the hunt all night, and you assert that this prey belongs to your crows? Ro initially frowned but then broke into a jovial smile, responding, what can I say? It is a gift from nature. We have just slain a ferocious bear. And lo and behold, this diamond tiger presents itself before us. As he spoke, Ro turned his attention to the loose siblings who had emerged, remarking, just like a year ago, a true gift from nature. Upon hearing this, Wang Wei's brow furrowed into a deep line. Just speak plainly, Ro. What do you mean? Ro smirked, replying, what else could it mean? You should know your place and leave. You merely happened upon a severely injured Tier 3 beast. Do you truly believe your blood wolves possess the capability to hunt such a creature? In his view, even the strongest captain of the Blood Wolf hunting team was merely an intermediate second-tier warrior, incapable of breaching the defenses of a Tier 3 Diamond Tiger, let alone slaying it. It was merely a case of picking up the scraps. "Ro!" Wang Chang shouted, his eyes blazing with fury as he drew his steel blade, pointing it threateningly at Ro. With a swift motion, Ro's 4 companions unsheathed their weapons, and the atmosphere became charged with tension. The 2 hunting teams were poised for confrontation. "You think you lot are worthy challengers?" Ro raised a hand, gesturing for his team to lower their weapons. He then arched an eyebrow, casting a condescending glance at Wang Wei. "Come on, I'll stand right here. Why don't you give it a try?" Wang Wei remained unmoved, merely gazing at Ro with furrowed brows. He was not foolish. Ro was a Tier 3 warrior, a renowned powerhouse within the hunting camp. Even if the 4 of them attacked together, they would struggle to inflict any harm on Ro. However, a smile suddenly broke across Wang Wei's face. Just then, the bushes rustled again, capturing the attention of the 5 members of the crow hunting team. A man clad in a black warrior-esque robe, adorned with a wolf-headed mask, stepped forth and positioned himself before the blood wolves. In an instant, Ro's frivolous demeanor vanished, replaced by a palpable tension as he instinctively rested his hand on the hilt of his blade. To him, this man exuded a potent aura of bloodlust. His robe marked with distinct streaks of crimson. Merely standing there, he emanated an overwhelming pressure. "Song Lang, when did you return?" Ro inquired cautiously, his earlier levity entirely absent. As a member of the hunting camp, he certainly recognized the infamous figure before him, the renowned Song Lang. The 2 had crossed paths before, but to be frank, Ro had never regarded Song Lang as particularly formidable. It was, however, the relentless and unyielding aura surrounding Song Lang that instilled a sense of dread. Yet now, Ro could clearly sense that the aura emanating from Song Lang was not inferior to his own. He was almost certain that the Diamond Tiger had fallen to Song Lang's prowess. "Why has it gotten so lively all of a sudden?" Ian spoke casually, looking at Ro with a smile. "Ro, is it really appropriate to snatch prey upon our first meeting?" Ro remained silent, his gaze fixed on Song Lang with a grave intensity. He was unwilling to relinquish this Diamond Tiger, not solely due to its immense value as a Tier 3 beast, but also for the sake of his own reputation. If he were to let this prey slip away, how could he possibly lead his team in the future? Allowing this hunt to escape today would only serve to tarnish his name throughout the hunting camp. "Captain, why waste words with them? Just a bunch of worthless fools who think they can challenge us crows. We won't bully you. But let the Diamond Tiger remain with us, and you can leave." One of the team members behind him was itching for a fight. Suddenly, a gust of bloody wind swept through the air. The chilling aura surged in Ro's eyes. Chapter 11, the sharp edge revealed. Ro's countenance shifted dramatically. In a flurry, he drew his weapon, raising it defensively. Clang! The tremendous force sent Ro stumbling back several steps. Ian clearly had no intention of letting him off easily. He closed the distance and launched a punch. Ro quickly steadied himself, raising his hand to block, simultaneously swinging his knife in an attempt to create space. To his astonishment, Ian showed no inclination to defend against Ro's blade. His punch continued unabated, aimed directly at Ro's throat. This madman. Ro was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Song Lang would not flinch in the slightest. It was evident that he intended to exchange injury for life. That punch would surely incapacitate him, potentially leading to his demise. Damn it, then let it come. Ro steeled himself, stepping forward forcefully, pivoting his body as he swung his steel blade down. Clang! The anticipated sensation of cleaving flesh did not materialize. Instead, the sound of metal clashing echoed. Bang! Ian's fist struck Ro's neck with tremendous force. Gasp! Ro's throat filled with blood, his face turning crimson as he spat out a mouthful of crimson liquid. "Captain, Song Lang, you're seeking death." One of the crow's team members charged at Ian, swinging his longsword, only to have Ian retaliate with a punch to his wrist, followed by a swift downward cut. The blade carved a massive gash from shoulder to abdomen, nearly severing him in two. "Shaoli, are you all right?" The remaining 3 members of the crow team rushed to support the injured individual, their expressions filled with dread as they looked at Ian coughing violently. Ro expelled congealed blood, his gaze towards Ian filled with disbelief. He had been unable to withstand even 2 exchanges against Song Lang. He was a Tier 3 warrior. Ro could even sense that Song Lang had intentionally held back some of his strength. Otherwise, he would have been killed outright. His blade had left no mark upon Song Lang. Everything surpassed Ro's understanding. Drip, drip. Vivid red blood splattered onto the ground, creating a grotesque display. "I'm asking you a question, Ro." Ian flicked his wrist, shaking off the blood, his gaze towards Ro calm and unperturbed as he casually inquired. "Is it truly appropriate to seize prey upon our first encounter?" Coughing, Ro struggled to speak, moving to Xiao Li's side to assess the situation. He bowed his head, clasping his fists. "Thank you, Song Lang, for your mercy. Whether it was that punch or the cut on Xiao Li, Song Lang had clearly shown restraint. Otherwise, both of their lives would have been forfeit. We acknowledge our inferiority, Ro rasped, his voice hoarse. Having endured that punch, being able to articulate was already a significant feat. He bore no grudge. Rather, he felt gratitude for the mercy shown. Such was the nature of the hunter's world. Those who were outmatched simply had to accept their fate. Yet Song Lang was exceedingly ruthless, quick to strike upon the slightest provocation. It would be wise to limit future interactions with such a fierce individual. We should take our leave. Xiao Li had already begun urgent bandaging. The immediate priority was to return to the hunting camp, where rudimentary medical equipment awaited. Rovi gazed at the pale wolf, discerning that the adversary had relinquished any intention of further engagement, and beckoned his team to depart. Upon hearing Rovi's call, one member of the crow team supported Xiao Li while the other two attempted to lift the third-tier ferocious bear lying beside the diamond tiger. Brother Luo, are we really just leaving? Ian chuckled softly. Did I permit your departure? Observing this, Wang Wei stepped forward, tugging at Ian's sleeve, and whispered, the pale wolf. We are all hunters. We encounter each other frequently. There is no need to be ruthless. Ian understood this sentiment well. In the realm of hunters, reputation held substantial weight. He wouldn't always be present at the camp. If matters were taken to an extreme, the remaining 4 members of the Blood Wolf team would find it exceedingly difficult to navigate through their lives in his absence. He remained silent, merely turning his gaze towards the third-tier ferocious bear. Rovi followed Ian's line of sight and comprehended the unspoken message. After a moment of silence, he declared, let the ferocious bear go. Captain, let it go, Rovi reiterated, then turned to Ian, lowering his voice, this matter rests upon us. This bear shall serve as compensation for the Blood Wolf team. Ian inclined his head slightly, choosing not to add further comment. At that very moment, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from behind, accompanied by labored breathing. Several figures burst forth from the underbrush, rushing towards the group. Help! Upon seeing the newcomers, Ian's gaze shifted beneath his mask. He recognized them all. At the forefront was Lin Qingyin, her body smeared with blood and dirt, the torn fabric of her clothing exposing large swathes of pristine white beneath. Following her were 7 students, each bearing their own injuries. 12 dark wolves trailed closely behind, emerging from the thicket, bearing bloodied fangs as they confronted the group. Help! Lin Qingyin dropped to her knees, clutching the pale wolf's attire in a near plea. She was utterly helpless, compelled to seek aid from a figure she felt profoundly familiar with. Another rustle ensued, and a second-tier dark wolf emerged from the underbrush, its piercing eyes scanning the figures ahead. Swiftly, without a moment's hesitation, a cold gleam seemed to slice through the air. In an instant, it pierced the wolf's skull, pinning it to the ground, silencing its anguished cry before it could escape. The remaining 12 dark wolves, witnessing this, attempted to flee, but Ian denied them the opportunity. Seizing Wang Wei's long knife with ease, his eyes, cold as ice beneath the wolf mask, flickered with deadly intent. Before long, the wolf pack lay vanquished. Woo-woo. Jiang Yu collapsed to the ground, hands covering her delicate face, tears streaming through her fingers. Zhang Wenhui's complexion turned ashen. He leaned on his steel knife. His body hunched as he fought the urge to vomit, yet nothing emerged, only dry heaves. Lin Qingyin knelt helplessly, devoid of color in her face, her eyes reddened. She longed to weep but found herself incapable. Staring vacantly at the second-tier dark wolf pinned to the ground, she murmured, it's all my fault. With the wolf pack annihilated, Lin Qingyin finally unraveled. The wolves had only paid the price of 2 first-tier dark wolves, yet had taken the lives of 8 of her students. Had she not acted impulsively in her panic, she wouldn't have given the second-tier dark wolf an opportunity. Had she remained composed, perhaps she could have led her students to safety. Take care. Lu Fei helped Lin Qingyin to her feet, offering words of comfort. In recent days, instructors had occasionally brought students for practical training. But Lu Fei had never witnessed such devastation before. She was at a loss for how to console this teacher. We should leave, Rovi stated tersely, signaling for the crow team to depart. He had seen his share of death. However, the manner in which the pale wolf had dispatched the second-tier beast had indeed left him astounded. In his position, he would never have been able to eliminate a second-tier beast with such efficiency. Hey, is this wolf pack not the one we encountered earlier? After the departure of the crow team, Wang Chong retrieved Ian's knife, casually tossing the second-tier dark wolf beside the diamond tiger and the ferocious bear before inquiring. At this remark, the grieving group turned in unison, staring at them in astonishment. Why? Zhang Wenhui suddenly surged forward, grasping Ian's garment with both hands. His face was pale, eyes bloodshot, as he glared at the masked figure, bellowing, why? Since you encountered them, why didn't you kill them? Why? Tears streamed down Zhang Wenhui's face as he heaved and shouted, 8 of our classmates are dead. Why? You could have killed these beasts, why? In the face of Zhang Wenhui's hysterical outburst, Ian remained unyielding, his eyes beneath the mask growing ever colder. Why should I care? Wang Wei stepped forward, pushing Zhang Wenhui aside to shield Ian. He genuinely feared that Ian might retaliate with lethal force against the boy. Infighting among hunters was not uncommon. But to strike against students transformed the nature of the situation entirely. Does it hurt? Wang Wei patted Zhang Wenhui's shoulder, gazing at the tear-streaked face. But this is the life of a warrior. We can slay beasts, yet we may also become prey, perishing at the jaws of those very beasts. Wang Wei chose not to elaborate further. They had traversed this path themselves, experiencing similar tragedies, and understood the student's anguish. But what of it? As he stated, this was the reality of being a warrior. Pale Wolf, shall we descend the mountain? Wang Wei glanced at Ian, and upon receiving a nod, he lifted the second-tier Dark Wolf with one hand while the other, alongside Wang Chong, supported the third-tier Ferocious Bear. Ian remained silent, moving to assist Lu Yang in carrying the Diamond Tiger. Truth be told, it was impossible for him to feel no tumult within. It was not merely the loss of 8 students. As he had mentioned, he was not closely acquainted with them, and their relationships could hardly be termed amicable. However, his homeroom teacher, Lin Qingyin, who had consistently looked out for him, would undoubtedly be affected by this tragedy. Even aside from the guilt gnawing at his heart, the death of 8 students was no trivial matter. While practical training could result in fatalities, losing such a significant number was unacceptable. As the teacher responsible for their safety, she would shoulder considerable blame. Let us depart. Lin Qingyin, seriously injured and limping, was supported by Lu Fei, who walked at the rear of the group. Lu Fei was aware of the connection between the Pale Wolf and these individuals. Earlier, the Pale Wolf's gaze had lingered longest upon this teacher. Though she was unsure of the details, she felt compelled to assist in any way she could. Lin Qingyin mustered her strength, suppressing the physical and emotional pain, urging her remaining students to follow the Blood Wolf team down the mountain. Whatever consequences awaited her, she resolved to bring her surviving students back safely. After a while, a thick fog unexpectedly enveloped the forest. Wang Wei had intended to prompt everyone to quicken their pace to descend the mountain before sunset. However, upon glancing back, he noticed 7 or 8 injured individuals trailing behind, most of whom were limping and could not hasten their pace. He realized that these students and their teacher shared some bond with the Pale Wolf. At the very least, they were not enemies. Forget it, if it's slow, then so be it. After all, the Pale Wolf, a formidable ally, bore no objections. On their descent from the mountain, they encountered several teams of hunters, descending in companionship. As they walked and conversed, a sense of unease began to creep in. Why were there so few exotic beasts on the southern mountain? Something felt amiss, profoundly amiss. They had spent a whole day ascending, yet had only encountered a single exotic beast, a wild boar of considerable size. Well, you folks are fortunate. We haven't seen a single exotic beast on this trip. One of the hunters exclaimed. Fortunate? Look at the blood wolves. They've encountered 2 third-tier beasts and 1 second-tier. Another retorted. What a load of nonsense. Would you like to trade your luck for mine? Wang Wei laughed, playfully rebuking his companion. All right, ha ha ha. We're no match for the blood wolves, the man replied, waving his hands dismissively, though not concealing his envy. He then shifted the conversation, saying, Brother Wang, I must admit, I have a rather ominous premonition. The absence of exotic beasts is making me anxious. Do you think these creatures are plotting something sinister? Wang Wei, however, did not share this sentiment. Throughout their day, they had encountered a fair number of exotic beasts and had reaped substantial rewards. A single third-tier beast could fetch several 100,000. Of course, a portion would go to the blood wolves, but even so, their earnings would be considerable. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us make our way down. Regardless of the circumstances, returning to the hunter's camp will bring some solace. Ian chose not to engage in the discussion. He too found the situation rather unsettling. Logically, even if they hadn't ventured deep into the exotic beast mountains, they should still have encountered some beasts in the depths of the southern mountain. He had been hoping to find a competent third-tier beast for a contract. But with no such luck, that idea was dashed. The Diamond Tiger, though third-tier, was not particularly formidable, making it a waste to use a blood contract on it. Nevertheless, he remained patient. There was still time before the martial examination. He could continue searching for exotic beasts later on. By the time they returned to the hunter's camp, night had fallen. A full moon hung in the sky like a jade platter. Surprisingly, a thick fog seemed to accompany them down the mountain, enveloping the entire wilderness. Lu Fei supported Lin Qingyin, leading the remaining 7 students to the makeshift clinic for treatment. With familiar company, the physicians there would at least provide proper care. The remaining 4 gathered around their simple tent. As usual, just transfer the money directly to my card, Ian said, accepting the cigarette Wang Wei handed him, shielding the flame from the wind. All right, Wang Wei nodded. They had already delivered 3 exotic beasts to the camp leader. Apart from the diamond tiger set aside for Eon, the remaining 2 beasts would net each of them a sum of 150,000. Even though hunters often risk their lives, this reward was certainly worth the peril. All of this was thanks to Eon, their blood wolf. As brothers, I won't bother with thanks, Wang Chong said, squatting beside them, throwing an arm around Ian's shoulders, and laughing heartily. Brother, I think I'll take a few days off to spend time with my kids. Sounds good. Wang Wei exhaled slowly, gesturing to Lu Fei as she returned. Having made some money, it was the perfect opportunity for everyone to take a break and attend to their personal affairs. While he was unmarried, his brother Wang Chong had children. Most of their earnings were spent on their kids. For martial artists, establishing a solid foundation from a young age was a significant investment. Speaking of children, Wang Chong beamed with pride and excitement, jovially embracing Eon as he said, "My 2 little rascals are remarkable. This time, I'll buy them the finest vitality medicine. I'll take you to meet them sometime. They should learn from their uncle so they can be as fierce as you in the future." Haha. Ian did not oppose this and nodded with a smile. When he first arrived at the hunter's camp, the 2 brothers had provided him with considerable assistance, teaching him how to hunt exotic beasts and guiding his growth step by step. The Lu siblings also sat together, happily chatting with everyone. Suddenly, a clamor erupted outside the tent. The sound of hurried footsteps, accompanied by the clash of weapons, reached their ears. Distinctly, there were cries of distress. The Blood Wolf's tent was situated deep within the camp, and the few inside were unaware of the commotion outside. "I'll go take a look," Wang Wei said, frowning as he discarded his cigarette and stood up. Just as he was about to step outside, an alarmed shout echoed throughout the hunter's camp. "A beast tide is attacking." Chapter 13. A 4th-tier exotic beast? A beast tide. The 5 individuals in the tent immediately stood to attention. The jovial atmosphere that had pervaded moments earlier vanished in an instant, replaced by a heavy dread. As hunters, they were all too aware of the terror that a beast tide could bring. "Listen to me," Wang Wei said, drawing his weapon with a serious expression. "If it is indeed a beast tide, chaos is certain to reign outside. We must not scatter." As the captain, he needed to ensure everything was arranged in advance. If they were to be dispersed by the beast tide, the consequences would be dire. Wang Wei did not need to elaborate further. His serious demeanor spoke volumes. "Especially you." He suddenly turned his gaze toward Ian. Ian was taken aback as he noticed the other 3 members of the Blood Wolves looking at him as well. "We must not linger in battle. If the situation becomes untenable, we must look for an opportunity to break free," Wang Wei said earnestly. Handing his bank card to Ian, Wang Chong and the Lu siblings followed suit. "We have an elderly mother at home. We're entrusting her to you, Brother Wolf," Lu Yang said with a smile. "Entrusting you with our family's future?" Ian chuckled, accepting their bank cards. "All right." Afterward, he donned his mask, unsheathed his steel knife, and stepped out into the fray. As he exited the tent, he was met with utter chaos enveloping the hunter's camp. A few exotic beasts had even breached the camp, knocking people down. Individuals were frantically struggling against them amidst the cacophony of cries and the roars of the beasts. The air was thick with the stench of blood. "Stick close to me," Ian shouted, taking the lead as they charged toward the camp's perimeter. As he passed by a beast that had just toppled a person, he swiftly severed its head with a single stroke. Thank you," the individual exclaimed, scrambling to his feet, blood streaming from his shoulder as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Ian paid him no mind and continued to push forward, occasionally swinging his knife to rescue another. Wang Wei and the others followed closely behind, their expressions grave. It was utter chaos. Even before reaching the camp's edge, they could ascertain the scale of this beast tide. There were certainly no fewer than 1,000 exotic beasts. "This is dire," Wang Wei murmured. "No wonder we encountered so few exotic beasts on the mountain these past 2 days. It seems those creatures were simply biding their time." His words turned prophetic. Shortly thereafter, Ian led the Blood Wolves to the outskirts. There, they found dozens of martial artists forming a defensive line, struggling to hold their ground. Outside the camp, the exotic beasts appeared endless, a dark mass that was impossible to count. They surged like a tide, crashing against the fragile defenses. "Brothers, hold strong. We must not let these beasts breach our lines." Everyone understood that if this defensive line fell and the beast tide flooded into the camp, none would escape with their lives. Many martial artists within the camp had yet to comprehend the gravity of the situation. They held on for just a moment longer, hoping that the martial artists could react in time to provide reinforcements, thus creating a glimmer of hope. They couldn't withstand much longer. "Help!" Suddenly, a voice cried out in desperation. Only 3 second-tier martial artists were present, accompanied by a few first-tier warriors, battling against the tide of beasts. It was evident that they were on the verge of being overwhelmed. "Damn it, we can't hold out any longer." The leading second-tier warrior, battered and bruised, wore an expression of utter despair. Suddenly, a flash of cold light appeared. Several monstrous creatures before him were cleaved in two by a single stroke, instantly alleviating some of the pressure. A figure adorned with a wolf mask stepped past him, followed closely by the 4 members of the Blood Wolf team, who braced themselves against the oncoming horde. The Tsang Wolf. The warrior's heart brightened, as if his previously hopeless spirit had found redemption. Leave this to us. You go assist elsewhere. Without a moment's hesitation, Ian cleaved through the beasts before him and shouted. The sounds of battle, furious roars, and the howls of the beasts filled the entire camp. Wang Wei and the others stood beside Ian, fiercely wielding their blades again and again. They fought for an indeterminate time. This is impossible, Wang Wei shouted. We simply can't kill them all. His body was covered in wounds, drenched in blood, unable to discern whether it belonged to the beasts or himself. These creatures were endless. For every one they killed, another would immediately surge forth. Among them were second-tier beasts, which he could not slay with a single strike, only to be wounded in return. Even with Ian's assistance in dispatching the second-tier beasts, Wang Wei felt himself nearing his limits, let alone the others. Tsang Wolf, find a way to break through. Don't worry about us. Ian remained silent. If he could break through, he would have done so already. He could still discern the gravity of the situation and would not act foolishly here. The number of beasts before him was simply overwhelming, a sea of monstrous forms. He had slain dozens, yet still saw no end in sight. To rashly charge into the horde would be tantamount to seeking death. Amidst the carnage, Ian observed that the majority of the beasts were first and second tier, with only a few third-tier creatures sporadically mixed in, making it impossible to eliminate them in a short span of time. Do not hesitate. If we continue like this, we will all perish here. Wang Chong also shouted towards Ian. Just then, a series of agonized cries echoed from not far away. Help! Help! Upon hearing the commotion, Ian turned to look, his heart sinking instantly. Their defenses had crumbled. Beasts surged into the camp one after another. People scattered in all directions, being pounced upon and viciously torn apart, blood and entrails splattering everywhere. Staying here will only lead to being surrounded and slaughtered by the beasts. Ian bellowed, Captain, we must retreat. Let us regroup with others. Wang Wei understood the urgency, and without hesitation led the group back towards the camp. Ian brought up the rear, ensuring the safety of his comrades. Soon, a building illuminated by lights came into view. It was the camp's clinic. The remaining warriors were gathering there. Tsang Wolf, over here. Ian looked up and was surprised to see Luo Wei calling out to them. In front of the clinic, several familiar third-tier martial artists had banded together, resisting the beasts that invaded the camp. We must join them. Ian continued to swing his blade, slaying the beasts that lunged at them, addressing Wang Wei. He understood Luo Wei's intentions. With the clinic at their backs, they would at least be shielded from ambushes from behind. Tsang Wolf, Captain Wang. Seeing the 5 members of the Blood Wolf team converge, Luo Wei shouted while fending off the beasts. We have notified the city defense army. Just hold on a little longer. Good. Wang Wei's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope. If they could just hold out until the city defense army arrived, the beast tide would surely be quelled. However, Ian remained silent. He scanned the area. There were only a dozen or so third-tier warriors. The rest were first and second tier. Even Zhang Wenhui had made it to the front lines, his eyes reddened, swinging his steel blade like a madman, yelling, I will fight you beasts to the end. Lin Xingyin was also on the front lines, dragging her injured body to shield the students behind her. The second-tier warriors hardly constituted a fighting force. She only wished to protect the last few students. This is impossible. We cannot hold out. Ian silently lamented. A group of the frail and wounded could hardly hope to wait for the city defense army to arrive. In no more than half an hour, they would be engulfed by the beast tide, leaving no trace behind. They must capture the leader first. Only by locating and eliminating the leader among the beast tide could they hope to resolve the crisis and ensure everyone's survival. Just then, a flash of purple light appeared in the distance. The purple glow grew larger in the eyes of the crowd. As it drew closer, it transformed into a massive crescent moon of violet hue, hurtling toward them. 4th tier. What? How could this be? It's over. Witnessing this scene, despair washed over the hearts of all present. The 1st to 3rd tier beasts relied solely on brute strength. Only those above the 4th tier possessed such extraordinary abilities. Faced with this purple crescent moon, Ian and the 3rd tier warriors rushed forward, raising their weapons in an attempt to intercept it. But the violet crescent seemed to slice through steel as if it were mere clay, effortlessly severing their blades. Several warriors at the forefront were decapitated, their hot blood spraying into the air, showering the others. It's over. The faces of Luo Wei and the other 3rd tier martial artists reflected a profound despair. All remaining hope was cleaved away by that violet crescent. Except for Ian. His eyes shone brighter, fixated on a wolf-like beast lurking behind the tide. Found you. Chapter 14. Blood Contract, 3rd Tier King Seed. Golden light technique, lightness technique. Ian silently recited the incantation. At the same time, he discarded his broken blade and seized the long sword from Zhang Wenhui's hands. What are you doing? Zhang Wenhui, still frantically hacking at the beasts, was taken aback when his weapon was snatched away. Ian paid him no mind. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, he plunged into the beast tide. Song Wolf, what are you doing? Are you insane? Come back. Charging in like this will only lead to your death. Don't be foolish. Some believe they understood Song Wolf's intentions and shouted after him. Just hold on a little longer. The city defense army is almost here. Song Wolf, do not act rashly. It dawned on them just then, watching the figure that had plunged into the tide. Their hearts were filled with shock. What? Song Wolf intends to behead a fourth-tier beast? Has he lost his mind? He is merely a second-tier warrior. What is he thinking? Hearing the astonished voices, Zhang Wenhui also grasped Song Wolf's intentions. At that moment, Song Wolf's figure had vanished into the tide of beasts. Without a weapon, he could only stare blankly at the chaos before him. He murmured, "Are you really planning to fight for everyone's survival? Damn it, you are truly a madman." Zhang Wenhui had forgotten his grievances and anger towards Song Wolf. In his eyes, Song Wolf was indeed a lunatic. That was a fourth-tier beast. To save everyone, he was willing to charge through the beast tide to behead a fourth-tier creature? What else could that be if not madness? Zhang Wenhui believed he could not achieve such a feat, let alone beheading a fourth-tier beast. He could not even bring himself to leap into the tide. Don't be ridiculous. How could that possibly be done? The lad has once again acted foolishly. At this moment, the two brothers, Wang Wei and Wang Chong, have also come to realize the gravity of the situation. Their eyes reddened as they scold him furiously. Ian's reckless charge into the beast tide has caused many of the aberrant creatures to change direction, significantly alleviating the pressure on the martial artists at the clinic. His audacious act has granted everyone a fleeting respite. I am truly impressed. Luo Wei leaned heavily on the hilt of his sword, panting heavily, his gaze fixed on the direction where Ian had vanished. The other third-tier martial artists remained silent, awed by the madness of this admirable fool. Indeed, you all speak of the Song Wolf's ferocity. I once thought that as fellow martial artists hunting together, how vicious could he truly be? But now, I am utterly convinced. I, too, am in awe. Regardless of the outcome, I owe him my gratitude. A fourth-tier aberrant beast. Good heavens, I am truly impressed. Unbeknownst to Ian, the thoughts swirling in the minds of those around him were far from his own. He relentlessly swung his long blade, dispatching all the aberrant creatures that dared to obstruct his path. One singular goal consumed him. Just moments ago, upon seeing that waning crescent moon, Ian had assumed it was the manifestation of a fourth-tier aberrant beast's power. However, upon the steel of his blade meeting the crescent, a realization struck him. That was no fourth-tier beast's ability. Typically, aberrant creatures only acquire special abilities upon reaching the fourth tier, yet everyone had overlooked one exception. That is, the royal bloodline aberrant beasts. These creatures are exceedingly rare, a 1 in 10,000 occurrence, each inherently unique and endowed with extraordinary abilities. Their combat prowess far surpassing their tier. Furthermore, as long as a royal bloodline beast does not perish prematurely, it is destined to grow into a beast king. Or rather, they are born as beast kings. It is entirely understandable that the other martial artists failed to recognize this. After all, royal bloodline aberrant beasts are remarkably uncommon, and it did not occur to them at that moment. Yet Ian had identified it, a third-tier royal bloodline creature, the Nightshade Wolf. His eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. As he pressed forward, the golden light technique had long since shattered, revealing numerous wounds across his body. Still, he was now less than 100 paces from the Nightshade Wolf. With a swift motion, a crimson talisman materialized in his hand, pressed firmly against his palm. Blood-packed. 100 paces away, the Nightshade Wolf had initially observed with keen interest the human charging through the beast tide towards it. It could not fathom what madness had overtaken this individual, merely regarding him as a curious plaything, even anticipating his approach. Yet, just moments ago, it sensed an overwhelming threat emanating from this human. Not only it, but the throngs of aberrant creatures, which had been poised to engulf the human from all sides. Now scattered in terror, as if confronted by a natural enemy. A howl erupted from the Nightshade Wolf, commanding the beast tide to continue their assault on the human. Yet all the aberrant creatures stood frozen in place, paralyzed by an instinctive fear that grew ever stronger, their fur erect with trepidation. The waning crescent moon suddenly launched towards Ian. Golden light surged around his blade as he unleashed a decisive strike. Clang! The crescent dissipated, and the long blade shattered, leaving no aberrant creature to impede his advance. In that instant, Ian stood face to face with the Nightshade Wolf, which sought to flee. But it was too late. He felt a surge of crimson energy erupt from his hand, as his internal spiritual power poured into the blood pact. The scarlet glow coalesced behind him, weaving a colossal bear silhouette. A thunderous roar reverberated across the wilderness, an oppressive force subduing the oncoming beast tide, including the nightshade wolf before him. This overwhelming pressure seemed to target only the aberrant creatures, rendering them incapable of resistance. Fear filled the nightshade wolf's eyes, overwhelming its spirit. It had no understanding of what was to come. It merely felt that this human before it bore the presence of a beast emperor, utterly suppressing its very bloodline. Then, the beast emperor raised his hand, pressing the crimson talisman against his own brow. With a whimper, a mysterious red inscription emerged on the nightshade wolf's forehead, radiating a bloody light. Simultaneously, a violet crescent moon materialized on Ian's brow, gleaming brilliantly. The intertwining of red and purple shot into the heavens, as if staining the full moon crimson. In the next moment, all extraordinary phenomena vanished. The pact was forged. Ian felt a unique essence intertwining deep within his soul. It was as if a bridge had been established between him and the nightshade wolf, allowing him to dictate its life or death with but a thought. The long-suppressed spiritual power within him shattered its constraints, advancing to the fourth tier. As the barrier crumbled, his body felt entirely unencumbered, a rush of clarity flooding through his veins. Once the spiritual energy settled, Ian exhaled a breath of stale air, gently caressing the wolf's head as he softly spoke. From this day forth, you shall be known as Nightshade. The Nightshade wolf, its fur as dark as the night, measuring 3 meters in length, now resembled a docile giant dog, lying at Ian's feet. From the moment the blood pact was sealed upon its brow, it understood it had been irrevocably bound. Recognizing that this human would be its master for all its days, the aberrant beasts, which had once surged like a tidal wave, now lay prostrate on the ground, as if welcoming their new king. They no longer harbored thoughts of aggression or devouring. Instead, they were filled with fear and reverence for this human. This was the weight of bloodline supremacy. Nightshade, summon the beast tide back, Ian commanded. A howl pierced the heavens, the cold moonlight flooding the wilderness once more. The aberrant beasts surged forth like a tide, only to retreat in unison. In the depths of the wilderness, a colossal figure slowly rose, gazing toward the direction of Yang City. Confusion, bewilderment, and perplexity filled its eyes. Moments ago, in its senses, it had felt an unexpected surge within its bloodline emanating from that direction. At the hunter's camp, just as the martial artists were on the brink of collapse, the beast tide withdrew en masse, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. What just transpired? That roar, it surely belonged to a fourth-tier aberrant beast, did it not? The beast tide has retreated. Could it be that Song Wolf has succeeded? Luo Wei, Wang Wei, Zhang Wenhui, Lin Xingyin, Jiang Yu, and indeed all the martial artists looked in unison toward a singular direction. There stood a diminutive figure, seemingly towering above, bathed in moonlight, reminiscent of a hero returning triumphant from a tale. No, he was nothing short of a hero, Jiang Yu murmured. Damn it. Zhang Wenhui gritted his teeth, no longer able to feign indifference. He was undeniably impressive. Chapter 15. Wishing you a safe journey and prosperous martial fortune. We survived. Just when we thought we would perish, we are alive. Ah, the sensation of survival is exhilarating. Ha! We are alive. Within the camp, the surviving martial artists gradually came to their senses. Some raised their fists, venting the fear they had harbored, while others fell silent, gazing at the blood-soaked ground strewn with severed limbs. Regardless, they had ultimately endured. That Song Wolf has returned. Song Wolf. Song Wolf. Hero. 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 Upon Ian's return to the camp, he was immediately surrounded by throngs of people. An unprecedented cheer erupted, as the people fervently expressed their gratitude, welcoming their triumphant heroes with the most fervent applause. After much effort, Ian finally extricated himself from the exuberant crowd. He had not brought the moon shadow along, merely instructing it to wait in the wilderness. The ability to control exotic beasts was far too unfathomable and enticing for the populace. Until his power was sufficient to render him unrestrained, this ability had to remain concealed. As he squeezed out of the throng, the Blood Wolf Quartet swiftly approached him. Wang Chong, with reddened eyes, forcefully patted Ian on the shoulder, his voice quivering with excitement. Songlong, you rascal. I thought I would never see you again. The rough man, now pale with fear, recalled Ian's prior audacity when he charged into the beast tide alone, an act so astonishing that no one believed he would return, let alone behead a fourth-tier exotic beast. Yet, against all odds, Ian had indeed accomplished the impossible and saved everyone. I thought I would never see those two little rascals at home again. The exhilaration in Wang Chong's heart overshadowed any pain he felt, leaving only gratitude towards Ian. Even Wang Wei, visibly shaken, approached Ian, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. After all, that had been a fourth-tier exotic beast. For a moment, He was at a loss for words. He could only manage a faint smile, patting Ian's shoulder. You truly have a penchant for reckless behavior. Thank you. Aside from gratitude, there seemed little else to convey. This young man before them had forged a miracle, rescuing everyone in the camp. Lu Yong dashed over, trembling with excitement, nearly wishing to envelop Ian in a grand embrace. Wolf brother, you're incredible. You are my idol. What virtue have I amassed to be your teammate? Although Lu Yong was older than Ian, the title Wolf brother was heartfelt. Finally, Lu Fei approached and earnestly thanked Ian, unpretentious in nature, did not rebuff their expressions of gratitude. With a flick of his wrist, 4 bank cards appeared in his hand. He then opened his palm to the group. Smiling as he spoke, I apologize, but I'm not suited for this guardianship. The 4 were momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter, their spirits lifted, dispelling the earlier gloom. At this moment, Wang Chong inquired curiously, but that was a 4th-tier exotic beast. How did you accomplish that? His question drew the attention of everyone in the camp. Luck, Ian replied, shaking his head, refraining from revealing that it was not a 4th-tier beast, but merely a 3rd-tier royal beast. He certainly could not disclose his trump card of beast mastery. Changing the subject, he added, I probably won't be coming back. What? Why? The group was perplexed. Ian saw no need to elaborate, having already contracted a pet beast. He had many pressing matters to attend to, returning to the Beast Master sect for advancement to the outer sect, acquiring new techniques, and exchanging for resources. He also needed to prepare for the martial examination, which would further preclude any time for hunting in the camp. Captain Wang Wei observed Ian, then glanced thoughtfully towards the direction of the class of students. Alas, although I anticipated this day, I did not expect it to arrive so swiftly. Wang Wei felt a twinge of emotion in his eyes, searching his person for something worthy to part with. He could only smile and embrace Ian, saying, A true dragon has emerged from the shallow waters. It's for the best, don't return. Finally, Wang Wei rubbed his eyes and solemnly stated, When the time comes, I'll rally everyone to cheer for you, wishing you smooth travels and great success in your martial endeavors. The remaining 4 understood that Ian truly intended to leave. They did not implore him to stay, merely embracing him in turn to bid farewell. Wolf brother, safe travels, and may fortune favor you. Although their time together was brief, they had forged a profound bond, sharing life and death and celebrating joys together. Reflecting on this period, Ian felt a pang of nostalgia. Upon his arrival at the Hunter-S camp, he had known nothing and had often been a burden. Yet, his teammates had never scorned him. Rather, they had fought valiantly to save him in times of peril. Time to go. Ian waved farewell to the group before turning towards his classmates. Songlong. From the moment Ian returned to the camp, Zhang Wenhui had fixed his gaze upon him. Now, as Ian approached, Zhang Wenhui felt a mix of excitement and trepidation. His eyes brimmed with admiration and respect. It wasn't until Ian stood before him that Zhang Wenhui managed to utter, Songlong, you're incredible. I'm in awe. Ian was momentarily rendered speechless by his exuberance, his eyes behind the mask filled with exasperation. Fool. Nevertheless, Zhang Wenhui's willingness to stand up and protect others in the face of danger spoke to his character. With that, Ian tossed him the broken knife. A debt repaid. Though it's broken, you'll have to figure it out yourself. Zhang Wenhui, flustered yet elated, clumsily caught the broken knife, his heart racing with excitement. He paid no heed to the fact that his knife had been severed, his mind consumed by Ian's recent words. I am the class leader. Protecting my classmates is only right. As he watched Ian's retreating figure, Zhang Wenhui clutched the broken knife, grinning foolishly, his smile stretching from ear to ear. Passing by the clinic, Ian glanced inside, and, relieved to see that their homeroom teacher, Lin Qingyin, was merely injured but not in mortal peril. He felt a weight lift from his heart. However, Lin Qingyin watched the figure and the confidence emanating from beneath the mask, her confusion deepening. Who exactly are you? She could not help but ask aloud. Yet, all that remained was Ian's silhouette as he waved farewell to the crowd. Under the vast expanse of stars and moonlight, he walked alone into the wilderness. No one attempted to impede him, nor did anyone express concern over the dangers that lurked in the wild. After all, he was the one who had wrought miracles. Sigh. Once the excitement faded, silence enveloped the camp. Aside from the fortunate Bloodwolf team, many had lost loved ones in the beast tide. Only then did the group seem to catch a whiff of the bloodshed that lingered in the air. Time passed. Though how long, no one could tell. In the distance, countless blinding lights approached, the roar of engines growing ever closer. After the beast tide receded, the city defense forces had finally arrived, albeit belatedly. Among them were the mayor of Yang City, the commander of the city defense forces, and the director of the education bureau. The city defense forces, their expressions grave, surrounded the entire camp. The 3 most powerful individuals in Yang City, stepping over a ground soaked in blood, approached the surviving warriors with solemnity. With serious expressions etched upon their faces, they inquired, "Did you repel the beast tide?" Chapter 16. What does it mean for a second-tier warrior to slay a fourth-tier exotic beast? The beast tide? To hell with you. You only know to come now. Why didn't you come earlier? What use is it now? What use? A voice, filled with raw emotion, shouted, eyes aflame with rage, as he attempted to charge forward. Old Zhao, calm down. Fortunately, another individual managed to seize him, promptly offering repeated apologies to Mayor Jiang, Commander Chun, and Director Zhang. I apologize, Mayor Jiang, Commander Chun, Director Zhang. Old Zhao was simply too agitated. Jiang Tianyuan and the director of the Education Bureau, Zhang Renjia, exchanged glances, seemingly unfazed by the impudent behavior of this martial artist. The blood and severed limbs strewn across the ground spoke volumes about the ferocity of the beast horde. Emotional upheaval was a natural human response. The two men remained indifferent to how the surviving martial artists might berate them in their hearts, as they were preoccupied with matters of greater significance. Their gazes swept through the crowd, growing increasingly grim as they failed to locate the individuals they sought. It was not until they heard a faint voice calling from a nearby building, "Dad, over here," that Jiang Tianyu turned to see his daughter, Jiang Yu, along with Zhang Wenhui and several others. They appeared relatively unscathed, save for a few minor injuries. The expressions of the two most powerful figures in Yang City finally relaxed as they exchanged a nod of understanding. They then turned to Commander Chen Yong, saying, "Commander, we will leave this to you. Go ahead, I'll handle things here." Chen Yong naturally understood Jiang Tianyu and Zhang Renjia's intentions. Typically, such a minor beast horde could be managed by the city's defense forces, but their children were present, which prompted their rushed arrival. The two men approached the clinic and entered directly. Upon discovering that only 7 students remained, Zhang Renjia's countenance darkened immediately. Yang City No. 1 high school was the finest institution in the city, and Class 1 was its most prestigious class. The students therein either hailed from influential backgrounds or boasted exceptional academic achievements. Lin Xingyin had taken the students preparing for martial arts examinations out of the city for practical training, and now only 7 remained? If Lin Xingyin were not the daughter of his former superior, Zhang Renjia would have been tempted to strike her down. With a grim expression, he addressed Lin Xingyin, the class teacher, Ms. Lin, the students. "Dad." Zhang Wenhui stepped forward, interrupting Zhang Renjia mid-sentence and shielding Lin Xingyin behind him. His gaze was resolute and earnest, unwavering in the face of his father's cold stare. When the beast horde attacked, Ms. Lin fought valiantly to protect everyone, sustaining severe injuries in the process. Regrettably, she was unable to prevent the loss of 8 students to the jaws of the beasts. Zhang Wenhui paused, adding solemnly, "Their remains were utterly obliterated." The weight of his words stunned not only Zhang Renjia and Jiang Tianyu, but also the remaining students and Lin Xingyin herself. Indeed, Jiang Yu rose to defend. Addressing Zhang Renjia, "Uncle Zhang, Ms. Lin did all she could to protect us." Subsequently, the students rallied, standing united. During the ordeal on the mountain, Ms. Lin had truly given her all to safeguard them. Even while grievously injured, she had stepped forward without hesitation when the beast horde descended. Lying on the hospital bed, Lin Xingyin gazed at the silhouettes of her students, her eyes suddenly brimming with tears, overwhelmed by guilt and self-reproach. Suddenly, Zhang Renjia chuckled, sharing a glance with Jiang Tianyu before turning to Zhang Wenhui, saying, "Well done, young man, you've grown." In the past, Zhang Wenhui would never have dared to contradict him, yet now he boldly interrupted in defense of his teacher. Zhang Renjia felt a mix of emotions. Having faced life and death, the boy had matured unexpectedly. He pulled 2 chairs and invited Jiang Tianyu to sit before addressing Zhang Wenhui. "Now, tell me, what transpired during the beast horde, and how did it end?" The number of monster remains outside doesn't add up. It is evident that the beast horde retreated on its own. Clearly, the surviving martial artists outside could not have achieved that. "Dad, it happened like this," Zhang Wenhui began, relieved that his father had not pressed further on the topic of Ms. Lin. He gathered his thoughts and recounted, "Initially, we were resting at the camp when suddenly someone shouted that the beast horde was attacking. We intended to help, and Ms. Lin shielded us. Shortly thereafter, we heard cries that the defenses had been breached, and countless beasts surged into the camp. The martial artists gathered outside the clinic, desperately holding their ground while awaiting assistance from the city's defense forces. Eventually, a 4th-tier beast appeared, shattering the last line of defense. Just when it seemed we could hold out no longer and were about to be overwhelmed by the horde, a man named Songlong stepped forward, charging alone into the fray." Zhang Wenhui recounted slowly, while Jiang Yu interjected with supplementary details. Particularly at the mention of Songlong, everyone in the clinic turned their attention, their eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. Wait a moment. As the two recounted their tale, Jiang Tianyu and Zhang Renjia furrowed their brows. Once they finished, Zhang Renjia raised a hand, saying, "If I am not mistaken, this Songlong is merely a second-tier martial artist." He charged into the beast horde alone to attempt the decapitation of a fourth-tier beast. Ultimately, he succeeded in doing so, killing the fourth-tier beast amidst the encirclement and forcing the horde to retreat, thereby saving you all. Zhang Renjie was momentarily at a loss, incredulity washing over him. He recognized each word, yet the meaning eluded him. "Come, explain to me what it means for a second-tier martial artist to charge solo into a beast horde. What does it mean for a second-tier martial artist to decapitate a fourth-tier beast? Do you comprehend what a fourth-tier beast is?" As Zhang Renjie spoke, his expression grew increasingly frigid. In his view, his son was spouting utter nonsense. That was a fourth-tier beast. Even he, the esteemed director of the Yang City Education Bureau and a peak fourth-tier martial artist, would require considerable effort to slay a fourth-tier beast, let alone amidst the chaos of a beast horde. Even Jiang Tianyu, seated beside him, showed signs of discomfort. As the mayor of Yang City and a fifth-tier expert, he could indeed slay a fourth-tier beast amidst a smaller horde, but it would come at a significant cost. Cough went away. Jiang Tianyu cleared his throat, believing he understood his son's underlying feelings, and spoke gently. "I can assure you that we will not hold Ms. Lin accountable, but you must speak the truth to us. This matter is of utmost importance. The beast horde assaulting the camp is no trifling matter. How exactly was this horde resolved?" After a moment's thought, Jiang Tianyu turned to his daughter. "Xiaoyu, you speak." "Dad, everything Zhang Wenhui said is true." Jiang Yu met her father's gaze, her expression serious. "I know you and Uncle Zhang may not believe it, but this is the reality. It was indeed Songlong who saved us." Her eyes sparkled with admiration. Jiang Tianyu and Zhang Renjie exchanged solemn glances, falling into silence as they regarded their children, the remaining students, and the others in the clinic. When it came to Songlong, their expressions bore no trace of deceit. Instead, they were filled with earnestness, respect, and gratitude. Despite the difficulty in believing, both men realized that the students were not lying. Just who was this Songlong? Jiang Tianyu rose, surveying the room before finally addressing Zhang Wenhui. "Who is this Songlong you mentioned, and where can we find him?" "Fetch him here." Chapter 17. I am quite familiar with Songlong. He cannot be summoned. He has already left. Zhang Wenhui shook his head and replied, "Gone? Did you not say he was still alive?" Zhang Renjie furrowed his brow, casting a questioning glance at his son. Realizing that his father had misunderstood, Zhang Wenhui hurriedly clarified. "He left just before you arrived, venturing alone into the wilderness." At this juncture, a smile of pride and elation illuminated Zhang Wenhui's face as he told his father. "Let me tell you, when Songlong went to slay the fourth-tier beast, he wielded my knife." He proudly displayed the broken blade for his father's admiration. The other individuals in the clinic looked at Zhang Wenhui with envious eyes upon hearing this. Before Songlong departed, he praised me, saying I was a man. At that moment, Zhang Renjie felt a surge of frustration, wanting to reprimand his son or perhaps even give him a good thrashing, a torrent of expletives bubbling up in his throat. Yet, he understood that more pressing matters lay at hand. He took the broken knife, scrutinizing it for some time before confirming it was indeed the weapon he had prepared for his son. He then handed it to Jiang Tianyu, who examined it as well. Finding nothing amiss, both were filled with bewilderment. Could it be that all they had heard was true? Had that Songlong truly, as a second-tier warrior, bravely faced the tide of beasts and decapitated a fourth-tier creature? At this moment, a soldier clad in the uniform of the City Defense Corps entered the clinic and reported. "Mayor Jiang, Director Zhang, Commander Chen wishes to discuss an urgent matter." The two exchanged glances before stepping outside, with Zhang Wenhui and Jiang Yu trailing closely behind, anxious that these two influential figures might make decisions detrimental to Songlong. "Old Chen, what is it?" Jiang Tianyu inquired as they approached. Upon their arrival, Chen Yong, with a furrowed brow, stated directly, "I previously questioned the survivors regarding the beast tide. According to their accounts, one individual played a decisive role." "Songlong?" Zhang Renjie blurted out. This revelation startled not only Zhang Renjie, but also Jiang Tianyu, with Chen Yong staring at Zhang Renjie in astonishment. "You have heard of him too?" Indeed, Jiang Tianyu nodded. Pulling Zhang and Chen aside, he now realized the gravity of the situation. A second-tier warrior known as Songlong had single-handedly charged into a beast tide capable of obliterating the hunter's camp, beheading fourth-tier beasts. It sounded almost fantastical. Yet, whether among the students in the clinic or the survivors outside, everyone spoke of this name. Even if some details were slightly askew, it was enough to affirm that such a person existed, that Songlong. Chen Yong, his eyes wide with shock, turned to the two who had followed him. Zhang Wenhui and Jiang Yu. "Uncle Jiang, Uncle Chen, Dad, I am not deceiving you." Upon hearing this, the three most powerful and esteemed individuals in Yang City could no longer conceal their astonishment. Who was he? What was his identity? What did he look like? "Wenhui, quickly tell us everything you know." Jiang Tianyu urged, his urgency palpable. This matter was of utmost significance. A second-tier warrior capable of slaying fourth-tier beasts amidst a beast tide was indeed terrifying and astonishing. I know nothing. Zhang Wenhui shook his head. Songlong always wears a mask. I do not know what he looks like, only that his voice sounded very youthful. When we first arrived at the hunter's camp, an older brother, while chatting with us, speculated that Songlong might be a student. What? Zhang Renjia's eyes lit up with excitement as he grasped his son's shoulders. Songlong is still a student. Is he from Yang City? As the director of the Yang City Education Bureau, this matter was of immense importance to him. If this Songlong were indeed a student from Yang City, with his second-tier strength capable of slaying fourth-tier beasts, he could easily triumph in the martial arts examination set for half a month later. The martial arts examination was the grandest event throughout the entire daxia, drawing national attention. If the top scorer hailed from their Yang City, it would elevate his status as the education director. This was no ordinary student. He must be safeguarded at all costs. Zhang Renjia was so overwhelmed with excitement that he seemed almost beside himself. Dad, I've already said I know nothing. Zhang Wenhui had never seen his father so flustered before. But upon reflection, he recognized it was a natural reaction. How could he possibly know if Songlong was a student from Yang City? At this moment, Chen Yong interjected. I heard earlier that Songlong is a member of a hunting team called Blood Wolf. Perhaps they might have some insight. As he spoke, Chen Yong summoned a soldier and issued a few instructions. If Songlong were indeed a student from Yang City and capable of claiming victory in the martial arts examination, it would also reflect well upon him as the commander of the city's defense corps. Before long, the 4 members of Blood Wolf were brought before them. Greetings, esteemed leaders, Wang Wei said, maintaining a composed demeanor despite facing the 3 most powerful figures in Yang City for the first time. He had already surmised that they had summoned him for some inquiry. You are the leader of the Blood Wolf hunting team? Jiang Tianyu asked. Yes, Wang Wei nodded. Then you should note Songlong's true identity. Speak, Jiang Tianyu commanded, his gaze piercing into Wang Wei's eyes. An invisible pressure caused cold sweat to bead on Wang Wei's back. I don't know, Wang Wei gritted his teeth. How could he possibly divulge Ian's identity to them? Don't know? Yes, Songlong always wears a mask. How could I know his identity? The atmosphere grew tense. Just as Wang Wei pondered how to proceed, the weight of pressure suddenly lifted. Not knowing is fine. Jiang Tianyu waved his hand, signaling for the Blood Wolf members to leave. Facing Zhang Renjia's puzzled gaze, Jiang Tianyu smiled and said, in the Yang City Hunters camp, he is undoubtedly a local. As for whether he is a student, we shall know in half a month. There is no need for haste. This resonated with Zhang Renjia, who finally grasped the situation. He had been too impatient, failing to consider this perspective. The truth would reveal itself in a fortnight. At least one thing was certain. Songlong indeed existed. How thrilling, Jiang Tianyu remarked with a smile. Yang City possesses such a prodigious talent. A second-tier warrior capable of slaying fourth-tier beasts. Truly astounding. Zhang Renjia and Chen Yong shared in this anticipation, hoping that Songlong would emerge in the martial arts examination, allowing them to witness the prowess of this young prodigy. Ian, however, was perplexed. He had merely rested for 2 days in his rented accommodation, yet upon stepping outside, it seemed the entire Yang City was abuzz with discussions about Songlong. Everyone was recounting the events of the Beast Tide 2 days prior, where a young man named Songlong had showcased extraordinary valor, slaying the Beast King. Questions swirled regarding Songlong's identity, with speculations about his true nature circulating. Some claimed he was a prodigy emerging from a reclusive family, while others suggested he had once been a worthless individual, subjected to scorn and humiliation, only to have his entire clan willingly sacrifice themselves, enabling him to attain superb talent and thus flourish in martial pursuits. That was indeed half right. Some even went so far as to claim that Songlong was a transformed beast from Ian's past, even when Ian ventured downstairs for a meal. The elderly woman selling steamed buns downstairs incessantly boasts to her customers that Songlong is the godson of her great-aunt's second uncle's grandmother, a martial arts prodigy since childhood, with suitors flocking to her door in droves. Unable to endure the incessant harassment, Songlong fled to Yangqing, where he even dined on buns at her shop. Auntie, I'll have 2 large meat buns, Ian said, standing before the bun stall, filled with helplessness as he listened to the proprietress speak of her connection to Songlong. I wonder who is so malicious as to make me famous, Ian mused. In just 2 days, the entire city of Yangqing buzzed with discussions about him, indicating that someone must be orchestrating this situation. Yet, it wasn't entirely negative. Ian glanced at the street, where numerous individuals donned wolf masks, as if, in an instant, the wolf mask had transformed into a fashion statement. After devouring the buns, Ian pulled out a mask and placed it upon his face. Behind him, the bun shop owner exclaimed in delight, Little E, you know Songlong too. Ian waved his hand dismissively. Ah, we're quite familiar. Chapter 18. Gifted powers in the Yangqing black market. Within the apothecary, old Lu was feeling rather gloomy. Just a few days prior, he had the misfortune of following a customer wearing a wolf mask, only to have his legs broken in 2 places, leaving him confined to a wheelchair. To make matters worse, having boasted about his exploits, he had also gained an unwanted father figure. He had assumed the matter would fade with time, but inexplicably, the streets were now filled with individuals wearing wolf masks. Among 10 customers entering the apothecary, 5 wore these masks, nearly sending old Lu into a panic. Welcome, the apothecary owner greeted as yet another masked customer entered. He lowered his head and inquired, "Are you here to sell or to buy medicine?" Having seen so many masked patrons in recent days, he had grown accustomed to it. After hearing of Songlong's illustrious deeds, he was almost certain that the individual who often procured top-quality medicinal herbs was none other than Songlong himself. Truth be told, the owner felt a pang of fear at the thought of Songlong paying him a visit. He had instructed old Lu to follow Songlong, a situation that could escalate dramatically. If Songlong were to demand retribution, there would be little he could do. After all, this was a formidable individual capable of decapitating 4th-tier beasts amid a beast tide. I need some healing medicine. We're on familiar terms, so don't try to pass off fakes. Ian approached the counter, tapping on it with his fingers. Due to the constant battles faced by martial artists in Blue Star, they had delved deeply into the study of healing medicines, which were reasonably priced given that they were in Great Xia currency. In terms of cost-effectiveness, they surpassed the Sect's elixirs. Upon hearing that familiar voice, the owner was startled, abruptly lifting his head to gaze blankly at the familiar wolf mask before him. He quickly regained his composure, forcing a smile, and nodded earnestly. "Old sir, how could I dare to mislead you? Just a moment." With that, he hurried into the back room, wearing a sheepish grin. In the back room, old Lu sat in his wheelchair, expressionless and at a loss. He recognized that familiar voice. Even if it turned to ashes, he would remember it. As the owner passed by him, he patted his shoulder, conveying a look of resignation. Alas, one cannot escape calamity. Old Lu steeled himself and wheeled into the main hall. Spotting that familiar figure, he felt a surge of panic and attempted to stand, only to find his legs unresponsive, instead experiencing a sharp pain. With a smile that was more grotesque than a frown, he stammered, "Old sir, you've come, huh?" Ian regarded him in silence, leaving old Lu in an awkward predicament. Unable to stand, sitting felt equally uncomfortable. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He fished out a bank card from his pocket. Presenting it with both hands, "Old sir, this is my token of respect for you." Ian accepted the card and glanced at old Lu. It was an anonymous card, containing 200,000. Old Lu responded with utmost reverence. "Yes, indeed." Ian pocketed the card with a slight nod. "Now, begone." Old Lu felt as though he had been granted a reprieve, hurriedly maneuvering his wheelchair back to the back room. Moments later, the owner rushed out, returning to the counter with the medicine in hand. "Old sir, this is our finest healing medicine. For internal and external use, its efficacy is top-notch." Ian replied as he accepted the medicine. He had exhausted his supply of healing potions in recent days and needed to keep a stock. Just as he was about to pay, the owner waved his hands frantically. "Oh dear, as long as you hold no grudges, how could I dare take your money? This medicine is on the house." Ian chuckled at this unexpected turn of events. He had merely come to replenish his supply of healing potions and had not anticipated such generous treatment. The owner truly was a kind-hearted individual. He would have to frequent this place more often. "Very well, goodbye," Ian waved, departing the apothecary amidst the owner's warm send-off. Afterward, he procured a standard steel knife from the black market and purchased 2 large jars of liquor from a tavern. Upon leaving the black market, Ian returned to the orphanage, bringing an assortment of snacks for the children. He was then forcibly compelled by Mama Wu to partake in a meal at her home. At the dining table, Wu Shuamai, while serving Ian, remarked, "We've just received a substantial donation of 1,500,000. It's quite a lot." Ian smiled. "You should accept it. It's wonderful that someone is willing to spend money on the children." "Indeed, but who could it possibly be? They keep sending money to our orphanage, and we hardly know how to spend it all." Wu Shuamai's murky eyes revealed a hint of concern. "Let it be. The money should be spent where needed. The children are growing and laying the foundation for their futures. If they wish to pursue the martial path, they must establish a solid groundwork from a young age to ensure longevity in their endeavors. With dozens of children in our care, this sum may not even suffice." Ian reassured her, causing Wu Shumai to pause, nodding in agreement before sighing. "If only we had laid down your foundation back then." Upon hearing this, Ian smiled. "Am I not doing quite well now?" "Take care, Mama Wu," he said as he stepped out, waving goodbye. "Slow down, and be careful," Wu Shumai called after him, adding, Yao's Memorial Day is approaching. I will return, Ian replied, bidding farewell as he exited the gates of the orphanage. Yao was Wushuamai's daughter, the sister who had rescued Ian on that fateful rainy night, only to perish on his 4th birthday. This vendetta had lingered in his heart for 14 years. In the wilderness, beneath the waning moon, a low growl was heard. A violet crescent moon surged forward at incredible speed toward a distant boulder. With a resounding crash, the boulder shattered, its upper half exploding into rubble, while the lower half was riddled with cracks, featuring a smooth-cut surface. Is it this powerful? Ian gaped at the fractured boulder, then at the steel knife in his hand, before finally glancing down at the wolf lying at his feet. With a proud howl, Yua lifted its magnificent wolf head, exclaiming its prowess. Incredible! Haha, truly the gift of innate powers. Ian joyfully patted the wolf's head, disregarding its displeased gaze, and affectionately ruffled its fur. He could hardly have anticipated that the waning moon he had severed with his own hands would possess such formidable power. Indeed, at the moment he forged a blood contract with the spectral moon, a purple crescent mark materialized upon his forehead. This ethereal emblem bestowed upon him the innate abilities of the royal breed, the spectral moon wolf. It was this very crescent that he had just unleashed, capable of shattering colossal boulders. With his current martial prowess, Ian was able to conjure the crescent 3 times in succession. This ability did not deplete spiritual energy, rather, it consumed vitality. This was only to be expected, as the spectral moon wolf by his side had never cultivated spiritual energy. How could its innate powers drain such a resource? It seemed that there was more to the crescent than met the eye. Leaning against the spectral moon, Ian pondered, sensing the purple emblem on his forehead and realizing that, aside from the crescent, there must be another function yet to be discovered. Could it be another supernatural ability? A low whine escaped the wolf's lips, indicating its own ignorance. Asking it would be futile. Ian, attuned to the wolf's thoughts, understood that it truly did not know. After a moment's contemplation, he decided it was time to return to the Beastmaster sect, having contracted a companion beast and advanced to the 4th level of chi refinement. He was now eligible to join the outer sect. He had heard that within the sect, there were cultivation techniques for demonic beasts. Given the innate strength of royal breed beasts, which could naturally ascend to the rank of Beast King over time, he dared not imagine the rapid growth his companion would experience if paired with such techniques. Very well, let us venture to a splendid place, Ian declared, his heart brimming with anticipation as he waved his hand, summoning a cerulean portal. Whoa, haha, Ian exclaimed as he mounted the back of the spectral moon wolf, patting its head with glee. Onward. Chapter 19. Ascension to the Outer Sect. Wu? The sudden change took the spectral moon wolf by surprise. Just moments ago, it had been traversing the wilderness with its master, only to find itself stepping through a cerulean frame and emerging in a forest filled with towering trees, as if they had entered an entirely different realm. Let us ascend the mountain, Ian encouraged, giving the wolf a reassuring pat on the head as he pointed towards the direction of the sect. He had tested the portal's ability to transport living beings a year prior, which made the prospect even more thrilling. If he could one day master all the exotic beasts of Blue Star, the vision was too beautiful to contemplate. As the man and wolf dashed through the verdant woods towards the sect, it was primarily the spectral moon wolf that sprinted, while Ian rode upon its back. It was a moment filled with nostalgia, how he had once ridden the back of a dog in his childhood, and now, he found himself atop a wolf. Woo! The spectral moon expressed its displeasure, feeling slighted by the comparison. Before long, the resplendent jade-white gates of the sect came into view, causing the wolf's pace to slow. Ian dismounted and addressed the spectral moon. This is the entrance to the Beastmaster sect. There are many predecessors of yours within. Be cautious in all matters. Do you understand? Woo! Without needing Ian's prompt, the wolf had already sensed the formidable auras within the sect, some even more terrifying than any beast king it had encountered. Woo! Suddenly, the spectral moon howled at Ian, asserting its royal lineage and future destiny as a beast king. Indeed, Ian chuckled, affectionately ruffling the wolf's fur. Now, let us return to the sect. He first led the spectral moon wolf back to his quarters, confirming that Su Jibai had entered the outer sect. He then mounted the wolf's back and headed straight towards the residence of Elder Xiong. Along the way, they encountered numerous disciples of the Beastmaster sect, who gazed upon them with expressions of astonishment and envy, showering Ian with admiration. It must be said that the spectral moon was indeed strikingly handsome, allowing Ian to bask in its glory. Who wouldn't want to ride a majestic wolf, completely black-coated, with sleek fur and a length of 3 meters? The pair stole the spotlight. Woo! The wolf's voice conveyed a sense of pride, its steps growing lighter and more jubilant. Ultimately, they arrived at the entrance of a cavernous abode. Elder Xiong, Ian called into the dark recesses of the cave, where visibility was poor. He looked around, noting the absence of a door, and called out again. After a moment's pause, a deep voice resounded from within. Who is it? Soon, a massive shadow emerged leisurely from the cave. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Elder Xiong himself. Disciple Ian, paying respects to Elder Xiong. Wu. Ian bowed respectfully, with the spectral moon echoing a howl in acknowledgement. Ah, it's you. Elder Xiong squinted at Ian before turning his gaze to the spectral moon wolf, his eyes lighting up. Not bad. This companion of yours possesses commendable talent, exceptional roots, and a unique bloodline, truly a rare find. Thanks to the blood contract bestowed by Elder Xiong. Ian was taken aback that Elder Xiong could discern the wolf's unique bloodline at a glance. He clasped his fists in gratitude, retrieving 2 jars of wine from his storage pouch to present to Elder Xiong. Beside him, the spectral moon blinked, its eyes filled with confusion. How could this bear converse so eloquently? Haha. Once you reach the foundation establishment stage, you too shall be able to articulate in human speech. Elder Xiong boomed with laughter. Should you form a demon core, you could even transform into a human. With that, he accepted the jars from Ian and stowed them away in his own storage pouch. Having come to express gratitude to Elder Xiong, Ian also sought counsel regarding his ascension to the outer sect. Elder Xiong waved his massive hand nonchalantly. What is this? Little Su has informed me to guide you to him upon your return. Wait a moment, and I shall take you to the outer sect. Elder Xiong retreated into the cave and shortly re-emerged draped in his ceremonial robe. Ian was left in awe by the speed at which Elder Xiong moved. It was as if the ground had shrunk, allowing him to traverse great distances in mere strides. After approximately half an hour, they finally arrived at a plaza nestled halfway up the mountain. The site was enchanting, enveloped in mist, with ancient-style structures dotting the landscape. There are formations on the mountain. With my guidance, you will be exempt from the outer sect assessments. Otherwise, it would take you an eternity to ascend on your own. Elder Xiong's voice resonated in Ian's ears. Only then did Ian realize that he had seen several errand disciples struggling up the mountain with their beasts, each drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, suggesting that the climb was an arduous task for them. It seemed that the ascending formations were indeed designed for combat, often employed for assessments. Thank you, Elder Xiong. Come, this way. I will first take you to register your identity token. Elder Xiong led Ian to a building adorned with the inscription Ascension Pavilion. Upon entering, they discovered a desk at which sat a golden-furred monkey. Gigi. This is my little brother. He has just contracted a companion beast and broken through to the 4th level of Qi refinement. I brought him to register his identity token, Elder Xiong said, giving Ian a gentle push forward. Upon hearing this, the golden-furred monkey immediately adopted a respectful demeanor, hastily retrieving a jade token. Gigi, provide a drop of your essence blood, then press the jade token to your forehead. The bear steward took on the role of translator. Upon hearing his words, Ian complied and pressed the jade token firmly against his forehead, distinctly sensing a subtle connection forming between himself and the token. Now, be sure to keep this life token safe. It not only serves as proof of your identity, but is also essential for any endeavors you undertake within the sect. The bear steward instructed before turning to exit the Ascension Pavilion. Come, let me first escort you to collect your outer sect robe, and afterward, I will take you to Xiaosu. Thank you, senior brother monkey, Ian expressed with a respectful bow to the golden-haired monkey, uncertain of its name but confident that addressing it as senior brother would not be amiss. The golden-haired monkey appeared momentarily taken aback, but returned the gesture with a fist salute, chattering in delight. Upon exiting the Ascension Pavilion, Ian felt a wave of emotion. The feeling of connection made everything remarkably smooth. If it had been any other miscellaneous disciple stepping into the outer sect, the process would have been infinitely more cumbersome. When receiving the outer sect disciple robe, Ian encountered a rabbit, which, despite its inability to speak, was methodical in its actions. Furthermore, he was given 5 spirit stones, which were said to be the cultivation resources distributed monthly to outer sect disciples. However, within the outer sect plaza, most of the individuals he observed were spirit beasts, with only a handful of outer sect disciples hurrying about. Inquiring with the bear steward, he was informed that all outer sect disciples possessed spirit beasts. Thus they would not need to engage in menial tasks like the miscellaneous disciples. Instead, they devoted their time to cultivation, studying spells, alchemy, forging, and talisman crafting. Tasks requiring contributions within the sect were naturally delegated to their spirit beasts. Oh whoa. This revelation left UUF feeling highly dissatisfied, though everything here was filled with novelty. The thought of having to work alongside monkeys and rabbits in the future filled its heart with despair. It would be far more liberating to remain in the wilderness. Yet, Ian chose to disregard UUF's discontent. The bear steward halted his steps, announcing, "Here we are. This will be your abode from now on." Chapter 20. Techniques of the Beast Cultivation. The bear steward led Ian and the wolf to a separate courtyard, explaining, "This is your residence in the outer sect. Though it is empty, you will need to furnish it yourself." Ian was taken aback. Outer sect disciples were afforded such a separate dwelling? He then heard the bear steward add, "Just next door is Xiao Su's courtyard. Come, I haven't seen Xiao Su in a few days, and I miss him dearly, huh?" Following the bear steward to the adjacent courtyard, Ian knocked on the door. It was soon opened from within by none other than Su Jibai. "You returned so quickly?" Upon recognizing Ian, Su Jibai expressed surprise, glancing over at Yue beside him, and could not help but compliment, "Very well suited as your spirit beast. Given that you are often out fighting, having this companion brings me much peace of mind." Although unaware of the relationship between the man and its master, Yue felt a swell of pride at the praise. "This is my elder brother. You should regard him as you do me, understand?" Ian gently patted the wolf's head, speaking earnestly. Hearing this, Su Jibai smiled and invited them into the courtyard, adding, "I have just prepared a gift for your entry into the outer sect." "And here you are. A gift?" Ian inquired, intrigued. "Haha, I'll hand it to you later," Su Jibai teased, keeping the surprise under wraps. Once inside, Ian noted that the courtyard was quite spacious, featuring a pond, various flowers and trees, and even a small plot of spirit field for disciples to cultivate their own crops. The Beast Cultivation Sect was indeed generous. Outer sect disciples enjoyed such privileges, truly worthy of their past glory atop the Tianyuan Continent. Even after falling to a second-tier status post-catastrophe, their substantial foundation remained evident. Upon entering the inner hall, Su Jibai invited them to sit. "Come, let us drink and chat." The bear steward showed no intention of leaving, settling beside them. His robust figure made the chair appear somewhat comical. He produced the 2 jars of wine Ian had brought and placed them on the table. "You've just entered the outer sect. I imagine you have many questions. It's a perfect opportunity for Old Bear to enlighten you." Su Jibai nodded slightly. "Old Bear?" Ian asked in confusion, but seeing that Su Jibai had spoken, he also had queries of his own and readily replied, "Then I shall defer to your wisdom." As he stood to fetch some snacks to accompany the wine, the bear steward pressed him back down into his seat. "No need. I'll have someone bring it over." He produced another jade token, infused it with spiritual energy, causing it to emit a soft glow, from which a voice emerged. After exchanging a few words, the bear steward returned the token to his possession and cheerfully stated, "We can simply wait." The outer sect offers such a service?" Ian was momentarily stunned. When he had been a miscellaneous disciple at the foot of the mountain, meals required a half-hour trek to the cafeteria, or one had to prepare their own. It was surprising to discover that in the outer sect, there was even a delivery service. Furthermore, does the bear steward possess a life token as well? Naturally. Though it requires a few more spirit stones, the bear steward replied. Observing Ian's curious gaze, he understood his thoughts and elaborated. "Old Bear was born within the sect, and I am also a disciple of the Beast Cultivation Sect, not merely a spirit beast, hence I possess a life token." Ian was profoundly astonished by the bear steward's words. He had not anticipated the Beast Cultivation Sect to be so encompassing. He found it difficult to pinpoint the appropriate adjective. Evidently, disciples of the Beast Cultivation Sect were not solely human. Even spirit beasts could attain the status of disciples and hold positions within the sect. This revelation implied that the bear steward could indeed form contracts with his own spirit beasts. Ha. The bear steward burst into laughter at this notion, shaking his head with a wave of his paw. That simply cannot be. While spirit beasts born within the sect can become disciples, they are prohibited from contracting with humans. Our sect's founder was human. There is no way he would condone spirit beasts controlling humanity. If such a thing were to transpire, it would be an affront to the heavens and would incite a pursuit from sects across the land. I see. Ian nodded contemplatively. Oh, whoa. Yue let out a disgruntled howl. Why can't spirit beasts contract with humans? Smack. Ian gave it a gentle tap on the head. Your master is right here. Is it wise to openly display rebellion? The bear steward, clearly understanding Yu's sentiment, pointed at it and laughed heartily. It's not that spirit beasts cannot perform contracts. There are always exceptions. Spirit contracts? Ian suddenly recalled. The contracts within the Beast Cultivation Sect were categorized into 3 types: slave contracts, blood contracts, and spirit contracts. The slave contract was inherent to the foundational techniques, which, at present, appeared to be exclusive to human cultivators. The blood contract was self-explanatory. He had formed such a contract with Yue. Thus, only the spirit contract remained. Indeed, the bear steward confirmed. You should have heard that those who form spirit contracts are considered entirely equal. Ian nodded slightly. Observing the bear steward's gaze shift towards Su Jibai, he continued. Little Su and his partner have formed a spirit contract. Su Jibai shot the bear steward an exasperated glance before nodding at the astonished Ian. Yes, partner. Ian had not anticipated that the contract Su Jibai had formed would be a spirit contract. He was puzzled about what a partner entailed. Should it not be a spirit beast? Why had he never heard Su Jibai speak of it? Coming from within the sect and being able to form a spirit contract, Su Jibai's partner must hold a significant status within the Beast Cultivation Sect. No wonder the bear steward treated Su Jibai with such deference, and in turn, extended that courtesy to Ian as well. In that moment, all his confusion began to unravel. Su Jibai's cheeks were slightly flushed, and he did not offer an explanation. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the courtyard, prompting Su Jibai to retrieve the meal. Come, let us drink. The steward Xiong beckoned to the two. Showing no regard for his own bear-like demeanor, he placed a jar of wine before himself and pushed another jar towards the two of them, declaring, "This one is for you both." Su Jibai filled a bowl of wine for Ian, his expression gentle as he inquired, "Do you have any further questions?" Ian lifted the wine bowl, and after clinking glasses with the bear, they both downed their drinks in one gulp. The fiery sting of the liquor compelled him to hastily consume a couple of bites of side dishes. Once he subdued the warmth surging within his chest, Ian turned to Steward Xiong earnestly and stated, "I indeed have a question I wish to consult you about. I have heard that there are cultivation techniques for demon beasts within the sect." I was wondering what it was." Steward Xiong replied, momentarily speechless. After encouraging Ian to drink 2 more bowls, he leisurely responded, "Of course we possess cultivation techniques for demon beasts within our Beast Taming Sect." As he spoke, he opened his bare paw, and a wisp of brown spiritual energy floated forth. Behold, if there were no techniques, how could there be spiritual energy? Ian, having been inundated with 2 large bowls of wine, felt a little dazed. Hearing this, he gazed at the expansive bare paw before him. It truly was spiritual energy. Somewhat different from his own, yet still discernible. Typically, demon beasts inherently possess demonic power, akin to the exotic beasts of Blue Star. They do not require postnatal cultivation. They possess innate abilities. The growth and potential of their strength depend more on their bloodline. Beyond spiritual energy, they can also cultivate spells, and even have the chance to touch the path to greatness. The ancestors and founders were extraordinarily gifted, having found a path to transcendence for the demon beasts. Steward Xiong appeared quite reverent, his tone turning earnest. "This is the distinction between our sect's demon beasts and those wild ones outside." Ian blinked, unable to suppress his astonishment. This level of talent is truly formidable. With cultivation techniques, the strength and potential of demon beasts will no longer be confined by their bloodlines. And since techniques are bound to the sect, it is no wonder that in an era of rivalry between humans and demons, the Beast Taming Sect could establish itself and command all beasts, standing proudly atop the Tianyuan Continent. "Oh well," Yue howled, as if to ask, "So, how can one obtain the demon beast cultivation techniques?" Chapter 21, Borrowing the Moon's Sacred Text. The dialogue between the master and the great bear stirred Yue's heart profoundly, igniting an intense desire to seek out the techniques and commence her cultivation immediately. Though she could not fully comprehend, her yearning for progress was undeniably fervent. "Where can I find them?" "The scripture repository, of course." Steward Xiong devoured a roasted chicken in one bite, crunching the bones with a loud crackle, and spoke with his mouth full. "Oh right, I forgot to mention, kid. Once a disciple of the miscellaneous category advances to the outer sect, they can enter the scripture repository for a free selection of a subsequent technique. As for the demon beast techniques, they require contribution points for exchange." "I see. But is there only one type of technique for demon beast cultivation?" Ian knew about contribution points, which could be earned by completing tasks within the sect. Steward Xiong shook his head. "Not at all. We have quite a few techniques for demon beast cultivation. However, the required contribution points vary, and each demon beast is suited to different techniques." He then elaborated that each type of demon beast possesses distinct innate attributes, and depending on the desired path of development, the choices differ greatly. It sounded rather complex. In summary, it all boils down to intuition. "I understand now." Ian's cheeks flushed, and his head spun slightly, feeling lightheaded. "One last question. Now that I have broken through to the mid-stage of chi refinement, can I continue to contract demon beasts?" On Blue Star, exotic beasts were as numerous as the stars, and if he could continue to form contracts, his strength would see a significant enhancement. Fortunately, Steward Xiong did not provide a negative answer, stating that it mainly depended on the strength of one's soul. Theoretically, as long as the soul's strength was sufficiently high, one could contract countless demon beasts. Ian was unsure when he succumbed to intoxication. When he awoke, it was already noon of the following day, and a dull ache throbbed in his head. Sitting up and surveying his surroundings, he found himself in a room, with Yue lying beside the bed. "I should probably invest in some good wine," Ian mused, rubbing his head as he jumped out of bed and made his way outside. Upon pushing open the door, his eyes immediately landed on Su Jibai, who was tending to the spiritual fields in the corner of the courtyard. Hearing the noise, Su Jibai glanced over but continued to work, casually remarking, "You're awake. I've dabbled in alchemy, so I'm growing some herbs myself. I won't accompany you to the scripture repository. Such matters as selecting techniques should be done alone, without outside interference." Ian nodded in acknowledgement. Refraining from interrupting Su Jibai's tending to the fields, he led Yue out of the courtyard and towards the scripture repository. As they passed by, he took a look and noticed that the spiritual fields were predominantly filled with herbs that replenished vitality. Before long, the pair arrived at the entrance of the scripture repository. Although it was called a repository, it resembled a magnificent hall, with outer sect disciples frequently entering and exiting. Ian and Yue stepped inside, only to find that instead of demon beasts guarding the premises, a middle-aged man clad in a robe trimmed with gold was present. Distinct from the attire of outer sect disciples, "I am a disciple who has just advanced to the outer sect, here to exchange for subsequent techniques at the scripture repository." Ian respectfully presented his identification token. After the man verified it and granted permission, they were allowed entry into the repository. Upon entering, Ian beheld hundreds of bookshelves lined with texts. Numerous disciples wandered within, diligently selecting their techniques. The repository was divided into sections for cultivation techniques and spell techniques. Ian first approached the cultivation technique section, gazing at the shelves before him, adorned with various tomes and scrolls. His eyes fell upon a book titled Soul Contract Coexistence Technique. As he reached for it, he discovered a restriction preventing him from flipping through it like a regular book. Attempting to probe with his spiritual energy, a stream of information surged into his mind. Soul Contract Coexistence Technique. Cultivating this technique enhances the bond with one's contracted beast and allows temporary access to a portion of the beast's strength during battle, while also augmenting the beast's combat prowess. What an excellent technique! Ian marveled, glancing at Yue beside him. His own strength was already considerable, and with dual cultivation of both immortal and martial paths, his combat capability surpassed that of others. If he were to practice Soul Contract Coexistence Technique, he might indeed be able to confront a fourth-tier exotic beast. Yet, he decided to continue browsing. Suppressing the fervor in his heart, Ian returned the technique to the shelf, marking its location before shifting his gaze to the next scroll. Lingxi Clarity Technique. This technique enhances the mental connection between the master and contracted beast, allowing the beast to gain some cultivation during the master's training. This one is also quite good, but having a demon beast technique to complement it would be best, since contracted beasts already share some cultivation with their masters. The fact that this Lingxi Clarity technique could also share the benefits with the beast was remarkable. The cumulative effect would certainly yield results greater than the sum of its parts. In terms of cultivation speed alone, this technique would likely rank among the top. However, Ian still placed it back on the shelf. Currently, cultivation speed was not the most crucial factor. With the existence of the Two Realms Gate, he would not lack for resources for cultivation. As a royal breed of exotic beast, Yue would naturally continue to enhance her strength. Ian then turned to the next tome. Cyclic Nurturing Technique. This technique is suitable for disciples who have contracted with water element demon beasts. This one seems average. Moving on to the next. Verdant Wood Eternal Growth Technique. Ian was somewhat taken aback to discover that within the library of the Beast Tamer Sect, there existed techniques unrelated to beast taming. It was only natural, considering that the Beast Tamer Sect was a prominent sect with profound heritage. Time slipped away unnoticed as Ian wandered through the library, surrounded by an overwhelming array of techniques, leaving him dizzy and bewildered. Perhaps he should opt for the Soul Contract Coexistence Technique instead, he mused, massaging his temples and murmuring to himself. At that moment, Yue lowered her voice and let out a soft howl. She tugged at the hem of Ian's clothing, signaling him to follow her. Puzzled, yet intrigued, Ian trailed behind Yue as they navigated through rows of bookshelves until they reached a secluded corner of the library, where Yue finally came to a halt. Raising her wolf head, Ian followed her gaze and beheld a slender tome laid before him. Moonlight Soul Cultivation Technique. Ian exclaimed, lifting the book, his heart igniting with an inexplicable fervor and anticipation. It seemed to herald that this was the very technique he sought. As his spiritual energy probed into the book, the information about the technique surged into his consciousness. Moonlight Soul Cultivation Technique. This technique allows practitioners to nurture their souls with the essence of moonlight. The information was concise yet stirred a tempest within Ian's mind. This was the one. There could be no technique more suited to him. Ian recalled that after utilizing the blood contract, a purple moon mark had appeared on his forehead. This mark not only enabled him to wield the crescent moon, but also possessed undiscovered capabilities. Now, an instinctive feeling nudged him, suggesting that by cultivating the Moonlight Soul Cultivation Technique, he could unveil another purpose of the purple moon mark. Moreover, this technique could nurture the soul. Previously, he had inquired with the steward, Xiong, and learned that as long as one's soul strength was sufficient, one could form contracts with countless beasts. There were myriad exotic creatures in Blue Star. Should he harness the Moonlight Soul cultivation technique to strengthen his soul, he could one day possess an army of extraordinary beasts. Ultimately, he had already cultivated both martial and celestial arts, fortifying his physical body. What he lacked was precisely the strength of his soul. Excellent, excellent. I owe you one. This technique is immensely valuable. Yayan exclaimed, joyfully ruffling Yuyue's fur as he tucked the Moonlight Soul cultivation technique away. Yuyue howled proudly, then tugged at Yayan's clothing once more, merrily bounding ahead to lead the way. Oh, you sense something? Yayan queried in astonishment, following closely behind Yuyue until they arrived at the area designated for beast techniques. Here, the selection of techniques was far fewer than those for humans. Once Yuyue halted, Yayan lifted his gaze to see only 3 jade slips displayed on the shelf before him. He examined the names inscribed beneath the jade slips, whispering them one by one. True Dragon Treasure Roll, Great Sun Sutra, and finally, upon reaching the last, his eyes widened in shock and fervor. Lunar Borrowing Classic. Chapter 22, Moonmark, Second Affinity. What a remarkable title for the Lunar Borrowing Classic. Yayan retrieved the jade slip, his heart brimming with excitement. The fact that it bore the name of a classic was testament enough to the power of this technique. The term borrowing the moon caught his attention, and he glanced sideways at Yuyue, who mirrored his anticipation with gleaming eyes, before he hesitantly infused his spiritual energy into the jade slip. Lunar Borrowing Classic. This technique is said to have originated in ancient times, imparted by the Moon Palace celestial being to the Lord of the Dark Moon, leading to a profound epiphany. It was later discovered as a fragment by our sect's ancestor, who completed it for the cultivation of beasts. Required contribution points, 1 million. The Lord of the Dark Moon. A celestial being's enlightenment. 1 million contribution points. Yayan stood stupefied, the jade slip frozen in his grasp. After a moment, he reluctantly returned it to the shelf. The demand of 1 million contribution points was indeed daunting. Yet, considering the technique's connection to celestial beings and the fact that the ancestor had merely stumbled upon a fragment, piecing it together to align with the true dragon treasure roll was a testament to the formidable nature of the Lunar Borrowing Classic. Don't worry, it's not that I don't want it. It's just that my contribution points are insufficient at the moment, Yayan reassured Yue, patting her on the head as he resolved within himself to acquire the Lunar Borrowing Classic. Having just entered the outer sect, he currently possessed 0 contribution points. Yet, he was determined to accumulate them one day. Although the description of the Lunar Borrowing Classic was exceedingly brief, the information provided was ample. Merely from its name, it was apparent that this technique was related to moonlight, making it ideally suited for Yue. Her innate talents and abilities were intertwined with the moon. Furthermore, the legend of this technique's origin from a celestial being, modified by their ancestor for beast cultivation, hinted at the possibility of one day obtaining the true Lunar Borrowing Classic. At that point, he too could cultivate this method. Speaking of which, the Moonlight Soul cultivation technique also relied on moonlight for its cultivation. He wondered if there was a connection to the Lunar Borrowing Classic, but he decided not to dwell on that for now. He must focus on accumulating contribution points. Yayan resolved to remain at the sect for the next few days, diligently practicing and completing tasks to earn some contribution points. Having made up his mind, he ventured into the spell area, meticulously selecting 2 spells. It must be said that the Beast Tamer Sect truly lived up to its reputation as a grand sect, boasting an extensive collection of secret techniques. Blood Ignition Curse. This technique ignites one's essence blood, temporarily doubling physical strength, but necessitates prompt replenishment of vitality afterward. Otherwise, one risks falling into extreme weakness, potentially damaging their very foundation and endangering their life. Golden Light Shield. An upgraded version of the Golden Light technique. This spell constructs a protective barrier of golden light using spiritual energy, offering several times the defense compared to its predecessor. Almost every disciple of the Beast Tamer Sect opts for this technique, as many are physically frail and rely on their beasts for combat. The Golden Light Shield serves to prevent ambushes that could lead to instant demise during battles with external cultivators. Of course, Yayan was an exception, possessing formidable strength himself. He chose the Golden Light Shield as a precautionary measure. Fortunately, both spells required no contribution points, costing a total of 60 spirit stones. Exiting the library, Yayan purchased some daily necessities, spending 3 spirit stones, leaving him with only 2 spirit stones remaining. Upon returning to his own courtyard, he organized everything, and by the time he finished, it was already deep into the night. Truly impoverished. How? Haha, I was merely jesting. We are still quite affluent, Yayan chuckled. For his storage bag still contained the remains of a 3rd-tier diamond tiger, so he wasn't genuinely destitute. Tomorrow, he would inquire with Brother Sue about trading the diamond tiger for spirit stones at the ghost market. As for the 2nd-tier crimson flame tiger, It had already been discarded in the courtyard for Yue to feast upon as blood nourishment. I shall commence my cultivation now. This crimson flame tiger is for you. So do not wander off. How? Yue replied contentedly. Yan closed the door to his room and opened the window. The silvery moonlight streamed through the window sill, enveloping him. It was time to cultivate. He retrieved the Moonlight Soul cultivation technique from his storage bag and perused it once. The technique was straightforward, requiring the absorption of spiritual energy while nurturing the soul with moonlight. Yan sat cross-legged, swiftly entering a meditative state. His internal spiritual energy began to circulate according to the technique's instructions. The moonlight illuminated him, forming a delicate silver haze that enveloped him entirely. Unbeknownst to him, the purple moon mark on his forehead began to manifest. The moonlight that had shrouded him was now wholly absorbed by the moon mark. How? Yue sensed something and lifted her head to glance toward the room. A sudden revelation struck as the magnificent violet moonlight flooded the entire room and the adjoining courtyard. At the heart of this ethereal glow stood Ian. In this moment, the resplendent moon above seemed to resonate with the purple crescent upon Ian's brow, creating a harmonious symphony of light. An endless stream of moonlight poured into the estate, while the ethereal moon, Yu, whimpered softly. Despite possessing the royal bloodline, it lay trembling on the ground, its fur quaking with fear. It could not fathom the events unfolding, only sensing its master's overwhelming power emanating a terrifying aura. In the neighboring courtyard, Su Jibai pushed open the door, cradling a snow-white fox, its fur as lustrous as jade, in his arms. He gazed, astonished, towards the adjacent estate, where the violet radiance burst forth, illuminating the sky. It was Ian's courtyard. Gently stroking the fox's fur, he stepped out, entering Ian's domain, where he observed the quivering Yu. Recognizing him as Su Jibai, Yu remembered Ian's words that this was his elder brother. It lay on the ground, letting out a soft whimper. Su Jibai inclined his head slightly, his gaze drawn to the window ablaze with purple light, where Ian sat meditating. The crescent on his brow relentlessly absorbing and radiating violet moonlight. Such brilliance was blinding. Su Jibai averted his gaze, a frown creasing his brow, if not properly addressed. It could summon calamity. He turned to the snow-white fox in his arms and spoke in a gentle tone. Is there a way to obscure this? The fox lifted its gaze to meet Su Jibai's eyes. His expression was earnest, tinged with a hint of pleading, yet his tone brooked no denial. He saved my life. Very well. The fox surprisingly spoke, its voice crystal clear and ethereal, reminiscent of a young maiden. It leaped from Su Jibai's embrace, conjuring a jade slip from seemingly nowhere and tossed it to Su Jibai. The slip was intricately carved with complex patterns, inscribed with a formation that should suffice to conceal the phenomenon. Su Jibai caught the slip, channeling his spiritual energy into it. In mere moments, the celestial disturbances were suppressed within the courtyard. As he placed the slip beside Ian, the violet radiance remained confined to the room. It's done. We shall not intrude further. Su Jibai glanced at the prostrate Yu and the remnants of the tiger, nodding slightly. The fox leaped lightly back into Su Jibai's arms and, casting a glance at the remains of the crimson flame tiger, muttered, vulgar, barbaric. Yu trembled but offered no retort, silently carrying the tiger's carcass to a corner of the courtyard after the others departed. A wise wolf does not quarrel with a fox. This fox speaks as fluently as a great bear, its strength far surpassing mine. Once I grow stronger, I shall retaliate. As night passed, Ian awoke from his cultivation, the first instinct being to sense his own state. This technique was astonishingly powerful. Chapter 23. The Beast Companion Bag. Ian felt that in just one night, his perception had increased by a third. This was the result of his soul's fortification. Not only that, but his cultivation speed had also accelerated to more than 3 times its usual rate. Or could it be the influence of the crescent? Had the blood pact granted me the innate talents of the royal-blooded Yu wolf? Ian pondered, touching his brow before rising to regard Yu in the courtyard. Speaking to himself, at that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of a jade slip lying on the ground. What is this? He inquired of Yu. Ian learned of the events from the previous night. Fortuitously, Su Jibai had come to his aid. He was unaware that practicing the Moonlight Soul nourishing technique would cause such a commotion. Without Su Jibai's assistance, it could have drawn considerable attention, even from significant figures within the sect, potentially leaving a lasting consequence. Leading Yu to the neighboring courtyard, he found Su Jibai tending to the spiritual fields. Ian expressed his heartfelt gratitude, intending to return the jade slip. You may keep it. It will be useful for your future cultivation. Su Jibai insisted, offering earnest advice. Then Ian inquired about the opening of the ghost market. Su Jibai understood that Ian had returned with a beast's carcass but refrained from disclosing the market's opening time, suggesting instead that Ian visit the talisman's hall. Their previous excursion to the ghost market had caused quite a stir, and it was best to refrain from returning for the time being. The Talisman's Hall was where the Beast Master Sect issued tasks, including many related to demonic beasts. In addition to exchanging for spirit stones, one could also earn contribution points. Bidding farewell to Su Jibai, Ian made his way directly to the Talisman's Hall. The area outside the hall was bustling with activity, far more lively than the scripture pavilion. Most disciples congregated in small groups, quietly discussing their task selections. The interior was spacious, lined with counters where several disciples were on duty. Above them, a shimmering screen displayed the available tasks, presumably the result of a formation. He first sought tasks that required demonic beast corpses. Ian gazed at the screen, scanning the offerings. Collect 5 earth flame flowers, contribution points, 25. He had heard of this flower, a spiritual herb thriving in regions rich in fire elements. Each flower was worth 5 contribution points, and Ian began to grasp the value of these points. Chop bamboo in the bamboo stream forest, 1 contribution point for every 100 stalks. The bamboo stream forest was within the sect, yet he had never visited and was uncertain of the difficulty involved in harvesting the bamboo. 1 contribution point for every 100 stalks meant that to exchange for the moonlit holy text, one would need to chop down 100 million stalks. Ian dismissed the thought, setting aside whether the bamboo stream forest contained that many bamboo stalks. Merely the act of chopping down 100 million would likely be enough to exhaust him. The refining hall requires a late-stage Qi cultivation tiger-type demonic beast. The provider will receive a minimum of 200 spirit stones or 100 contribution points. Upon seeing this task, Ian's eyes gleamed with excitement. Just as he had anticipated, the ratio of spirit stones to contribution points was 2 to 1. Naturally, there would be some price fluctuation during actual exchanges. However, a diamond tiger would fetch at least 300 spirit stones at the ghost market, yet could only be exchanged for 200 within the sect. It was no wonder many outer sect disciples ventured to the ghost market for trade. Greetings, senior brother. I happen to have a late-stage Qi cultivation tiger-type demonic beast and wish to accept this task. Ian approached the duty disciple. The disciple glanced at Ian, smiling and nodding. Greetings, junior brother. I will need to inspect it first. Would that be convenient? Hearing this, Ian looked around, uncertain whether to present the diamond tiger's carcass before so many eyes. Fortunately, the duty disciple, understanding his hesitation, said, "Please follow me." He stepped out from behind the counter, guiding Ian to a private room within the Talisman's Hall. Ian produced the corpse of the 3rd-tier diamond tiger, its massive form taking up more than half the room's floor space. Indeed, this is a late-stage Qi cultivation demonic beast, the duty disciple said. Please hold on a moment. After inspecting, he retrieved a communication jade talisman to send a message, then departed the room. Approximately 10 minutes later, 3 knocks echoed at the door. A robust young man, exuding an air of martial prowess, entered. Upon stepping into the room, his gaze was immediately drawn to the diamond tiger on the floor. After crouching to inspect it, he stood and looked at Ian, foregoing pleasantries to declare. This tiger demon possesses the strength of around the 7th layer of Qi cultivation, though it bears some metallic bloodline. The artifact refining hall can provide 220 spirit stones or 100 contribution points. I will opt for the spirit stones, with only 2 spirit stones remaining. Not only is trading resources out of the question, but even daily cultivation is insufficient. Thus, it is prudent to exchange for more spirit stones first. Upon completing the transaction, Ian found his collection of spirit stones had increased to 222. While not a fortune, it certainly afforded him a sense of modest affluence. Returning to the Grand Hall of the Rune Hall, he discovered several tasks related to demonic beasts, which he committed to memory. He then led the Moonshadow Wolf towards the alchemy workshop. Amidst the dazzling array of elixirs, Ian's gaze fell upon 2 familiar names. Spirit Essence Pill, 30 spirit stones plus 10 contribution points. 3 Young Blood Recovery Pill, 20 spirit stones plus 10 contribution points. It became clear that 2nd-tier elixirs consistently required 10 contribution points, while the necessary spirit stones varied according to the value of the materials. After grasping the pricing details, Ian departed from the alchemy workshop and returned to his courtyard, where he extracted the spirit stones in preparation for a day of cultivation. He sighed, recalling the recent beast tide that yielded numerous 3rd-tier beast corpses. Regrettably, he could not reveal his storage bag in front of others, or he would have undoubtedly collected a few. At that time, he had slain several 3rd-tier aberrant beasts. Shortly after his departure, the city defense forces arrived to clear the battlefield, leaving him with no opportunity to claim the 3rd-tier beast corpses. The following morning, Ian knocked on the door of Su Jibai's courtyard, expressing his intention to venture out for several days in search of demonic beasts. Just as he was about to leave, Su Jibai called him back and retreated into the house. Soon after, he emerged holding a small pouch that resembled a storage bag. seemingly crafted from some kind of beast hide. What is this? Ian inquired, perplexed by its purpose. This is a pet bag, Sujibai explained. It contains a separate space for housing your pet, making it convenient to carry. With this revelation, Ian immediately understood the value of the pet bag. In certain places and times, it is indeed impractical to have a pet following closely. At such moments, the pet bag could resolve this predicament. Thank you, Brother Su, Ian said, accepting the pet bag, which was quite practical. Sujibai chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. We are brothers. There is no need for such formality. Ian tested the pet bag with the Moonshadow Wolf, finding it as seamless as a storage bag, allowing for effortless summoning and retrieval. This is a marvelous item. Thank you once again, Brother Su. After expressing his gratitude, Ian bid farewell to Sujibai and departed from the Beastmaster sect, planning to return to Blue Star to hunt a few third-tier aberrant beasts. In the past, when his strength was meager, many endeavors were beyond his reach, and the levels of the beasts he hunted were low, resulting in limited resources. Now, with his strength having significantly increased, he could even hunt third-tier aberrant beasts alone, naturally enabling him to acquire far greater resources. It was akin to a snowball effect. As the snowball grew larger, it rolled faster. With such thoughts in mind, a smile graced Ian's lips as he waved his hand to open the Two Realms gate, his heart brimming with hopeful aspirations for the future as he stepped through. Chapter 24. The Newborn Cult in Yang City. Within the municipal government's conference room, Mayor Jiang Tianyu occupied the seat of honor. Flanking him were Zhang Renjia, the director of the Education Bureau, and Chen Yong, the commander of the City Defense Forces. Below them sat various department heads and officials of Yang City. A few days prior, a beast tide had erupted at the hunters' camp, causing unprecedented devastation. Jiang Tianyu's expression was grave as he surveyed the room, his voice heavy with gravity. This beast tide has severely compromised the living forces of Yang City. His gaze settled on Chen Yong, to whom he had previously entrusted the investigation into the origins of the beast tide. Do we have any results? All eyes in the conference room turned towards Chen Yong. Furrowing his brow, Chen Yong rose, his demeanor serious as he stated, according to preliminary investigations by the City Defense Forces, traces of the newborn cult's activities have been uncovered near the hunters' camp. The beast tide that assaulted the camp is undoubtedly linked to the newborn cult. The newborn cult? A moment of silence enveloped the conference room. Jiang Tianyu's brows knitted tightly, a flicker of unease flashing in his eyes. How can it be the newborn cult? They have not been active in Yang City for a decade. I have been mayor for precisely 10 years, and I am acutely aware of this. Damn it. These lunatics have resurfaced. He continued, seething with fury. What benefit could they possibly gain from destroying humanity? Who can fathom the thoughts of madmen? These beasts have caused immeasurable suffering, and they must be eradicated. Even Zhang Renjia, the Education Bureau director, who typically maintained his composure, gritted his teeth in rage. Indeed, if I capture any members of the newborn cult, I shall flay them alive to exact my vengeance. His wife had fallen victim to the newborn cult 10 years prior. At the pivotal moment of his ascension to mayor, he needed only to break through to the 5th tier of martial arts to secure his position. Yet, a sudden beast tide struck from outside the city, igniting chaos within. Zhang Renjia was engaged in defending the city against the beast tide and could not attend to his family within. His wife perished in that turmoil, leaving no trace of her remains. Subsequent investigations revealed it to be the handiwork of the newborn cult. This incident struck him with profound grief, plunging him into despair for years, causing him to miss the opportunity to become mayor and still failing to break through to the 5th tier of martial arts. Now, having finally managed to regain his composure, he was once again confronted with news of the newborn cult. And he was not alone. The officials in the conference room erupted with intense hatred upon hearing the name of the newborn cult, their teeth gritted in unison. Many had lost family and friends at the hands of the cult. My grandson disappeared 17 years ago, and all that was found was a single arm, exclaimed the director of the Public Security Bureau, his hair gray and his face etched with age, eyes reddened and bloodshot. My daughter had exceptional martial talent. 14 years ago, she was murdered in the street by members of the newborn cult while out with friends. The director of the Resource Bureau added hoarsely. My son also met a tragic end during the martial examination 11 years ago. My brother. The assembly voiced their grievances, unabashedly revealing their hatred. The newborn cult's origins remain shrouded in mystery, and little is known of its members. What is known is that they are a group of lunatics with a doctrine to annihilate humanity, coexist with beasts, and herald a new beginning. Over the years, the blood debts and misdeeds of the newborn cult have been countless. They have lured and slaughtered human prodigies, sacrificed humans to aberrant beasts, and even forged pacts with beasts to incite beast tides against cities, leading to catastrophic collapses. Numerous cities have fallen due to the collusion of the newborn cult with the beasts, resulting in the brutal massacre of countless innocent citizens. Bang! Jiang Tianyu slammed the table, his countenance stern and austere. This is not a forum for lamentations. Every action we take impacts the safety of our citizens. Grievances can be aired after this meeting. After a decade, the newborn cult has re-emerged, particularly at this critical juncture of the martial examination. I have ample reason to believe their objective is this martial examination. The news regarding the newborn cult's resurgence must be reported to the provincial government following this meeting. Jiang Tianyu turned to Chun Yong, saying, Commander Chun, after the meeting, immediately request support from the higher military district. This martial examination cannot afford any missteps, and we must also be wary of the newborn cult inciting another beast tide. Understood. Chun Yong nodded in affirmation. Jiang Tianyu then turned his gaze towards the chief of the Public Security Bureau, Director Hu. He emphasized the urgent need for heightened vigilance within the city, strictly scrutinizing suspicious individuals, and ensuring that the new cult does not inflict harm upon the common folk. Director Zhang, he continued, after this meeting, please compile a list of students registered for the martial examination once again. Those with exceptional talents must be closely safeguarded. We shall allocate teaching resources to collaborate with the Public Security Bureau in ensuring the safety of the examination venues, leaving no opportunity for the new cult to exploit. Understood. Zhang Renjie replied, adjusting his mindset with a nod. As Jiang Tianyu, the mayor, issued one directive after another, the meeting began to draw to a close. Once the attendees departed, only Jiang Tianyu, Zhang Renjie, and Chun Yong remained in the conference room. To their astonishment, the new cult had resurfaced in Yang City. Jiang Tianyu exhaled deeply before addressing Zhang Renjie. Old Zhang, have there been any updates regarding the Songlong? Zhang Renjie shook his head, explaining that upon returning from the hunter's camp, he had conducted inquiries within the educational system, but found no students that matched the exceptional description provided. Not finding anything is indeed a blessing, Jiang Tianyu remarked, slightly nodding. With the new cult's appearance in Yang City and the recent beast tide they orchestrated, they must have already taken note of the Songlong's outstanding performance during the chaos. For now, let us refrain from further investigation. I will also continue to arrange for individuals to guide the populace in emulating the Songlong, ensuring its protection. It's a rare talent for Yang City. We cannot let it be squandered. Zhang Renjie concurred, understood. Both my son and your daughter will participate in this martial examination. In these final days, we must help them enhance their abilities, especially if the new cult truly intends to act. Indeed, Jiang Tianyu replied, a hint of worry etched upon his face. With a sharp command, remaining moon, Ian called out. A crescent of violet light sliced forth from the blade, swiftly landing upon the body of a Tier 3 rock-armored bull. With a resounding crash, the bull's stone-like armor shattered, blood gushing forth, exposing large swathes of flesh and even revealing bones beneath. The sight of quivering entrails was unmistakable. What immense power! Ian marveled inwardly. The rock-armored bull was known for its earth-based lineage and formidable defenses. Even Tier 3 martial artists found it challenging to inflict damage upon such a creature. As a mere Tier 2 novice martial artist, I nearly felled the rock-armored bull with a single strike. Truly, the potential of my innate abilities is terrifying. Moo. The rock-armored bull, having suffered the blow of the remaining moon, became frenzied. Ian initially anticipated an aggressive charge, but to his surprise, the bull turned tail and fled. Ingwe, Ian softly called. Responding with a howl, a similar violet crescent materialized out of thin air and cleaved through the bull's side, effortlessly severing it in two. The creature did not even have time to let out a mournful cry before its life was extinguished. Oh, Ingwe, the majestic wolf, nuzzled against Ian. What a remarkable royal breed! Ian exclaimed, stroking the wolf's head in awe. Its strength is simply astounding, despite being of the same tier. Ordinary Tier 3 beasts cannot withstand a single strike from Ingwe. A sense of pride welled within him, realizing that such a powerful royal beast was indeed his companion. He mounted Ingwe's back, storing the two halves of the rock-armored bull into his storage pouch. A cerulean portal manifested before him. With the martial examination approaching, it was time to return and procure additional resources to enhance his strength in these final days. Chapter 25. Breakthrough to Tier 3 Martial Artist. Vitality, 939. Gazing at the numbers displayed on the dial, Ian suddenly recalled something of immense importance that he had seemingly overlooked. I had only known that by utilizing the Blood Pact, I would share a portion of my companion's cultivation progress. I had assumed it would only pertain to the cultivation achieved through techniques, yet I never anticipated that even their natural growth would be shared with me. Ian contemplated. Initially, during testing, his vitality was recorded at 890 points. Now, merely a week after binding with Ingwe Wolf, it had risen to 939 points. This indicated that the vitality gained through Inyue's natural growth alone had amounted to 49 points in just a week, averaging a daily increase of 7 points. Wow! Ian gasped in astonishment. One must not underestimate a daily increase of 7 points. This is achieved without any active martial practice or efforts to channel vitality. Over the course of a year, that would total 2,555 points of vitality. This implies that, even without prior training, once one contracts with the Inyue wolf, one could feasibly surpass 2,000 points of vitality in a year while doing nothing. Is this the nature of a royal beast? Even in idleness, time will naturally elevate one to the status of a beast king. Ian raised his gaze, peering through the window at Inyue resting in the courtyard, feeling an overwhelming sense of astonishment. For the first time, he entertained the notion that he might have struck an incredible fortune. He even mused whether he could afford to relax. As time passed, perhaps Inyue would ascend to Beast King status and elevate him to the realm of Tier 7 Grandmaster? Yet, he dismissed the thought, reminding himself that while he could afford to relax, personal effort remained indispensable. His aspirations extended far beyond merely becoming a Tier 7 Grandmaster. Ian withdrew his gaze and retrieved 10 orange-red pills from his storage pouch. Having recently defeated 3 Tier 3 beasts, he had consumed 2 of these Tianyuan blood recovery pills. If he were to exchange for spirit origin pills, 2 Tier 3 novice beasts would scarcely suffice. The cost of cultivation resources is indeed exorbitant. It is no wonder that once entering the outer sect, disciples are no longer mandated to complete tasks. Relying solely on the 5 spirit stones issued monthly would scarcely cover cultivation needs. Naturally motivated disciples would seek to claim tasks from the Talisman Hall, contributing to the sect's welfare. The road ahead is long and arduous. Upon contemplating the monumental contribution value of 1 million required for the borrowing the moon's sacred text, Ian felt a surge of determination ignite within him. Vitality, 939. After another glance at his vitality, Ian stored the detection device away and took a Tianyuan blood recovery pill, swallowing it whole. Soon, the intense and scorching medicinal energy coursed through his entire being. His vitality felt as though it had been ignited by the essence of the medicine, boiling and surging within him. Ian closed his eyes, beginning to circulate his vitality and digest the medicinal powers. It was not until nightfall that he finally opened his eyes, after breaking through to Tier 2 martial artist. The process of digesting medicinal power had accelerated significantly. Exhaling a breath of stagnant energy, Ian once again retrieved the vitality detector. Vitality, 1292. Only an increase of 353 points? He pondered, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Was this due to his current status as a Tier 2 martial artist? Or perhaps a result of developing a tolerance to the medicine? After a moment of reflection, Ian shook his head and glanced at the remaining 9 Tianyuan blood recovery pills. There was no need for excessive deliberation. The remaining pills were sufficient to propel him into the Tier 3 martial artist realm. Taking advantage of the night, he resolved to embark on the path of cultivation. The silvery moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating Ian. The purple crescent mark upon his forehead shimmered subtly, continuously absorbing the moon's essence. Days passed. Ian gradually rose, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. On the table remained only 3 orange-red pills. He had broken through. At this moment, he felt his vitality surging with immense power. As his vitality coursed through him, it resembled a mighty river, unyielding and unstoppable. Vitality, 2087. From the 5th pill onward, the increase in vitality had become considerably modest. Fortunately, I have prepared myself sufficiently. Retrieving the blood testing device into my storage pouch, I pondered the possibility of developing a resistance. Indeed, under normal circumstances, it would be quite uncommon for anyone to consume such a plethora of restorative elixirs within a short span of time. The emergence of resistance within one's body is entirely plausible. With a mere wave of my hand, I stowed away the remaining 3 elixirs. I intended to keep these 3 Tianyuan blood restoration pills for unforeseen circumstances. At present, I am a junior 3rd tier martial artist. By invoking the blood ignition spell to ignite my vital essence, I can double my combat prowess, placing me at the equivalent level of an intermediate 3rd tier martial artist, around the 8th level of chi refinement. Furthermore, I possess the ability to employ techniques to further augment my strength, combined with my innate divine ability, the Crescent Moon. In reality, my combat capability should be on par with a senior 3rd tier martial artist, potentially at the 9th level of chi refinement, or even half a step into foundation establishment. Contemplating this, a sense of elation surged within me. The path of cultivation is truly rewarding. The pursuit of immortality is a noble endeavor. The martial arts, too, yield swift results and formidable strength. Both paths are commendable. I have undoubtedly made the right choice in pursuing the dual cultivation of both immortality and martial arts. Haha, this time, I shall undoubtedly secure the top position in the martial examination. Among the numerous prodigies of martial arts in Blue Star, what was once deemed insufficient for a second-tier martial artist now seems more than adequate. With my enhanced abilities, I feel increasingly confident in my pursuit of victory in the martial examination and the coveted title of champion. I am one step closer to avenging my sister. The haunting image of my sister's tragic demise 14 years ago caused my initial excitement to gradually dissipate, replaced by a flicker of resentment in my eyes. I must not grow complacent. The day after tomorrow marks the anniversary of my sister Yao's passing. It is time to return. After tidying up, I led Yue to the neighboring courtyard. Upon seeing me, Su Jibai expressed his surprise, remarking, "In just a few days, how does it seem that it has transformed into a different person?" In Su Jibai's eyes, my spirit and vitality had reached their zenith, imbued with a peculiar aura, akin to the rising sun. I offered no explanation. Some matters, even among close friends, remain unspoken. I left Yue in the courtyard and entered the house with Su Jibai, where we first arranged a feast of wine and delicacies. Subsequently, I produced a fine brush and presented it to Su Jibai. This brush, crafted from exquisite materials, had a handle resembling white jade, exuding a gentle warmth. The bristles were made from the hair of a high-tier demon beast, imbued with ethereal energy. At a glance, Su Jibai recognized the brush's considerable value. Meeting my sincere gaze, he received it with a gentle smile. "I am of humble cultivation and do not know how I might assist my brother. Seeing you often engaged in writing and painting, I took the liberty of acquiring this brush. Please accept it, Su brother," I said earnestly, devoid of any insincerity. During my visit to the sect for medicinal elixirs, I had inquired and learned that within the sect, a blood contract requires 10,000 contribution points for redemption. It was evident that Su brother had made significant sacrifices, even considering the connection with his partner, that white fox. I was acutely aware of the value of 10,000 contribution points, equivalent to 100 third-tier exotic beasts. In the sparsely populated Tianyuan Continent, accumulating contribution points is no easy feat for others, rendering this gesture profoundly significant. "This brush must be quite expensive, no?" Su Jibai remarked, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he accepted the brush. "It is not exorbitant, merely 200 spirit stones," I replied candidly. "I hope you do not find it lacking." "Not at all," Su Jibai chuckled, shaking his head as he tucked the spirit brush away. He was aware of my frequent hunts for demon beasts, understanding that this was my means of acquiring resources. He also recognized the value of 200 spirit stones. To Su Jibai, it was clear that for someone at my cultivation level of the 4th stage of Qi refinement, earning 200 spirit stones was no trivial task. "A splendid gift, thank you. I am glad you like it," I replied, my heart lightened now that Su Jibai had accepted the spirit brush. Unbeknownst to me, Su Jibai's thoughts remained a mystery. However, I was acutely aware that this brush had depleted my resources, leaving me with only a handful of spirit stones. Damn it. Who could have anticipated that this spirit brush, merely a medium-grade magical tool, would cost me 100 contribution points? Following this, I bid farewell to Su Jibai over drinks. The next morning, I returned to Blue Star, granting Yue a few days of leave while I ventured alone back to the Sunshine City Welfare Institute. However, upon entering the gates, I unexpectedly encountered several uninvited guests. Chapter 26. Yao? Zhang Wenhui had been feeling quite troubled lately. As the class monitor, he was determined to take responsibility for his classmates, striving to lead them to achieve commendable results in the martial examination. Little did he anticipate, a recent expedition to the Hunter-S camp had resulted in a beast tide. 8 of his classmates, who had signed up for the martial examination alongside him, had perished. His father had informed him days prior that the beast tide that attacked the Hunter-S camp was instigated by the new student sect, whose likely target was this martial examination. Zhang Wenhui was well aware of the notorious reputation of the new student sect. His own mother had fallen victim to their hands. Each time they wreaked havoc, countless lives were lost. Yet, he could not afford to forego this martial examination. Such an opportunity arises but once in a lifetime. Should he miss it, he would either become a common martial artist or be forced into the military, battling through life and death for a sliver of a future. Fortunately, in recent days, his father had spared no expense, using secret methods to forcefully elevate him to the rank of a second-tier martial artist, allowing him a greater chance of survival amidst potential turmoil. "Have you broken through?" Upon seeing his son emerge from the training room, Zhang Renjie's previously furrowed brow relaxed somewhat. "Yes, it should not have been necessary for you to force a breakthrough, as it could destabilize your foundation. But given the extraordinary circumstances, we had no choice," Zhang Renjie patiently explained. Then, changing the subject, he said, "I heard you mention that Tsang Wolf might be a student from Sunshine City. I have been investigating within the educational system these past few days. Although I did not locate the Tsang Wolf, I did discover that one of your classmates seems somewhat peculiar. As Zhang Renjie spoke, he beckoned his son to sit beside him and pointed to a name on the computer screen. This student named Ian is in your class, correct? I see that his aptitude rating is F, and his blood vitality measurement has consistently been 6 points, yet he has signed up for the martial examination. What is the meaning of this? Occupying a high position, Zhang Renjie should not have been concerned with an F-rated student. However, during his investigation into the Tsang Wolf, he had stumbled upon this student who shared a class with his son and had signed up for the martial examination, sparking his curiosity. Ian? Has he not cancelled his registration? Zhang Wenhui furrowed his brow at the mention of the name. Glancing at the computer screen where Ian's name remained listed among the candidates for the martial examination. Cancel? It is too late to cancel now, Zhang Renjie remarked. What on earth is going on with this child? Subsequently, Zhang Wenhui explained the situation to his father, who then recalled. Oh, so he is the student who has consistently ranked first in the liberal arts. Zhang Renjie realized that with his martial arts cultivation, or rather, the complete absence of it, entering the martial examination was akin to courting death. Dad, can we think of a way to have him removed from the martial examination roster? Zhang Wenhui inquired. Ian's lack of martial arts cultivation made participating in the examination a perilous endeavor, especially with the potential interference from the new student sect looming. Zhang Renjie furrowed his brow in contemplation, and after a moment's pause, he spoke. Given Ian's past performance in the humanities, I believe I could recommend him for a change of subject to participate in the literary examination. However, it requires his consent. All right, I will go speak with him. Zhang Wenhui promptly stood up. I'll accompany you to persuade the young man. Zhang Renjie also rose to his feet. The father and son exited together. Unable to reach Ian, they first made their way to Lin Qingyin's residence. Since returning from the hunter's camp, Lin Qingyin had been in a poor state. Looking utterly haggard, she had proactively applied for resignation, but the school had not approved it. Instead, they temporarily relieved her of her duties as a homeroom teacher, allowing her to take leave at home. During this period, Zhang Yu occasionally stayed by Lin Qingyin's side to offer support. Upon Zhang Wenhui expressing their intentions, Lin Qingyin mustered her strength and, along with Zhang Yu and the Zhang father and son, headed to the Yangqing Welfare Institute. Unfortunately, they still could not locate Ian at the institute. Even Director Wu Xiumei was unaware of his whereabouts. As for you, esteemed leaders and teacher Lin, I truly do not know where this child has gone, Wu Xiumei sincerely stated in her office. He has always been resolute in his decisions. I have not been involved in his affairs since he grew up. Regarding the matter you mentioned, encouraging Ian to adjust his subjects for the literary examination, I too wish for this. However, I cannot make that decision. It is far too significant and must be determined by Ian himself. Lin Qingyin felt a sense of helplessness, utterly drained, her appearance becoming even more wan. Ian was her most cherished student, yet the martial examination was no trivial matter. It involved confronting ferocious beasts. 8 students had already fallen victim to the beasts, and Ian's participation in the martial examination could lead to a similar fate. Director Wu, I still hope you will reconsider. After all, you are nominally Ian's guardian, Zhang Renjie reiterated. I have reviewed his academic records, and the child excels in the humanities. Participating in the martial examination could lead to a promising future. Yet Wu Xiumei shook her head again, insisting she could not make decisions for Ian. She understood the dangers of the martial examination and the ferocity of the beasts. However, this was Ian's own choice, and she believed in him. She could not usurp his autonomy. Seeing that reasoning was futile, Zhang Renjie and his party, though resigned, had no recourse. They could only ask Wu Xiumei to convey their message to Ian upon his return, urging him to contemplate carefully and not throw his life away heedlessly. To their surprise, just as they were about to leave and stepped into the courtyard, they spotted a young man clad in black combat attire entering. Upon seeing him, Lin Qingyin gathered her spirits, preparing to counsel him earnestly. Zhang Wenhui was the first to approach, exclaiming, Ian, you arrived just in time. We have matters to discuss with you. Upon seeing these individuals, Ian immediately grasped their purpose. They were here to dissuade him from his decision to participate in the martial examination. Out of politeness, he welcomed them into the office. After a period of harmonious conversation, Zhang Wenhui could no longer contain himself. He stood up, pointing at Ian and shouting, What do you understand? Do you think the martial examination is a simple affair? Do you believe the beasts are gentle and kind? Have you ever encountered a beast? You missed the last practical training. 8 of our classmates perished, killed by those beasts. Don't blame me for my harsh words. Your participation in the martial examination not only endangers yourself, but also jeopardizes the lives of others. Hearing this, Lin Qingyin bit her pale lips, remaining silent. Zhang Renjie furrowed his brows. Zhang Yu tugged at Zhang Wenhui's sleeve, signaling him to cease his outburst, and then turned to Ian, stating, We are all classmates. Zhang Wenhui is concerned for your well-being, so please do not take it to heart. Ian did not perceive any insult from the words directed at him. Though he had not been close with Zhang Wenhui previously, he had learned a bit about him at the hunter's camp. Zhang Wenhui was somewhat impulsive in speech and action. Yet as class leader, he exhibited a sense of responsibility. Faced with the overwhelming tide of beasts, he was willing to stand up to protect his classmates. One could not label him a villain. Director Zhang, Teacher Lin, Ian disregarded Zhang Wenhui, looking towards Zhang Renjie and Lin Qingyin. There is no need to persuade me further. I am resolute in participating in the martial examination. Upon hearing Ian's firm declaration, Lin Qingyin's already pallid complexion turned even more ashen. Zhang Renjie, unwilling to prolong the discussion, felt that this student was stubborn and treated his life as a trifling matter. He nodded, maintaining a stoic expression. Since you insist on participating in the martial examination, we shall refrain from further persuasion. I only hope you prioritize your own safety during the examination. Thank you for your understanding. Ian recognized this as a reminder not to cause trouble for others. He smiled slightly and stood to see them off. After their departure, Wu Xiaomei grasped Ian's arm, urging him to stay at the Welfare Institute for the next few days. Stating that she respected his wishes but was also concerned for his safety due to the dangers of the martial examination. After much discussion, she was somewhat reassured. The following day, Ian accompanied Wu Xiaomei to the Yangqing Cemetery. Before a grave marker, they laid 2 bouquets of pristine white flowers. Wu Xiaomei knelt before the gravestone, gently caressing it, her eyes moistening, her voice breaking as she spoke. Yao Yao, have you been well over there these years? It has been a long time since you visited me in my dreams. I have forgotten your voice, so please do not blame your mother. Shaoan has grown up. He will participate in the martial examination tomorrow. His talent is not as great as yours, and I have heard that the martial examination is perilous, which makes me very anxious. Wu Xiaomei spoke in halting tones, her words laden with longing for her daughter. Now the Welfare Institute is financially stable. The children are well-fed and warmly clothed, and we can even purchase medicine to lay a good foundation for the children. Shaoan says that martial training should start from a young age. You used to say the same. If we had been wealthy back then, perhaps Shaoan would have displayed remarkable talent, and perhaps you would not have. Mother misses you dearly. Since Ian had been adopted by Yi Yao, he was the only child in the Welfare Institute bearing the Yi surname. He remembered how Yi Yao often said it was fate that led her to find this child. She hoped that this little one would grow up safe and sound, thus naming him Ian. Yi Yao possessed exceptional martial talent, enough to be considered a genius. She often expressed her aspirations of enrolling in the martial university to earn a fortune, allowing her to provide Ian with a solid foundation for martial training. Yet, she perished the day before the martial examination. 14 years ago, she was brutally murdered in the streets. When Ian arrived with Wu Xiaomei, he found only his sister lying in a pool of blood, her body disfigured. Sister, I will avenge you. After escorting the weeping Wu Xiaomei back to the Welfare Institute, Ian returned to the grave. He sat beside the gravestone, his gaze resolute, yet his words brimmed with nostalgia. I have discovered who the murderer is. He remains in Yangqing. Once I possess sufficient strength, I will seek vengeance for you at the earliest opportunity. Sister, were it not for you, I would have perished that fateful rainy night, so I will protect this home for you. Now I can earn some money. The Welfare Institute is thriving, and the children are well. There is no need for concern. As he spoke, a gentle breeze caressed his face, stirring the youth's hair. Yet it could not disperse the 14 years of longing. Chapter 27. The New Teachings of the Institute. As night fell, within a lavish mansion in the heart of Yangqing, Jiang Tianyu, who was regarded as the pinnacle of power in Yangqing, appeared diminutive and servile. Before him sat a man clad in a white robe, with a golden thread embroidered tiger's head adorning his chest. Esteemed steward, I have meticulously arranged all directives from the church, awaiting only tomorrow's martial examination. Jiang Tianyu spoke, inclining his body slightly. Indeed, the man referred to as the steward nodded slightly, his countenance betraying no emotion. You have performed commendably over the years, and there are those within the church who advocate on your behalf. Thus, the primary objective this time is to present you with a notable achievement. The current impasse has persisted for a considerable duration. It is my hope that you will ascend swiftly, facilitating a breakthrough for the church and securing a future for humanity. Upon hearing the steward's words, Jiang Tianyu felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, instinctively bowing deeper, pledging his willingness to traverse fire and water for the church and to dedicate everything for the future of humanity. Your resolve is commendable, the steward gestured dismissively, continuing. This endeavor involves not merely Yang City, but also Sanyue City, Tongguang City, and Zhongtian City. The 4 cities shall act in unison. The other 3 cities will contribute entirely for humanity's sake, leaving Yang City to stand as a paragon, which will undoubtedly yield significant political merit. Jiang Tianyu felt a surge of excitement within him. He understood all too well, should the four cities simultaneously face a beast tide. If Yang City alone succeeded in safeguarding its citizens' lives and property, his advancement as mayor would accelerate tremendously, with no hindrances to his future aspirations. I am grateful for the church's nurturing. I, Jiang, shall not let anyone down. Jiang Tianyu immediately pledged his loyalty. As for the other three cities, contributing to humanity was their honor. By the way, esteemed steward, Jiang Tianyu suddenly recalled, not long ago, a figure named Songlong emerged from the hunter's camp. It is said he bravely infiltrated the beast tide and decapitated a fourth-tier beast. Rumor has it, Songlong is exceedingly youthful, presumably a student. I initially thought he was merely brimming with youthful arrogance and employing some tricks, yet I did not provoke him. Upon hearing Jiang Tianyu's words, the newly appointed church steward chuckled derisively, shaking his head. I have heard of him, a second-tier martial artist. The beast tide was orchestrated to draw the attention of Yang City towards the church, hence its scale was not particularly vast. The leader of the beast tide was not a fourth-tier beast, but rather a third-tier royal breed. A royal breed? I see, Jiang Tianyu exclaimed, dawning realization illuminating his features. Moments later, his brow furrowed again. However, to slay a third-tier royal breed amidst the beast tide speaks volumes of his terrifying strength and talent. The steward shook his head once more. That royal breed is still alive. I caught sight of it a few days ago. Moreover, that beast king is not easily dealt with. If the royal breed were to perish, none would fare well. As he spoke, the steward gazed out the window, his eyes reflecting deep apprehension. Those below reported hearing a bear's roar, likely indicating the arrival of a high-tier beast, which frightened off both the royal breed and the beast tide. The steward pondered for a moment. Nevertheless, you are correct. It is indeed true that Songlong can slay third-tier beasts. Such a prodigy must be eradicated. Jiang Tianyu observed the steward's demeanor and cautiously inquired, what arrangements do you have in mind, esteemed steward? He made no effort to conceal his thoughts, and given the steward's elevated status, it was clear he perceived them. If Songlong is among this year's examinees, we can manage this easily. I shall deploy a fourth-tier martial artist to handle the situation, and you will need to ensure that the senior martial artists at the examination site are reassigned. The steward smiled furthermore. The beasts surrounding the examination grounds are not of high rank, should Songlong remain undetected. Extract your daughter while simultaneously eliminating the other examinees. A fourth-tier martial artist will suffice. Jiang Tianyu was somewhat taken aback. He himself was merely a fifth-tier martial artist. The church arranging for a fourth-tier martial artist to protect his daughter underscored the gravity of their concern. It appeared that his decision to ally with the newborn church had indeed been fortuitous. Without the church's assistance, he could not have achieved his current standing nor envisioned a bright future. Thank you, esteemed steward. Jiang Tianyu promptly bowed in gratitude. The steward waved his hand, rising slowly. His white robe billowed as he approached the door. We are both striving for the church and the future of humanity. Observing the steward's retreating figure, Jiang Tianyu continued to bow, proclaiming loudly, I shall traverse fire and water for the church. I pledge my life to the future of humanity. The following morning, within the municipal government, the public security director reported to Jiang Tianyu. Indeed, the newborn church harbors ill intentions. In recent days, we successfully apprehended 5 of their members. Regrettably, their ranks were low, and despite interrogation, they divulged nothing, ultimately opting for suicide. Jiang Tianyu scoffed, his gaze icy. The newborn church's actions this time will undoubtedly be far from trivial. However, regardless of their intentions, we must quash them, ensuring they do not jeopardize the safety of our citizens' lives and properties. As he spoke, Jiang Tianyu turned to the middle-aged man in military attire seated at the head of the table, General Li. I entrust this matter to you. Li Hu, with a resolute countenance, nodded. Mayor Jiang, rest assured. He arrived in Yang City 5 days ago, accompanied by 3,000 soldiers. These warriors are not comparable to the city defense forces. They are seasoned veterans, battle-hardened and experienced in countless skirmishes. Unless a 7th-tier beast king appears. With his 6th-tier advanced martial arts prowess, coupled with 3,000 battle-tested soldiers, I am confident in our ability to defend Yang City. The hour grows late. Director Zhang and I must oversee the martial examination. I will take my leave for now. I leave the city defense in your capable hands, General Li, Commander Chen. I shall join you at the examination site once it commences. Jiang Tianyu exchanged a glance with Zhang Renjia, rising to take his leave from Li Hu. In the central square of Yang City, as dawn broke, throngs of people flocked to the plaza. The reason being, a massive silver screen was set up in the center, capable of displaying real-time updates on the positions of the martial examination candidates and their accrued points. In the Great Xiao, the martial examination could be regarded as the most significant day of the year, rivaling even the New Year celebrations. Most attendees had children or friends participating in the examination. Hence, they arrived early to secure a favorable position for monitoring the proceedings. The examination spanned 3 days and nights, with points awarded based on the number and tier of beasts slain, culminating in a final score tally. Consequently, some individuals prepared provisions in advance, erecting tents as soon as they arrived at the square. For instance, brothers Wang Wei and Wang Chong, along with the Lu siblings, had arrived early, selecting a spot close to the screen and efficiently setting up their tent. "Daddy, are we here to watch Brother Songlong participate in the martial examination?" the little girl asked softly while nestled in Wang Chong's arms, her sparkling eyes filled with curiosity. Wang Chong gently patted his eldest daughter's head, saying, "That is your uncle Songlong. Do not speak out of turn. Were it not for your uncle Songlong, your father might not have returned." Wang Wei, cradling his 3-year-old child, nodded with a smile. Indeed, he must be taught well. The 20-something Lu Yang appeared somewhat exhilarated, pouring beer into his mouth early in the morning. "I flunked the martial examination back in the day and was too timid to enlist, so I merely trained aimlessly. Thankfully, I encountered the captain and was finally able to continue my training. I wonder what results my brother Wolf will achieve in this examination. Need I ask? In my opinion, not only can we not find a student as formidable as him in our Xiqin province, but perhaps even nationwide," Lu Fei interjected, her eyes brimming with a pride that seemed to emanate from a shared glory. Without a doubt, this year's martial arts examination would see Songlong crowned as the national champion. Her assertion was met with unanimous agreement from those around her. It was time for them to head towards the examination venue, wasn't it? Chapter 28, The Ruins of Yang City. Ian spent a night at the orphanage and rose early the next morning. Students participating in the martial arts examination were required to report to their school first, where transportation would be arranged to take them to the examination site. "Well, Mama, I'm off," he announced. "Be careful during the exam," Wu Shimei urged, smoothing the creases of Ian's attire, her concern evident in her eyes. "Shaolin, you must prioritize your safety. Do not overexert yourself. I may not know how formidable you have become, but I am aware that many students perish each year during the martial arts exam." Wu Shimei's voice faltered. She was not a martial artist herself and had never trained in martial arts. She had only seen magical beasts on television. At this moment, she was at a loss for words, simply grasping her child's arm and anxiously imploring, "You must come back." "Of course," Ian replied, offering a warm smile, his expression confident and resolute, his gaze bright as if it concealed the rising sun. "Wait for my return." The children at the orphanage had also risen early, not indulging in any slumber. They were aware that today was the day their elder brother Ian would participate in the martial arts examination. "Go for it, Ian Gidge. You're the best and will surely secure first place. Remember to bring back snacks for me." Ian chuckled softly, ruffling the hair of one of the children, and said, "You all must cheer for me in front of the television, all right?" "Okay," the little ones chorused in unison. Facing the worry etched on Wu Xiumei's face, Ian stepped forward and embraced her gently. "Don't worry, Wu Mama. I am truly formidable." After saying this, he turned and departed, his heart filled with confidence. He was indeed strong now. He possessed enough self-assurance to believe that none among the current candidates could rival him. With his martial arts at the 3rd tier and a cultivation level of the 4th layer, he had mastered various foundational techniques, including the blood ignition spell, a secret art that could double his combat prowess. He also wielded the talent of the crescent moon, a divine ability that rivaled the 4th tier in power. Furthermore, he had captured the peak 3rd tier beast, the Moonshadow Wolf, and stored it in his beast pouch, ready to unleash it in the examination arena. With the assistance of the Moonshadow, it could be said that this martial arts examination posed no risk whatsoever. Securing the title of champion was merely a matter of course. Soon, Ian arrived at the first high school of Yang City. Upon entering the school gates, he noticed that the candidates had already gathered on the playground by class. The school had a total of 25 classes, comprising nearly 300 candidates. His class was positioned at the forefront, yet only 7 students stood in line. Despite being the top-performing class, they had the fewest participants in the examination. Ian felt a twinge of melancholy as he silently joined the line at the back. The class's substitute teacher frowned upon seeing Ian but refrained from speaking. Zhang went away. The class leader stood at the front, merely nodding at Ian without any expression. Zhang Yu also remained silent, while the other classmates ignored him. This unexpected indifference took Ian by surprise. He had anticipated mockery or attempts to dissuade him from participating in the examination. Nonetheless, he found solace in the peace of the moment. Approximately 10 minutes later, the candidates from First High School had assembled. The principal then delivered a speech, essentially offering encouragement and reminders for safety. Once the school leaders concluded their addresses, the teachers led the students outside to board the vehicles heading to the examination site. Upon entering the minibus, Ian spotted Lin Qingyin seated in the last row and made his way to sit beside her. Her face remained pale, her skin even more strikingly white. The substitute teacher was taken aback upon seeing her and inquired, "Teacher Lin, what brings you here?" "I am worried and wish to accompany the students to the examination site," she replied. "Very well." The substitute teacher understood that just days prior, Teacher Lin had taken students for practical training, resulting in only 7 out of 15 returning. He empathized with her anxiety and chose not to press the matter further. Before long, the vehicle started moving. Despite the significance of the day, the atmosphere inside the bus was surprisingly quiet and somber. Ian noticed the unease on Lin Qingyin's face and how she looked at him several times, hesitating to speak. He understood her concerns but chose to remain silent, instead offering her a reassuring smile. As time passed, the scenery outside the window blurred, and the engine's roar gradually subsided. "Students, we have arrived at the examination site. Please disembark," the substitute teacher announced. The students stood one by one. Ian, seated at the back, observed his classmates. Some appeared so agitated they trembled, while others clutched their weapons tightly, their white knuckles betraying their inner turmoil. Just as Ian was about to rise, he felt a gentle tug at the hem of his clothing. The pull was light, yet trembled slightly. Turning around, he saw Lin Qingyin's pale face and her anxious eyes meeting his. She was terrified, haunted by the memory of 8 students lost due to her oversight. In her heart, she believed their demise was her fault. Now, faced with the martial arts examination, Ian, devoid of any cultivation, was to confront the ferocious and bloodthirsty beasts. She feared losing another beloved student. "Teacher Lin," Ian said, his heart heavy with complexity. The once strong persona of Teacher Lin had now transformed into one of worry and despair. "Please have faith in me." He gently removed her cold, trembling hand from his clothing. After a smile, he turned to exit the bus. Though Lin Qingyin's heart was initially filled with panic and apprehension, something about Ian's words calmed her inexplicably. Especially as she watched him depart, his figure felt familiar, instilling a sense of trust within her. With matters as they were, Lin Qingyin could only comfort herself in this way. As the last to alight from the bus, the substitute teacher's voice rang out, "Students, this is the examination site." Ian followed the sound and gazed ahead. What lay before him was a landscape of ruins, more aptly described as an entire wasteland than an examination venue. This was Yang City from 60 years ago. The city had fallen to a tide of beasts, with countless citizens perishing here, their remains long since vanished. The entire city had thus become desolate. Subsequently, a new Yang City was built over 100 kilometers away, which is the Yang City of today. Numerous martial artists had ventured forth, seeking to reclaim their former home from the beasts, yet their efforts had been in vain. The numbers of the beasts were overwhelming, their vitality tenacious. Here, humanity's stronghold had long since vanished. Without the assistance of the most formidable warriors, it would be exceedingly challenging to completely eradicate the beasts inhabiting this region. Fortunately, after decades of relentless effort, the high-tier aberrations in the vicinity have vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a horde of lower-tier creatures. Even third-tier beasts have become a rarity. The current ruins serve as an ideal examination ground, allowing the candidates participating in the martial examination to showcase their skills to the fullest. Chapter 29. The martial examination commences. Students, you are the pride of our great Xia, the pride of Yang City. I urge each of you to remain true to your original intentions and remember your mission. Take it upon yourselves to protect your homeland, driving away the foreign tribes for the sake of our ideals, and restore peace to our kind. From the elevated platform, Mayor Jiang Tianyu of Yang City spoke with passionate fervor, igniting the fervor and excitement within the hearts of the students. However, amidst the crowd, a pair of cold, piercing eyes, reminiscent of a chilling blade, fixated intently on the figure atop the platform. "Jiang Tianyu, I will soon catch up to you. Keep your life safe," Ian silently vowed, his heart brimming with murderous intent. He could never forget the haunting visage of his sister's tragic demise 14 years prior. With the acquisition of the Two Realms Gate, allowing him access to the world of cultivation and the means to gather resources, he poured everything he had into finally locating the perpetrator responsible for his sister's death. That individual was none other than the now exalted Mayor Jiang Tianyu of Yang City, along with the mysterious organization lurking behind him. At that moment, he swore an oath to eradicate Jiang Tianyu. Ian had once contemplated hiding within the cultivation world until he amassed sufficient strength to return and avenge his sister. Yet, he could not afford to wait. He was uncertain whether Jiang Tianyu would still be alive when he finally attained the power he sought. Moreover, Jiang Tianyu was in the prime of his life, currently serving as the highest official of the city, with the potential for even greater authority in the future. Behind him, a shadowy organization lay in wait. Should he simply kill Jiang Tianyu, while it would indeed grant him vengeance, what would become of the orphanage? This place was home to both him and his sister. Even if the Great Xia government refrained from implicating the orphanage, the organization behind Jiang Tianyu would not adhere to such constraints. After much contemplation, Ian devised a singular plan. He needed to cultivate sufficient prestige and attain a status surpassing that of Jiang Tianyu. Only then could he not only exact his revenge, but also uproot the organization behind him, eliminating any future threats. The martial examination was his forthcoming first step. Once Mayor Jiang Tianyu concluded his speech, Zhang Renjia, the director of the Education Bureau, stepped forward to the platform. In accordance with tradition, he began to elucidate the rules of the martial examination. The regulations were straightforward. The examination would span 3 days and nights. Conducted within the remnants of the old site teeming with low-tier beasts, candidates were required to slay these creatures within the allotted time to earn corresponding points. First-tier beasts yielded 1 point, second-tier beasts, 10 points, and third-tier beasts, 100 points, and so forth. However, historically, very few candidates had achieved scores exceeding 100. Even throughout the entirety of Great Xia, only the prodigies hailing from martial lineages managed to accomplish such feats. For ordinary candidates, obtaining a score of 20 or more was deemed a satisfactory performance, qualifying them for entry into the most basic martial arts academies. After the director concluded his address, each class's homeroom teacher distributed a wristband to the candidates. This wristband would record the beasts they had slain and track their locations in real time, facilitating rescue efforts should any mishaps occur after the examination's conclusion. When the homeroom teacher handed the wristband to Ian, he cast a lingering glance at him, implying that if he found himself in danger during the examination, no one would come to his aid. Life and death were dictated by fate. The martial examination of Great Xia had always been this brutal. Given the dire situation of humanity, only through such trials could the most exceptional warriors and fighters be selected. Ian was not surprised by the attitude of the acting homeroom teacher. After all, he had never revealed his abilities to anyone under his own identity. Almost everyone in Yang City No. 1 Middle School regarded him as a failure in martial arts. Nevertheless, Ian maintained a relaxed demeanor, a confident smile gracing his lips. Everything would undergo a transformation following the martial examination. In 3 days, he would emerge as the most radiant prodigy throughout all of Great Xia. With all necessary remarks concluded, the acting homeroom teacher returned to the front of the line, reminding the students of the ferocity of the beasts. They would need to collaborate to achieve commendable results once they entered the examination grounds. As for a select few, he hoped they would not hinder the others' progress. Let us commence. The mention of select few was clearly directed at someone, prompting the collective gaze of the students towards the back of the line. Ian was utterly unfazed, following behind his classmates as they ventured into the ruins. Behind him, the acting homeroom teacher approached Lin Qingyin, sighing. Such a pity for this child. I truly wonder what he is thinking, especially since his academic performance in the arts is so commendable. Lin Qingyin remained silent. Her lips pressed tightly, devoid of color, her eyes overflowing with concern. The other homeroom teachers soon joined her, offering words of consolation. Teacher Lin, try to look at it positively. Yes, this is something they must endure. It was not your fault. No one could have anticipated the beast tide. I heard that a remarkable prodigy emerged from the beast tide at the hunter's camp. I wonder if they are among this year's candidates. Meanwhile, the 8 candidates from Class 1 had already entered the examination grounds. Upon stepping into this long-abandoned Yang City, Ian felt a shiver run down his spine. Raising his gaze, he beheld a landscape riddled with crumbling walls and shattered structures. In the distance, a building appeared as if it had been forcibly snapped in half, exposing rusted steel reinforcements. Nearby buildings were marred with cracks, vines intertwining in hues of yellow and green sprouting from the fissures, casting shadows that obscured the light. Only slender beams of light managed to filter through the gaps. Scattered across the ground lay numerous signs and doors, their surfaces marred by deep claw marks. Vehicles, rusted to mere frameworks, lingered by the roadside, echoing the city's former glory. The air was thick with the stench of dust, dampness, and decay, which invaded Ian's nostrils. Faintly, he could hear the distant howls of the aberrations emanating from the depths of the ruins. Ian, at some point, Zhang Wenhui had appeared beside Ian. You have never encountered aberrations. They are truly ferocious. Even as a second-tier warrior, I cannot guarantee my survival. The martial examination is not as simple as you may think, Zhang Wenhui spoke in a hushed tone. The remaining 6 classmates halted, turning their attention towards him. Ian regarded Zhang Wenhui with a puzzled expression, unsure of why he would speak such words at this moment. Had he truly entered the examination grounds only to be advised to abandon it? Noticing the look on Ian's face, Zhang Wenhui suddenly smiled. As class monitor, it is my duty and responsibility to protect each of my classmates. To be honest, I really dislike you because you distract us. However, it is what it is. You have entered the examination grounds, so I will do my utmost to ensure you make it out. For the next 3 days, stay by my side. Do not wander off, and refrain from causing any trouble." Ian was taken aback and astonished. He had not anticipated Zhang Wenhui to utter such words. It was surprising to learn that Zhang Wenhui would voluntarily offer his protection. Ian stared at Zhang Wenhui, astonished. His gaze swept across the faces of his classmates, Jiang Yu, Su Gang, Shirlei, and Sun Na. Not a single one expressed dissent. Each countenance bore a similar expression, clearly the result of a collective decision. "Thank you," Ian said, feeling a warmth in his heart as he smiled. Zhang Wenhui nodded in response, raising his hand to indicate a direction. "Let us proceed. The levels of the aberrant beasts here are not high, and we can certainly handle them. We shall familiarize ourselves with combat first, and subsequently, we will acquire points in succession, striving to ensure that everyone can gain admission to the Martial University." The 8 students from Class 1 traversed the steel ruins, soon encountering their first aberrant beast, a mid-level earth bear of the first tier. Zhang Wenhui took the lead, positioning himself in front of the group, and quietly commanded, "I will engage it head-on. Jiang Yu and Su Gang flank it from the sides, while Sun Na provides distraction. Ian, maintain a distance that is neither too far nor too close to avoid accidental harm. Let us advance." Chapter 30. A sudden change. Beast Tide assaults the city. Ian observed the entire battle from the sidelines. One could not help but acknowledge that perhaps due to the experience of the previous Beast Tide, Zhang Wenhui had made remarkable progress. Not only had his martial cultivation reached the 2nd tier, but his understanding of teamwork had also deepened, allowing him to effectively assign roles to his classmates. In Ian's view, this was a commendable quality. Within the hunter camp, many hunting teams faced annihilation due to their leaders' inability to harness the strengths of their members. As they ventured deeper, they encountered numerous aberrant beasts along the way. Although all were of the 1st tier, none sustained injuries. Zhang Wenhui amassed a score of 12 points, while the other classmates also earned some points. However, Ian remained pointless, as he had not participated in the combat. Yet, he felt no urgency. Indeed, there was no need for it. While his classmates were engaged in battle, he had discreetly found an inconspicuous spot to release his pet, the Moonshadow Wolf, from its pouch. In this examination venue devoid of high-level aberrant beasts, the 3rd-tier Pinnacle Moonshadow Wolf was undoubtedly the Beast King, compelling all aberrant creatures of the 4th tier and below to obey its commands. This dominance stemmed from its bloodline and level superiority. As they delved further into the ruins, the levels of the aberrant beasts began to rise. In the city center, 3rd-tier beasts roamed. Ian's instructions to the Moonshadow Wolf were straightforward. Proceed to the city center and gather all 2nd and 3rd-tier aberrant beasts, allowing Ian to reap the rewards later. If all went according to plan, he would effortlessly secure the top position in this martial examination. As night fell, the 8 members of Class 1 found a relatively cleaner derelict building to stay in. Though it was termed as lodging, it was merely laying down on the floor. The students huddled together, lighting a campfire to dispel the darkness and provide some warmth. Having not contributed to the labor throughout the day, Ian felt a bit embarrassed and volunteered to prepare dinner using the ingredients they carried, combined with the aberrant beast meat he had previously brought. "I didn't expect your culinary skills to be this exceptional," Ian, Jiang Yu remarked, her beautiful eyes wide with surprise as she held a bowl of fragrant meat stew, the aroma itself whetting the appetite. A sip of the warm broth filled her with a comforting warmth that spread throughout her body. "Given the circumstances, this is the best I could manage. I hope everyone can make do," Ian replied with a smile, distributing the prepared stew among his classmates. As an orphan who had often roamed the wilds over the years, his cooking skills were undoubtedly refined. As for Jiang Yu, 14 years ago, she was merely 4 years old. He had no reason to attribute any blame to her. The group savored the meat stew, shedding their chill, and each offered compliments on Ian's culinary prowess. "It's truly delightful to have you with us, Ian. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to enjoy such delicious stew." Sun Na, a mid-level 1st-tier warrior, lively initiated the conversation, praising Ian. "Indeed, your skills are sufficient for a chef," chimed in Shirlei, also a mid-level 1st-tier warrior and known for his earnest nature. At this moment, Zhang Wenhui took a seat beside Ian, holding his bowl as he sipped the stew. "Once we have accumulated enough points, if time permits, I will strive to ensure you also earn 20 points. With your circumstances, there may be opportunities for change upon entering the Martial University, and you could then attempt the path of martial cultivation." "Thank you," Ian nodded, not overtly rejecting the goodwill. In his heart, however, he was calculating when to venture to the city center to reap points. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and a grave look overtook him. Through the honing of the Moonlight Soul Nurturing technique, his soul strength had reached the pinnacle of chi cultivation. However, due to his cultivation level not yet reaching foundation establishment, His soul strength had not yet broken through. Just moments ago, within the sphere of his spiritual awareness, he distinctly sensed an incredibly powerful presence flicker past, a presence that was not inferior to that of the pinnacle Moonshadow Wolf, and perhaps even stronger. The Moonshadow did not alert me. Is it a fourth-tier warrior? Ian pondered. What is a fourth-tier warrior doing in the examination venue? What could be their intentions? How am I to know their intentions? Wang Wei glanced at his younger brother with a look of exasperation. Throughout the day, the light on the screen indicating Ian's name had remained alongside several classmates, only ceasing when night fell. Furthermore, the score displayed next to Ian's name had persistently remained 0. Thus, when Wang Chong recently posed a question regarding Ian's lack of engagement in slaying aberrant beasts and merely mingling with these students, it was evident that he could not possibly be attempting to protect them before ultimately hunting beasts for points. While Brother Wolf was somewhat sentimental, he had no deep connections with these classmates. Liu Yang could not fathom the situation either, as he, more than anyone, wished to see Ian triumph in the martial examination. The few individuals in the tent anxiously watched the screen outside, fidgeting restlessly. They yearned to enter the examination venue themselves to assist Ian in capturing some aberrant beasts. At that moment, a piercing alarm suddenly blared. The entire Yang city was enveloped in the deafening sound of sirens. Accompanying this was the voice broadcast that resonated through the air. Beast tide assaulting the city. Beast tide assaulting the city. Municipal decree. All warriors in the city are to proceed to the city walls immediately to assist in repelling the aberrant beasts. All warriors are to head to the city walls to fend off the aberrant beasts. Let us unite and resist the beast tide together. Protect our homeland. The faces of the 4 individuals in the tent paled drastically. They understood all too well the devastating power of a beast tide. If the city walls were breached, the consequences would be unthinkable. Lu Fei, Liu Yang, we must head to the city walls. Wang Wei instructed his brother. First, take the children back, and then hurry over. Inside the welfare home, Wu Xuemei remained seated before the television, closely monitoring Ian's progress and position. Although Ian had yet to score any points, the fact that he was still moving provided her with a measure of relief. However, at that moment, the sirens echoed throughout Yang City, and the broadcast announced the imminent beast tide assault. Wu Xuemei hastily stood up, ushering all the children into their dormitory and securing the door. She then locked the entrance to the welfare home, straining to push heavy objects against the door. Finally, she returned to her room, seated before the television, her wrinkled hands trembling uncontrollably, her eyes filled with concern as she gazed at the screen. Outside the examination venue, the teachers gathered together, engaged in earnest discussions regarding the academic performance of their students. Lin Qingyin observed that although Ian had not earned any points, he remained closely grouped with the other students, which alleviated her anxious heart considerably. At that moment, a sudden uproar erupted not far away. The crowd turned their gaze towards the source of the commotion, where the deputy director of the Education Bureau, responsible for maintaining the examination hall's safety, was agitatedly holding a phone, exclaiming, "We have arrived. But what about these students? Are you still planning to withdraw the city defense forces? What will happen to the students? The beast tide. The citizens of the city are, of course, of utmost importance. However, the students." As he spoke, it seemed as though the deputy director had lost all his strength, replying feebly, "Yes, I understand." Subsequently, he addressed the gathered crowd, stating, "Yang City is under attack from a beast tide. We must return immediately to assist in the city's defense." All present were second-tier martial artists, representing a significant force within Yang City. With the beast tide besieging the city, they had no choice but to return and safeguard the lives of the citizens. Upon hearing the news of the beast tide assaulting the city, the teachers were struck with shock, rising to their feet in disbelief, exchanging incredulous glances. But if we leave, what if the examination hall also falls victim to the beast tide? One teacher gritted his teeth, noticing, illuminated by the moonlight, countless dark figures gathering outside the examination hall, restless and surging towards the ruins. With 1 million citizens in Yang City, we must discern the gravity of the situation. The deputy director also clenched his teeth, making a resolute decision. Everyone present understood that compared to the lives of over 1 million people within Yang City, the few hundred students in the examination hall were hardly significant. Gather we move. Suddenly, a figure broke away from the crowd, charging towards the ruins in the darkness. Lin Qingyin, what do you intend to do? I'm sorry, but I must go save my students. Her cold yet resolute voice echoed through the vast, desolate night. Chapter 31. I will bring you out alive. Sir, all personnel at the examination hall have been withdrawn. In the darkness, Jiang Tianyu slightly bowed, respectfully stating, I must proceed immediately to the city wall. The defense cannot be without me, the mayor. Yes, I will ensure he sees the opportunity to take action at the examination hall. came the voice of the new sect's steward from the shadows. There are rather too many beasts approaching. The examination hall may also be affected. Do not worry. I will ensure he prioritizes the protection of your daughter. Thank you, sir. Zhang Tianyu felt a wave of relief as he hurried towards the city wall. The new sect's steward promptly sent a message, instructing the personnel at the examination hall to prioritize the protection of Jiang Yu. After all, Zhang Tianyu was a crucial element in their plans and held a relatively high official status among their recruits, possessing significant potential for advancement. Once this beast tide had passed, the mayor of Yang City would gain immense prestige, thus paving the way for his future contributions to their scheme. If his daughter were to become a liability, it would not bode well for their plans. At the eastern gate of Yang City, Zhang Tianyu hastily arrived at the city wall. Li Hu, Shen Yong, Zhang Renjie, and others were already present. Seizing a moment while Li Hu assigned tasks, Zhang Tianyu approached him, worry etched on his face, and earnestly implored, "General Li, I beseech you, whatever requests you may have, please do not hesitate to make them. The entirety of Yang City will unite to protect the million citizens behind us." Li Hu, upon hearing this, gazed out at the tide of beasts surging from beyond the city, his resolute countenance unyielding, nodding gravely. "Rest assured, Mayor. Fortunately, you led everyone to uncover the new sect's plot in advance, allowing us to prepare. We shall surely withstand this beast tide." Under Li Hu's command, the city defense forces, along with the 3,000 soldiers he brought, and the various martial artists and teachers summoned from within the city, totaled over 10,000, standing ready outside the city to confront the impending beast tide. In the face of such a threat, it was imperative not to simply defend the city walls. The beasts must be repelled. Otherwise, if the city fell, no one could withstand the ferocity of the beast tide. This beast tide was formidable, undoubtedly backed by high-tier beasts. Li Hu's gaze was stern as he addressed the nearby 10 or so individuals. "All of you are martial artists of at least 4th tier, unless absolutely necessary. Do not engage lightly. Wait for the high-tier beasts to appear, then join me in the fray to strike them down. Only then can we force back the tide." Everyone understood this principle. After all, they were all seasoned 4th-tier martial artists who had weathered their share of storms. "Director Zhang, do not fret excessively. Let us first secure Yang City. The children will be fine." Zhang Tianyu patted Zhang Renjie's shoulder reassuringly. Previously, the deputy director had informed Zhang Renjie of the situation at the examination hall. Now, with furrowed brows, Zhang Renjie wore his concern on his face. The others were equally aware. Both Zhang Renjie's son and Zhang Tianyu's daughter were in the examination hall, and it seemed that a beast tide was also gathering there. The students, it appeared, were in grave danger. Alas, Li Hu raised his hands, patting the shoulders of both Jiang and Zhang, letting out a sigh. As a fellow father, how could he not empathize with their anguish? They possessed the strength to rescue their children. Yet they were bound by their responsibilities to defend the city. "Mayor, Director Zhang, the situation has not yet reached a point of despair." At that moment, the commander of the city defense forces, Shen Yong, stepped forward, suggesting, "Perhaps that Songlong is also at the examination hall right now? Trust him. He can turn the tide and bring the children back." The two men turned abruptly. Zhang Tianyu subtly furrowed his brow, while Zhang Renjie's eyes ignited with a glimmer of hope as he nodded emphatically. In the ruins of Yang City, Ian furrowed his brow, a grave expression upon his face. He approached the entrance of a building alone. In the darkness, the howls of the beasts echoed ominously, causing his countenance to darken further. He understood that this was a sign of the beasts gradually converging into a tide. However, how could there be so many beasts when Yue was clearly in the city, commanding a significant portion of them? Where did these additional beasts come from? Moreover, the previously fleeting aura of a 4th-tier martial artist reemerged, lingering nearby, seemingly unwilling to depart. "Ian, what is it?" Zhang Wenhui and Jiang Yu approached Ian. As soon as they asked, they were met with a chorus of beast roars from the darkness. These beasts. Zhang Wenhui realized the situation was dire and frowned. They were currently on the city's outskirts, where such a multitude of beasts should not exist. "Beast tide." Ian uttered the two words flatly. The expressions of Zhang Wenhui and Jiang Yu shifted dramatically. "Beast tide. They have truly encountered a beast tide." The remaining few students, previously drowsy, sprang up, their faces pale. How is that possible? The examination hall was cleared. Where did the beast tide come from? How could this happen? What about the teachers and the city defense forces outside? The group erupted in anxious chatter, their unease palpable. They had all personally experienced the ferocity of the beast tide during the hunters' encampment and were acutely aware of its devastating power. Let alone the fact that the students were now scattered across the examination hall. Even if we were to gather everyone together, it would be utterly futile against the beast tide. We would be consumed in an instant. Just then, a sudden light pierced through the darkness, revealing a slender, cold figure before the crowd. "Teacher Lin, what brings you here?" Students, listen to me. There is a multitude of gathering outside, and the beast tide is surging toward the city. Lin Qingyin gasped, succinctly recounting the situation. Follow me. I will attempt to lead you out of the examination hall. The 8 students present fell into a heavy silence, realizing that apart from Teacher Lin, no assistance would be forthcoming. Zhang Wenhui clenched his teeth, voicing the despairing truth. That means we are on our own. The rest of the students mirrored this hopelessness, except for and Teacher Lin. Ian suddenly spoke. Turning to Lin Qingyin, how did you find us? With this, Lin Qingyin presented a tablet, which clearly displayed their positions within the examination hall. All right. Ian took the tablet, quickly surveying the situation. Listen to me. The beast tide has formed outside, and you cannot escape. What shall we do then? A nervous student inquired. For reasons unknown, Ian's voice gradually calmed their anxious hearts, instilling an inexplicable trust in him. Now, we must locate the other candidates. We need to band together and find a place to hold our ground. As for whether we can endure until reinforcements arrive, we will leave that to fate. Ian's tone remained remarkably composed. If it were just him, he could easily take Yue and flee at any moment. However, with Teacher Lin here and so many classmates who insisted on protecting him, Ian questioned himself. He was neither a saint nor a brute. Abandoning his companions was simply unfathomable. The beast tide had indeed formed outside, and if there were 4th tier among them, even Yue would struggle to command the beasts. There was insufficient information. Ian promptly contacted Yue, urging her to come immediately. Their blood pact allowed them to share thoughts, and a swift response followed. From now on, stay close to me. His reassuring voice resonated in the night. I will lead you all to safety. Before the astonished and disbelieving gazes of everyone, Ian mysteriously produced a wolf head mask and donned it. He unsheathed a long knife, revealing its sharp brilliance, and then plunged into the darkness. Chapter 32. How could this be? The crowd's eyes widened in shock, their hearts quaking. The fear and tension within them were suddenly overshadowed by astonishment. Songlong, someone exclaimed. They were all too familiar with that silhouette, the very figure that had once rescued them from the depths of despair. It now reappeared before them. Yet they could hardly fathom that this person was Ian. No one could have anticipated that the one they had often disparaged, Ian, was the hero who had saved the entire hunter's camp. How could it be him? Jiang Yu gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. The shadow of someone in her heart became vividly real, filling her with emotion. Lin Qingyin, too, gazed over in disbelief. It turned out that Ian was the young prodigy who had resolved the beast tide. Her previously anxious heart suddenly found tranquility. At last, she comprehended the courage behind Ian's determination to participate in the martial examination, and she finally believed that he could lead their classmates home safely. The most shocked of all was Zhang Wenhui, who had once held the lowest opinion of Ian. It was only after experiencing a series of events at the hunter's camp that his perspective shifted. Though he still looked down on Ian, he chose to protect him. But now, being told that Ian was Songlong, the most dazzling prodigy, the very idol he revered, was a truth he struggled to accept. How could he believe it? Yet, he had no choice but to accept it. Zhang Wenhui led his classmates, closely following Ian. They watched as the familiar golden glint on the blade struck down the beasts that dared obstruct their path. One by one, the blocking fell lifeless beneath the blade's brilliance. Zhang Wenhui finally came to terms with reality. Indeed, Ian was truly Songlong. Reflecting on his past treatment of Ian and the words he had spoken, Zhang Wenhui felt utterly humiliated. Song Ian, I'm here to help you. He grasped his knife and hurried to Ian's side. As they delved deeper, the number of they encountered increased. Although Zhang Wenhui was already a second-tier martial artist, he still struggled to slay a first-tier. In contrast, Ian effortlessly dispatched the approaching beasts with a single stroke of his gleaming blade, conserving his strength. Conserve your energy. Ian glanced at Zhang Wenhui from the corner of his eye. In his mental perception, he sensed a 4th-tier martial artist lingering nearby. Still uncertain of their true intentions, friend or foe, Yue had already made her way from the city center, lurking in the shadows and moving alongside Ian, diverting the beasts in their path. Through mental communication, Ian relayed instructions to Yue. Is there a specific number and tier of the entering the city? In the black night sky, a figure darted like a specter toward the city outskirts, soon returning. Awu, 5,000, mostly first tier, with over 100 third tier. With Yue's report, Ian felt a measure of relief. Fortunately, although the number of was considerable, there were no 4th tier beasts among them. It seemed that the 4th tier and above creatures had all ventured toward Yang City. Taking a moment to glance at the tablet, Ian soon came to a halt. He, along with the 7 students and Teacher Lin, pushed open the corroded, dilapidated door of a nearby structure. The beam of their flashlight illuminated a dozen students huddled in a corner, weapons in hand, as if bracing for an impending threat. What are you doing? Zhang Wenhui stepped forward to explain. A beast tide has emerged in the examination hall. there's no time for explanations. Follow us. The dozen students paused momentarily, but upon seeing Teacher Lin at the rear of the group, they quickly understood. Teacher Lin, this. Quick, keep up. Lin Qingyin, aware of the urgency, wasted no time in urging the students to join the group. All right. The students, not foolish, suppressed their doubts and fears, following the larger group. Lin Qingyin remained at the back, vigilant against any sudden attacks from the. To their surprise, they encountered remarkably few along the way until they finally located the last group of students. Although the roars have echoed throughout the city, the tide itself was nowhere to be seen. At this moment, a total of 256 students, along with Teacher Lin, had gathered within a crumbling warehouse. Ian, what do we do now? Shall we just hold this position? Zhang Wenhui bore a certain air of heroism about him, yet it was predominantly intermingled with apprehension. No. Ian shook his head. The tide of beasts approaching from outside the city is converging with the exotic creatures within, effectively surrounding us. We cannot hold this position, and I cannot possibly lead all of you out to safety. As he spoke, Ian picked up his tablet, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the map. He then pointed to a specific location and declared in a grave tone, "We shall head here, the city hall." No one questioned how Ian had come to be so knowledgeable about the movements of the exotic beasts, nor did anyone challenge his deductions or strategies. Some of the later arrivals in the group, upon catching sight of Ian's wolf mask, could not resist asking Lin Qingyin, "Teacher Lin, he is the Songlong, isn't he?" In recent days, tales of the Songlong's heroic deeds had spread throughout Yang City. Almost everyone was aware that a young man known as Songlong had repelled the tide of beasts at the hunter's camp. Yes, Lin Qingyin affirmed, the shadows in her eyes and the unease in her heart dissipating at last. She finally grasped the meaning behind Ian's words of trust. Did I just hear Jean call him Ian? A studentess' inquiry drew the attention of those around them. Most were from the first high school, and of course, they were familiar with Ian's identity. Upon enrollment, he was the only student with an F-level aptitude, and he had quickly become renowned within the institution. For 3 consecutive years, Ian had maintained the top position in the humanities. His decision to register for the martial arts examination had once again sent ripples through the school, allowing everyone to reevaluate this legendary figure. Indeed, Lin Qingyin nodded resolutely. Ian is that Songlong. The dilapidated warehouse fell into a profound silence, with only the sounds of Ian, Zhang Wenhui, and Zhang Yu formulating plans reverberating within. Almost all gazes were fixed upon the figure adorned with the wolf mask. While their hearts were filled with awe, they were also imbued with a burgeoning sense of hope, as the students' eyes sparkled with a light named hope. Thus, the realization dawned upon them that Songlong was none other than Ian. Following him, following Ian. Perhaps they could all survive. They would certainly live to see home again. The students encouraged one another. There's not much time. We must set out for the city hall. After sensing the trust and hope radiating from the crowd, Ian concluded the discussion. He stowed his tablet and led the way out of the warehouse. The layout of the new city mirrored that of the old, with the city hall being the most fortified structure in the entire city. Zhang Yu and Zhang Wenhui trailed closely behind Ian, adding, "Once we enter the city hall, we can only proceed to the Great Hall. It is the only place that can accommodate so many people. Moreover, the Great Hall is incredibly solid, with but a single entrance, easily defensible." Ian replied as he forged ahead, "Then we shall head to the Great Hall." Given their distinguished backgrounds, Zhang Yu and Zhang Wenhui possessed a deeper understanding of the city hall's layout than Ian. He would not overestimate his abilities or make reckless plans in this regard. Before long, the group arrived at the city hall and stood before the entrance to the Great Hall. The Great Hall was a standalone structure, square in shape, built from an unknown material, its exterior bearing little evidence of the exotic beast's assault, a testament to its formidable strength. With a swift slice, Ian cleaved the lock and pushed open the heavy doors, a wave of dust and the stench of decay rushing forth. Everyone entered, and Ian remained at the entrance, beckoning Teacher Lin and all the students to enter the Great Hall. Once everyone was inside, Ian turned, weapon in hand. Gazing into the encroaching darkness, the roars of the beasts grew ever closer, reverberating like a cataclysmic tide. In the shadows, the gleaming green and crimson eyes of the beasts multiplied, boundless and oppressive. A continuous stream of silhouettes belonging to the exotic beasts merged into a single mass. Under the moonlight, the bloodthirsty creatures gathered and amassed. The tide of beasts that had once obliterated Yang City 60 years ago appeared to loom before them. The tide of beasts was upon them. Chapter 33, The Moonlit Shadow. Through the glass windows, the students within the Great Hall beheld the surging tide of beasts outside. Fear once more enveloped their hearts. Only when confronted with the tide of beasts could one truly comprehend its terror. They felt like small boats adrift on a vast ocean, facing towering waves that could engulf them at any moment. "Ian, I'm here to help you." Just as Ian stood against the tide of beasts, A voice suddenly pierced through the chaos. Turning his head, he was surprised to see Zhang Wenhui emerging beside him, with determination etched on his face. He concealed the fear lurking in his eyes, his right hand firmly gripping the hilt of his weapon. I cannot allow you to face the tide alone. I am a second-tier martial artist. I can fight too. Lin Qingyin also stepped forward, weapon in hand, instinctively moving to shield. Ian Jianyu followed suit. Though trembling slightly in the face of the overwhelming tide of exotic beasts, she nonetheless stood her ground. Soon, a few classmates from Class 1, Su Gang, Shirlei, and Sun Na, joined them. You all should return. Ian smiled gently, his gaze still fixed on the distant mass of beasts, speaking calmly, with so many of us. We cannot maneuver effectively. Do not hinder me. A howl erupted from the darkness far away. After all, the moonlit shadow was merely a third-tier exotic beast. The tide of beasts outside, combined with those gathered within the city, was overwhelmingly vast. The moonlit shadow struggled valiantly to suppress the beast's desire to attack, buying enough time for the group. However, it could hold them back no longer. Retreat. Ian barked, and in an instant, the blade in his hand erupted with a golden light. The roar of the beasts echoed through the heavens. As Zhang Wenhui and the others reluctantly returned to the Great Hall, countless exotic beasts finally surged forth, their bloodthirsty eyes glistening as they bore down like a tsunami. With a swift motion, Ian's blade flashed. The first dark wolf to pounce upon him was cleaved in two. The pungent scent of blood did not deter the tide of beasts. Rather, it ignited their bloodlust further, inciting a more ferocious onslaught. Roar. Die. Ian countered with a swift stroke, instantly dispatching a third-tier intermediate shadow leopard that had stealthily attacked from the tide. The leopard had not anticipated that this third-tier martial artist could slay it with a single stroke. It managed only to leave a claw mark tearing through Ian's flesh. Ignoring the blood seeping from his shoulder wound, Ian had no time to dwell on it. He continued to wield his long blade, felling one beast after another that lunged at him. Furthermore, he had to divide his focus, remaining vigilant of the fourth-tier martial artist lurking within his consciousness. Blood spattered everywhere. The blood of a third-tier martial artist only served to exacerbate the ferocity of the beasts. They had but one aim, to slaughter this human before them and feast upon his flesh and blood. Behind this human, there were many fresh and delectable morsels waiting to be devoured. In Yang City, within the orphanage, Wu Xuemei found herself unable to sleep, fixated on the television screen displaying the glimmering point bearing Ian's name. The distant sounds of thunderous roars and faint beastly howls echoed through the air. Yet this elderly woman seemed oblivious to the commotion. Her murky eyes remained glued to the screen, unwaveringly focused, until the moment when Ian's glimmer began to move. She observed him leading other sparks in search of the remaining students. Eventually, they arrived at a location where they halted. Following this, the points next to Ian's name commenced their ascent, beginning at 12, then 13, 14, 24, 124, 134, and finally 467. Ian's score had already surpassed that of past martial examination champions. Yet, the elder's countenance bore not a trace of joy. His bloodshot eyes were filled with apprehension, and the crimson rims gradually moistened, murky tears creeping across his wrinkled cheeks. Shaoan, Wu Xuemei murmured. Regret washed over her, lamenting her failure to prevent Ian from participating in the martial examination. The incessantly rising points illustrated the perilous predicament Ian now faced. 14 years prior, she had lost her daughter. 14 years later, she was on the verge of losing another son. Yao Yao bless Shaoan. At Aunt Bowsie's place, the proprietress of the dumpling shop and her family were unable to sleep, their eyes glued to the television. They were elated to see that familiar name at the top of the leaderboard. It's Ian. Ian, did you see, old man? Ian is going to be the martial champion. He often comes to my shop for dumplings. We should rename our shop to Champion Dumpling House. Within the confines of the black market apothecary, the shopkeeper, who was not a martial artist, had not ventured to the city walls. All the apothecaries within the city had been summoned to provide medicine for the soldiers defending the city. While the staff bustled about, the shopkeeper sat alone, fixated on the television. Suddenly, he leapt up in shock, pointing at the screen. This. He had just realized who that Songlong was. Ian. The thought of the achievements and imminent success of the young man filled the apothecary's heart with dread. He was relieved that he had spoken to him earlier. At Wang Chang's home, a little girl exclaimed, "Mom, Brother Songlong is in first place." She pointed at the television, her excitement palpable. Wang Chang's wife remained silent, merely nodding. Her eyes clouded with worry. That night, countless individuals found themselves unable to sleep. The entire city of Yang was restless, with multitudes hiding at home, watching the television. Upon witnessing Ian's name at the pinnacle and the ever-increasing score, some were perplexed, others thrilled, and many filled with trepidation. Outside the examination hall, A man clad in black robes, with a bear's head embroidered in silver thread on his chest, observed the blood-soaked youth charging forth. A wave of unease washed over him. The steward had mentioned that the Tsunglong might be among this year's candidates, yet he had not anticipated such ferocity. According to the steward's information, while Tsunglong had achieved the feat of slaying third-tier beasts, he was merely a second-tier martial artist. Damn it, what second-tier martial artist possesses such might? Faced with the tsunami of beasts, even a fourth-tier warrior would not dare to confront them head-on. Yet this young man fought tirelessly for 4 continuous hours. The man in black's gaze hardened. Such a genius must be eradicated. Inside the grand hall, Jiangyu covered her mouth, her eyes red and swollen, tears streaming down her fresh and delicate face. Through the window, one could see Ian, drenched in blood, unable to discern whether it was his own or that of the beasts. He appeared as a figure painted in blood. Although they were peers, they were powerless to assist him, separated only by a wall. Outside, the howls of beasts filled the air. Within, silence reigned. The young man clearly possessed the strength to break through the encirclement, yet fought valiantly to protect them against the onslaught of beasts. Teacher Lin, let us help him. Jiangyu cried, her voice trembling. Lin Xingyin remained silent, pondering whether stepping out now would truly aid. Ian Zhang Wenhui bit his lip, blood unconsciously filling his mouth. I must go help him. Just as Zhang Wenhui seized a steel knife, ready to charge out the door, a shadow swiftly traversed the tide of beasts and appeared before Ian. Then, a heavy rumble echoed in their ears. Boom. The youth who had steadfastly guarded the entrance was suddenly sent flying back, crashing heavily to the ground of the grand hall. The man in black's gaze rapidly swept the crowd, pinpointing Jiangyu's location. Then, with a ruthless glint, he locked onto the fallen Eon, contemplating delivering a fatal blow to this prodigious youth and snatching away the mayor's daughter. The remaining students would naturally be engulfed by the tide of beasts. At that moment, a fervent roar erupted in their ears. Yue, accompanied by the howl of wolves piercing through the night, Awu. Chapter 34, Encirclement. A sense of foreboding surged within the heart of the man in black. Just as he was about to strike, he saw the young man rise from the ground, forcefully expelling a pool of blood, his gaze ablaze with murderous intent. Fourth tier, I've finally found you. Ian hastily wiped his face, blood staining his handsome features, while he produced an orange-red pill and swallowed it. The murderous aura emanating from him surged forth unabashedly, alongside the torrent of vitality within him. Suddenly, a searing heat erupted from Eon, as his life essence burned wildly within. His eyes turned a fiery red, resembling 2 blazing suns. All his injuries healed in an instant, and his aura soared to unprecedented heights. Blood-burning curse. Ian Yu, Lin Qingyin gasped. You kid, you're quite impressive. But I relish slaying geniuses. The man in black sneered. Ian remained silent, his piercing gaze fixed on the man in black, a cruel smile creeping across his face. Now the hunt begins. Boom. With a thunderous sound, in the blink of an eye, Ian had closed the distance to the man in black, throwing a punch that was parried. No wonder he's a 4th-tier warrior. Failing to land a blow, Ian did not falter. Instead, he used the momentum to crash into his opponent, propelling him out of the grand hall. The power bestowed by the blood-burning curse was immense. As the man in black reeled in shock, he thought to himself, where does this strength come from? He attempted to counter, but was firmly grasped by Ian's arm and thrust into the tide of beasts. Yue, Awu. As the wolf howls echoed in response. Nearly all the beasts turned their heads towards the two, fleeing from the city hall. Though Yue could not suppress the aggression of so many beasts, it at least altered their primary target for attack. Before long, only a handful of beasts remained outside the grand hall. The onlookers exchanged glances, unable to conceal their astonishment. But now was not the time for words. Zhang Wenhui, gripping his knife, was the first to charge out. Outside the city hall, Ian continued to push the man in black towards the central square of the old Yang City site, an open area sufficient to accommodate thousands of beasts. Observing the encroaching tide of beasts, the man's complexion changed dramatically, his heart finally filled with dread. You madman. If we continue like this, we won't escape. We will die here. Why don't we join forces to break free? I assure you, once we escape, I shall turn and leave without a second glance. A sudden, maniacal laughter erupted from Eon, his fierce and menacing gaze fixating on the cloaked figure. He would remember this attire even if it were reduced to ashes. It was the garb of the enigmatic organization behind Jiang Tianyu. You must die today. You, a colossal black wolf with fur as sharp as steel needles, emerged slowly from the fray of beasts, eventually stopping beside Ian, affectionately nuzzling against his pant leg. The black-clad figure sank into utter despair. His eyes transitioned from terror to shock, ultimately settling into a calm resignation. The realization struck him. He had managed to tame a royal beast. The moment he laid eyes on the towering Yu, He understood that his chances of leaving this place alive were slim. Yet, he growled defiantly, "You shall perish as well." With that, the black-clad figure unleashed a tremendous wave of murderous intent, his blood surging as the aura of a fourth-tier warrior manifested fully. With a thunderous roar under the golden dawn, the shadow rushed forth, closing the distance in an instant. "Come at me." Ian consumed another Shenyang blood recovery pill, activating the blood ignition spell for the second time. His eyes narrowed, locking onto the grotesque visage of the black-clad figure, whose crimson gaze bore into him. With a resounding crash, their fists collided, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. The black-clad figure staggered back a step, while Ian was forced to retreat 7 paces. Truly, the prowess of a fourth-tier warrior is formidable. Ian mused inwardly. A fourth-tier warrior equates to the Foundation establishment stage, even with the blood ignition spell. It would be arduous to confront him head-on. Fortunately, he was not alone. Beside him, the immense form of Yu seized the opportunity, lunging ferociously at the black-clad man. However, the figure unleashed a torrent of blood-red energy from his fists, sending Yu hurtling away. The crimson force surged relentlessly towards Ian, a technique only achievable by those above the 4th tier. Yu returned. Together, man and wolf fought side by side. Suddenly, 2 crescent moons materialized out of thin air, countering the blood-red onslaught with equal ferocity. Not only did they shatter the crimson wave, but they also carved a massive gash into the black-clad warrior's chest. Despite the disparity in their realms, the might of innate abilities proved no less formidable than martial techniques. The black-clad figure gasped for breath, his scarlet eyes fixated on the duo, poised to charge once more into battle. Yet, Ian's sudden cold chuckle interrupted him. "We shall dive into the beast horde together. I hail from the Beast Tamer Sect, accompanied by a royal beast. Let us test the waters, shall we? Why should I engage in a life-and-death struggle with you?" With the howl of a royal beast, you commanded the horde to surge towards the black-clad figure in the center of the arena. "Can we reach an accord?" The black-clad man was finally consumed by fear, his voice trembling as he posed the question. The only response he received was a nonchalant remark. "At this moment? Surely, you jest." In the next instant, an endless tide of beasts engulfed the black-clad figure. Amidst the chaos, only anguished roars echoed, filled with resentment. It was not until the sun dipped below the horizon, shrouding the earth once more in darkness, that the tumult within the horde began to subside. Indeed, 4th-tier warriors are terrifying. Little did he expect that this black-clad figure could endure an entire day against the onslaught of the beast horde. Even though this place was sparse with 3rd-tier beasts, predominantly housing 1st and 2nd-tier creatures, such fighting prowess was still formidable. But what of it? Being a disciple of the Beast Tamer Sect was his greatest advantage. Although his cultivation level was not high, and he could only command you, it was sufficient to rally the horde to besiege a 4th-tier warrior. Ian stood beside you. The beasts, though eager to engage, dared not assault the royal beast directly. After the death of the black-clad figure, the horde gradually dispersed, retreating along the path back to the assembly hall, where more flesh awaited. Ian approached, glancing at the remnants strewn across the ground. The black-clad warrior lay in a peaceful repose, with scarcely any bones remaining. Only tattered fragments of clothing bore witness to his existence. What of 4th-tier warriors? Ian chuckled softly, gathering the corpses of the dozen or so 3rd-tier beasts into his storage pouch, filling it to the brim. This time he made a mental note to preserve the bodies of 3rd-tier beasts. These were sources of spirit stones and contribution points. How pitiable for the black-clad figure. A dignified 4th-tier warrior, to be slain by lower-tier beasts, ultimately serving as a garment for Ian. Next, Ian gazed towards the assembly hall. It was time to return and continue constructing the stage. The assembly hall, having been cleared of most beasts due to Ian's efforts, still bore remnants of a smaller horde. The students, wary of chaos, formed ranks to fend off the remaining beasts in shifts. Fortunately, most were 1st-tier creatures, and with Zhang Wenhui and Lin Qingyin, both 2nd-tier warriors, they managed to hold their ground. However, despair washed over them as they witnessed the returning tide of beasts. Why have the beasts returned? What of Ian? Has he been slain by that black-clad figure? A pall of gloom settled over the group. Enough chatter. Quickly, take cover. Lin Qingyin urged. You too, return. Zhang Wenhui forcefully ushered several classmates back, swallowing hard. He licked his cracked lips, preparing to confront the impending horde alone. His eyes reddened, and he forced a grim smile. After an entire day, Zhang Wenhui was utterly worn out. Just as he was about to turn and fight, he was suddenly tackled by a beast. Following this, a multitude of creatures descended upon him. Zhang Wenhui. Lin Qingyin cried out, her voice breaking in anguish. Class leader, Zhang. Over 200 teachers and students were left with tears in their eyes. In the next moment, a flash of blade light seemed to cleave through the heavens, slicing through the endless darkness and parting the inferno, offering a glimmer of hope to all. It was a man. Ian, wielding a bloody blade, extended his hand toward Zhang Wenhui. Zhang Wenhui vowed that beneath that tattered mask lay the most beautiful smile he had ever encountered. The scalding blood of the beast drenched him, painting his visage in crimson. Yet, he too beamed with joy, grasping Ian's outstretched hand to rise with newfound strength. Let us return. The rest is in my hands. Chapter 35, A Salute. The siege of Yang City by the beast horde persisted for a full 3 days and nights. It was not until the dawn of the 4th day that a 6th-tier beast appeared within the horde. Under the leadership of Li Hu, the high-tier warriors of Yang City united, and after 3 hours of relentless assault, they finally vanquished the creature. Only then did the tide of beasts begin to recede. On the battlefield, Li Hu exhaled a deep breath, calming the swirling energies within him. He addressed the crowd. Well done. We have defended Yang City. We have safeguarded millions of lives. Just as the crowd prepared to express their gratitude, a figure surged toward the city, only to be seized by Jiang Tianyu. Old Zhang, let go of me. Zhang Renjia's eyes were bloodshot, his expression twisted in rage. His wife had perished. Now, in his quest to safeguard Yang City and protect its citizens, he has even lost his son. Rushing over, there might still be a chance to find his son's remains. Zhang Jiangyue is also there. Jiang Tianyu's expression turned bitter, as if he were struggling to suppress the anguish within. Mayor Jiang, Director Zhang, what is happening? Li Hu inquired, somewhat perplexed. It was the deputy director of the Education Bureau who stepped forward to elucidate. A beast tide has also emerged at the examination site. Mayor Zhang's daughter, as well as Director Zhang's son, are among this year's examinees. What? Li Hu's countenance shifted dramatically, immediately adopting a serious demeanor. Why wasn't this mentioned earlier? Let us hurry there. 1st and 2nd battalions, follow me. We must rescue the students at the examination site. With that, he turned to Jiang Tianyu and Zhang Renjia. Urgency breaking through the stoicism on his resolute face. We must depart swiftly. There may still be time. Yet, despite his words, nearly all present understood the grim reality. Over 200 students. How could any survive amidst the encirclement of the beast tide? Zhang Renjia forcefully wrenched his hand away from Jiang Tianyu, dashing towards the city. Jiang Tianyu offered a wry smile. You all go ahead. As mayor, I must remain to oversee the aftermath. Very well. The mayor's noble intent. Li Hu, not dwelling on the matter, instructed the deputy director to lead the way, accompanied by several 4th-tier warriors. Once the group departed, Jiang Tianyu's figure flickered and vanished into thin air. In a certain part of Yang City, the deacon of the newborn sect, clutching a communication device, listened intently to reports from his subordinates elsewhere. Excellent. 3 cities have fallen. You may retreat for the time being. Yang City has been held. The plan has been executed flawlessly. Yes, commence the subsequent phases immediately. The deacon of the newborn sect hung up the communication, a sinister smile curling on his lips. This time, if chaos were to ensue, it must be monumental. He was determined to thrust Jiang Tianyu into the spotlight as the sole leader who had defended the city, thus amassing tremendous prestige. As foretold, at that moment, Jiang Tianyu's voice came from behind. Deacon, the beast tide has receded. Jiang Tianyu bowed respectfully. Well done. However, I am concerned about my daughter, he inquired. The deacon of the newborn sect appeared taken aback. In orchestrating the broader strategy, he had indeed been preoccupied and had neglected this minor detail. To him, it seemed exceedingly simple for a 4th-tier warrior to rescue a student. After all, once one breaks through to the 4th tier, the transformation is monumental. I shall inquire, the deacon said, extracting his device and dialing. Yet, on the other end, there was no response. After several attempts, the lack of answer only deepened the deacon's frown. A sense of foreboding began to swell within Jiang Tianyu. Deacon, it's nothing, he reassured. Perhaps they encountered that gray wolf and lost contact in the fray. Can a 4th-tier warrior not rescue your daughter? Jiang Tianyu pondered, calming the rising tension with thoughts of imminent success. Deacon, I must proceed to command the site. I take my leave. Meanwhile, when Li Hu and Zhang Renjia arrived at the examination site, the entire area lay in eerie silence, a desolate ruin devoid of life. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood. Even standing at the edge of the wreckage, one could still detect the pervasive stench of carnage. Director Zhang, my condolences, Li Hu said, placing a reassuring hand on Zhang Renjia's shoulder. Zhang Renjia simply gazed with reddened eyes, silent and despondent. Let us proceed to investigate, he suggested. Earlier, while in the vehicle, they had utilized tablets to ascertain the positions of the students. Almost all the signals had remained fixed at the city hall, unchanged even to this moment. The deputy director of the Education Bureau led the way, tablet in hand, guiding the group forward. The dazed Zhang Renjia walked alongside the furrowed-browed Li Hu, followed by 2 battalions, a total of 1,000 soldiers, standing guard against potential threats. As they ventured deeper, they finally arrived before the city hall. The stench of blood was overwhelming. In front of the assembly hall, the deputy director gestured for direction. Zhang Renjie steeled himself, pressing onward with the group. Then, they beheld an unforgettable scene. In the open space before the assembly hall lay a multitude of beast corpses. At the entrance stood a youth, leaning against a battered steel blade, resolutely facing the threshold. His body was smeared with blood and marred with wounds, resembling a figure forged from crimson. Before him lay a veritable mountain of corpses, a sea of blood. The ground was drenched in scarlet, reminiscent of hell itself. Yet this youth stood at the gates of the underworld, fiercely barring the demons from entering the realm of humanity. Everyone halted in their tracks. Li Hue's steadfast visage was overtaken by emotion, his eyes wide with profound astonishment. With a resounding salute, he stood at attention. In unison, 1,000 soldiers paid their respects to this nameless young hero. The deputy director, holding the tablet, stared in disbelief, emotions beyond mere shock coursing through him. On the display, a name stood at the pinnacle, followed by an astonishing figure, 8,763. What a staggering number of beasts slain. The previously despondent Zhang Renjie, upon witnessing this spectacle, widened his eyes, the sorrow within him swept away by the harrowing scene before him. A click echoed from behind as a camera captured the moment. Zhang Renjie rushed forward, lifting the weary youth's drooping face, tenderly wiping away the blood that obscured it. Ian? Zhang Renjie's hands trembled uncontrollably. Perhaps it was disbelief. Or perhaps he simply did not see the face he longed for. Zhang Renjie looked up in confusion, only to find a tightly shut iron door behind Ian. Li Hu approached, gently pushing the door open. Inside the assembly hall, the mountain of beast corpses had blocked the windows, shrouding the interior in darkness. No one knew the situation outside until the door stirred with movement. All eyes turned towards the sound, beholding a man clad in military attire. You all. Li Hue's gaze fell upon over 200 youthful faces, imbued with despair, and he spoke with deep sorrow. I am so sorry. We have arrived too late. A bloodied figure surged towards the door, bursting outside. It was Zhang Wenhui. He dashed forth as if driven mad, reaching Ian's side. He beheld his father, Zhang Renjie, and the faint rise and fall of Ian's chest. Zhang Renjie's eyes sparkled with recognition upon seeing Zhang Wenhui, his mouth poised to speak. Yet, from within the iron door, students began to emerge one after another, with Lin Qingyin trailing at the back. Each student bore various injuries, yet they were all alive. Zhang Renjie's lips moved silently. Li Hu approached Ian once more, solemnly offering a military salute. The scene before them was truly moving. The subsequent officials and the 1,000 soldiers felt their hearts profoundly shaken once more. Chapter 36. At all costs at this moment. The hearts of all present were filled with reverence. How could this 18-year-old boy have achieved such feats? He is merely a child. Li Hu, his face taut, gazed at the youth with an expression softened by admiration. The general, renowned in the military for his ferocity, found it difficult to maintain his composure. Moments ago, teacher Lin Qingyin had delivered a comprehensive account of the entire ordeal. It was almost inconceivable that a mere teenager had single-handedly safeguarded all his classmates. Even when confronted by the assault of a fourth-grade warrior, he resolutely charged into the beast tide, determined to protect his peers and teachers. He single-handedly turned the tide of chaos. Ultimately, even when escape was within reach, he resolutely chose to return to protect everyone. They had witnessed the conclusion. They stood at the story's end, gazing back, yet they could hardly fathom how this 18-year-old had accomplished such feats. Alone he faced the beast tide. Alone he battled a fourth-grade warrior. All of this, driven by a singular purpose, to protect. What kind of spirit is this? Overwhelmed by emotion, the iron-willed Li Hu felt a pang in his nose, tears welling in his eyes. Report to the general, shouted the military doctor who had accompanied them. This young man is gravely injured. Given the limited resources, we can only perform basic first aid. He must be transported to the hospital immediately for urgent care. Then what are we waiting for? Li Hu roared, his eyes reddened. Hurry and get this child back. 1st and 2nd battalions. You stay here and let the vehicles go for the kids. Also, try to track down that 4th-grade warrior. We need him alive to see him brought to justice. As he spoke, he turned to Zhang Renjie, who was quietly conversing with his son. Director Zhang, we must return immediately to get this child to the hospital. Right. Let us go. Zhang Renjie replied, wasting no time. His heart was filled with the utmost respect and gratitude for Ian, who had saved his son and so many others. In the vehicle on the way back, Li Hu, a 6th-grade warrior, personally drove, with Ian as the sole passenger in the back seat, aside from the military doctor. In the second vehicle, only Zhang Renjie and his son, Zhang Wenhui, were present. Now you can speak, Zhang Renjie said, glancing at his injured son, who was bandaged but still bore the marks of his ordeal, his eyes filled with concern. Earlier, in front of a crowd, Zhang Wenhui had briefly narrated the events of the past few days, mentioning something of utmost importance that required a private conversation between the two of them. Dad, Zhang Wenhui said, struggling to maintain his composure. After 3 exhausting days, coupled with his injuries, he was nearing his limits. Ian told me to make sure that upon our return, no one is allowed to approach him alone, and he must never be left in a room with anyone by himself. To be honest, Zhang Wenhui did not fully grasp Ian's reasoning behind these words. However, since Ian had advised it, he could only relay this message to the person he trusted most and who was capable of fulfilling Ian's request. Ian's logic was straightforward. Since the 4th grade warrior was affiliated with the same organization as Jiang Tianyu, based on Ian's performance in this recent martial arts examination, it was difficult to ensure that Jiang Tianyu would not harbor malicious intentions. After careful consideration, Ian deemed Zhang Wenhui's identity and character worthy of his trust, aside from the need for Zhang Renjia's influence post-incident. Of course, Ian had contingencies in place. He had painstakingly constructed the stage. It was best to see the play through to its conclusion. Not allowed to approach him alone. Zhang Renjia furrowed his brow, pondering the implications of this statement. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he nodded thoughtfully. I understand now. Don't worry. The convoy soon entered Yang City, heading straight for the city's first hospital without pausing. Where are the doctors? Someone, get a doctor. Upon entering the chaotic hospital lobby, Zhang Renjia bellowed. I am Zhang Renjia, the director of the Education Bureau. I command you to arrange for emergency care immediately. Bring me your hospital director. It must be noted that as one of the top 3 officials in Yang City, Zhang Renjia wielded considerable power and influence. Even with the influx of countless injured after the Beast tide, he invoked his authority to summon the finest experts from the first hospital for the sake of an 18-year-old boy. The top specialists of Yang City's first hospital gathered together to perform emergency treatment for Ian outside the operating room. Zhang Renjia and Li Hu remained steadfast, always vigilant. Below, a battalion of soldiers stood guard. The young man had protected over 200 students and teachers. Now it was their turn to protect him. Before long, the operating room door swung open, and a doctor in a white coat hurriedly emerged. This young man is severely injured. He has lost too much blood. We have too many patients, and the blood bank is running low. What are we waiting for? Li Hu shouted hoarsely, summoning a messenger. Go. Tell the Tiger Brigade to send every able-bodied soldier over here to donate blood. Yes. The messenger swiftly departed. The doctor appeared somewhat bewildered, unsure of the identity of this middle-aged man in military attire, and waved his hands in protest. We don't need that much blood. Don't be ridiculous. Li Hu glared fiercely. Don't the other injured need blood? The doctor was momentarily speechless and hurried back to the operating room. Thank you, General Li, Zhang Renjia said, looking at Li Hu with gratitude. I will organize a representation to express our appreciation to the soldiers afterward. No need for that. They are heroes, true men. Li Hu waved his hand dismissively, continuing to fixate on the operating room door. With an entire reinforced battalion donating blood, the rescue efforts for Ian proceeded normally. Soon, the operating room door opened once more, and the same doctor emerged, his expression fraught with urgency. Is the blood still insufficient? Li Hu inquired. No, the doctor quickly replied. This young man is in a state of severe qi and blood deficiency. His internal energy is nearly depleted. His condition is critical. Qi and blood, a mere word apart, yet worlds away in meaning. Li Hu and Zhang Renjia exchanged glances, both warriors who understood the gravity of the situation. I'll find a way, Zhang Renjia said solemnly, pulling out his phone. Xiaohu, immediately notify everyone in the bureau to mobilize all resources to search the city for qi and blood replenishment medicines and bring them to the first hospital. All expenses will be covered by the Education Bureau. Also, go to my home. There's a 300-year-old ginseng in my study safe. Bring it to me. This Education Bureau director spared no expense in his efforts to save Ian, the boy who had protected all the candidates. Soon, wave after wave of medicinal herbs and tonics arrived at Yang City's first hospital. Doctor, please let me know if there's anything you need. At any cost. We must save him. The following afternoon, after receiving treatment and ample rest, Zhang Wenhui arrived. Gazing at the closed operating room doors, he clenched his fists, his complex emotions betraying his inner turmoil. I have yet to apologize to you, and I have not expressed my gratitude. You must survive. Chapter 37. Resisting the Collapse. In the intensive care unit of the first hospital. Dad, I'm fine. It was Ian who saved us. Jiang Yu spoke into her phone, conversing with her father. She understood that, as the mayor, he must be exceedingly busy in Yang City following the onslaught of the Beast tide. So she did not blame him for not visiting her. Instead, her heart was burdened with thoughts of others. The radiant youth, who seemed to descend from the heavens, had rescued them from the abyss. Dad, you focus on your work, it's all right. Yeah, I will come to see you once I finish my duties here. All right. Jiang Yu ended the call, swung her legs off the bed, and walked out of the hospital room. On her way to the emergency room, she encountered Lin Qingyin, who shared the same intention. Together, they arrived outside the rescue room. Gazing at the incessantly flashing red light of the emergency room, Jiang Yu asked. Her eyes filled with concern, Uncle Zhang, how is Ian? Rest assured, he will be fine, Zhang Renjie replied wearily, having gone several days without sleep. His eyes were bloodshot. At that moment, his phone rang. Upon answering, he discovered it was a call regarding the conclusion of the martial arts examination. The Education Bureau required his and Jiang Tianyuan's signatures to submit the results. All right, I will be there shortly. After hanging up, Zhang Renjie turned to Li Hu and said, General Li, I need to head to the municipal hall. I leave this in your capable hands for now. I will return shortly. No worries, Li Hu nodded in acknowledgement. After departing the hospital, Zhang Renjie made his way directly to the municipal government meeting room. I apologize for my tardiness. He slightly bowed his head before taking his seat. Jiang Tianyuan, seated at the head of the table, nodded in understanding. Subsequently, a staff member presented the report cards. Mayor Jiang, Director Zhang. We are at a loss regarding these results. We seek your guidance. Jiang Tianyuan took the report card, his eyes widening in shock as he struggled to contain his astonishment. He had been preoccupied with post-disaster recovery and reconstruction efforts over the past 2 days, barely paying attention to the martial arts examination. Now, seeing the report card, he belatedly grasped the situation. 8,763 points. The other students' scores appeared normal, and Zhang Wenhui and Jiang Yu even achieved commendable results. But who is this first-place name? How can I not comprehend the 4 digits following Ian's name? Have you made a mistake? After his initial shock, Jiang Tianyuan furrowed his brow and handed the report card to Zhang Renjie, casting a questioning glance at the staff below. There has been no error. Zhang Renjie simply scanned the document and calmly signed his name. No mistake. Jiang Tianyuan looked bewildered, yet it wasn't disbelief. It was merely the terrifying nature of the score. What in the world is happening? For 237 years since the establishment of the Great Xia, no one has ever achieved such a horrifying score in the martial arts examination. What on earth transpired? Old Zhang, tell me. Jiang Tianyuan inquired anxiously. He was only aware that the church's plan concerning Yang City might have affected the examination venue, where a minor beast tide had occurred. Initially, it was believed that the 4th-grade martial artist assigned by the church could save Jiang Yu, but that individual had vanished without a trace. It wasn't until Jiang Yu called upon her return that she merely shared a few words. Over the past few days, he had been preoccupied with internal and external affairs. Only hearing whispers of someone achieving an exceptionally high score in the martial arts examination, yet he remained uninformed about the events at the examination site. It unfolded as such. Zhang Renjie recounted slowly. You mean, Ian is the one known as the Tsonglong? Jiang Tianyuan murmured, in the face of the beast tide. This student named Ian chose not to abandon or give up, even fighting alone, enduring for 3 days against the relentless onslaught. Indeed, Zhang Renjie nodded solemnly. His bloodshot eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. He succeeded in protecting over 200 classmates. He is a hero of all Yang City. So it is. He is the Tsonglong. Jiang Tianyuan's expression grew complex, his emotions more intricate. I understand now. He exhaled, signing the report card. Since there are no issues, let us submit it. I will take my leave. As these are my students under my jurisdiction, Zhang Renjie stated. Go ahead. I can manage here. Just let me know if you require anything, Jiang Tianyuan replied. After 2 days of anticipation, Yang City was now abuzz with 2 hot topics, the beast tide and the name that topped the martial arts examination results. Who is Ian? Is the score of 8,763 genuine? What truly transpired? As he walked, Zhang Renjie absorbed the discussions of the people around him. Halfway through, he suddenly halted, took out his phone, and made several calls. In the Yang City Welfare Institute, the children continued to frolic in the yard, their youthful innocence unmarred by worries. Only Wu Xuemei sat alone on a small stool at the entrance, occasionally glancing out at the street, more often lost in thought. The martial arts examination had concluded. Yet why had Shaoan not returned? In just 4 short days, Wu Xuemei's once dark hair had turned nearly entirely white, her visage aging considerably. She remained fixated on the television, tracking the martial arts examination coverage, and saw the score following Ian's name, 8,763 points. Though not a martial artist, she was aware that historically, the highest scores in the martial arts examination rarely exceeded a few hundred points. She understood precisely what 8,763 points signified. Yet, she was acutely aware of the dangers that lurked behind such an astounding score. Wu Xuemei cared little for this unprecedented achievement. All she knew was that Shaoan had yet to come home. Grandma Wu, we are hungry. A small, spirited girl approached, tugging at Wu Xuemei's arm. Supporting herself against the iron gate, Wu Shuamei struggled to rise, ruffling the girl's hair. Grandma will cook for you right away. Only one child still called her mother. Shaoan, you must come back. 3 days after the martial arts examination concluded, the people of Yang City were entirely captivated by a singular name, Ian. In today's Yang City Daily, Ian's name monopolized the headlines. The citizens finally grasped how that terrifying, unprecedented score in the martial arts examination had been attained. An 18-year-old youth, fueled by fervor, defended his classmates. Alone, he battled against the beast tide. He valiantly fought against 4th-grade martial artists. With a chance to flee, he chose instead to return to his classmates, enduring against all odds. He resisted the impending catastrophe and upheld the crumbling edifice. Following the conclusion of the martial arts examination, all 257 students and teachers survived. When the rescue teams arrived, they found the bloodied youth standing amidst a sea of corpses. Accompanying the headline was a photograph. The heroic visage of the youth was obscured. All that was visible was the crimson-soaked ground and the fallen bodies before him, while behind him stood his safe compatriots. With his singular might, he severed the bonds between hell and humanity. He resisted the collapse. Chapter 38. A worthy mission outside the emergency room. The red light remained illuminated. The 2 battalions that had conducted the search within the examination hall returned. General, our search yielded only this fragment of bone and a piece of clothing. Li Hu received the items handed over by his subordinate. He first examined the broken bone, his gaze turning icy. Indeed, it belonged to a 4th-tier martial artist. As for the piece of clothing, it was from the newborn sect. Zhang Renjie interjected, a sudden intensity of hatred igniting in his eyes. How could he possibly be unfamiliar with such attire? Even in tatters, he could recognize it. His beloved wife had perished at the hands of the newborn sect. This time, they had nearly killed his only child. The newborn sect? The chill in Li Hu's eyes deepened. They were the ones behind this beast tide, intent on harming such exceptional talents. These wretches. Zhang Wenhui remained silent, while Jiang Yu inquired with confusion, General Li, Uncle Zhang, what is the newborn sect? They are a pack of beasts, a bunch of scum. But never mind, you will inevitably learn the truth, Zhang Renjie said, momentarily losing his composure before quickly regaining his composure and explaining the situation to Jiang Yu, succinctly recounting some of the heinous acts committed by the newborn sect. How could such an organization exist? Jiang Yu's beautiful eyes brimmed with disdain, lamenting that in the name of humanity, they perpetrated acts that harmed society. We almost lost our lives at the hands of the newborn sect. Thankfully, Ian thwarted their sinister plot. Li Hu nodded in agreement. Indeed, our Xia dynasty nearly suffered the loss of a prodigy, almost losing a pillar of our nation. As he reflected on the newborn sect's nefarious methods and Ian's fearless return to rescue his classmates after battling their members, the turmoil within Li Hu's heart remained unresolved. He gazed at the tightly shut emergency room doors, praying fervently, "You must come out alive." Moments later, he turned to Zhang Renjie and declared, "This matter must be reported urgently. I need to apply for more time. Director Zhang, I shall return shortly." After leaving, Li Hu quickly returned, appearing somewhat relieved. "My request has been approved. For now, we need not return to the military district." "Thank you, General Li," Zhang Renjie said with a respectful bow, genuinely grateful. He had been pondering the matter. The newborn sect had dispatched a 4th-tier martial artist, only to be slain by Ian. It was uncertain whether they would send a higher-tier martial artist to forcibly eliminate such a talent. If a 5th or even 6th-tier martial artist were to arrive, how could they protect Ian? With Li Hu a 6th-tier powerhouse, leading a regiment of soldiers to stand guard, the pressure on the Yang City government would be significantly alleviated. "Do not worry, this young man is a hero, worthy of our protection." Li Hu waved his hand dismissively. The area outside the emergency room fell silent once more. The red light above the door signified that Ian's condition remained precarious. Li Hu, Zhang Renjie, Zhang Wenhui, Jiang Yu, and Lin Qingyin stood in silence, awaiting news. For days after the martial examination, the red light still glowed. Batch after batch of medications continued to be sent into the emergency room. Outside the welfare home, a familiar elder waved a newspaper, shouting inside, "Shuemei, Shuemei, there is news about Ian. Coming. Wait for me." While cooking, Wu Shuemei heard the commotion, hastily wiping her hands on her apron, her once elderly steps now remarkably swift. "Look for yourself. Your little N is making a name for himself. Let me see. Wu Shuemei took the newspaper, her murky eyes immediately catching sight of the headline, Ian. As she read on, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. What was this about single-handedly battling the beast tide? What about fighting a 4th-tier martial artist? What about turning the tide? All she could see was that her little N had nearly lost his life. Wu Shuemei gazed at the photograph, a scene of sheer carnage. There was little N, all alone, facing a multitude of ferocious beasts, surrounded by blood. The elderly woman, desperate to see clearly, wiped away the tears obscuring her vision. Yet, the tears continued to flow, dampening the newspaper in her hands. Oh dear, why are you crying? Shueme, Ian will be fine. Everyone else survived. Surely he will too. The newspaper didn't say anything bad about him. The elder who had brought the newspaper jumped in agitation, trying to comfort her. Just look at how successful Ian is. He is a great hero. Yes, yes. Wu Shueme nodded repeatedly, wiping her tears. As long as he is alive, that is what matters. But where was little Ian? Why hadn't he returned home yet? On the 5th day, the doors of the emergency room remained shut. Jiang Tianyuan managed to visit the hospital amidst his busy schedule. Seeing that his daughter had only sustained minor injuries, he felt relieved. Thank you, old Zhang. Generally, Jiang Tianyuan gazed at the emergency room with a complex expression. If there is anything needed, please inform me. This child is the pride of our Yang city. We must spare no effort to save him. There is indeed a matter. Zhang Renjie replied gravely. This child appears to be in a dire state, suffering from severe energy depletion and requiring substantial tonics. I have already scoured the entire city, yet we still lack sufficient supplies. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Tianyuan was reluctant to save the boy. However, given that Ian had saved his daughter and numerous other students, he, as the mayor, felt compelled to take a stand. He pulled out his phone and called the municipal hall, immediately issuing a city ordinance. Due to the overwhelming number of injured, he ordered the requisition of all available tonics from across the city to be sent to the first hospital, and additionally instructed someone to visit the black market, where supplies were plentiful. Afterward, Jiang Tianyuan contacted his assistant, requesting that his prized 500-year-old purple Ganoderma be brought forth. With everything arranged, he hastily departed. On the 6th day, a photograph emerged online showcasing a young man standing valiantly amidst a sea of corpses and blood, guarding his classmates. The image sparked widespread discussion. Shocking. A hero emerges from youth. A Yang City student fights alone against the Beast Tide, turning the tide to save his comrades. What the heck? Is this the martial examination? How terrifying. Is this real? How could so many beasts be faced by a single student? It seems genuine. The Yang City Daily published this image. I am from Yang City, and having seen that edition of the newspaper, I can assure everyone that this is true. This young man, named Ian, is a hero for all of Yang City. I am also from Yang City. My daughter participated in this martial examination, and I can guarantee that everything is true. Ian risked his life to protect everyone, and I am immensely grateful to him. This image is undeniably gruesome, yet it fails to evoke any fear. Our Xia dynasty is blessed to have such a prodigy. Truly, heaven blesses our Xia, heaven blesses humanity. He is so handsome. As the online discussion surged, Ian's name began to gain recognition, becoming a topic of increasing conversation. The fervor even eclipsed the events of the martial examination, amidst the misfortunes of 3 other cities that fell to beast tides. On the 7th day, the doors of the emergency room finally swung open. The exhausted experts and medical personnel involved in the rescue emerged. At the forefront stood the esteemed director of the first hospital of Yang City. Approaching Li Hu and Zhang Renjie, his eyes were filled with exhilaration, despite his evident exhaustion. We have not failed our mission. Chapter 39. It is truly wonderful that you are alive. In the capital of the Great Xia, within the Supreme Conference Room, 7 individuals, wielding the highest authority over the realm, sat in solemn silence. At the head of the table was a septuagenarian, his dragon-like visage and tiger-like eyes emanating an imposing presence even in stillness. Speak, what are your thoughts? His voice resonated powerfully, akin to the roar of a dragon. Previously, they had all received reports regarding the onslaught of beast tides upon 4 cities. Only moments ago, the casualty statistics had arrived. Among them, Sanyi City, Tongguang City, and Zhongtian City had succumbed to the ferocious tides, resulting in the tragic demise of millions. Only Yang City had successfully thwarted the invasion, sustaining only minimal losses while repelling the beasts. From the investigations and reports sent from Yang City, it was revealed that the beast tides attacking these 4 cities were orchestrated by the newborn sect. A pack of vermin, exclaimed a middle-aged man, his eyes ablaze with fury. These years have seen their incessant petty schemes. This time, they have summoned beast tides to assault 4 cities, leading to the downfall of 3. Millions of lives lost. Supreme Leader, this is a provocation against our great Xia government, a declaration of war. We must retaliate with great force. The elder at the helm remained silent. Another man interjected, what we need now is a solution. We must present a concrete plan. The news of the destruction of 3 cities had spread nationwide, delivering a severe blow to the reputation of the great Xia government. Furthermore, this incident had gravely impacted national morale. I propose we capitalize on Yang City's successful defense against the beast tide, showcasing their valor to instill confidence among the populace, he suggested, garnering several nods of agreement. In times of crisis, Individual heroism can indeed redirect public attention and bolster collective spirit. However, new questions arose. How should a role model be established? And who should embody this ideal? I propose Mayor Jiang Tianyu of Yang City, he continued. Prior to the martial examination, Mayor Jiang astutely discovered the movements of the newborn sect, enabling him to prepare for assistance. And during the defense of the city, he performed admirably, collaborating with General Li who to eliminate six-tiered beasts and repel the tide. After considerable discussion, several leaders expressed their support for this proposal. Suddenly, a hoarse voice interrupted. I oppose. The speaker appeared exceedingly frail, exuding an air of decrepitude. Yet, none dared to underestimate this elder. Not only due to his strength, but also because of his position as Minister of Education in the Great Xia. This venerable figure commanded a formidable influence over the nation's top 3 resources. Minister Jiang, I suggest you first examine this report, along with this widely circulated photograph, he said, distributing several copies of documents accompanied by the image. This report had been delivered to him through internal channels of the Education Ministry. Upon review, this venerable elder, who held immeasurable authority, experienced profound shock. What? A middle-aged man furrowed his brows, only to suddenly relax, his eyes widening in astonishment. Incredible. A true prodigy. A remarkable talent has emerged from Yang City, destined to become a pillar of support for the people of Great Xia. Indeed, to single-handedly withstand the beast tide and save his classmates. And his martial examination score? 8,763 points. As the other 6 members perused the documents, an eerie silence enveloped the conference room, the air thick with astonishment. 8,763 points. This score is unparalleled, a feat unmatched in history. Minister Jiang, are you certain of this? The incredulity was palpable, as this score seemed implausible for an 18-year-old high school student. Rest assured, there is no doubt, replied a man in military attire, adorned with the insignia of a general, seated opposite Minister Jiang. The Minister of Defense of Great Xia presented another document for review, affirming its authenticity from General Li Hu of the Northwest Military District. As the document circulated, the astonishment only deepened. 18 years old, a high school senior, a third-tier martial artist. These 3 descriptors convey everything. A third-tier martial artist, defying fourth-tier opponents. All present were high-tier martial artists, fully aware of the significance of these terms. May the heavens bless Great Xia and humanity. Someone could not help but exclaim. This young man named Ian is someone our military desires. The Minister of Defense remarked with a smile. Minister Jiang, sitting opposite, expressed his discontent, his voice raspy. What do you mean? He is a student, naturally belonging to my education ministry. Indeed, students are also reserves, the Minister of Defense retorted with a grin. This assertion held truth. In Great Xia, all students were considered part of the military reserves. The aged Minister of Education fell silent, disinclined to debate further, and redirected his gaze to the Supreme Leader. Supreme Leader, Ian is more deserving of our recognition than Jiang Tianyu. The reasons are as follows. The young hero aligns more closely with the public psyche. Furthermore, the defense of Yang City was a collective effort, while Ian single-handedly battled the beast tide, combating fourth-tier martial artists to protect his classmates. His self-sacrifice and dedication to his peers make him a figure worthy of homage. Coupled with Ian's unparalleled martial examination score, he deserves to be celebrated. With these words, a chorus of agreement arose. Aye. The vote passed unanimously. The previously silent Supreme Leader spoke again, his piercing gaze filled with admiration as he regarded the documents before him. Now, how shall we honor this student? 10 days after the martial examination concluded, Ian finally awakened. In the intensive care unit, apart from Ian, only Li Hu, Jiang Tianyu, and Zhang Renjie were present. As Ian opened his eyes, his gaze fell upon Jiang Tianyu. The mayor, beaming with joy, swiftly approached the bedside. Greetings, Ian. I am Jiang Tianyu, the mayor of Yang City. As Ian sat up, he grasped Jiang Tianyu's hand, his delight evident. It's wonderful that you are alive. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tianyu was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Did he just echo my words? He pondered, though he dismissed the thought, attributing it to Ian's groggy state upon awakening. Ian, on behalf of the Yang City government, I extend my condolences. Yes, thank you for your concern. Ian nodded vigorously, his appreciation apparent. Jiang Tianyu nodded slightly, and the conversation shifted to familiar territory. In light of your courageous performance during the martial examination, the Yang City government has resolved to honor you, Ian, with a commendation and reward. May I inquire about any requests from you, Ian? That's wonderful. Ian's face radiated with delight. The script was correct. After building this stage for so long, the time had finally come to reap the rewards. Upon hearing of the beast tide attacking Yang City, Ian had devised a plan in his heart. Now, he could finally pluck the first fruit of his labor. It was not in vain that he had endured 10 days of hardship. Mayor Jiang, I do indeed have a wish. Chapter 40, Pinnacle of the Third Rank. Jiang Tianyu was momentarily taken aback. What on earth was this young man thinking? Normally, one would first refuse, then casually present a pre-prepared reward. But Ian was breaking the mold. He was genuinely stepping forward. Though he contemplated this, he could not let it show on his face. Jiang Tianyu could only smile and wholeheartedly agree. Please feel free to articulate any request you may have. Ian, we shall certainly accommodate you. Really? Ian's eyes sparkled brightly as he grasped Jiang Tianyu's hand, shaking it fervently. I desire the corpses of extraordinary beasts. High-tier beast carcasses. 4th-rank beasts would suffice. But 5th rank would be even better. If there happens to be a 6th-rank beast, I would be immensely grateful to the leader. Jiang Tianyu was momentarily stunned. He had anticipated that Ian would make some unreasonable demand, yet here he was asking for beast carcasses. May I ask, Ian, what is your purpose for wanting these beast corpses? To be honest, leader, Ian said, his eyes suddenly glistening with tears. I am an orphan, raised in an orphanage. My childhood was marked by hardship, and I could scarcely afford to eat meat. After growing up and becoming a martial artist, I chanced upon some extraordinary beast meat, and the taste has lingered in my memory ever since. You know, high-tier beast meat is not only delicious, but can also enhance one's vitality. I, lacking in prowess, have never tasted high-tier beast meat and wish to experience it. Moreover, there are dozens of children at the orphanage who deserve to savor its flavor, so they do not have to bear the same regrets I did. Ian spoke with heartfelt sincerity, almost moved to tears. He pretended to wipe his eyes and forced a smile, saying, I hope I haven't caused you any embarrassment, leader. Jiang Tianyu chuckled softly, realizing the truth. No wonder this young man had been lingering around the hunter's camp, always taking the highest-ranked beasts after each hunt. It was all for the sake of food. Upon learning that Ian was the Tsang wolf, Jiang Tianyu had privately investigated and was aware of Ian's actions. All right, we shall certainly fulfill your wish. Jiang Tianyu nodded in agreement to Ian's request. He had expected Ian to ask for something difficult to satisfy, yet it was merely the carcasses of extraordinary beasts. Though these beasts held some value, they paled in comparison to Ian's achievements. The two engaged in a warm conversation, with Jiang Tianyu expressing deep concern for Ian's health and future development. Ian reciprocated with sincere concern for Jiang Tianyu's well-being and future prospects. Half an hour later, Jiang Tianyu left the hospital room with an expression of bemusement. What was with Ian's intense interest in his future? However, as he contemplated the imminent accolades from the highest levels of the Great Xia, his face broke into a smile. Once Mayor Jiang had departed, only Li Hu and Zhang Renjia remained in the room. Zhang Renjia stepped forward, grasping Ian's hand with genuine sincerity. Ian, we have met before. On behalf of the Yang City Education Bureau, I thank you for protecting your fellow students. Likewise, please allow me to express my gratitude as a father for saving my child. Director Zhang, Ian responded earnestly, it is my duty to protect my classmates. With great power comes great responsibility. Since I possess the ability, I must certainly safeguard everyone. It's an obligation I cannot shirk. His words were delivered with righteous fervor and passionate conviction. Just as he finished, enthusiastic applause erupted from the side. A deep and resonant voice followed. Well said. With great power comes great responsibility. Young man, would you be interested in joining our military? Li Hu regarded Ian with increasing admiration, growing fonder of this young man with each passing moment. He was eager to recruit him into the military. He knew that once the martial examination results were released, all the elite martial assemblies of the Great Xia would come rushing to claim him. Given the opportunity to engage with Ian early on, Li Hu was determined to give it a shot. Director Zhang, who is this? Ian inquired, eyeing the resolute-looking man in military attire behind Zhang Renjia. Zhang Renjia immediately stood aside, introducing, this is General Li Hu from the Northwest Military District, a 6th-rank martial artist. It was General Li who led the troops to repel the Beast Tide during the attack on Yang City. Wow, a 6th-rank master, and a general at that, Ian exclaimed, suppressing the surges of pain within as he fervently shook Li Hu's robust hand. General Li Hu reciprocated the handshake with palpable excitement. My young friend, thank you, General Li, for your contributions to Yang City. With great power comes great responsibility. Safeguarding our homeland is an obligation we cannot ignore. Li Hu replied with enthusiasm. The two exchanged smiles, each harboring their own thoughts. Li Hu sought to recruit Ian into the military, while Ian pondered how to leverage this influential figure's power. So, Ian, are you interested in joining the military? I can personally ensure your recruitment, and you would immediately start as a platoon leader. Li Hu was genuinely invested in this opportunity. However, Ian did not respond immediately. Instead, he furrowed his brow. The pain within him was intensifying, as though every meridian was being subjected to a searing torment. Although he had commanded the Shadow Moon to suppress the Beast Tide without sustaining severe injuries, he had intentionally bled excessively and exhausted his vitality. Logically, he should not be in such agony. Ian, what seems to be the issue? Do you have any lingering effects? Zhang Renjie asked, his face revealing concern for Ian's condition. Li Hu too looked at him anxiously. My meridians are in great pain. It feels swollen, Ian gasped, a sense of panic rising within him. Could it be that he had overused the blood-burning curse? Upon hearing Ian's words, Li Hu and Zhang Renjie exchanged glances, both comprehending each other's shock. Zhang Renjie hurriedly exited, only to return shortly with a blood vitality testing device in hand. Ian, please do a test. Ian accepted the device, enduring the excruciating pain as he donned it. Soon, a series of numbers appeared on the display. Vitality value, 9,999. This, indeed. Li Hu and Zhang Renjie exchanged astonished glances, their shock deepening. It was not just the two of them. Even Ian stared in disbelief at the number on the device. My vitality value was barely over 2,000 before. How has it suddenly transformed into 9,999? He understood all too well what this number signified. A third-rank martial artist required 10,000 vitality points to advance to fourth rank. The reading of 9,999 indicated that he had now reached the pinnacle of the third rank, just one step away from becoming a fourth-rank martial artist, possessing foundational combat prowess. What is going on? Ian inquired, perplexed. It was Zhang Renjie who provided the explanation, detailing the entire sequence of events. In simple terms, he had overindulged in supplements. Upon learning that he had consumed countless tonics due to his depleted vitality, Ian was deeply moved, yet somewhat resigned. The medicinal herbs on Blue Star were woefully inferior, utterly incomparable to the spiritual elixirs of the Tianyuan Continent. Despite the plethora of remedies ingested, he had failed to ascend to the rank of a fourth-tier warrior. Seemingly perceiving Ian's thoughts, Li Hu chuckled and elucidated. This matter is also related to the swelling pain within your meridians. Ian, do you know how a third-tier warrior breaks through to the fourth tier? Chapter 41, The Celestial Gang Blood Refinement Method. To his surprise, Ian did not. He had assumed that reaching the requisite vitality would naturally lead to a breakthrough into the fourth tier. However, it appeared that reality was far more complex. Despite exhausting an astonishing quantity of medicinal resources, his vitality was stuck at 9,999 points, failing to surpass the threshold of 10,000 required for the fourth-tier warrior achievement. There must undoubtedly be some unknown reasons behind this. Noticing Ian's silence, Li Hu further inquired with a smile, have you ever heard of the blood refinement method? Ian shook his head, admitting he had not. He only knew that advanced techniques could be obtained through the martial university or the military. Yet he remained oblivious to the specifics of these high-level practices, having grown up in an orphanage and later mingling within hunter camps. Acquiring knowledge about such elite warriors was far beyond his reach. Observing Ian's expression, the straightforward Li Hu did not hold back and began to explain. The path of martial arts originates from cultivation, channeling vitality. But if you carefully consider it, with your current vitality of 9,999 points, do you not feel a sense of stagnation? Indeed, Ian nodded earnestly. Within him, not only was there the pain in his meridians, but he also felt a blockage when attempting to channel his vitality, making further progress impossible. This is your current realm. Your vitality is complete. At the pinnacle of the third tier, since you have reached completeness, how can you break through the 10,000 vitality threshold to become a fourth-tier warrior? This is where the blood refinement method comes into play. As its name suggests, the blood refinement method involves condensing one's vitality through a special technique, refining all vitality into essence blood and storing it in the heart's aperture, thereby advancing and strengthening oneself. Once you successfully refine your entire vitality into essence blood and conceal it in your heart's aperture, you will be able to break through to the fourth tier of martial arts. Only then will you truly step into the realm of martial arts. You will also be able to cultivate various martial techniques, a stark contrast to your capabilities at the third tier. As Li Hu spoke, his gaze towards Ian grew increasingly fervent, his heart brimming with excitement. It was precisely because of the stark disparity between the fourth and third tiers that Ian's potential to defy the odds and challenge a fourth-tier warrior became all the more remarkable. What extraordinary talent! What unparalleled aptitude! This young man is destined to be a pillar of strength. Ah, I see. Feeling the heat of Li Hu's gaze, Ian surmised the other's thoughts, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He was inherently deficient in vitality and lacked a solid foundation. How could he possess such terrifying talent? Even if he later replenished his foundation with elixirs, he would merely have an ordinary aptitude, perhaps advancing a bit faster. As for that new student who was a fourth-tier warrior, after activating the blood ignition spell, he could only spar with him. To truly defeat a fourth-tier warrior, he would still rely on his ability to command the beast tide through the moonlit shadow. Generally, after saying all this, sigh, Ian suddenly exhaled deeply, shaking his head with a look of regret. It is unfortunate that I come from humble beginnings. As I mentioned earlier, I grew up in an orphanage and have no access to the blood refinement method. With 6 months remaining until the Martial University opens, it seems I will have to endure pain without any progress during this time. Everyone knew that only by entering the Martial University or the military could one obtain advanced techniques. Zhang Renjie observed Ian's expression of regret and frowned, feeling helpless. He would like to pass on the blood refinement method he practiced to Ian, but that would be against the rules. As a mere educational bureau director, he lacked the authority to privately transmit martial arts. Suddenly, Li Hu burst into hearty laughter, gently patting Ian's shoulder. What kind of expression is that? Since I have told you how to break through to the 4th tier, I naturally must assist you to the end. At that moment, Zhang Renjie looked at Li Hu in astonishment and, with a shocked expression, took it upon himself to leave the hospital room, firmly closing the door behind him, acting as a sentry despite being one of the top 3 figures in Yang City. I have a blood refinement method here. Generally, is this appropriate? Ian quickly interjected. He was well aware of what to accept and what to refuse. If it were some resources, he would gladly accept them. However, the Great Xia had strict control over martial arts, and civilian warriors were largely limited to the pinnacle of the 3rd tier. The blood refinement method was a significant matter. Coupled with Li Hu's military background, it was easy to deduce the origin of this method he spoke of. Accepting it would mean he would be entangled with the military. Li Hu was initially taken aback, but soon reacted, pointing at Ian and laughing heartily. You little rascal. Haha. Rest assured, this is a reward from above, unrelated to me or any faction. As he spoke, Li Hu raised his hand and pointed towards the sky. To be honest, when he received this blood refinement method, even as a commander and a 6th-tier warrior, Li Hu felt immense envy. He had not anticipated that it would be passed to Ian so soon. His ideals and convictions had withstood the scrutiny of the organization. Trust me, the higher-ups hold you in high regard. After saying this, Li Hu produced a small scroll and handed it over. Take a good look, and after you finish, destroy it. It absolutely must not be leaked. Remember, Ian was momentarily stunned, realizing the value of the scroll Li Hu had presented. Upon receiving it and unfolding it, the name of the technique caught his eye: Celestial Gang Blood Refinement Method. Next came the introduction of this technique. Celestial Gang, drawing upon the might of the stars and the North Dipper, uniting with the fierce power of the heavenly way. Refining blood using this method. The circulation of vitality is like stars hanging upside down, the heart's aperture concealing blood like a furnace forging the heavens. When this method reaches great success, it manifests the indestructible visage of a diamond. Within lies the vast might of the stars. Simultaneously, Li Hu, seated beside him, spoke with utmost seriousness. This blood refinement method is one of the supreme techniques of our Great Xia. After condensing vitality, it becomes overwhelmingly powerful and magnificent, every movement imbued with celestial might. Each action is akin to a diamond in the world. Every gesture feels like enacting divine punishment. Our guardian deity of Great Xia practiced this celestial gang blood refinement method in his time. The upper echelons bestowing this technique upon you is a testament to their level of esteem. What a diamond in the world, what a divine punishment. Ian was profoundly astonished, exhilaration coursing through him. His eyes sparkled with an almost trance-like delight. With stars as the formation, vitality as the fuel, and the heart as the furnace, he would refine his essence. An hour later, Li Hu solemnly inquired, "Have you memorized it all?" "Yes, I have memorized it." Ian nodded, returning the scroll. The Celestial Gang Blood refinement method was firmly etched in his mind. Li Hu accepted the scroll without a glance. Applying slight pressure to it, the entire scroll instantaneously transformed into powder, cascading through the gaps between fingers and vanishing without a trace in the wind, as though it had never existed. You may attempt to cultivate. Feel free to inquire should you encounter any uncertainties. Li Hu's stern visage softened, his eyes brimming with anticipation as he gazed at Ian. With his rank of a 6th-tier martial artist, even if the method of blood refining differed, he was more than capable of providing guidance. Excellent. Thank you, General Li. Ian, fully aware of the high hopes placed upon him, wasted no time. He settled into a cross-legged position, invoking the techniques recorded in the Tianyuan blood refining method to mobilize the vital energy within him. In an instant, a torrent of blood energy surged forth, reverberating within his body like the roar of a vast river, reminiscent of thunder. Chapter 42. Perhaps this is what it means to be a man. Unbeknownst to him, Ian seemed to enter a state of introspection, clearly perceiving the circulation of blood energy within him, its vigorous flow. His heart thumped powerfully, producing a sound akin to a seismic tremor. Eventually, His heart appeared to transform into a furnace, wherein the blood energy was refined, manifesting strands of golden radiance. Only when the outside world succumbed to darkness and the room was illuminated by a bright lamp did Ian awaken, sharing his experiences of cultivation with Li Hu. Indeed, Li Hu responded, admiration gleaming in his eyes as he regarded the 18-year-old youth before him, his fervor and expectation reaching a zenith. When you have fully condensed your blood energy into a single drop of genuine essence and concealed it within your heart's aperture, you will break through to become a fourth-tier martial artist. This is also why, beyond the fourth tier, one no longer concerns oneself with the value of blood energy, as it cannot detect the essence hidden within the heart's aperture. Ah, I see. Ian nodded, uncertain whether his speed of cultivation was fast or slow. However, judging by the expression on General Li Hu's face, it seemed promising. Thank you for your efforts, General Li. Ian clasped his hands in gratitude. Noticing the night had fallen outside, he said to Li Hu, I appreciate your vigilance these past days. I have awakened, and you may return to rest. To his surprise, Li Hu shook his head, retrieving a folding cot from the corner and setting it up at the door of the infirmary. After laying down a blanket, he sat upon it. My assignment is to provide close protection for you until you break through to the fourth tier of martial arts and gain the ability to defend yourself. Upon hearing this, Ian was taken aback, his heart racing with astonishment. A sixth-tier martial artist and a commanding general had come to serve as his personal bodyguard? Was this treatment not a bit too extravagant? For a moment, Ian found himself at a loss for words. Haha, if you truly wish to express your gratitude, then come and join our regiment. Li Hu waved his hand dismissively, laughing heartily. The offer stands. Just come, and I'll make you a squad leader. From there, you can ascend through the ranks. Given your talent and strength, I believe you will quickly rise to become a commanding general. I will consider it. Ian replied with utmost seriousness. Despite the Tianyuan blood refining method not originating from the military, he felt a surge of emotion. With Li Hu's prowess and status, to offer protection to a mere high school student without complaint was a rare token of esteem. Enough, you are recovering from a serious illness. You should rest early. When Ian attempted to express his gratitude once more, Li Hu promptly interrupted him, folding his clothes to serve as a pillow before lying down on the cot. He detested unnecessary formalities. As long as it benefits the nation and humanity, I will undertake any task without complaint. Very well, you too should rest early. Ian nodded solemnly, but did not lie down. Instead, he closed his eyes and continued to practice the Tianyuan blood refining method, refining his own blood energy. The following day, as dawn broke, golden rays of sunlight streamed through the window into the room. Upon awakening, Li Hu discovered that Ian had not slept at all, having devoted the entire night to cultivation. The morning glow enveloped Ian, as if draping him in a golden cloak. As he gazed, Li Hu became somewhat entranced, his rugged features softening. Had he spent all these years in such relentless pursuit? Truly, he was a heroic youth capable of standing against the beast tide and safeguarding his compatriots. With such resolve, great accomplishments were assured. Our great Xia has a bright future ahead, Li Hu smiled. Quietly, he slipped out of bed, donned his attire, and silently exited the infirmary. Approximately an hour later, the door reopened. Li Hu entered, carrying 2 steaming bowls. After placing the bowls at the bedside, he gently roused Ian, saying, one must balance cultivation with rest. Let us eat first. Ian glanced at the bowls, one filled with rich meat broth featuring generous chunks of tender meat, and the other containing aromatic roasted meat. Its scent stimulating his appetite. As warriors, we do not adhere to bland diets. We must consume ample meat. I had some exotic beast meat prepared since you mentioned enjoying it. Li Hu chuckled. Give it a try? Ian lifted the meat broth, taking a sip. Its exquisite flavor warmed his stomach pleasantly. He then sampled the roasted meat, savoring its rich yet non-greasy taste, and soon indulged heartily. Once they finished their meal, Zhang Renjie arrived at the infirmary, accompanied by teacher Lin Qingyin, as well as Jiang Yu and Zhang Wenhui. We heard you had awakened. They insisted on seeing you. And I could not dissuade them, Zhang Renjie explained with a smile. Naturally, this was also the result of his communication with Li Hu. Given Ian's current status and circumstances, no outsiders were permitted near the infirmary. Lin Qingyin approached the bedside first. Her eyes filled with concern as she inspected Ian before finally exhaling in relief, a look of ease washing over her. It's good that you are well. During these days, Lin Qingyin had been on edge, fearing that Ian might suffer due to her efforts to protect everyone. Upon seeing Ian safe and sound, her demeanor visibly brightened, shedding the previous pallor of worry. Perhaps Ian's actions during the martial arts assessment had reinvigorated her spirit. After all, as a teacher, one must fulfill their responsibilities. Ian, Jiang Yu was the next to approach, but something felt odd to Ian. Why did Jiang Yu's voice sound so melodious? Thank you for saving us. She expressed her heartfelt gratitude, at a loss for words thereafter. From the moment Ian had stood resolutely before them during the martial arts assessment, Jiang Yu's heart had been wholly captivated by his formidable presence. She had thought she would have much to say, but when faced with Ian, she realized the vast chasm between them. It felt like fireflies before the moon. Despite being the daughter of a mayor and one of the brightest talents in Yang City, standing before Ian made her feel somewhat ashamed. It was merely my duty, Ian replied, smiling to alleviate her embarrassment. You, Jiang Yu, also spoke highly of me back then. At least you did not look down upon me. A mere untrained waste. His words made Jiang Yu's face flush with a rosy hue. Instead, Zhang Wenhui beside him wore an expression of utter embarrassment, wishing he could vanish into the ground. Ian Zhang Renjia, standing next to Li Hu, also appeared exceedingly awkward. He had always been aware of his son's feelings toward Ian. The entire hospital room fell into a profound silence, enveloped in an atmosphere of tension. Lin Xingyin and Jiang Yu, confronted with this scene, were at a loss for how to respond, alternating their glances between Ian and Zhang Wenhui. What was initially intended as a sincere apology became lodged in their throats after Ian's statement. Zhang Wenhui's face flushed crimson as he stammered. Ha! Ian suddenly burst into laughter, seizing Zhang Wenhui's arm and giving his shoulder a hearty pat. Zhang Wenhui, caught off guard, heard Ian's voice again, laced with mirth. You're a bit of a clown, brother. Ha! Stunned for a moment, Zhang Wenhui soon joined in the laughter. Lin Qingyin and Jiang Yu observed this unfolding spectacle, bewildered. Li Hu and Zhang Renjia exchanged knowing glances, each reflecting a spark of amusement in their eyes. Perhaps this is the essence of manhood. Chapter 43, The Highest Honor. Due to unforeseen circumstances during the martial arts examination in Yanqing, the authorities decided to grant an opportunity for a retest, with the results to be announced collectively afterward. After their visit, Zhang Renjia explained to Ian, of course, you need not partake in the retest. Your scores remain valid. The trio who had come to visit bid their farewells in succession. Jiang Yu inquired, have you decided which martial arts university you wish to attend, Ian? She was well aware of Ian's astonishingly exceptional scores. I haven't made up my mind yet, Ian replied, shaking his head. But I will inform you when the time comes. All right, Jiang Yu said, her eyes sparkling as she discreetly clenched her fist. Zhang Wenhui waved his hand, declaring, wherever you choose to go, I shall follow closely in your footsteps. Then you must work hard, Ian replied with a gentle smile. Given Zhang Wenhui's rank as a second-tier martial artist, achieving an outstanding score in the retest would not be overly challenging. As for his attitude, Ian did not take it to heart. Although Zhang Wenhui might be a bit foolish, he was fundamentally decent and someone worth befriending. After the trio departed, Li Hu asked, do you have any other relatives or friends? They must have been quite worried about your prolonged absence. Ian pondered for a moment. He had few friends. The only ones he could truly call friends were those from the Blood Wolf hunting team. As for family, aside from his sister Yi Yao, only the orphanage director, Wu Xuemei, remained. After providing the contact information for these individuals, Li Hu indicated that he would arrange for their arrival immediately. Before long, Wu Xuemei appeared in the hospital room. Initially apprehensive about the presence of military personnel, she followed them without hesitation upon learning they were there to visit Ian. Upon entering the room, she beheld Ian in a hospital gown, his complexion rosy and entirely unlike someone recovering from a serious illness. Logically, seeing Ian in such condition should have brought her joy. Yet, for reasons unknown, her heart ached with sorrow, flooded with a sense of tenderness. Unbeknownst to her, tears had begun to cascade down her cheeks. Mom Wu, Ian grasped Wu Xuemei's hand, guiding her to sit by his bedside, reassuring her with a smile. I'm perfectly fine, you see. I'm sorry for making you worry for so long. As long as you're all right, Wu Xuemei replied, wiping her tears while nodding. It's just good to know you're okay. She was well aware that Ian was comforting her. She had viewed the harrowing image of him bathed in blood countless times, and each recollection filled her with anguish. Now, seeing him in good health, Wu Xuemei finally felt a sense of relief. She did not care about Ian's achievements. His safety and well-being were all that mattered. After their heartfelt exchange, Wu Xuemei needed to return to oversee the children at the orphanage. Li Hu once again arranged for someone to escort her back. Soon after, another individual entered the hospital room. Upon seeing the newcomer, Ian froze momentarily. A foreboding sensation creeping in. Where are Captain Chong and the others? Indeed, only Wang Chong had arrived. The others, Captain Wang Wei, Lu Fei, and the Lu siblings, were noticeably absent. They're all fine. In fact, they're doing well. Wang Chong boisterously replied, embracing Ian. He continued, earlier, during the Beast Tide siege, we were all summoned to defend the city. Everyone sustained some injuries, but thankfully there were no life-threatening situations. They're all recuperating at home and unable to move. Ha. You had me worried there. Upon hearing this, Ian finally relaxed, a smile breaking across his face. As long as everyone is okay. All right then. My brother doesn't even have a wife to take care of him, yet I have to look after him. Unlike you, who has become a great hero with someone to care for you." Wang Chang chuckled, waving goodbye. "I'll head back now. Once you're better, we shall gather again." "Absolutely." Ian waved back. "If there's anything you need, just let me know." After Wang Chang departed, Ian felt a wave of emotion wash over him. The camaraderie they had shared was invaluable, and he was grateful that everyone was safe. Such bonds, forged from humble beginnings, were indeed rare. The once lively hospital room returned to a state of tranquility. "You should take good care of yourself for the next few days. Once they complete the retest and the martial arts scores are announced, you'll have plenty to keep you busy," Li Hu remarked before closing his eyes and resuming his cultivation. Ian fell silent as well, beginning to refine his vital energy and blood. Outside, discussions regarding Ian surged across the entirety of the Great Xia, captivating individuals of all ages and backgrounds. The topic centered around the young hero who single-handedly confronted the Beast Tide, valiantly protecting his classmates. 7 days later, when the martial arts results were released, this conversation reached a fever pitch. Ian's name spread like wildfire throughout the land, achieving unprecedented fame. "What am I seeing? First place in the martial arts exam, 8,763 points. Is this even human? Haha. The second place didn't even come close to Ian's score. My goodness. Can someone confirm this isn't a joke? I've never seen a 4-digit score in the martial arts exam before. Who can argue with that? The previous top scorer only managed 800 points 2 years ago, which was already a historic high. Who would have thought it would be shattered so soon? Absolutely terrifying. This is a tenfold difference. 8,763 points. Unmatched throughout history. From this day forward, no one will ever achieve such a score. Which celestial being has descended upon us? I am from Yangqing. Ian is the pride of our entire Yangqing. Agreed. He is also the pride of the Great Xia. Shortly thereafter, 2 significant announcements were released. Announcement regarding the awarding of the Great Xia Honor Medal to Ian. Announcement regarding the conferral of the Special Combat Hero Honor title to Ian. A ripple of excitement ensued. Did I read that correctly? The Great Xia Honor Medal. The highest honor in the Great Xia. It hasn't been awarded in 20 years, and now it's given to Ian? Also, the Special Combat Hero title. This is the highest honor within the military. Only those who make extraordinary contributions in battle can receive it. To date, only over 100 individuals in the entire Great Xia have been bestowed this honor. Do you believe that Ian is unworthy of these 2 honors? Battling the Beast Tide and risking his life to protect his classmates. This alone is ample justification for such accolades. Ian deserves it. Indeed, a hero merits every honor. He is worthy of all praise. In the hospital room, Li Hu's face was adorned with a broad smile. What are you standing there for? The great hero has arrived. Only then can the awards ceremony commence. Ian, cradling his phone, felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He had merely set the stage to garner some recognition for future advancements. Who could have anticipated that he would be bestowed with the 2 highest honors of the Great Xia? This transcended mere advancement. It meant that unless he committed some heinous act to incite public outrage, nothing could impede his progress. The phrase soaring to greatness barely encapsulated his situation. In my life, I tread upon the path to success. Do you think I can ascend to the heavens? At this moment, Ian's thoughts were consumed by this singular notion. Chapter 44. The award ceremony in Yang City. At the central square, the sun shone gently at noon, providing warmth rather than scorching heat. The spacious square, capable of accommodating tens of thousands, was already brimming with people, an overwhelming sea of humanity. Many had been waiting for the entire morning, yet they found no sense of tedium. For today marked the official presentation of honors to Ian by the Great Xia. To allow the masses to partake in this significant event, the venue was deliberately chosen to be the heart of Yang City. How does it feel? Everyone is here for you. It was indescribable. Gazing down at the throng, Ian's heart was a tumult of emotions, excitement, gratitude, pride, and a youthful exuberance, accompanied by a surge of grand ambition. On stage, a professional host recounted Ian's biography and his numerous heroic deeds. Below, thousands of citizens listened with rapt attention, occasionally erupting into waves of thunderous applause. Soon, the host's solemn voice resonated through the square. Next, let us welcome the recipient of the Great Xia Honor Medal, the distinguished combat hero, Ian. Upon hearing the host's announcement, Ian turned to glance at Li Hu, who had been steadfastly protecting him. The latter offered an encouraging look. Ian smiled slightly and strode confidently towards the stage. He was not clad in formal attire, but rather in a sleek, black martial arts uniform. The outfit fit him perfectly, devoid of embellishments, exuding a somber yet indomitable aura that showcased the spirit of the youthful hero. As Ian approached the stage, the large screen in the square displayed his confident smile and tall, proud figure. Before he could utter a word, The crowd erupted into deafening cheers that persisted for nearly half a minute before gradually subsiding. Facing the eager and hopeful gazes of the thousands below, Ian felt an overwhelming sense of triumph. The host's voice again filled the air. Next, let us invite the mayor of Yang City, Jiang Tianyu, and General Li Hu, commander of the Northwest Tiger Corps, to present the honors to Ian. A thunderous applause erupted as both men stepped forward. As the highest official of the city, Jiang Tianyu should have felt honored to present the award, yet despite his warm smile, his eyes betrayed a flicker of envy and indignation. This honor rightfully belonged to him. It should have been his. Why had it gone to Ian instead? Why had he, after years of scheming and sacrificing countless lives in his quest for power, been outshone by Ian? With resentment brewing in his heart, Jiang Tianyu approached Ian, holding the medal with heavy steps. The host's words faded into the background for him. Clutching the emblem of the great Xia's supreme honor, he struggled to lift the ribbon, preparing to bestow this accolade that he believed should have been his upon another. "Thank you, Mayor," Ian said, looking directly into Jiang Tianyu's eyes with an air of indifference, his voice low enough for only the two of them to hear. He then took the Great Xia Honor Medal, draping the ribbon around his neck and affixing the medal to his chest. The sudden turn of events left the host momentarily speechless. Jiang Tianyu stood frozen, his hands suspended in midair. Ordinarily, Ian would have bowed slightly to receive the medal from the mayor, yet he had taken it upon himself. What did this signify? Was the young man so proud that he refused to bow his head after receiving an honor? For the first time, Jiang Tianyu's gaze towards Ian was filled with anger, his frustration bubbling to the surface. With a cold snort, he turned away, his face darkened by resentment. Yet this brief interlude did not dampen the enthusiasm of the crowd. The cheers and applause continued to resonate, for in their eyes, Ian was the selfless hero who had sacrificed himself to save his classmates. When Li Hu approached with the certificate representing the Army's highest honor, Ian's calm demeanor broke into a smile, his tone warming as he said, "Thank you, General Li." He leaned slightly forward in a gesture of respect before accepting the certificate representing the title of Distinguished Combat Hero. After Li Hu left the stage, the host's voice grew fervent. "Let us give the warmest applause to Ian, recipient of the Great Xia Honor Medal and the title of Distinguished Combat Hero." The applause this time was even more fervent, akin to crashing waves, rising and falling in a rhythm that seemed unending. The crowd gazed at the young man standing tall on stage, the medal glistening in pure gold against his chest. Adorned with vivid red and engraved with two majestic dragons, symbols of the Great Xia, soaring in the sky, exuding an air of grandeur. "How impressive! I'm so envious." In the crowd, Wang Chong pushed his brother Wang Wei, who was seated in a wheelchair, his heart aflame with admiration. "Envious? Then you should face the beast tied alone." "Forget it. I could never do that. I'd be too scared to face it alone." Laughter erupted from those nearby, and as the mirth subsided, only boundless admiration for Ian remained in their hearts. Indeed, if it were them standing alone against the beast tide, they would likely be paralyzed by fear. Moreover, it is utterly remarkable that, despite having the opportunity to flee, he resolutely returns to stand guard before his classmates. The intentions of the people are invariably pure. In reverence for heroes, they harbor only the loftiest of tributes. After the host delivers a series of formulaic speeches on stage, the microphone is handed to Ian. As a recipient of the prestigious honorary medal of the Great Xia, what words does Ian wish to convey at this moment? Although he was supposed to recite the scripted lines he had prepared prior to ascending the stage, Ian finds himself disinclined to utter those conventional phrases. His heart brims with fervor. The youthful exuberance propels him to raise the microphone, his bright eyes scanning the enthusiastic crowd below as he proclaims, "May the Great Xia enjoy peace and prosperity. May all under heaven soar like dragons. May humanity cleanse the universe. May the ages flourish." As his voice resonates, amidst the astonished gaze of the host, the entire central square seems to pause for a moment before erupting into thunderous applause. "Bravo! May the Great Xia enjoy peace and prosperity. May humanity flourish for all eternity." The award ceremony unfolds with great success. Despite minor interruptions, and Ian deviating from the original script, the fervor of the populace is ignited entirely. Everyone witnesses Ian's aspirations and hears the grand ambitions of youth. Behind the scenes, Jiang Tianyu sits on the sofa with a sullen expression, his mood plummeting to its nadir. After all the meticulous planning that led to countless casualties, he finds himself merely crafting a garment for another. As the mayor of Yang City, he is awarded nothing more than a collective first-class merit. Indeed, this commendation is not even bestowed solely upon him, but is a reward to the entire Yang City government. It seems that everyone has sensed the mayor's unusual demeanor, keeping their distance, wary of approaching him. At this moment, a figure steps forward to confront Jiang Tianyu. Ian, with a smile playing at his lips. gazes down upon Jiang Tianyu, as if surveying a vanquished foe. Mayor Jiang, what about the promise you made to me? Jiang Tianyu swore that this was the most detestable voice he had ever heard in his life, more unbearable than death itself. Suddenly, he recollects that he had indeed promised Ian the carcass of a high-tier beast, a thought that fills him with revulsion, rendering him utterly uncomfortable. Humph! With a cold snort, Jiang Tianyu abruptly rises and leaves the venue with a grim countenance. In Chapter 45, titled Top-Tier Academies Competing for Talent, Jiang Tianyu cannot escape the obligation regarding the beast carcasses. After all, it was a promise made in front of an audience. Ian gazes at the dozen or so enormous beast carcasses piled in the warehouse. Lacking the ability to discern the tiers of these high-level beasts due to his low cultivation, he enlists the help of General Li Hu for identification. I've organized them for you. These 12 are 4th-tier beasts. Li Hu points to the carcasses at the back of the warehouse. These 2 are 5th-tier beasts. And this final one is a 6th-tier great strength diamond ape. To Jiang Tianyu's credit, he did not withhold any of the high-tier beasts from the beast tide that attacked Yang City. They are all here. Ian, upon seeing the sordid beast carcasses, feels an overwhelming surge of excitement, more elated than when he received the honorary medal. These are all precious spirit stones and contribution points. A 3rd-tier beast can be exchanged for 100 contribution points. How much for a 4th-tier beast? And 5th tier? 6th tier? He truly does not know. His mind momentarily falters. But it matters not. He will find out in due time. Li Hu, noticing Ian's gleeful demeanor, shakes his head with a smile, remarking how this child is truly insatiable. Just a few beast carcasses have brought him such joy. Generally, I'll go find a warehouse. Later, could you have someone assist in transporting them? Ian exclaims in excitement. After all, this warehouse was arranged by Jiang Tianyu, and besides Li Hu, there are a dozen soldiers present. It would be inappropriate for him to store these 15 beasts in front of everyone using a storage bag. Let us go. I'll have them watch over this, Li Hu states, not forgetting to maintain close protection. Ian, seeing this, does not object and leads Li Hu to seek out his old landlord for renting a warehouse. Upon learning that Ian wishes to rent a warehouse, the landlord is initially reluctant to accept payment. After much persuasion, he finally agrees to take the money, albeit at a discounted rate. Once Li Hu has the 15 high-tier beasts transported, Ian returns to the Welfare Institute. Upon nearing the entrance, he hears an uproar within the institute. Why are there so many people? Upon reaching the director's office, Ian finds it overflowing with individuals, the atmosphere buzzing like a bustling marketplace. He knocks on the door, which is opened by Zhang Renjia. Director Zhang, what is going on? Ian inquires, astonished. Before Zhang Renjia can respond, the people inside, upon hearing the commotion, fall silent. Their gaze is fixated on Ian as if he were a rare treasure, and they rush out in mass. Ian, I am the director of the admissions office at Tianfu Martial University. A middle-aged man with a center-part hairstyle rushes to Ian, bowing and flattering him. As long as you are willing to join Tianfu Martial University, we are prepared to. Before he can finish, he is pushed aside by a woman in a professional outfit and black stockings. With a gentle smile and an alluring tone, she exclaims, Ian, I am the assistant principal of Jiangnan Martial University. Our principal specifically sent me to invite you to join us. Our principal has stated that as long as you are willing. Oh, don't push me. The woman, sensing she might be shoved aside, hastily concludes. As long as you wish to come to Jiangnan Martial University, any condition is negotiable. Our admissions office director even said he would let you ride him to school if that's what you want. Ian feels a desire to escape. Yet he finds himself ensnared in the courtyard, surrounded on all sides. Next, a balding middle-aged man approaches Ian, gravely introducing himself. Ian, I am the director of the admissions office at Yunming Martial University, and I have come to invite you to join us. Should you choose to enroll, we will provide the highest level of training facilities, the most exceptional instructors, and top-tier cultivation resources. Moreover, we will fund the renovation of the Yang City Welfare Institute and provide an annual sponsorship of 3 million. Upon hearing this, the courtyard erupts with murmurs of envy and regret. Why didn't I think of that? Curse that old dog for seizing the opportunity. The last individual is a venerable elder with a head of snow-white hair, though he appears remarkably vigorous, exuding a powerful presence. Ian, I am the vice president of Kyoto Martial University. Should you choose to join us, in addition to the finest training facilities, faculty, and resources, we will customize a training plan specifically for you and offer you the best blood refinement techniques available. Furthermore, you may bring 2 companions to enroll at Kyoto Martial University. We will also fund renovations for the Welfare Institute and provide an annual sponsorship of 5 million. After he finishes speaking, an unusual silence falls over the Welfare Institute. Everyone was filled with anticipation as they gazed at Ian, eagerly awaiting his decision. To be honest, Ian felt a twinge of apprehension, uncertain of how to choose. It was no wonder they had thrown caution to the wind, hastily offering exorbitant bids and even allowing a palpable tension to permeate the air. His current status and extraordinary martial examination results were simply staggering. A recipient of the Great Xia Honor Medal, a holder of the title of Special Class Combat Hero, and having achieved an unprecedented score of 8,763 in the martial examination, an unparalleled milestone since the founding of the nation. Each accolade was worth their fervent competition, especially given that Ian embodied all three prestigious honors. Beside him, Zhang Renjie was equally astounded upon hearing the specific conditions proposed by these individuals, his gaze momentarily vacant. It is worth noting that the four martial universities, Kyoto Martial University, Jiangnan Martial University, Yunming Martial University, and Tianfu Martial University, are the pinnacle of institutions in the Great Xia. Every cohort of students aspiring to the martial examination takes immense pride in gaining admission to these esteemed universities. Indeed, anyone fortunate enough to secure a place at one of these four martial universities is a prodigy, a source of pride from across the nation. Yet now, the admissions directors, assistant deans, and even vice presidents of these illustrious institutions were offering astronomically high conditions, imploring Ian to join their ranks. Yes, imploring. Damn, how enviable. If only Wenwei could be among them. Yunming Martial University would suit Wenwei quite well, yet the terms from Kyoto Martial University were enticing. While Jiangnan Martial University and Tianfu Martial University boasted their own abundance of beautiful women, each offering its unique allure. Zhang Renjie found himself lost in daydreams, imagining his son being courted by these four top-tier martial universities. The silence within the welfare home did not last long. Ian broke the stillness, stating that he needed to ponder his options. After all, the conditions presented were exceedingly favorable, making the choice quite challenging. You may all return for now. I trust you have many responsibilities awaiting your attention. The representatives from the four martial universities nodded in understanding, acknowledging the need for careful consideration. Ian, please prioritize our institution. Aside from the aforementioned conditions, if you find them insufficient, we can certainly negotiate further. Step aside. Ian, our school is renowned for its abundance of beautiful women. Our principal even has a granddaughter of unparalleled beauty. Please, give us your consideration. With that, the group temporarily departed the welfare home amidst their fervent, yet amicable discussions. Zhang Renjie followed closely, knowing as the director of the Education Bureau of Yang City. It was his duty to personally host these esteemed guests. Esteemed leaders, on behalf of the Yang City Education Bureau, I have prepared a banquet in advance. Let us further discuss the enrollment of Ian, seeing that the leaders from the four martial universities did not decline. Zhang Renjie quickly took out his phone to send a message to his son. Within the office of the welfare home, Ian and Li Hu exchanged glances, their eyes locked in silent communication. After a prolonged moment, Li Hu finally broke the silence, enticingly stating, "As long as you come." Ian replied. Chapter 46, The Four Ranks of Martial Arts. Time flew by like a fleeting dream. In the blink of an eye, half a month had swiftly passed. Ian sat cross-legged on the ground, his vital energy surging within him like the awakening of spring, resonating with a thunderous sound, heralding the rebirth of his essence. Unbeknownst to him, the thunderous tumult faded into silence. Ian gradually opened his eyes, his gaze bursting forth with a radiant brilliance, as if the constellations themselves were reflected within the depths of his pupils. Amidst the swirling stars, it seemed as if countless universes were encapsulated within his sight. A faint golden hue began to emerge upon his skin. Not only that, but Ian's aura had also deepened, imbued with an unwavering and boundless essence. Generally, I have broken through, Ian said with a smile, a serene expression gracing his features. Across from him, Li Hu's eyes widened in profound shock. The astonishment in his heart akin to the first moment he had encountered Ian. It lingered, refusing to dissipate. How could it be? Ian had acquired the celestial blood refining technique for less than a month, yet he had so effortlessly shattered the bottleneck. Ascending to the rank of a fourth-tier martial artist, he had truly embarked upon the path of martial arts. Li Hu, who believed himself to possess remarkable talent, had taken a full 6 months to achieve the same rank. Was this the essence of genius? Li Hu pondered. Soon, he composed himself, masking his astonishment. The young man before him had delivered too many shocks to his system. Congratulations, Li Hu said with a smile, clasping his hands to convey his congratulations. Appearing even more exhilarated than Ian, the very person of honor. I never imagined my task would be completed so swiftly. This is fortuitous. I can return early to report my findings. I am grateful for your support during these days, General Li. Ian rose and returned the greeting. Truth be told, he felt a touch of embarrassment having had a 6th-tier powerhouse like Li Hu protect him. Throughout these days, he had never grown lax, seizing every moment to refine his essence. Finally, he had successfully broken through, becoming a fourth-tier martial artist. General Lee, may I inquire if there are any further arrangements regarding my path? Ian contemplated aloud. With 5 months remaining until the martial university commenced, he wished to return to the Beastmaster sect. His martial prowess had now reached the 4th tier, granting him formidable strength during the foundation establishment phase, while his cultivation in the immortal path had barely reached the 4th layer of chi refining. The storeroom housed valuable exotic beasts, and he intended to exchange them for resources to further enhance his cultivation. There are no arrangements from above, Li Hu replied after a moment of thought, shaking his head. Now that you have broken through to the 4th tier, the path ahead is entirely yours to determine. No one shall dictate your course. Ian was somewhat perplexed. Logically, given his talent and esteemed reputation, he should be granted the freedom to develop as he pleased. Yet, the reality seemed to contradict this expectation. Li Hu understood Ian's thoughts and merely smiled, remarking, "A garden cannot yield towering trees without the right conditions." "I see," Ian said, a sudden realization dawning upon him as he grasped the underlying intentions of those in higher authority. If too much control were exerted over a genius like him, it would only backfire, dulling his edge and innate potential. Allowing him the liberty to grow naturally was indeed the correct approach. "By the way, since I plan to return, you haven't yet revealed your choice to me," Li Hu inquired curiously. Ian had not disclosed to anyone where he intended to enroll, nor had he accepted the military offer. "This is my intention," Ian responded candidly, his goals now crystal clear and no longer concealed. Upon hearing Ian's decision, Li Hu's face erupted with joy, exclaiming in delight, "Really? Truly? Ha! Wonderful." The two exchanged smiles, Li Hu filled with exuberance. Although Ian's ultimate choice differed from his expectations, it nonetheless elevated his admiration for Ian to new heights. "Now that we are about to part ways, shall we seize this opportunity to gather?" Ian suggested. "It would be fitting to inform my classmates and Director Zhang about this decision, to prevent a situation where I might suddenly disappear and he, as the director of the Education Bureau, would be held accountable for my absence." Li Hu contemplated this reasoning. After all, there was no rush to return home. He nodded in agreement. As night fell, the finest restaurant in Yang City, Lincian Pavilion, welcomed its esteemed guests. It was rumored that the proprietor of Lincian Pavilion was also a martial artist with connections to a notable figure in Xiqin province. However, on this particular day, the owner faced the distinguished visitor with an ingratiating demeanor, exclaiming, "Welcome, esteemed student Ian. Your presence truly illuminates our establishment. Should you find any shortcomings, please feel free to enlighten us." This did not imply that the owner had suddenly become obsequious. Rather, Ian's recent renown and elevated status warranted such treatment. Even if the powerful individual behind the owner were to arrive, it was unlikely they could maintain an air of superiority in Ian's presence. "Thank you, dear proprietor," Ian replied with a courteous gesture. "We are merely gathering as friends, so please refrain from making a fuss." "Of course." The owner nodded vigorously, respectfully ushering Ian and Li Hu into the private room labeled Tian No. 1. Upon entering the room, they were greeted by Zhang Renjie, Zhang Wenhui, and Jiang Yu, who had been waiting for quite some time. As Ian and Li Hu entered, the trio stood in unison to welcome them. "Has Teacher Lin not arrived?" Ian inquired, graciously declining the seat of honor and offering it to Li Hu. He then naturally pulled out a chair and sat between Zhang Wenhui and Jiang Yu. "Teacher Lin mentioned he would not be coming, though the reason remains unclear," Jiang Yu explained, her voice as melodious as ever. "Very well," Ian replied, not wanting to dwell on it. He gestured for everyone to enjoy their meal and drinks. Initially, Zhang Wenhui and Jiang Yu appeared somewhat reserved, but after a few rounds of drinks, they gradually relaxed. Subsequently, Ian raised his glass, expressing gratitude to Li Hu and Zhang Renjie for their support and contributions over the past days. Li Hu graciously accepted the toast, while Zhang Renjie, blushing and embarrassed, ultimately succumbed to Ian's insistence and drained his glass. At that moment, Zhang Wenhui, his face flushed, stood up with his drink in hand. "Ian, He gazed at Ian, his eyes a tempest of emotions, apology, gratitude, but predominantly admiration and reverence. In the depths of his pupils, one could almost see the reflection of Ian's fierce struggle outside the conference hall during the martial arts examination, a youthful figure brimming with vigor atop the elevated platform. That was the person he aspired to become, the image he held of himself in his heart. Yet, this individual had once been the one he looked down upon the most. "Ian, I apologize," Zhang Wenhui declared, downing his drink in one go before refilling his glass. "However, I do not believe I was wrong. As class monitor, I have the responsibility to protect everyone. I cannot stand idly by while someone lags behind." He drained his glass again, asserting, "To this day, I still harbor disdain for the weak." With that, Zhang Wenhui succumbed to intoxication, his head resting on the table. murmuring incoherently about weakness, protection, and mother, unbeknownst to him whether his hatred was directed at the weak or at the self who had once failed to protect his mother. Chapter 47. Haha. Struck it rich. The following day, Ian's disappearance did not create much of an uproar. He had already informed close friends and relatives that he intended to seize the next 5 months for rigorous training. With his current status as a 4th-tier martial artist, he was considered formidable, alleviating concerns for his safety. Zhang Renjie even promised to look after the Welfare Institute. In the wilderness, a resounding thud echoed as a massive boulder shattered into fragments. Is this the power of a 4th-tier martial artist? Ian mused, astonished as he surveyed the pulverized stone and then glanced at his unscathed fist. He had merely channeled the vital essence from his heart and unleashed a punch casually, its power rivaling that of his previous technique, the crescent moon. This indicated that his casual strikes now bore a strength akin to that of his earlier innate abilities. The Celestial Gang's blood refinement technique harnesses the might of the stars and the north, aligning with the unyielding force of the heavens. Truly a name worthy of its reputation. As he invoked the vital essence, Ian felt enveloped by a magnificent aura. With a punch delivered, it seemed to carry the overwhelming might of the heavens, utterly indomitable. Not far behind Ian, Yue was utterly astounded, lying on the ground with its tail raised, wagging uncontrollably. At the moment its master struck, it felt as though the heavens had descended, witnessing its once weak master transform into someone exponentially more powerful in such a short span. Ian's casual punch equated to its innate ability, the crescent moon. Such terror, unbeknownst to Ian, who remained oblivious to Yue's frightened demeanor. He sat casually on the ground, muttering to himself. With 7 hard apertures, refining the vital essence to fill them leads to the pinnacle of 6th-tier martial arts. Currently, I have only refined a single drop of vital essence within my heart, and I am still far from filling the first aperture. I must continue to strive and not become complacent. But it won't be long. Sister Yao, soon I shall avenge you. With that, Ian's gaze hardened with resolve. His heart as steadfast as iron. It was time to return to the sect and procure resources to significantly enhance his cultivation. After speaking, Ian waved his hand, and a cerulean portal materialized before him. He mounted Yue and entered. The previous night, he had taken advantage of the darkness to transport the 3rd-tier beast corpses back to his courtyard, subsequently retrieving the bodies of 12 4th-tier beasts, 2 5th-tier beasts, and 1 6th-tier beast from the warehouse to store in his bag. His storage bag was slightly cramped. It was just the right occasion to purchase a larger one upon his return. Once back at the Beastmaster sect, Ian first visited the Talisman Hall. Through the hall, he contacted the senior brother who had previously assisted him in exchanging for demon beasts, only to be informed that the outer sect's refining hall could only exchange for late-stage Qi refining demon beasts, specifically 3rd-tier ones. As for higher tiers, they lacked the authority on the outer sect's side. After some contemplation, Ian rode Yue down the mountain towards the miscellaneous work area. Originally intending to summon Elder Xiong for drinks in the evening, he found himself needing to trouble him sooner. Among his acquaintances in the Beastmaster sect, the only one with access to the inner sect was Elder Xiong. However, there was also Su's partner, though Ian wasn't well acquainted with them. So he opted to refrain from imposing. Before long, the man and wolf arrived outside the cave dwelling, and after calling out a couple of times, Elder Xiong's signature hearty laughter echoed in response. Haha, I thought you had forgotten about me, old Xiong. Elder Xiong soon emerged from the cave, his bear-like face revealing a hint of joy. The reason was simple. Ian's arrival signified good wine. I have indeed been quite busy lately. Ian clasped his hands in apology, smiling as he explained to Elder Xiong. To be frank, I have come to seek your assistance. Upon hearing Ian's request, Elder Xiong's enormous face displayed a look of astonishment. He squinted his bear-like eyes, curiously scrutinizing Ian. Are you jesting with me, old Xiong? At the 4th level of Qi refinement, accompanied by a pet beast at the pinnacle of Qi refinement, one dares to hunt foundational beasts? Seeing that Steward Xiong was skeptical, Ian had no choice but to present the corpse of the 6th-tier exotic beast. The massive carcass filled the open space outside the cave dwelling. Astonished, Steward Xiong gasped in disbelief, his heart racing with shock and trepidation. He alternated between glancing at Ian and the lifeless body on the ground, stammering in his speech. This was a foundational beast at the late stage. Even he, old Xiong, had only reached the late stage of foundation establishment. What on earth had this young man been up to these days? How could he possibly have slain a late-stage foundational beast? I am truly amazed. I am utterly amazed. Gasping for breath, Steward Xiong vented his astonishment. Ian chose not to elaborate. Some matters are indeed difficult to explain. Well, let me take you there, he finally said. After regaining his composure, Steward Xiong led Ian to the inner sect. It appeared that Steward Xiong held some special status within the sect. The exchange proceeded remarkably smoothly. The value of a fourth-tier exotic beast, equivalent to the early stages of Foundation establishment, soared to 2,000 spirit stones or 1,000 contribution points each. With 12 fourth-tier exotic beasts, Ian exchanged a total of 12,000 contribution points. Fifth-tier exotic beasts, corresponding to the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, were valued at 10,000 spirit stones or 5,000 contribution points each. For the two fifth-tier beasts, Ian exchanged one for 10,000 spirit stones and the other for 5,000 contribution points. The sixth-tier exotic beast, representing the late stage of Foundation establishment, was worth 20,000 spirit stones or 10,000 contribution points, which he converted to 10,000 contribution points. Additionally, the 15 third-tier exotic beasts he had previously exchanged also contributed to his total. Now he possessed a staggering 28,500 contribution points, along with 10,015 spirit stones. Wealth had come his way. With a fortune in hand, Ian couldn't help but smile, feeling an immense joy. Though he was still far from acquiring the Borrowing the Moon's sacred tome, he remained elated. With such an abundance of spirit stones and contribution points, surely he and Brother Su could ascend to the foundational stage. Lost in thought, Ian erupted into joyful laughter. Ha! What are you grinning about? Hurry back home for a drink. A broad paw from Steward Xiong jolted Ian from his reverie, and with a look of exasperation, he chided him. Oh, ha! Ian continued to beam, following Steward Xiong to Su Zhibai's residence. Before they even reached the door, Su Zhibai emerged to greet them, clad in his usual elegant blue robe. Upon seeing Ian, a gentle smile graced his face, and from a distance, he heard Ian's hearty laughter. What brings you such joy? Ian was about to reply when Steward Xiong interjected, his expression one of incredulity. This lad has struck it rich. Looking like a glutton for wealth, he's ecstatic. What do you know? You, old Xiong, come from a privileged background and have never lacked resources. Unlike me, who has to fight tooth and nail out there. Ian retorted. During the resource exchange, Ian learned of Steward Xiong's background. It turned out that Steward Xiong's mother was a pet beast of an elder within the Beast Taming Sect, boasting both power and status. Witnessing the playful banter between the man and the bear, Su Zhibai chuckled and ushered them inside. Upon learning that Ian had exchanged for over a dozen foundational beasts, including one at the late foundational stage, Su Zhibai's expression shifted from surprise to concern as he grasped Ian's wrist. Ian felt a surge of foreign spiritual energy coursing through him, but since it emanated from Su Zhibai, he did not resist. Once the examination concluded, confirming Ian's well-being, Su Zhibai finally exhaled in relief, his worry transforming into contentment. It's a relief to hear. You are only at the 4th level of Qi refinement. Facing foundational beasts is exceedingly perilous. Thank you for your concern, Brother Su, Ian said, warmth swelling in his heart. Returning to the Beast Taming Sect felt just like coming home. Come, let us drink. With that, Ian produced the fine wine he had brought. The three of them, 2 brothers and a bear, reunited, determined to revel until inebriation claimed them. Meanwhile, Yue frolicked merrily in the courtyard. After several rounds of drinks, Su Zhibai inquired, Brother, now that you have returned, do you plan to stay for an extended period? Indeed. Ian nodded, then shared his plans. With my resources now abundant, I intend to procure some elixirs to help you and I reach the pinnacle of Qi refinement first. Then, we can both establish our foundations and enter the inner sect together. However, to his surprise, Su Zhibai chuckled and shook his head, raising his celadon cup. He drank it down, his demeanor relaxed and unhurried. I have already reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement. Ian's hand froze midair, his expression one of disbelief. When did this happen? He placed his cup down, curiosity piqued. He had never imagined that Su Zhibai had already attained the pinnacle of Qi refinement. Since the 2nd year after entering the sect, I reached the peak of Qi refinement, Su Zhibai stated calmly. Ian's heart churned with astonishment, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, the 2nd year? Receiving Su Zhibai's confirmation once more, it took a long while for Ian to accept this reality. Downing the contents of his cup, sigh, Brother Su, you have kept this from me for so long. If Su Zhibai had reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement in his 2nd year, it implied that throughout the remaining time, the only reason he lingered in the outer sect was to wait for Ian to break through to the 4th level of Qi refinement. This realization filled Ian with a mix of helplessness and warmth. He understood that without Su Zhibai's assistance in the outer sect, he wouldn't have had the time to gather resources. It's not that I've hidden it from you. It's just that you never inquired. Su Zhibai explained with a light chuckle. Linger is exceptionally talented and has formed a spiritual bond with me. Additionally, my aptitude is decent. Thus my progress has been somewhat swift. After the 2 brothers entered the sect, Su Zhibai encountered by Linger not long after they were rescued by an elder of the Beast Taming Sect. The 2, a man and a fox, found an affinity and formed a spiritual bond. By Linger, of exceptionally noble lineage, held an unimaginable status within the sect. Upon learning this, Steward Xiong had been more attentive to the two brothers, which led to their growing familiarity. Now I see. Ian finally understood the situation. Feeling genuinely happy for Su Zhibai. Since you have already reached the pinnacle of qi refinement, why not establish your foundation sooner? I've just come into wealth and can procure foundation establishment pills for you. Meanwhile, Steward Xiong, sipping his wine, interjected with a smirk. That young master is the son-in-law of the Bai family. Does he really need a few foundation establishment pills? Ian was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, with Sister Bailinger's extraordinary status, the Beast Taming Sect was no small establishment. It surely wouldn't lack for a few foundation establishment pills. At that moment, Su Zhibai's gentle laughter rang out. Do you understand the distinctions between foundation establishments, brother? Ian shook his head. He was unaware of the differences. Only knowing that once he reached the pinnacle of qi refinement, taking a foundation establishment pill would allow him to break through into the foundational stage. Then, Su Zhibai patiently began to explain. Generally speaking, there are 3 types of foundation establishment. The first method is the well-known foundation establishment pill, crafted from a plethora of rare materials. Upon consumption, it significantly enhances the probability of establishing a foundation. However, this probability is not absolute, and the foundation achieved through the foundation establishment pill is often limited in potential, resulting in a considerable disparity in strength. Thus, the foundation established via this pill is referred to as mortal foundation. I see. Ian nodded, his expression earnest as he awaited Su Zhibai's introduction to the subsequent 2 methods of foundation establishment. The second method is known as mystical foundation establishment. Su Zhibai's voice continued. What distinguishes mystical foundation establishment from mortal foundation? Dear brother, one must understand that the world is replete with extraordinary phenomena. These wonders are born from the heavens and nurtured by the earth, possessing unparalleled mysteries. Mystical foundation establishment involves the embedding of such celestial phenomena into one's sea of qi, thus forging a foundation through the wonders of the universe. Those who establish a mystical foundation, in addition to possessing the myriad marvels of these celestial phenomena, boast a future and strength far surpassing that of mortal foundation. For instance, Old Bear has established his foundation using the celestial phenomenon known as the mystical golden boulder, enabling him to become as solid as a rock at will, greatly enhancing his defenses, even capable of withstanding several attacks from golden core stage practitioners. As Su Zhibai spoke, a mysterious golden light erupted from Bear Steward, causing his physique to appear significantly more imposing, his fur radiating a deep golden hue, exuding an overwhelming aura. Furthermore, there is a senior brother within the inner sect who established his foundation using the celestial phenomenon known as the 10,000 Li shuttle, allowing him to traverse vast distances in the blink of an eye, a speed so swift that even golden core elders struggle to respond. Su Zhibai then cited several other celestial phenomena, including a certain copper mirror that grants brief glimpses into the future. The mystical foundation establishment is indeed exceedingly enigmatic, almost terrifying. Ian mused, the extraordinary capabilities of mystical foundation practitioners sound utterly exaggerated. Do ordinary cultivators who rely on foundation establishment pills truly stand a chance against such individuals? Moreover, there exists yet another method that has not been discussed. Given how formidable the mystical foundation is, what manner of foundation could the final method entail? Look at how frightened this child is. Su Zhibai chuckled heartily upon witnessing Ian's expression, inviting the two to raise their glasses. Come, let us drink and calm ourselves. They clinked their cups and drank together. Moments later, noticing Ian's eager gaze, Su Zhibai smiled gently and continued. The last method is called Celestial Foundation Establishment, also known as Heavenly Dao Foundation Establishment. Heavenly Dao Foundation Establishment. Just the name alone is enough to leave one astounded. Ian shut his mouth, attentively awaiting what came next. Su Zhibai organized his thoughts and after a long pause began to explain. In this realm, there exist numerous mysterious locations. Some are caverns of the heavens, others secret realms, and some appear seemingly out of thin air upon the Tianyuan Continent. These places are shrouded in mystery, their wonders defying description, truly enveloped by the Heavenly Dao. Those who undergo certain trials of the Heavenly Dao in these enigmatic locations can achieve Heavenly Dao Foundation Establishment. This form of foundation is typically regarded as possessing the potential of immortals with boundless prospects. Hence the name Celestial Foundation Establishment. Those who achieve Heavenly Dao Foundation can wield the power of the Great Dao with their foundational bodies. Ian exclaimed, what on earth? Is this even human language? To control the power of the Great Dao with a foundational body? In terms familiar to Blue Star, it translates to a fourth-tier warrior preemptively grasping the forces of rules, thus wielding the power of laws. How can anyone possibly contend against that? One must realize that the power of rules is the most unfathomable. Ian was so taken aback by Su Zhibai's words that he stood frozen in place, panting heavily. Unable to calm himself, he felt a stirring in his heart. Truly, he was moved. The notion of Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment was simply monstrous. After a long while, Ian swallowed hard, gazing blankly at Su Zhibai. So, Brother Su, given sister by Ling'er's status, it should not be difficult for her to procure a celestial phenomenon for you, especially since even Bear Steward has one. Brother, you have not established your foundation for so long, so I can only surmise you have a singular objective. Indeed, Su Zhibai replied with a faint smile and a nod. My goal is precisely the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Goodness, this is a significant matter. Ian's expression shifted from dazed shock to resolute determination. His eyes gleamed as he fixed his gaze upon Su Zhibai. Brother, tell me, what must be done? Your brother has done so much for you. It is only right to offer you a chance to repay him. Ian insisted. After much persuasion, Su Zhibai reluctantly relented, his expression grave as he stated, if you can break through to the late stage of chi refinement within a month, I shall bring you along. Agreed. Ian responded joyfully. The late stage of chi refinement is but a minor hurdle. A month is more than sufficient. I currently possess ample resources. Even if I have to consume potent elixirs, I must break through to the late stage of chi refinement, thus enabling me to assist you. Brother, quickly tell me how to attain Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Ian exclaimed eagerly, his curiosity piqued. Su Zhibai, having finally relented, no longer withheld information and began to explain. In this realm, most mysterious locations are random. Yet there are a select few that are fixed. Our target is a place known as the Lingxi Cave Heaven, where celestial phenomena are known to appear. Celestial phenomena? Is that not synonymous with Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment? Ian pondered, albeit he refrained from interrupting Su Zhibai's narration. Lingxi Cave Heaven is situated at the confluence of several major sects, appearing once every 60 years. Due to the suppression of the Heavenly Tao, only cultivators below the Foundation establishment stage may enter. Within Lingxi Cave Heaven, the elite from various sects must compete and engage in battle to seize the ultimate opportunity. This opportunity often comprises celestial phenomena. However, every 360 years, Lingxi Cave Heaven will be enveloped by the essence of the Heavenly Tao. The celestial phenomena therein will then transform into the essence of the Great Tao, and the last victor will be able to establish a Heavenly Tao Foundation. Presently, we are at the 360-year mark. I see. Ian nodded, deeply impressed, and promptly invited Su Zhibai and Bear Steward to drink. Seeking to quell the astonishment within his heart, it turns out that the path to Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment requires such endeavors. Lingxi Cave Heaven serves as a fixed instance, reopening every 60 years, where one may acquire celestial phenomena to form a mystical foundation. Every 360 years, this instance becomes shrouded in the Heavenly Tao, transforming celestial phenomena into the essence of the Great Tao. Thus, within such a fixed cycle, a single individual may attain the Heavenly Tao Foundation. Let us not forget that the vast majority of mysterious places manifest at random. This illustrates the rarity of the Heavenly Foundation. Well, that is all I know. Su Zhibai chuckled softly, raising his goblet toward Ian, stating that with his current cultivation, it would be difficult to assist his foolish brother. With just a month remaining, it was imperative for his younger brother to exert himself diligently. Ian raised his cup in camaraderie, nodding in agreement. He reassured Su that he need not worry. It was merely the Lingxi Cave, and he was determined to seize opportunities for Su to establish his Heavenly Foundation. As a fourth-tier martial artist, although he possessed foundational combat strength, he had yet to attain true foundational cultivation and should be able to enter the cave. Furthermore, with the celestial gang blood refinement technique at his disposal, his strikes were fierce and imbued with heavenly might, rendering his true combat prowess significantly stronger than that of other martial artists at the same level. Coupled with the aid of the blood-igniting curse, he could forcefully double his combat strength. While Ian had not yet employed the blood-igniting curse after refining his blood, he sensed that this secret technique was not constrained by martial cultivation levels and could still manifest its original efficacy. No matter how formidable the prodigies from other sects were, could they surpass him? But the opportunity for the Heavenly Foundation was singular. He must also be wary of the Beast Master Sect disciples entering the Lingxi Cave alongside him. After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, Ian found himself unexpectedly intoxicated. When he awoke, it was already noon the following day. As he opened his eyes, the familiar surroundings of Su's courtyard greeted him. Stepping outside, he discovered Su Zhibai in his study, wielding the spiritual brush Ian had gifted him, splashing ink onto a blank canvas. Upon noticing Ian's awakening, Su teased, "You have squandered yet another night of cultivation. Dear brother, you must work twice as hard." Truth be told, Su Jibai was reluctant to allow Ian to accompany him to the Lingxi cave. Firstly, the competition within the cave was comprised of the era's top prodigies, each possessing formidable strength and profound reserves. Even his own entry bore significant risk. Secondly, this matter was inherently unrelated to Ian. It pertained solely to Su Jibai and the Bai family of the Beastmaster sect, and he did not wish to embroil Ian in it. Yet, Ian insisted repeatedly, fervently assuring him of his adequate strength. Su Jibai understood that further refusals would only serve to dishearten his brother. He often contemplated the well-being of Ian, but Ian was equally concerned about Su. After returning with the carcass of a demon beast to exchange for resources, his immediate thought was to support their joint cultivation, aiming to establish their foundations and enter the inner sect together. Upon realizing this, Su Jibai felt a profound sense of comfort and joy. "You are indeed right, brother," Ian replied with a smile. "I shall retreat to my seclusion and strive to cultivate diligently, aiming to reach the late stage of chi refinement as soon as possible." With that, he led the ethereal moon to the alchemy workshop. "What? Why are you not seizing the opportunity?" Ian was left astounded by the prices quoted at the alchemy workshop. The Tianyuan pill, a second-tier elixir, commanded a price of 30 spirit stones and 10 contribution points, which was acceptable. However, the third-tier Lingshu pill was priced at 200 spirit stones, plus an additional 50 contribution points. Was this not akin to daylight robbery? Across from him, a disciple clad in a verdant robe, with a beautiful countenance, smiled sweetly, her eyes arched like willow leaves. "Junior brother, you jest. The Lingshu pill and Tianyuan pill are worlds apart in potency, hence the price differential." She inquired if he still intended to purchase the Lingshu pill. As a fellow disciple, the green-robed sister did not mock the handsome young disciple before her, but rather elucidated the reasons earnestly. "Purchase. For the sake of entering the Lingxi cave in a month and assisting Su in seizing the celestial opportunity, no matter the cost." Ian suppressed the pang of pain in his heart and waved his hand. "I would like 10 Tianyuan pills and 15 Lingshu pills." "Very well. That totals 3,300 spirit stones, along with 850 contribution points." The green-robed woman was somewhat taken aback, but quickly prepared the requested elixirs, fearing that this lucrative customer might depart. To her surprise, this junior brother appeared to possess substantial resources. Ian accepted the pill bottles and turned to leave, feeling the sting of expenditure as his lips twitched. He also purchased food worth 15 spirit stones for the ethereal moon. After the spending spree, he was left with only 6,700 spirit stones and 27,650 contribution points. Alas, he was still too impoverished. Upon returning to his residence, Ian locked himself in his room, sighing deeply. He then retrieved a Tianyuan pill and consumed it. "I must immerse myself in seclusion with unwavering diligence. Everything I have lost, I shall reclaim." A month later, on the final day of his rendezvous with Su Jibai, the tightly shut door finally creaked open. Ian emerged, his demeanor transformed. In his eyes, a rich purple radiance shimmered, reflecting a swirling cosmos of celestial might. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, confidence radiated from his heroic visage. The gentle breeze tousled his hair, and the peculiar hue in his eyes subtly receded. Chi Refinement, 7th Layer. Chapter 50, The Cold Cicada. He had thought that 25 elixirs would be insufficient to break through to the late stage of Chi Refinement, yet it turned out to be just right. Alas, while it is indeed favorable, it is exceedingly costly. The path of immortality consumes resources even more voraciously than martial arts. However, martial arts excel in rapid development and formidable combat power. Reflecting on this, Ian could not help but sigh. As for the true strength of martial arts in comparison to the path of immortality, he had yet to test it. This upcoming venture into the Lingxi cave would provide him with the opportunity to spar with the prodigies of various sects, a splendid chance to gauge his prowess. Surely, the prodigies of each sect possess numerous magical artifacts and limitless tactics. Utilizing mundane weapons would not suffice. Ian clenched his teeth, resolutely deciding, "Since I have the means, I shall procure a suitable magical artifact." With determination, he headed directly to the artifact refining hall. After an extensive search, he found no artifacts suitable for himself. Given that it was the Beastmaster sect, most artifacts produced in the hall were related to beast taming or defensive mechanisms. As he often engaged in martial combat, these artifacts proved unwieldy. After leaving the artifact refining hall, Ian sought out Elder Xiong at the cavern below the mountain. Upon their first meeting, Elder Xiong exclaimed in surprise, "You truly have advanced to the 7th layer of Chi Refinement?" As he spoke, Elder Xiong circled around Ian, occasionally clicking his tongue in astonishment. "You must have spent a considerable sum of spirit stones. To ascend from the 4th layer to the 7th layer in just a month is a feat only achievable with top-tier elixirs, which are not inexpensive." "To be honest, I have indeed spent quite a bit," Ian acknowledged with a nod. You rascal, you are quite generous. Elder Xiong clapped his large, heavy hand on Ian's shoulder, marveling. Sometimes, I envy the bond between you two brothers. Now, tell me, what brings you to see old Xiong? Ian then revealed his purpose for the visit. After some contemplation, Elder Xiong cautioned, you must consider carefully. Magical artifacts are significantly more expensive than ordinary tools. Seeing Ian still nodding in agreement, Elder Xiong led him to the inner sect. The two of them searched the artifact refining hall within the inner sect for quite some time, but found no magical artifact meeting Ian's requirements. Fortunately, Elder Xiong had good connections and, after some inquiries, finally discovered a low-grade magical long sword from a senior brother in the inner sect. This sword bore a striking resemblance to the Tangheng sword from Ian's previous life, albeit somewhat shorter, designed as a one-handed blade. The blade is forged from exquisite Xianjing cold iron, adorned with intricate inscriptions etched upon its surface. The edge glimmers with strands of silver light, its sharpness almost piercing the skin. The hilt is a deep ink black, seemingly stained by countless drops of blood. This weapon is named Cold Cicada, acquired from a war cultivator who surrendered it. According to my senior brother from the inner sect, it is considered a remarkable artifact among low-grade treasures. However, he explained that Cold Cicada lacks any special abilities. It is merely exceedingly sharp and resilient. Furthermore, it enhances the speed of strikes, leaving opponents with but a fleeting breath of life, much like its name suggests. The moment Ian laid eyes on Cold Cicada, he was enamored. It was simply perfect for him. I am deeply fond of this blade. I kindly ask you to part with it, senior brother, Ian said as he clasped his fists in greeting. The steward Xiong chimed in, boisterously remarking, Little Lu, this blade is of no use to you. Let it go at a fair price. Hearing this, the inner sect senior brother surnamed Lu let out a bitter laugh and replied, How could I not give face to Brother Xiong's words? As you say, this Cold Cicada holds little utility for me, yet it is still an artifact. Very well. After pondering for a moment, Brother Lu handed Cold Cicada, along with its sheath, over to Ian, stating, I shall forego the contribution points. Take it for 6,000 spirit stones. 6,000. Ian contemplated briefly before nodding decisively. All right. Although the price was indeed steep, far surpassing the artifacts from the outer sect's weapon forge, he was utterly captivated by the blade named Cold Cicada. If he let this opportunity slip by, it would be difficult to find such a suitable weapon again. The transaction concluded pleasantly. On the way back, Steward Xiong could not help but exclaim, You young lad truly do not care for your livelihood. 6,000 spirit stones could elevate your cultivation to the foundation establishment stage. In response, Ian shook his head and smiled. Spirit stones can be earned again, but the chance to grasp the Tao foundation of the immortal grade only comes once. If I miss this opportunity, I cannot wait for another 360 years. By then, my brother and I would be naught but dust. Regardless of the cost, I must obtain the heavenly Tao foundation for my brother. All right. Steward Xiong sighed, waving his paw. I know you two brothers share a deep bond. As they spoke, the man and the bear had already returned to the outer sect grounds. Ian halted his steps, bowing in gratitude to Steward Xiong. Thank you, Steward Xiong. I still need to purchase some elixirs to prepare adequately for the journey to Lingxi Cave. Very well, Steward Xiong considered for a moment and added, I shall attend to some matters as well. Wait for me at Xiaosu's place this evening. I will bring some fine wine and dishes to send you off. Then I shall not be polite. After parting ways, Ian headed to the alchemy workshop. Amidst the teasing of Sister Green attire, he endured the pangs of parting with his wealth to purchase 3 third-grade Qi blood pills. The total expenditure amounted to 450 spirit stones, along with 150 contribution points. Although the 4th rank of martial arts involves condensing essence blood within the heart orifices, Qi blood elixirs can still expedite this process. Additionally, he needed to replenish his Qi promptly after using the blood-burning spell. Thus, he acquired 3 Qi blood pills for this purpose. With 250 spirit stones remaining, Ian bought some spirit rice and other foodstuffs, also preparing some provisions for Yue. There, now I am back to square one. Ian suppressed the rising tide of sorrow and indignation, realizing he could not even scrape together a single spirit stone. How could someone be reduced to such destitution? The storage bag he initially intended to buy was now out of reach. Those talented individuals likely possess quite spacious storage bags. As he pondered, he found himself unwittingly at the entrance of Su Jibai's courtyard. Stepping inside felt as natural as returning home. Before he arrived, his voice preceded him, Su brother, I have broken through to the 7th layer of Qi training. A brief search within the courtyard revealed Su Jibai still engrossed in his writing in the study. The sight of him so focused prompted Ian to give an approving thumbs up, with the departure for Lingxi Cave imminent. His brother could still dedicate himself to art and cultivation, a mindset that Ian could only aspire to emulate. Nonsense. Su Jibai did not lift his head, continuing his work, merely chuckling lightly. Please wait a moment. And wait he did, until dusk fell. Su Zhibai completed over 10 pieces of calligraphy and paintings, stowing them into his storage bag before finally wearily leading Ian to the living room. Do not underestimate these pieces. Each one represents my heartfelt effort for my brother. Su Zhibai displayed a fatigued smile. You will understand in due time. At that moment, Steward Xiong's robust voice resonated. Come, come, come. Upon entering, Steward Xiong produced 2 large jars from his storage bag. The rich aroma of wine instantly filled the entire courtyard, mingling with the fragrance of spirit fruits, intoxicating all who inhaled it. Haha, I acquired this spirit wine from Elder He. Steward Xiong exclaimed. Elder He has been hiding it for over 100 years. And I stole it to toast you brothers on your journey. What do you think? Quite generous, isn't it? Steward Xiong's mother was Elder He's cherished beast, illustrating the harmonious bond between humans and beasts within the Beastmaster sect. Truly a good friend. Ian praised Steward Xiong with a thumbs up. As the 3 companions reunited, they inevitably indulged in revelry. At the banquet, Ian could not resist asking, the journey to Lingxi Cave is fraught with peril. Why do I not see my brother making preparations, such as acquiring artifacts? Moreover, it seems Sister Bai has surpassed the Qi training stage and cannot enter Lingxi Cave. Brother, what are your plans? Upon uttering these words, Steward Xiong, who was clutching a large bowl, suddenly froze, his expression shifting. Chapter 51, Departure for Lingxi Cave. Steward Xiong cautiously glanced at Su Zhibai and then desperately signaled to Ian, sighing heavily. Su Zhibai continued sipping his wine, a relaxed smile on his face, yet remained silent. Alas! Suddenly, Steward Xiong gulped a large mouthful of wine, and after swallowing, he slammed his paw down on the table with indignation, exclaiming, Ian, there are hidden circumstances here. Alas! Do not be fooled by how Xiao Su appears to have won the heart of a beauty, forming a spiritual pact with the Bai family heiress. His years have not been easy. Alas, Xiao Su has suffered greatly. Ian was taken aback by Steward Xiong's words. He had merely expressed concern for Su brother's arrangements. How could there be such hidden depths? Has Su brother truly endured hardship these years? With trepidation, he inquired. Is it akin to the tales of mortals, where a wealthy young lady falls for a destitute scholar, and the affluent family sets up numerous obstacles, demanding something of Su brother before agreeing? As he observed the expressions of Steward Xiong and Su Zhibai, he realized his speculation was not far from the truth. No wonder it is said that stories stem from life experiences. How cliché. Indeed, you have struck the nail on the head. Seeing Su Zhibai remain silent, Steward Xiong indignantly continued, in truth, this matter is not a secret within the sect. You see, when Xiao Su first entered the sect, he had neither background nor cultivation. Yet he formed a spiritual pact with Sister Bai. What status does Sister Bai hold? Of course, I do not mean to imply anything negative about Xiao Su. He is quite remarkable. Steward Xiong raised his bowl towards Su Zhibai, and after downing the spirit wine, he resumed. However, he could not escape the whispers of gossip. When Elder Bai learned of this, he did not forcibly separate the lovers, but rather insisted that Xiao Su must obtain the immortal grade Dao Foundation to be worthy of Sister Bai. Throughout this ordeal, the Bai family offered no assistance. Everything relied on him alone. Ian, what do you think of this situation? As a disciple of the Beastmaster sect, Xiao Shu found himself entering the Lingxi Cave heaven without a pet beast of his own, compelled to compete for heavenly opportunities against the prodigies of various sects. It was truly bewildering to comprehend Elder Bai's intentions. The more Elder Xiong spoke, the more discontented he became, slamming his hand on the table with a resounding thud. Xiao Shu felt a deep sense of despair. Lacking resources and possessing only his cultivation, what strength did he truly have? He glanced at Ian and sighed. Fortunately, I have a brother like you, alas. This sentiment rendered Ian momentarily speechless. He had never considered the hardships that Su Zhibai had endured. Though he was unaware of Elder Bai's true identity, Xiong's demeanor hinted that he belonged to the upper echelons of the sect. As Bai's nominal son-in-law, Su was unable to partake in many sect affairs, deprived of resource advantages, and faced with idle gossip. Now, with Elder Xiong's remarks, Ian finally grasped the extent of Su's struggles over the years. That Elder Bai even expected Su to compete for the Dao Foundation was astonishing, especially since Su had no prior experience in martial arts. The Beastmaster sect's methodologies were almost entirely related to pet beasts, yet Su had none. How could he compete with others in such a situation? With no pet beast to accompany him into the Lingxi Cave heaven, he could either seize the heavenly opportunity to establish an immortal Dao Foundation or risk losing his life within. It seemed as if the Bai family had never acknowledged Su Zhibai's existence. Sighing deeply, Ian felt at a loss for words and proposed, "Come, let us drink." He harbored no resentment towards Elder Bai. He could empathize with the elder's sentiments and reasoning. To outsiders, It was indeed logical for Su Zhibai to attain the Dao Foundation to be deemed worthy of senior sister Bai Ling. However, such a course of action seemed excessively ruthless. What is this expression on your faces? At that moment, Su Zhibai suddenly chuckled. Attempting to comfort Ian and Elder Xiong, I am willing to venture into the Lingxi Cave Heaven, while I may not be entirely confident. I possess some means to navigate this challenge. I am not foolish enough to willingly march towards my demise. Upon hearing this, Elder Xiong pondered for a moment and replied, Indeed, you have a point. He then invited the two to drink. Come, let us forget those troublesome matters and drink. As they were to set off the following day, he wished them a smooth journey. Early the next morning, Elder Xiong's distinctive voice roused the two from their slumber. Ian opened the courtyard door and couldn't help but laugh. Overnight, Elder Xiong had been thoroughly beaten, his head adorned with lumps, and even his nose slightly askew. What is so amusing? If it weren't for sneaking some drinks to send you off, would I have ended up like this? Elder Xiong grumbled. All right, let us prepare to depart. You are going too? Ian asked. I can't just take a beating for nothing. I am going to cheer you on. Elder Xiong chuckled, scratching his head. That sounds splendid. It's like having a support team. Before long, Ian and Su Zhibai tidied up briefly and followed Elder Xiong towards the outer square. They had not yet reached the square when they spotted a magnificent spirit vessel hovering in midair. The vessel resembled a cruise ship from a past life. Crafted from a type of pure white spirit jade, radiating an ethereal glow. The vessel's body was adorned with celestial images, depicting mountains shrouded in mist, where countless spirits seemed to dwell. Most striking was a snow-white fox, its fur as pristine as snow and jade. The fox appeared vividly lifelike, evoking a sense of tranquility merely by gazing upon it. What an impressive spectacle! Without needing any introduction, Ian discerned the owner of the spirit vessel. As expected, beams of light descended from the hovering vessel, enveloping both him and his companions. Before they could even take in the interior of the vessel, a maiden clad in a gown of snow-white silk appeared before them. The young woman's features were exquisitely delicate, seemingly in her late teens, yet with a hint of alluring charm. Her lively eyes, however, sparkled with clarity, exuding an air of purity. Upon encountering his sister-in-law, Ian quickly clasped his fists in greeting. I am Ian, pleased to meet you, sister-in-law. And I have met my little uncle, Bai Ling giggled, her voice ethereal, as if it could cleanse all ailments. Noticing Ian's awkwardness, she graciously reassured him, this is not our first encounter, so do not be so reserved. It was not that Ian suddenly felt shy. Rather, he recalled Elder Xiong's earlier introduction. When spirit beasts reach the golden core stage, they can assume human forms. Now, as Bai Ling appeared in the guise of a young woman, it indicated that her cultivation was undoubtedly above the golden core level. Ian found himself puzzled, unable to comprehend what qualities his brother possessed that had attracted her. No wonder that Elder Bai insisted Su must attain the Dao Foundation before acknowledging their relationship. Given the long journey ahead, let us take a moment to rest, Bai Ling said, taking Su Zhibai's hand and leading everyone into the spirit vessel. Upon entering, Ian discovered that the vessel's interior was remarkably spacious, featuring numerous rooms. Looking out from within, there were no obstructions, allowing for a panoramic view of the scenery. Sister-in-law, are we the only ones from the sect entering the Lingxi Cave Heaven this time? Ian inquired, noticing the vessel had set sail without any other disciples aboard. Before Bai Ling could respond, Elder Xiong interjected, do you think everyone is so fortunate as to board the spirit vessel of the Qingqiu White Fox? At that moment, the vessel soared past the gates of the Beastmaster sect. Elder Xiong pointed out the window, exclaiming, look, those disciples are traveling on that type. Ian turned to glance and immediately fell silent. Two other spirit vessels were docked outside the mountain gates. Although they were not shoddy, they seemed rather humble in comparison to Bai's vessel. Time flowed like water, and the scenery outside the window whisked by. 3 days later, the spirit vessel gradually hovered in midair, descending slowly. Below lay the Lingxi Cave Heaven. Chapter 52, The Four Sects of Southern Heaven. Is this the Lingxi Cave Heaven? Ian, leading Yue, stepped down from the Bai family's spirit vessel, surveying the surroundings and realizing they were situated within a lush valley. The trees and flowers flourished abundantly, creating a breathtaking scene. With each breath, the fresh air filled his lungs, invigorating him. A gentle, cool breeze brushed against his cheek, and the harmonious sounds of birds and beasts echoed through the forest, as if this was a true paradise. The spiritual energy here is quite rich, Ian remarked, savoring the atmosphere. Aside from Bai Ling, it was the first visit for the others. Thus, Bai Ling began to elaborate. This place is known as Lingxi Mountain, situated at the convergence of the four sects of Southern Heaven, and is not exclusive to any one sect. For sects, Ian paused briefly, slowing his pace to follow Bai Ling and Su Zhibai. Hearing Bai Ling's introduction ignited his curiosity. It was known that the Beastmaster sect had once basked in glory, standing tall atop the Tianyuan Continent, even if it had now fallen to a secondary sect. It was not an ordinary force that could easily challenge it. The Lingxi Cave Heaven, a place capable of consistently producing immortal-grade Dao foundations, could not be entirely claimed by the Beastmaster sect, but must be shared with the other three sections. This underscored the formidable strength of the remaining three sections. Given the context, one must wonder what extraordinary talents and capabilities the disciples selected from these three sects possess to participate in the contest for the cave's secrets. Indeed, there are three sects. Aside from our Beastmaster sect, the others are the Xinxiao sect and the Qingjing sect. When mentioning the latter, Bai Linger noticeably hesitated. Her tone tinged with disdain, revealing her aversion towards that sect, known as Yinshan. Ian nodded slightly, refraining from interrupting his senior sister. Information is paramount at all times. His sojourn in the world of cultivation has been brief, leaving him somewhat ignorant of the strengths and specialties of these factions. As he prepares to compete with the prodigies of these sects, he must diligently absorb every detail shared by Ling, starting with the Xinxiao sect. It is a remarkably amicable faction, where the members harbor an unwavering disdain for evil, upholding integrity and righteousness with no tolerance for corruption. However, their straightforward nature can be both a virtue and a vice. They approach conflicts with unyielding fervor, vowing to annihilate their foes without mercy. The founder of the Xinxiao sect emerged a millennium ago, revered as the Xinxiao true monarch, an expert in thunderous arts capable of commanding heavenly tribulations. His lifelong aspiration was to eradicate malevolence and vanquish sinister beings, having attained enlightenment approximately 8,000 years prior. 6,000 years ago, sensing the end of his lifespan, he bequeathed his teachings and thunderous techniques, thus establishing the Xinxiao sect. After hearing about the Xinxiao sect, Ian was greatly impressed. The Xinxiao true monarch indeed possessed noble aspirations, to eradicate evil and eliminate malevolent spirits. As practitioners of the path, we ought to follow suit. Such a stance resonated with Su Ji Bai, who walked alongside Bai Linger, as he too felt a sense of admiration upon learning about the Xinxiao founder. With such principles, the Xinxiao sect is composed of individuals of unwavering integrity, and facing them in the cave would mean engaging in straightforward combat, free from the treachery of deceitful schemes. Bai Linger nodded in acknowledgement of Su Ji Bai's insights before continuing. The second sect, the Qingjing sect, is said to have had a founder who was an elderly Taoist in the mortal realm. As he approached the end of his days, he unexpectedly received an ancient legacy in a dream and embarked on the path of immortality at the venerable age of 86. The Qingjing founder was gentle and never engaged in conflict, preferring a life of simple cultivation. 6,000 years ago, he too left behind a legacy, forming what is now the Qingjing sect. The disciples of this sect follow in their founder's footsteps, cherishing solitude and eschewing worldly affairs and disputes. Upon hearing this, Ian could not help but inquire, "Sister, if the disciples of the Qingjing sect shun worldly matters, why do they still partake in the contest for the Lingxi cave?" To his surprise, Bai Linger chuckled lightly and shook her head, because Lingxi Mountain is, in fact, the place where the Qingjing founder attained enlightenment. When the Lingxi cave emerged, it disturbed their tranquility, and they merely seek to protect their founder's spirit. Moreover, as the foundational aspects of the heavenly way are of utmost importance, the Qingjing sect sends forth a group of disciples every 360 years to compete for the secrets. However, do not underestimate the Qingjing sect. Although they favor a life of seclusion, their capabilities are no less formidable, with a wealth of techniques, spells, and magical artifacts at their disposal. Understanding dawned upon Ian as he nodded in agreement, firmly etching this knowledge into his mind. To be ranked alongside the Beastmaster sect and the Xinxiao sect among the four great sects of southern Tian, one could surmise their strength must be quite formidable. If they lacked skill, they would not have survived to cultivate in peace. They would have been devoured long ago. "Sister Bai, what about the final sect, Yinshan?" Ian inquired. Upon hearing this, Bai Linger slightly shook her head, her voice laced with contempt. "Yinshan is merely Yinshan. It is not a proper sect. They take in only 7 disciples per generation, and though their numbers are few, they are notorious for their malevolence, embodying the very essence of evil." Evil? Ian's eyes narrowed, his demeanor turning serious. This sect, with its mere 7 members, was indeed a demonic cult, yet it had gained such infamy. The fact that they had not been eradicated by the Xinxiao sect speaks volumes of their formidable power. The founder of Yinshan appeared on the cultivation scene 17,000 years ago, unleashing a tide of bloodshed, and slaughtered 7 major sections. Though they were eventually hunted down by the righteous path, it was believed their lineage had been extinguished. Yet, a millennium ago, the name Yinshan resurfaced. With a new generation of 7, each possessing extraordinary prowess, formidable enough that even the righteous path could not completely annihilate them. Thus, their legacy continued. Yinshan disciples are known for their devious techniques, making them exceedingly difficult to guard against, and their attacks are insidious and ruthless. It is wise to avoid confronting them unless absolutely necessary. I understand now. Ian nodded solemnly, committing the name Yinshan to memory. Such a sect exists in the world. Bai Linger, with her wisdom, deemed them as peculiar and inscrutable. Their capabilities are undoubtedly formidable. Xiao Su, Xiao Anzi, once you enter, make sure to foster good relations with your fellow disciples. Our Beastmaster sect thrives on unity. Elder Xiong earnestly advised, let me tell you, none of these three sects are easy to deal with, especially Yinshan. I've heard they take pleasure in controlling spirits. How can one defend against that? Therefore, once inside the cave, stick together with your fellow disciples and never wander alone. Understood. As their conversation unfolded, a precipice appeared before them. Bai Linger summoned her powers, lifting the two of them and their beasts, swiftly descending to the base of the cliff. Upon landing, Ian beheld a cavern ahead. The entrance was not shrouded in darkness. Instead, it radiated a mesmerizing spectrum of colors, captivating the eye. Inside lay countless bizarre stone columns, some resembling dragons and phoenixes, while others took the form of turtles and cheilants, exquisitely crafted and lifelike. A rich aura of spiritual energy surged forth from the cave, enveloping Ian in a sensation akin to being in a celestial realm. Is this the Lingxi cave? What appears to be a mere cavern conceals deeper mysteries. Bai Linger smiled gently, guiding them to a massive stone where they awaited silently. Soon, others from the Beastmaster sect arrived, including an unfamiliar elder with a white beard, accompanied by 4 disciples, 3 men and 1 woman, and their beasts. Ian was taken aback to see that the woman clad in green robes was the same sister from the alchemy workshop. Although his cultivation level was too low to gauge the realms of these 4 disciples, Yue informed him that even their beasts were at the pinnacle of the 3rd tier. Upon their meeting, the elder unexpectedly bowed to Bai Linger, addressing her as Miss, while the 4 disciples respectfully greeted her, saying, "Greetings, Sister Bai. Elderly, you honor me." Bai Linger replied, raising her hand slightly, exhibiting no airs of superiority. "Please, there is no need for such formalities." Afterward, it seemed the 4 disciples barely acknowledged Ian and his brother. No, the 3 male disciples distinctly displayed animosity towards Suji Bai. How intriguing, Ian mused. It appears this expedition into the cave will not be straightforward. After a brief wait, commotion arose from above the cliff as members from the other sects began to arrive. Chapter 53, The Wanling Sect, the Little Saintess. These are the disciples of the Xinxiao sect, Bai Linger remarked, directing her gaze towards a group approaching in the distance. Ian followed her gaze and saw a cadre of men clad in blue robes, each exuding an air of righteousness. Leading them was a man appearing to be in his 50s, accompanied by 5 disciples of the Xinxiao sect. After exchanging greetings with Bai Linger, he turned his gaze towards Elderly of the Beastmaster sect. "Li Daoyu, it has been quite some time." Elderly responded cheerfully, "Old Qi. It has been 35 years since our parting at Qilin Ridge. Since then, your cultivation has evidently advanced significantly." Ian observed this exchange keenly. Despite the jovial banter between the 2 elders, he suspected that the atmosphere would shift dramatically once the disciples entered the Lingxi cave heaven. In the midst of their conversation, another group descended into the valley. Clad in simple, dark robes, these individuals resembled a congregation of ascetic practitioners. At the forefront was an elderly man with silver hair yet youthful features, his complexion rosy, accompanied by 6 disciples. The elder, seemingly reticent, merely nodded in acknowledgement to the assembled crowd. They truly resembled Taoists, Ian mused. Though their strength was likely formidable, he wondered what unique abilities they possessed. It was understandable for the Qingjing sect to be taciturn, as they often intruded upon the tranquility of their ancestors. After a brief moment, Ian felt a sudden chill envelop him, as if he were being wrapped in a layer of piercing cold. He hastily summoned his internal vitality to dispel the icy sensation. Raising his gaze, he beheld a swirling mass of black mist descending from above. This ominous cloud exuded an aura of dread, intermittently revealing ghastly visages, men, women, and children, with a disturbing preponderance of infantile faces that evoked a sense of tragic demise at first glance. Humph, a wretched evil. Elder Qi, true to his character as a member of the Xinjiao sect, was quick to react, his brows furrowing at the sight of the black mist. Without uttering a spell, he merely scoffed and raised his hand, unleashing a bolt of heavenly lightning. The sheer power was terrifying, a testament to the unyielding nature of his thunderous arts. Witnessing this, Ian felt his heart tremble in awe. Yet, the lightning disappeared into the black mist as if it had plunged into the ocean, leaving not a trace behind. Ha ha ha. The Xinjiao brat remains as tempestuous as ever. As the laughter echoed, the mist parted, revealing a woman of exquisite beauty. Her lips blood-red as if stained with human blood, her words laced with a chilling undertone. Behind her stood 7 disciples of the Tianyuan sect. Have they all come in one generation? Do they not fear total annihilation here? Ian squinted and whispered to Steward Xiong, his voice barely audible. Though he spoke softly, Elder Qi overheard him. Glancing sideways, he raised an eyebrow in surprise, exclaiming, "What a bold lad, daring to come here at the 7th level of Qi refining. Your beast companion is at the pinnacle of Qi refining, impressive indeed. I, Qi Tianlin, declare this. Anyone who slays the Tianyuan evil within the cave shall be esteemed guests of my Xinjiao sect. We shall reward them generously." The Tianyuan woman seemed to have heard Ian's remark, her lips curling into a sinister smile. "Young man, be wary of the perils that spring from careless words." Without any visible action, she stood there, seemingly unfazed. Suddenly, Elder Li erupted with rage, his eyes ablaze. What audacity! Elder Li's beast companion was a massive creature, a Xianshui turtle possessing the bloodline of a divine beast. At his command, a pale blue barrier erupted from the turtle's back, enveloping Ian. Before Ian could react, he heard a sizzle as the barrier rippled like water. 2 fearsome specters were thwarted at the barrier's edge, only to be obliterated by a bolt of heavenly lightning. Ian's expression changed dramatically as he realized he had been entirely unaware of the Tianyuan woman's attack. Had it not been for Elder Li's timely intervention, he might have met his end right there. The methods of Tianyuan were indeed unfathomably treacherous. A howling cry escaped Yue, her eyes blood-red, baring her fangs and poised to pounce. "Adi!" Su Zhibai's expression shifted as she grasped Ian's arm, scrutinizing him closely. When she turned her gaze to the Tianyuan group, her previously gentle demeanor was replaced with a chilling intensity. At that moment, Bai Ling'er stepped forward from the crowd. Positioning herself protectively in front of Ian, her delicate features now icy, her voice laced with fury. "Such audacity! How dare you threaten my sworn brother? Once this matter is resolved, my Beastmaster sect shall certainly seek an audience with Tianyuan to demand an explanation." "Oh dear, it seems I have inadvertently offended the young lady of the Qingqiubai clan," the Tianyuan woman replied, her face paling as she hastily apologized upon seeing Bai Ling'er. Ian observed this interaction with a blend of warmth and astonishment, growing ever more curious about Bai Ling'er's noble lineage. It appeared that even the Xinjiao sect held her in high regard, and even the nefarious Tianyuan sect would show deference to the Qingqiubai family. "Miss Bai, shall we not exterminate these fiends at once and restore clarity to the heavens?" Elder Qi Tianlin declared in a grave tone. As his words fell, the previously serene sky erupted with howling winds and distant thunder. Just then, the usually taciturn elder of the Qingjing sect waved his robe, and the tumultuous world regained its calm, returning to a serene and sunlit scene. "Do not disturb the tranquility of our ancestors," he admonished. "Humph. Then let us grant Elder Sun some face." For reasons unknown, once Elder Sun intervened, Ian felt an immediate sense of calm wash over him. The tumult of emotions within him ceased entirely. What manner of technique was this? Ian surveyed the assembly, noting that all expressions of hostility had vanished, as if the previous tension had never occurred. "Now that the 4 sects are gathered, when shall we enter the Lingxi cave heaven?" Ian quietly inquired of Bai Ling. Given the presence of the Qingjing sect elder, it seemed that a confrontation was unlikely. Yet, he resolved that once they entered the Lingxi cave heaven, he would ensure the complete annihilation of the Tianyuan 7. He prided himself on his ability to bear grudges, and it was imperative that they all perished within. "Let us wait a moment longer." Just as he spoke, the heavens erupted with a dazzling golden light, imbued with a sense of sanctity. Moments later, 10 cultivators descended into the valley, led by a woman clad in a pristine white gown, her delicate feet bare and untouched by dust. With hair whiter than snow and an exquisitely beautiful face radiating purity, she evoked no impure thoughts. At first glance, she was breathtaking, as if a celestial being had graced the earthly realm. How beautiful! Ian marveled inwardly, astonished that such a stunning woman existed in the world. "Senior Sister Bai, who might this be?" He turned to Bai Ling'er, intending to ask about their identities, only to find her expression frozen like ice. Her gaze toward the newcomers filled with animosity. The little saintess of the Wanling sect, Luo Shi. Wanling sect? Ian was perplexed. By the name, it suggested an association with all living beings, implying an open and inclusive sect, akin to the Beastmaster sect. Yet, as he glanced at the others, he observed that the members of the Beastmaster sect, including Elder Li, were all filled with animosity. Steward Xiong tugged at Ian's sleeve, shaking his head in warning not to speak, his voice imbued with hatred as he explained, "My Beastmaster sect and the Wanling demon sect are sworn enemies." The young saintess, known as Luo Shi, exuded an aura of divine purity, and the other 9 disciples of the Wanling sect also bore expressions of compassion. devoid of any trace of sinister or malevolent qualities. How could they possibly be associated with the demonic sect? And what of the ancient enmity? The ancient enmity. The steward Xiong nodded solemnly, gritting his teeth as he warned, "Little one, do not be deceived by their faade. In truth, their methods are more brutal than those of the fiends. Even the Yin Mountain pales in comparison to the Wanling demon sect in terms of cruelty." Yan gasped in shock. He had just witnessed the sinister techniques employed by the Yin Mountain, a sect renowned for manipulating souls and commanding vengeful spirits, their hands stained with countless acts of bloodshed. Yet, Xiong asserted that the Wanling sect surpassed even Yin Mountain in its eerie and merciless ways. He glanced up to see the Yin Mountain woman and her 7 companions. Their expressions drastically altered, as if they had encountered a formidable adversary, now gravitating towards this side. This was the domain of the righteous Xinxiao sect. Elder Qi Tianlin of the Xinxiao sect made no move against the approaching Yin Mountain group, even tacitly allowing them to cluster together for warmth. The 4 sects of Tianyuan stood united, all appearing as though they were facing a dire threat. Yan was utterly bewildered. "Do you recall the cataclysmic event spoken of in the sect's legends?" Xiong's voice echoed in his ears. Yan nodded slightly. The Tianyuan Continent had once been teeming with demonic beasts, with conflicts between humans and beasts rampant across the land. Eventually, the founder of the Beast Master Sect, wielding his mastery over beast taming, led the sect to the pinnacle of power, significantly reducing hostilities between humans and beasts. However, a calamity erupted across the Tianyuan Continent, leading to the near extinction of demonic beasts. Even the spirit beasts nurtured by the Beast Master Sect were slaughtered, resulting in a drastic decline in the sect's power, relegating it to a secondary status. Could this catastrophe be linked to the Wanling sect? Yan's heart raced with trepidation as he cautiously inquired. Indeed, Xiong elucidated. Near the end of the war between humans and beasts, a self-proclaimed saint ancestor of all spirits emerged from nowhere, with no one knowing whence he came. At a time when humans and demonic beasts were coexisting harmoniously, this Wanling ancestor began a merciless slaughter of demonic beasts. He believed that all spirits were born of heaven, and that humans were their apex. For a demonic beast to dare wage war against humanity and harm humans was a profound disrespect to the heavenly laws. Thus, he single-handedly exterminated nearly half of the demonic beasts in existence. No one could rival him. Countless powerful humans and divine beasts of the demon clan sought to thwart the Wanling ancestor's ruthless actions, yet they were all vanquished, leaving no one capable of standing against him. Eventually, he grew weary of the slow pace of his solitary crusade and gathered like-minded individuals, together founding the Wanling sect, with the Wanling ancestor as their revered master, thus dubbing themselves the Wanling Holy Sect. After the establishment of the Wanling sect, the demonic beasts were nearly obliterated, and their gaze then turned towards our Beastmaster sect. By that time, our sect had already suffered severe losses, yet they did not relent, launching an assault on our gates, nearly extinguishing our sect. Merely because the Beastmaster sect coexisted harmoniously with demonic beasts, they deemed us heretics. They perceived us as equally disrespectful to the heavenly laws, intent on annihilating our lineage. How utterly detestable! Yan fell into a profound silence upon hearing this account, momentarily at a loss for words. Should he denounce the Wanling ancestor and the Wanling sect as excessively radical and brutal? Yet, for one raised in the Blue Star, he understood that the ideology of the Wanling ancestor was not entirely flawed, merely expressed through extreme actions. He was acutely aware of the dire straits faced by the human race on Blue Star, a situation that could only be described as living in hell, struggling to survive. Were he to possess sufficient power and not be a disciple of the Beastmaster sect, he might very well seek to purge the aberrant beasts of Blue Star, restoring a clear and harmonious world for humanity. Moreover, such motives alone should not warrant the label of demonic sect. Yan voiced his internal confusion. Xiong then further clarified. Just as no one knew whence the Wanling ancestor came, no one knew when or how he vanished. One day, the world simply ceased to hear of the Wanling ancestor, leaving only the Wanling sect as a testament to his existence. After the departure of the Wanling ancestor, the Wanling sect gradually transformed. Although they continued to hold humans as supreme, Xiong's eyes reflected a profound fear and trepidation, a fear that transcended his previous apprehension as a demonic beast in the face of the Wanling sect's extreme ideology. In truth, this was a congregation of madmen. Upon hearing this, Yue trembled, immediately expressing her desire to distance herself from this band of lunatics. Yan wholeheartedly agreed. Until they entered the Lingxi cave and contended for the ultimate opportunity, it would be prudent to maintain a safe distance from these maniacs. After all, a sect capable of widespread slaughter would undoubtedly possess formidable strength. Moreover, This group harbored a long-standing enmity with the Beast Sect, viewing them as heretics. It appeared that their expedition to the Lingxi cave would not be so easily accomplished. Yan pondered this internally. Although he suspected that the 9 disciples of the Wanling sect, aside from the young saintess, were quite formidable, he felt no pressure. After all, entry to the Lingxi cave was restricted to those below the foundation establishment stage. And he himself had attained the 4th stage of martial arts, possessing foundation establishment combat prowess. The disparity was akin to a chasm. Su Xiong, once we enter the Lingxi cave, do not stray too far from me. Should we encounter adversaries, simply await my strike, Yan instructed, patting Yoyue's wolf head as he added. Once inside, stay close and protect your elder brother. Do not be careless. Wu, Yue responded softly, indicating its understanding. It had witnessed its master's formidable strength after breaking through to the 4th stage of martial arts, and felt no concern for its owner's safety within the cave. Su Jibai glanced back at Yan and Yue, his expression complex, lost in thought. In contrast, Bai Linger appeared astonished, gazing intently at Yan and Yue before breaking into a light laugh. You've only reached the 7th layer of qi refinement. Yet you wish for this little wolf to protect Jibai? Yan retrieved the chilling straight sword Hanchan and cradled it in his arms, responding with a confident smile, sister-in-law. You must not underestimate me. This celestial-grade Dao foundation is something no one but Su Xiong can take away from me. As soon as these words were uttered, a profound silence enveloped the valley. All eyes turned to Yan, bewildered as to where this young man, merely at the 7th layer of qi refinement, derived such confidence. Yet, they found no trace of fear upon Yan's face, only an unyielding confidence that radiated pride. Very well, Bai Linger replied with a smile in her eyes, gently nodding. Then I shall entrust Jibai to you. With that, she signaled to Elder Li and the others. The elders of the 4 sects immediately united their efforts, casting forth brilliant light. In an instant, the barriers at the mouth of the cave dissipated. The entrance of the cave suddenly erupted with an overwhelming luminosity. A kaleidoscope of colors intertwining and merging to form a vibrant vortex. This marked the entrance to the Lingxi cave. Bai Linger explained, once we enter the cave, we must first gather the scattered heavenly mechanisms within. Only those enveloped by the heavenly mechanisms can access the ultimate realm of heavenly law. Understood. Ian nodded, just about to beckon Su Jibai to enter the cave of wonders together. However, not far away, aside from the little saintess, the other 9 disciples of the Wanling sect suddenly began to chant, the heavens possess spirit, pity the suffering of all beings. Devote oneself to the Tao, unyielding through countless tribulations, with flesh to transcend calamities, and treasures to safeguard the path. Enlighten the true spirit, ascend to bliss. Their faces radiated compassion, their eyes filled with a sacred yearning, as if they had transformed into fervent, devout followers. While reciting, they simultaneously opened their own abdomens. Scalding blood instantly soaked the ground, turning the once grayish-yellow earth into a crimson sea. The previously fresh air was now thick with the stench of blood. Suddenly, they plunged their hands into their open bellies. Yet their expressions bore not a hint of pain. Moments later, they collectively extracted 9 shattered Tao foundations from the crimson blood. As the broken Tao foundations were drawn forth, the compassion on the disciples' faces intensified to an almost ecstatic degree. Their chants grew ever more fervent, reaching a crescendo. Shed the corporeal vessel for the tool. Ferry all beings to immortality. Serve the holy ancestor of Wanling, and enter the land of no worries. Chapter 55, Entering the Realm. What on earth are they doing? Witnessing the bloody scene before him, Ian was utterly astounded. He had initially thought these Wanling sect disciples would be the greatest adversaries in the Lingxi cave. Yet he had not anticipated that they would disembowel themselves outside the cave. A secret technique of the demon sect, Bai Linger provided an explanation. The 9 shattered Tao foundations they had personally extracted erupted with resplendent, golden sacred light, slowly spiraling upwards and gradually merging into a complete Tao foundation. Then, before the gazes of the onlookers, the luminous Tao foundation, gleaming with holy golden radiance, entered the body of the little saintess. To his astonishment, the once formidable aura of the little saintess began to wane, as if her profound cultivation had been concealed, shrouding the heavenly secrets. Subsequently, the little saintess floated into the entrance of the cave like a celestial being. The remaining disciples of the 4 sects followed closely, entering the Lingxi cave. Bai Linger's voice then echoed, this is the Wanling sect's inherited secret technique, capable of completely obscuring heavenly secrets. Not only can it forcibly elevate those of low cultivation to the foundation establishment stage, but it can also cause those of profound cultivation to regress in realm. What use is that? Ian inquired, perplexed. The little saintess was clearly not at the qi training stage. Could she truly reconstruct her Tao foundation by employing this secret technique to obscure her cultivation? However, Linger provided him with an affirmative answer. The might of this secret technique lies precisely in its ability to allow individuals to rebuild their foundations, even those who have long since reached the golden core stage. Ian fell silent. How could they possibly fight? Was the Wanling sect not being a bit unreasonable? Did it mean that as a 4th-level martial artist at the 7th layer of Qi training, he was to contend with the little saintess of the Wanling sect? A guaranteed foundation establishment, or even golden core powerhouse for the heavenly opportunities? The thought alone made Ian want to laugh in exasperation. Elder Bai clearly had no intention of letting Su Zhibai return alive. So how do you feel? Do you still have confidence? Linger, with her crystalline eyes sparkling with mirth, turned to Ian, the young man who repeatedly vowed to seize the heavenly opportunity for his brother. No confidence. Ian shook his head, candidly admitting his lack of certainty, yet he chuckled lightly. But one must at least make an attempt. As martial artists, we must be bold and forward-thinking. There is no merit in fearing before the battle has begun. Once we enter the cave, how much stronger could they possibly become? If we don't try, how will we know we cannot prevail? Su Zhibai, let us go. Rest assured, brother, I am strong as well. Ian laughed heartily, pulling Su Zhibai along, with Yue trailing behind, stepping into the Lingxi cave. This young friend is indeed intriguing. A 7th-layer Qi training practitioner daring to enter the cave to contend for the foundational immortal opportunities, showing no fear before the little saintess. Alas, his strength may still be insufficient, making it difficult to seize the immortal chance, observed Elder Qi Tianlin of the Xinxiao sect, admiring Ian's boldness. But I wonder why your Beastmaster sect sent a disciple without a beast into the cave? Elderly inquired, puzzled. It is well known that the disciples of the Beastmaster sect derive their strength from their beasts. Yet Su Zhibai, despite being at the peak of Qi training, entered the Lingxi cave alone. Hearing this, Li Ruoshui's hand paused in midair, revealing a pained expression as he discreetly glanced at Bai Ling, reluctant to speak further. Bai Ling, however, remained unperturbed, stating, Su Zhibai is my chosen husband. I have long since formed a spiritual contract with him. Elder Qi Tianlin understood what a spiritual contract entailed, but was somewhat taken aback, realizing that Bai Ling had chosen Su Zhibai. What a pity. Bai Ling possesses profound cultivation and lacks secret techniques. She cannot enter the cave to assist him. This young friend is likely to face difficulties. Is that so? Bai Ling, with a smile gracing her lips, gazed at the swirling vortex that was gradually closing and healing. I think not. While others believed Su Zhibai to be without advantages, even his peak Qi training cultivation shared a connection with her. She alone understood how exceptionally gifted Su Zhibai truly was. Even without a beast, he would not fall short in comparison to anyone. Furthermore, Ian was Su Zhibai's sworn brother, and his presence here was to support his brother. Bai Ling vividly recalled the first time she encountered Ian, the celestial phenomena of moonlight that had astounded the world. 2 prodigies had emerged from the Beastmaster sect. Now I see. Elder Qi Tianlin finally comprehended, realizing that Bai Ling had referred to Ian as her sworn brother for this very reason. At this moment, the entrance to the Lingxi cave had already closed. Then, an elder from the Qingjing sect extended a finger and gently tapped, causing formations within the mountains to activate. Moments later, the valley was enveloped in a celestial canopy. Within this canopy appeared the scenes from within the Lingxi cave. As soon as the images materialized, the woman from Yingshan began to giggle. Bai Ling, it seems your Beastmaster sect is not very united. Elder Qi Tianlin was taken aback as well. What is this? You all just entered the cave and are already infighting? Nearby, Elder Li Ruoshui's face turned a deep shade of gray upon witnessing the scene within the celestial canopy. Even Elder Xiong wore an expression of deep concern. Alas, what is happening to Xiao Anzi? I told him to unite. Why did he have to attack his own sect members as soon as he entered? At the entrance of the Lingxi cave, Ian stood before Su Zhibai, the murderous intent emanating from him almost palpable. The cold blade of the chilling cicada had already been unsheathed. Pressing against the neck of a fellow disciple from the Beastmaster sect, its razor-thin edge stained with blood. The creature accompanying this disciple was a crimson tiger, at the peak of Qi training. Yet, it had been overpowered by Yue, its sharp fangs tearing into it, already claiming its life. What is your name? Ian's voice, laced with lethal intent, reverberated as he unleashed a powerful, blood-soaked aura that sent shivers down the spine of all who beheld him. It was as if he had soaked his hands in countless blood, emerging from the depths of hell. Huang Yinjing dared not move an inch, feeling the bone-chilling coldness radiating from the blade against his neck. The terrifying force on his shoulder rendered him incapable of resistance, instilling a profound sense of dread. The blade felt as heavy as the main peak of the Beastmaster sect, pressing down on him until he trembled, quaking before the imminent specter of death. Huang Yinjing had never imagined that a mere mockery of Su Zhibai would provoke Ian into action. In an instant, he found the chilling blade resting against his throat before he could even react, despite his own peak Qi training cultivation. Even his peak Qi refinement pet beast could not withstand a single round against the onslaught of the colossal black wolf, its neck torn open in a gaping wound. Succumbing instantly, junior brother Ian, we are all fellow disciples, admonished the green-clad woman from the alchemy workshop, Lu Yun, attempting to dissuade the spectacle from becoming a farce in the eyes of outsiders. Aside from the 6 disciples of the Pure Tranquility sect who had already departed, the 5 disciples of the Divine Sky sect and the 7 sons of Een Mountain displayed expressions of shock, clearly taken aback by Ian's formidable prowess. They had not anticipated his strength to be so extraordinary. Though they were all at the pinnacle of Qi refinement, they had failed to perceive Ian's strike. It was remarkable that a peak Qi refinement cultivator could be subdued so instantaneously. Had he not restrained himself in time, he could have easily slain his opponent with a single blow. This individual had only just reached the 7th layer of Qi refinement. His pet beast was equally impressive, effortlessly dispatching that crimson tiger, despite both being at the peak of Qi refinement. The petite saintess, Luo Shi, did not take her leave but instead observed the unfolding scene with great interest, a subtle smile gracing her exquisite features. Ian, do refrain from harming fellow disciples, urged Su Zhibai, his expression calm as he patted Ian's shoulder. Despite being profoundly awed by Ian's terrifying strength, this was not the moment to discuss it. To slay a fellow disciple before the eyes of so many would render future coexistence within the sect untenable. Very well, Ian acknowledged. Fully aware of the repercussions of such actions under the scrutiny of the crowd, he deemed it sufficient to extinguish the pet beast as a form of punishment. Sheathing his blade, he spoke softly, I apologize, Brother Su. Yes, I'm sorry, Brother Su. I was in the wrong. Huang Yinzheng instantly weakened, collapsing to the ground, kowtowing fervently. He was utterly terrified and wished to retreat home at once, to hide and strike himself a few times in remorse. Seeing the anticipated scene fail to materialize, Luo Shi withdrew her gaze, muttering in disappointment. She then ascended into the air, her delicate feet seemingly treading upon invisible steps. With each step, ripples blossomed in the void, conjuring resplendent golden lotuses. In an instant, her figure was already 100 meters away. Isn't it said that only those at the Qi refinement stage may enter the Lingxi cave heaven? Is this truly Qi refinement? Ian observed the saintess's departure, his gaze tightening as he pondered gravely. Regardless, one must engage in battle to ascertain the outcome. Chapter 56. 5 Thunderbolts exterminate malevolence. All enemies annihilated. Indeed, my younger brother is exceptionally strong, Su Zhibai generously extolled, genuinely impressed by Ian's prowess. Although he had only just broken through to the late Qi refinement stage, ordinary peak Qi refinement cultivators could not withstand even a single glance from him. Little Yu Yu is also quite impressive and strong, Su Zhibai remarked, affectionately ruffling Yu Yu's head. Huang Yinzheng's pet beast, the Crimson Tiger, was undoubtedly formidable, even boasting exceptional innate talents. Yet it had been dispatched in a single exchange by Yu Yu. Oh whoa! Yu Yu proudly raised her wolf head, clearly relishing her brother's praise. How can ordinary beasts compare to me, the royal breed? They aren't even in the same league. Brother, shall we seek the Tao of Heaven's vital energy? Ian sheathed his blade, turning his attention to the Lingxi cave heaven. At a glance, it resembled a miniature world, with a cerulean sky adorned with fluffy white clouds and a radiant sun suspended in the firmament. In the distance, mountains loomed, their lush greenery radiating vitality. The entrance to the cave heaven was not a mere cavern, but rather a tranquil stream, where fish and shrimp frolicked in the clear water. Let us proceed. Su Zhibai nodded slightly, stepping forward with a leisurely gait. His refined countenance bore a hint of ease, devoid of any worry, as though wandering through his own backyard. Treating this excursion as a mere outing, Ian mirrored his tranquility, walking alongside Su Zhibai, with Yu Yu lingering on his left. After the saintess's departure, the disciples of the Divine Sky and Een Mountain sects hastily exited, seemingly unwilling to initiate a decisive battle at the entrance of the cave heaven. It appeared that everyone shared an unspoken understanding to preserve their strength for the ultimate opportunity presented by the Tao of Heaven. Thus, when Ian engaged a fellow disciple, it was a strategy that compelled them to pause, anticipating a complete fracture within the Beastmaster sect. Senior Brother Senior Brother Su, may we accompany you? Lu Yun, the green-clad sister from the alchemy workshop, inquired nervously. She suddenly realized she could no longer refer to Ian as junior brother. Given Ian's manifest talent and strength, it was likely that no one in the outer sect could rival him. Feel free, Ian replied nonchalantly, indifferent to the trivialities. Upon receiving his response, Lu Yun's expression brightened, and she quickly followed closely behind Ian and Su Zhibai, her green-scaled serpent in tow. The remaining 3 disciples of the Beastmaster sect, including Huang Yinzheng, dared not lag behind, closely trailing after them. Huang Yinzheng, in particular, appeared frantic, fearful of being abandoned. With his pet beast slain by the colossal wolf, he was left with only a fraction of his former strength. For an ordinary disciple of the Beastmaster sect, losing one's pet beast could render them vulnerable. If they strayed from the group and encountered the disciples of the Divine Sky or the Yin Mountain sect, their survival would be at great risk. Naturally, Ian was not included in this category, leaving Huang Yinzheng perplexed as to how Ian's personal strength could be so terrifying. Before long, the group from the Beastmaster sect arrived at the base of a small hill. This hill resembled a disc, protruding into the stream like a turtle's head, its surface adorned with verdant foliage akin to a turtle shell. Ian couldn't help but exclaim, "Isn't this a manifestation of the divine beast Xuanwu?" Indeed, the wonders of nature were astounding. "My younger brother possesses a way with words," Su Zhibai remarked, taken aback by Ian's eloquence. Before entering the world of cultivation, he had been the youngest top scholar in Zhao, naturally discerning the quality of poetry. Ian, however, was too modest to take credit. Quickly waving his hand with a smile, "I merely overheard it, just that one line," pointing to the area where the heavenly energy was notably dense above the Xuanwu. He added, "Brother, you should first retrieve that fragment of heavenly insight." "Very well," Su Zhibai acknowledged, aware that this was not the time for pleasantries. He performed a lightness technique and floated toward the pinnacle of the Xuanwu. The other 4 disciples of the Beastmaster sect could only watch enviously, for that was the ticket to the final secret realm. Only those enveloped by such heavenly energy were entitled to contend for the Tao of Heaven's foundation. None could predict what twists might occur later, so securing the heavenly energy in advance was always advantageous. However, they dared not attempt to seize the opportunity from Su Zhibai, even without a pet beast, for Ian, the formidable presence, was observing closely, his blade already half drawn. After approximately an hour, Su Zhibai gracefully descended. Ian distinctly sensed a transformation in his brother's aura, which had grown markedly enigmatic, enveloped in an indescribable, elusive essence. "The vital energy has been infused into my being," Su Zhibai spoke softly, though his brow furrowed slightly. "I can sense that there are only 13 sources of vital energy within the entire cave heaven. With my inclusion, 6 strands of aura have already found their masters, constantly shifting. Only 7 strands remain stagnant, unmoved by even a fraction." Upon this revelation, the expressions of the Beast Taming Sect members shifted dramatically. "The number of auras is astonishingly scant." An anxious disciple of the Beast Taming Sect exclaimed, "We must act swiftly." The other 2 nodded in agreement, voicing their concurrence. However, Huang Yinzheng fell silent, hesitant to speak. As a disciple of the Beast Taming Sect, without a beast companion, the final opportunity would no longer pertain to him. He merely wished to remain close to his fellow disciples and return safely. Ian, however, began to ponder, surprised that he could sense the locations of the remaining auras. If he were to follow these auras and annihilate those individuals, wouldn't he eliminate any competition with Brother Su for the path of foundational enlightenment? This thought elicited shocked gazes from the others, staring incredulously at Ian. "Are you aware of what you are suggesting? What a harbinger of death." Coughing lightly, Su Zhibai was also startled by Ian's notion. "There is an unclaimed aura relatively close to us. Let us pursue it first." Ian, undeterred by any perceived impropriety in his thoughts, reasoned that a confrontation was inevitable. Why not seek them out ahead of time? Nevertheless, as Su spoke, he could only nod in agreement. The group set off once more. Midway through their journey, Su Zhibai suddenly spoke. "Several auras are approaching from different directions. They must belong to different sects and have already reached the unclaimed aura." Ian understood Su's implication but was unwilling to retreat. It was the perfect opportunity to test their mettle. "Agreed." Su Zhibai nodded slightly, continuing to lead the way. Soon, before they could even catch sight of the figures, Ian heard a thunderous roar of lightning ahead. As they drew closer, the acrid scent of charred matter and an unsettling chill permeated the air. Upon nearing, they witnessed the confrontation between 5 disciples of the Xunxiao sect and the 7 from Yingshan. At the forefront, a Xunxiao disciple wielded a talisman, his robes billowing as if caught in a tempest, his gaze fierce as he recited a thunderous incantation. Purple lightning rends the heavens, banishing demons with unyielding might. 5 thunders to purge malevolence, obliterating phantoms from all directions. As the incantation was uttered, several bolts of purple lightning manifested in the void, imbued with terrifying energy, striking towards the 7 from Yingshan. Yet, the disciples of Yingshan, being one of the 4 great sects of Southern Heaven and having a mere 7 members, were not to be underestimated. Faced with the onslaught of heavenly lightning, they exhibited no visible reaction. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into swirling black mist, evading the attack. In that moment, 7 vengeful spirits emerged before the Shunshao disciple, tearing through the protective thunderous barrier that surrounded him. In an instant, the barrier was shattered, and the Shunshao disciple coughed up a mouthful of black blood, his complexion turning ashen and feeble. The remaining disciples were taken aback, forming a defensive line in front of their comrade, standing against the Angshan 7. At this juncture, both sides finally noticed the approaching members of the Beast Taming Sect. Upon seeing them, the Shunshao disciples' face brightened with hope. Fellow cultivators of the Beast Taming Sect, I am Xiao Mingde of the Shunshao sect. Please assist us in vanquishing these vile demons. They had witnessed Ian's formidable prowess firsthand. With his aid, they could surely eradicate the Angshan marauders. On the other hand, the 7 from Angshan remained indifferent. With only 13 strands of heavenly aura, they possessed 7 members. There was no way they would relinquish the aura before them. Brother Su, to purge evil is our duty. Very well. Ian consented, his blade gleaming coldly as his vitality surged within him, boiling and churning. Yomo, protect Brother Su. Ian bellowed, preparing to charge forward when he suddenly felt an icy wind sweep over him. He abruptly halted, pulling Su Jibai aside just in time. However, the 4 other disciples of the Beast Taming Sect were not as swift to react. Fortunately, their beast companions shielded them, and the icy wind did not harm them. Alas, Huang Yinzheng was not as fortunate, succumbing directly to the chill. Brother Huang, came a cry of alarm. Where Huang Yinzheng once stood, only a skeletal frame remained. The scattered bones crashing to the ground, he had been stripped of flesh and blood by the icy wind, perishing instantly. Seeking death, Ian's fury ignited, and he roared. In the blink of an eye, he surged toward the Angshan 7, his blood surging like a torrential river, intent on annihilation. Come forth. As Ian dared to approach, the Angshan 7 revealed cruel, cold smiles, transforming into a chilling black mist, countless vengeful spirits materializing within. The air was filled with their haunting wails. Brother E, Lu Yun gasped at the sight. The 5 disciples of the Shunshao sect also turned pale, exclaiming, fellow cultivator, be wary. The Angshan 7 are masters of spirit manipulation. Charging in recklessly is akin to courting death. The Shunshao disciples reacted swiftly, unleashing bolts of purple lightning upon the black mist. Yet fearing to harm Ian, they held back their full strength, causing only minor disturbances in the ghostly fog. The Angshan 7 were indeed formidable. Even Su Jibai's eyes betrayed deep concern. Just as he was about to intervene to aid Ian, he noticed Yomo remained steadfastly by Ian's side, unconcerned about her master's perilous predicament. Suddenly, a powerful shout erupted from within the thick black mist, blood ignition curse. Everyone's heart sank, their eyes widening in shock. From the heart of the black mist, a brilliant golden light erupted, and they could even hear a distant rumble of thunder, the raging vitality surging skyward. In an instant, the dense black mist melted away as if it were snow under the scorching sun. Little ghost, I've got you. Ian roared, his overwhelming might igniting the golden aura within. Flames of gold engulfed him, radiating a divine presence. As he burst through the layers of black mist like a river of flame, all the vengeful spirits were incinerated, reduced to ashes amidst their agonized wails. Die for me. The piercing cold light, akin to heavenly illumination, carried with it an overwhelming celestial authority. With a single stroke, he severed a massive head from its body, the face still bearing an expression of shock and horror. Just as Ian prepared to strike at the remaining Angshan disciples, he sensed something amiss. The beheaded Angshan disciple did not spout any blood. Instead, the headless corpse disintegrated into the icy wind, drifting away. What remained were the tragic specters of 7 boys, their souls morphing into black smoke. As the smoke dissipated, the beheaded Angshan disciple appeared unscathed among the other 6, his face reflecting sheer terror, signaling the ordeal he had just endured. Fellow cultivators, it is the 7 demons arcane technique. Xiao Mingde hastily warned. This method is extremely sinister. It requires finding 7 boys born on the Yin year, Yin month, Yin day, and Yin hour to be cruelly sacrificed. Through Angshan's secret arts, the souls of these children are bound to their bodies, granting them the power of a death substitute. Upon hearing Xiao Mingde's explanation, the hearts of those present sank, their expressions darkening with horror. Such a vicious tactic. Su Jibai struggled to contain his indignation, a spiritual brush materializing in his hand. With a swift motion, he traced a sigil in the air. I shall create a barrier. In this realm, the very air seemed to crystallize, as if ensnared within a labyrinthine prison, rendering escape an impossibility. Comrades, let us unite our strengths to vanquish this malevolence. As Xiao Mingde tended to his injuries, he promptly summoned his fellow disciples to join the fray. The 5 disciples of the Shinshao sect, in perfect synchrony, executed a unique stepping technique, causing the ground beneath them to illuminate with intricate lightning patterns. In unison, they proclaimed, "Thunder pool forms a barrier, malevolence lies in wait." 8 desolation thunder locks bind the wicked, for symbols cataclysmic thunder subdues the profound and the mundane. As their words echoed, the once clear sky was abruptly shrouded by dark clouds. 8 columns of violet lightning descended instantaneously, imprisoning this realm and enveloping all within a thunderous purgatory. The remaining 3 disciples of the Beastmaster sect were no exceptions. Lu Yun retrieved a verdant poison pill from his storage pouch and administered it to his beloved pet, the emerald-scaled serpent. In the blink of an eye, the serpent's form expanded to a staggering 3 zhong, resembling a colossal python. Its aura transcended the pinnacle of qi refinement, nearing the foundation establishment realm. With emerald eyes glimmering and tongue flicking, the serpent charged forth. The other 2 Beastmaster disciples revealed their own formidable beasts, a bear and an eagle, both swiftly transforming into foundation establishment monsters to join the battle. Ian observed this spectacle, astonished. Indeed, they were the pride of their respective sects. What were these individuals but mere qi refinement disciples? Not to mention the terrifying thunderous prison of the Shinshao sect. Even Brother Su possessed the ability to confine the very heavens and earth, coupled with their trio from the Beastmaster sect, who all possessed means to forcibly elevate their pets to the foundation establishment stage. Any ordinary pinnacle qi refinement disciple would surely perish upon confronting any one of them. The Lingxi Grand Stage. Do not approach unless you are prepared to face your doom. Ian smiled confidently, wielding his cold cicada in a flourish, directing it towards the 7 sons of Yinshan. Thankfully, I too possess my own advantages. Deep within his pupils, the constellations of the universe flickered to life, and a crescent moon of violet hue manifested upon his brow. Subsequently, the drop of golden blood hidden within his heart was ignited in its entirety. Instantly, his entire being was enveloped in a blaze of crimson gold. His eyes radiated like twin suns, releasing an endless brilliance of gold, within which the stars danced. Come, let me see how many lives you possess. Chapter 58, borrowing from the blood moon of the Yellow Springs. The 7 sons of Yinshan sensed the dire turn of events. They had intended to employ their ghostly escape technique to flee, yet for reasons unbeknownst to them, they found themselves trapped within this confined space, unable to escape. Even if they managed to reach the periphery, the blazing solar thunder firmly obstructed their path, not only preventing their escape, but also leaving them battered by the strikes from the thunderous prison. No, we cannot escape. Faced with the ferocious onslaught, the 7 could only brace themselves for the inevitable. Exchanging glances, a frenzied glint ignited in their eyes. Then let us perish together. Suddenly, the 7 sons of Yinshan produced 7 soul banners. They simultaneously tore open their robes, exposing their chests and bellies. Then, with bone claws, they ripped open their own rib cages. Blood gushing forth, they had extracted their own hearts. The 7 sons appeared completely unfazed by the pain as the vengeful spirits within the soul banners emerged, ravenously consuming their hearts. Yellow Springs rise. Summon the river of the 9 nether. As the 7 sons of Yinshan chanted hoarsely, the entire realm was engulfed in darkness, and a chilling wind howled. The cries of the spirits resounded. In the void, it was as if the Yellow Springs of the 9 nether had manifested. A gate connecting heaven and earth stood ominously, slowly opening. Countless vengeful spirits surged forth from the river of the underworld, blotting out the sun. The actions of the 7 sons were far from over. In addition to their hearts, they sliced open their bloodied abdomens, extracting their livers, kidneys, and all internal organs as offerings to the vengeful spirits of the 9 nether. First, I offer the sins of greed, anger, and ignorance. Second, I offer the grievances of hatred and enmity. Third, I offer my own 5 organs, in exchange for the passage of a myriad of spirits. Amidst the terrifying sounds of the spirits consuming their organs, the soul banners erupted into full display. The 7 allowed the countless vengeful spirits to rend their own flesh, their mangled faces twisted in expressions of bitterness and malice. Eon, alongside his companions, attempted multiple times to interrupt the sacrificial rites of the 7 sons, yet they could not breach the river of the underworld. Though they were close at hand, it felt as distant as the horizon. Ancient ancestor of Yinshan, seated in the nether, lend me 30,000 soul lanterns. The malevolent spirits devour my liver. The vengeful souls gnaw at my heart. Flesh and blood are spent. The gate of the dead collapses. The living shall flee, while the dead arrive. With a thunderous roar, the 9 nether hell manifested in its entirety. The heavens and earth transformed into a hellish landscape. Before their eyes lay a myriad of malevolent spirits. The voices of the 7 sons of Yinshan were chilling to the bone, reverberating throughout the cosmos, as the vengeful spirits began to howl in unison. This night, we shall not enter the cycle of reincarnation. Let us slaughter every last flickering light. The cries of 1,000 spirits echoed. The 7 sons of Inshan were utterly torn apart by the vengeful spirits. All that remained was a hellish vista. The once blazing sun transformed into a blood moon of the 9 nether. Endless vengeful spirits crawled forth from the river of the underworld, drowning the heavens and earth in their cries, seeking to annihilate all life in existence. Beastmaster Sect comrades, come to our side, Xiaomingda shouted. Ian and the disciples of the Beastmaster Sect turned to see the members of the Shenshao sect wearing grave expressions, yet forming a formidable formation. The 5 stood firmly upon the thunderous steps of heaven, 5 thunder talismans merging into a single wooden sword, under the command of Xiaomingda. Golden lightning phantoms enveloped him, keeping the vengeful spirits of the 9 nether at bay from the formation. Noticing that the 7 sons of Inshan had vanished, Ian swiftly returned to his companions. The 5 exchanged glances, drawing closer to the disciples of the Shenshao sect and entering the formation. As the comrades from the Beastmaster sect stepped into the formation, Xiaomingda and the other disciples of Shenshao immediately altered their steps, simultaneously forming seals with their hands. The chilling wind howled, and the cries of myriad spirits echoed. Like a fragile boat adrift in the river of the underworld, they were on the brink of being swallowed by the relentless vengeful spirits. Rise! Xiaomingda pointed his sword towards the heavens. Suddenly, a golden lightning bolt cleaved through the nether, responding to the decree of the 9 heavens. 100,000 thunder generals heed the command. First, cleanse the filth of the 9 nether. Second, exterminate the 100 forms of malevolent spirits. The golden lightning instantly transformed into a thunderous pool, suspended in the air, illuminating the expanse of heaven and earth. 3 realms. The power of the Tao transforms into calamity fire. For directions, the thunder gods secure the nether. Xiaomingda and the 4 disciples of Shenshao simultaneously pricked their fingertips, using their blood to draw the true form of the thunder ancestor in the void. They then spouted their lifeblood, and together they roared with unyielding spirit, their might reaching its zenith. Grant me 8,000 thunder to vanquish demons. Let all evil entities bear witness to this name. With a resounding crash, endless thunder descended, carrying with it terrifying power, as if to eradicate all evil from the world and cleanse this realm of the 9 nether. Are these truly mere chi refinement disciples? Ian's eyes widened in astonishment. The sacrifices of the 7 sons of Inshan to summon the underworld and the display of the Shenshao disciples, resembling a cataclysmic thunderstorm, were beyond the capabilities of any chi refinement disciple. The prodigies of various sects were indeed terrifying. The thunder roared like a heavenly calamity, purging the world of all evil spirits. Yet, the malevolent spirits seemed inexhaustible, continuously emerging from the river of the underworld. After a long while, as the last bolt of thunder struck, only a mere fraction of the vengeful spirits remained. The 5 disciples of the Shenshao sect, utterly drained, collapsed to the ground. Their once lustrous hair now bore streaks of gray, and they appeared aged and frail. This arcane art had consumed a significant portion of their lifespans. Just as the group began to relax, the river of the underworld suddenly vanished. Under the illumination of the blood moon of the 9 nether, the gate of ghosts reappeared, and a terrifying specter descended, devouring the remaining vengeful spirits entirely. The formidable might of Ian seemed to rival that of a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Fellow disciples of the Beastmaster sect, we are counting on you. Xiaomingda gritted his teeth, seated in a meditative posture, consuming pills to fortify his weakened state. Nearby, Lu Yun exchanged glances with the other 2 disciples of the Beastmaster sect. Just as she was about to command their beasts to engage in battle, she was suddenly taken aback by the extraordinary phenomenon surrounding Ian's senior brother E. What is happening? She exclaimed, her eyes wide with terror and disbelief. Before her, the purple crescent mark on Ian's forehead transformed into a blood-red moon, radiating an endless crimson glow that surged skyward. This blood light soared to the heavens, harmonizing with the blood moon that hung ominously in the celestial dome, casting the world in a hue of sanguine red. Alas, poor Xiao Huang has perished. Elderly Ruoshui of the Beastmaster sect lamented, his expression one of deep discomfort. At that moment, Qi Tianlin gazed at the heavens, a sudden brilliance igniting in his eyes as he could not help but cheer. Splendid. Within the celestial expanse, Ian charged into the swirling black fog, igniting his body in golden flames, and swiftly decapitated a disciple of the Yin Mountain. This lad truly resonates with my spirit. Such vile entities deserve nothing less than a thunderous annihilation, he declared. Yet, he pondered, how is this youth so audacious, fighting without his beast? Is he a battle cultivator or a body cultivator? Qi Tianlin's confusion lingered. Elder Xiong observed Ian surrounded by malevolent spirits, initially filled with concern, but was left astounded by the display of ferocity. Could it be that little Anzi is truly this formidable? Yet, upon witnessing the resurrection of the slain Een Mountain disciple, he scoffed. Such is the nature of Een Mountain, utterly bizarre. Thankfully, little Anzi is fierce enough to slay him again. As he spoke, he retrieved a jar of wine from his storage pouch to drink. However, the ensuing spectacle was unforeseen by all. What began as a mere encounter between the three sects rapidly escalated into a climactic battle. In the celestial sphere, the 7 disciples of Een Mountain brazenly sacrificed themselves, summoning the realm of the underworld to alter the fabric of day and night. As countless spirits threatened to engulf the disciples of the Beast Master and Xinjiao sects, the Xinjiao disciples suddenly rallied, invoking the upside-down thunder pool to eradicate the malevolence. The battle erupted with tumultuous twists and turns, leaving the spectators' emotions in disarray. Only Bai Linger remained composed, her gaze fixed on Su Jibai, exuding an air of tranquility. Haha, splendid. Our Xinjiao disciples ought to be this way. Qi Tianlin boomed, fully aware that the exertion of the upside-down thunder array by these 5 disciples would greatly deplete their lifespans. Suddenly, Elder Xiong exclaimed in alarm, "Oh no! How can there still be a malevolent spirit present?" As the thunder pool dissipated, the infernal vista remained, revealing an ominous specter. Heh, is that all there is to it? The Een Mountain woman displayed no sorrow over her disciple's sacrifice, instead giggling behind her hand. Oldly, surely the Beastmaster sect harbors some hidden trump cards? Qi Tianlin inquired, his expression grave. Li Ruoshui's face darkened, remaining silent. What hidden cards could he possess? He had brought 4 disciples, each capable of unleashing secret techniques to empower their beasts to foundation establishment combat strength. Was that not sufficient? He had initially believed that the 4 would secure the opportunity for the heavenly mechanism within this contest of the Lingxi Cave. Yet no one could have foreseen such tumultuous variables. Setting aside the 7 from Een Mountain, Xinjiao had clearly deployed all 5 of their most promising disciples. Een Mountain may be reckless, but you Xinjiao are equally fearless, Li Ruoshui remarked, turning his gaze elsewhere. Elder Xiong's face was etched with worry, while Bai Linger remained unperturbed, her attention unwaveringly on Su Jibai's figure within the celestial expanse. Suddenly, the celestial scene shifted, illuminating the sky with a cascade of blood light. All present felt a chill, their expressions shifting as they focused on the unfolding spectacle. They beheld Eon, the disciple of the Beastmaster sect, as a blood-red crescent mark materialized on his forehead. As he exhaled the glowing bloodlight, an overwhelming crimson aura erupted. None could comprehend the significance of this event. Only Bai Linger furrowed her brow slightly, her clear, water-like eyes glinting with dawning realization as she murmured, borrowing the moon. Chapter 59, Slaying the Ghostly Deities of the Underworld. The realm of the underworld had vanished, leaving only an expanse of blood red. The crowd felt as if they were immersed in a sea of blood, their hearts brimming with violent, murderous intent, compelling them to recite calming incantations with all their might to resist. At the very center of this sanguine sea stood Eon, resonating with the blood moon above. To the onlookers, Eon was enveloped in a vivid scarlet hue, his form ablaze with fierce blood flames. His aura surged continuously, seemingly boundless. His skin turned a deep crimson, his eyes glowed with a sinister red, and even his hair appeared stained by the sea of blood. He transformed from a mortal warrior into a veritable Azura, emerging from the depths of hell. How? Eon's voice echoed. Senior Brother E. Fellow disciples. Brother you. The shouts of concern from the crowd reverberated in his ears. Yet, Eon remained oblivious, entirely consumed by the relentless killing intent and the boundless resentment emanating from the underworld. In his blood-red gaze, he only perceived the ghostly deity emerging from the yellow springs, as if it were tearing the heavens and earth asunder. In an instant, Eon vanished from his original position, reappearing before the ghostly deity. No visible movement accompanied his arrival, yet a blood-red scar appeared across the heavens, threatening to sever the ghostly deity and the realm itself. What has happened to our friendy? Xiao Mingda's eyes widened in horror, his heart racing. The other 4 disciples of Xunjiao mirrored his disbelief. To them, Eon had morphed into the gravest of evils, a demon incarnate. As disciples of Xunjiao, they felt no sense of duty to eradicate this malevolence. Was it fear? Or astonishment? The answer remained elusive. The disciples of the Beastmaster sect were equally bewildered. Lu Yun wore a mask of panic, utterly lost regarding the unfolding events. Just moments ago, Eon had been a fierce avenger against the Een Mountain disciples, yet now he appeared more malevolent than the specter itself. She had never encountered such overwhelming killing intent in anyone before. It was as if Eon was the true embodiment of a malevolent Azura. Only Su Jibai's expression bore contemplation, murmuring to himself, the moon borrowing sacred canon? His thoughts drifted back to that night when he first witnessed Ian's cultivation manifesting extraordinary phenomena. After Bilinger had provided the jade slip to conceal the celestial occurrences, he had requested information regarding Ian's cultivation technique, the moonlight nurturing soul technique, utilizing the moonlight to nurture the spirit. It appeared deceptively simple, and indeed it was. Within the Beastmaster sect, some individuals practiced this technique. Yet, no one had ever produced the celestial manifestations that Ian had. He was the sole practitioner to resonate with the moon above, creating such a phenomenal display. Almost everyone believed it was merely an ordinary technique for nurturing the spirit. Only the successive leaders of the Beastmaster sect and the esteemed elders were privy to the true nature of the moonlight nurturing soul technique. It is indeed derived from the borrowing the moon's sacred text. Su Jibai recalled that night when Bilinger elucidated the essence of this technique. The borrowing the moon's sacred text, as legend has it, was a profound scripture imparted by a celestial being from the moon palace to the Lord of the Dark Moon during ancient times, a revelation that led to enlightenment. It was later modified by our sect's founder, thus transforming it into a technique for beast taming, becoming one of the 3 supreme techniques of the Beastmaster sect. Others claim that the borrowing the moon's sacred text was originally created by the Lord of the Dark Moon, subsequently attributing it to the celestial being's teachings. Yet, unbeknownst to many, the Lord of the Dark Moon was, in fact, a creature of the beast realm. The borrowing the moon's sacred text was genuinely imparted by the moon palace's celestial being. It was not our Beastmaster ancestor who altered it into a beast technique, but rather the Lord of the Dark Moon himself. The borrowing the moon's sacred text is truly a celestial method. Alas, it was originally lost to the annals of time, leaving only the modified version by the Lord of the Dark Moon, along with the derivative technique known as moonlight's soul-nourishing art. As the moonlight descended, the fallen celestial graced the mortal realm. Bilinger silently contemplated. This is precisely where the true terror of the borrowing the moon's sacred text lies. Under the illumination of moonlight, those who cultivate the borrowing the moon's sacred text can attain enhancements that are nothing short of terrifying. However, the moonlight soul-nourishing art is ultimately not the authentic borrowing the moon's sacred text and cannot bestow the transcendental aura of the Lord of the Dark Moon. It merely aids in nurturing one's spirit. Yet now, Bilinger's once serene gaze was fraught with turmoil, her heart already a maelstrom of emotions. She beheld the figure amidst the blood-red sky, akin to a blood-soaked battlefield, battling malevolent spirits. What exactly was that moonlit mark? Why could only he achieve such a feat? What on earth was happening to that little Anzi? The steward bear was utterly astounded, unable to articulate his thoughts upon witnessing the scene before him. How could a perfectly normal individual transform into this ghastly visage? The steward was both shocked and terrified. Shocked by Ian's inexplicable transformation, radiating a crimson glow. Terrified that Ian might never revert to his former self. What if he were consumed by that insatiable murderous intent? At that moment, the woman from Ian Mountain could no longer maintain her composure. It was not due to grief over the loss of an entire generation of young disciples from Ian Mountain in the Lingxi Paradise, but rather because they had unleashed Ian Mountain's most formidable secret technique, the 9 Nether Yellow Spring. Such a devastating technique, which typically results in mutual destruction, had failed to harm anyone. Not only that, but the blood-red figure's momentum continued to surge. The Ian Mountain secret techniques had become a mere wedding garment for you? The Beastmaster sect has indeed produced an exceptional disciple. The Ian Mountain woman furiously waved her hand, transforming into a cloud of black smoke and departing. The outcome was already apparent. Qi Tianlin, however, paid no heed to her departure, his mind preoccupied with the unfolding events above. His expression grew grave as he gazed at the sky. His heart was already in turmoil. The state of this young friend, he was far from optimistic. As a senior elder of the Divine Sky sect, his keen insight allowed him to discern that Ian was undergoing a profound transformation. He was entirely enveloped by a shroud of murderous intent, his aura continually escalating, poised to breach the limits. This transformation stemmed from the secret technique wielded by the 7 little specters from Ian Mountain. If, after this battle, he could not return to his original state. Qi Tianlin furrowed his brow deeply before turning to Li Ruoshui and Bilinger, fearing that the world might soon witness the birth of a great demon. His concern for the safety of the 5 disciples within the paradise had waned. The Divine Sky sect took it upon themselves to eradicate evil and uphold righteousness. Given Ian's current state, even the suppressed little saintess would find it challenging to contend with his burgeoning power. Should he remain in such a state post-battle, the celestial fortunes within Lingxi Paradise would likely fall solely into his hands. At that juncture, how would the Beastmaster sect choose to confront this disciple? Elder Qi, I am aware of your thoughts, Li Ruoshui remarked, her brow knitted in worry as she gazed at the heavens. The battle between the blood-red demonic figure and the ghostly deities was nearing its climax. If Ian could not revert to his former self amidst such overwhelming murderous intent, it was likely no one would escape unscathed. How would they, the Beastmaster sect, reconcile this dilemma? Contemplating this, Li Ruoxue cast a worried glance at Bai Linger. Even the normally aloof elder of the tranquil sect bore an inquisitive look. Suddenly, Bear the steward grasped a terrifying possibility. "Miss, little Anzi," he. "Fear not." Bai Linger interjected with a sudden light-hearted laugh. In that instant, a fierce explosion of vibrant crimson erupted within the heavens. Bathed in the glow of the blood moon of the Yellow Springs, Ian, transformed into a blood-red demonic figure, unleashed a cataclysmic slash that cleaved the heavens asunder. Chapter 60, Breakthrough. The colossal figure of the ghostly deity crumbled with a resounding crash, severed beneath the crimson moon, dissipating into wisps of black smoke and countless wandering souls. These souls, now unbound, should have faded into the ether, yet inexplicably, under the illumination of the blood moon, they transformed into moonlight, drawn into the vivid mark upon Ian's brow. The blood-red crescent moon, forged from Ian's strike, cleaved through several mountain peaks before gradually dissipating, a scene of earth-shattering upheaval. In the distance, dust clouds billowed. Nearer, the blood-soaked battlefield unfolded. As Ian turned sharply, his two crimson eyes ablaze with murderous intent, fixing upon the onlookers. The trio from the Beastmaster sect, Lu Yun and the others, wore expressions of terror. The three beasts let out mournful cries. The 5 members of the Divine Sky sect, led by Xiao Mingda, bore faces etched with sorrow, resolute in their willingness to sacrifice their lives to protect the righteous path of heaven and earth. By our demise, may we warn future generations against evil. Celestial thunder of the Qian, concealed demonic thunder of the Kuan. As the thunder of the cosmos awakened, it swept through the multitude of demons, establishing order within chaos. With each incantation of the thunderous decree, the 5 from the divine sky bled from their 7 orifices, growing increasingly frail and aged. Yet, none exhibited fear. Their gazes remained steadfast, reminiscent of the solemn vows made upon their initiation into the sect. Amidst the blood-red chaos, a sudden eruption of purple lightning illuminated the skies, dispelling the pervasive murderous intent that saturated the realm. "Friend, do not." As the celestial thunder threatened to descend, Su Zhibai finally intervened. He retrieved 3 scrolls from his storage pouch, which soared into the air. The first scroll unfurled, resembling a resplendent crimson palace from a mundane dynasty. As the scroll expanded, the ethereal city of the heavens materialized, enveloped in thick purple mist, shielding Ian within. Countless calamities rained down, yet failed to breach the illusory scroll, completely obstructing its descent. As Ian surged forth, laden with insatiable bloodlust, the second scroll unfurled, revealing 5 towering mountains that firmly suppressed the demonic figure, rendering it immobile. The third scroll then unfolded, depicting a scene of countless citizens living in peace and prosperity. The imagery sprang to life, the populace toiling from dawn till dusk, merchants peddling their wares, elderly weaving, children frolicking, and scholars diligently studying. The mundane world materialized before their eyes, and the overwhelming murderous intent was washed away in an instant. Until the illusory scroll dissipated, the pervasive bloodlight vanished, restoring clarity to the heavens. The blood flames enveloping Ian subsided, and his once tumultuous aura calmed, causing him to fall into unconsciousness. Xu, senior brother, Lu Yun and the others stood dumbfounded, their hearts shaken beyond expression. They had assumed that Su Zhibai possessed neither a pet beast nor combat prowess, relying solely on Ian to procure opportunities from the heavens to establish a foundation for immortality. However, they were utterly unprepared for the revelation of Su Zhibai's staggering and terrifying strength. The scroll he casually tossed not only deflected the relentless thunderbolts from the disciples of the Divine Sky sect, but also firmly suppressed Ian, who had just vanquished a ghostly deity, dispelling the intense murderous intent that had enveloped everyone's hearts. What on earth was happening with these 2 brothers? Were they still disciples of the Beastmaster sect? How could both brothers possess such formidable power without relying on their pet beasts? Cough, cough. Xiao Mingda coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, his breath weak as he remarked, "Daoist Su, what remarkable techniques. Thank you for saving my life." The 5 disciples from the Divine Sky sect were already at the end of their tether. Their final thunder technique was dissipating halfway through. If they forced it, they would likely perish before Ian could even strike. "No need for concern. Please take a moment to recover," Su Zhibai replied, disregarding the others as he hastened to Ian's side, kneeling to assist him. After a thorough examination, Su Zhibai furrowed his brow deeply. pondering why Ian's vitality was so significantly depleted. He had a suspicion that Ian's fortuitous encounter was akin to body cultivation, where each battle utilizing secret techniques drained immense amounts of vitality. However, now was not the time for such contemplations. It was imperative to replenish Ian's vitality promptly. Does anyone have vitality elixirs? I do. Lu Yun quickly produced 2 pill bottles, each containing a 3rd-tier vitality elixir. As an alchemist, although her strength may not have been the greatest, she possessed a variety of potions for emergencies. After administering the 2 vitality elixirs to Ian, his complexion soon improved. That is better. Seeing that Ian was recovering, Su Jibai finally felt at ease. The Taoist friends from the Pure Land need not worry. The only concern is if that little saintess were to strike unexpectedly. With this thought, Su Jibai and Yue stood guard beside the unconscious Ian. Yue had also taken its potion, as its master had instructed it to protect her elder brother Su Jibai. Who could have anticipated that her brother possessed such incredible strength? It decided to obediently remain by its master's side. Yet, it felt somewhat perplexed, as its master appeared even stronger. This won't do. Upon returning, I must capture exotic beasts to exchange for techniques. I must grow stronger. I refuse to be a useless wolf. As night fell, it seemed that Ian's lunar mark was fully awakened, actively operating the moonlight soul-nourishing technique, resonating with the luminous moon above, and began to absorb moonlight. This scene left everyone on edge, fearing that Ian might transform once more. Fortunately, the night passed without incident, and Ian gradually regained consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with Su Jibai's worried gaze and the concerned faces of the 8 others nearby. What is going on? Ian exclaimed, utterly bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. After the appearance of that ghostly deity, his consciousness had become hazy, and his vision was obscured by a sea of crimson. Overwhelmed by an inexorable killing intent. Everything is fine. It's good that you're awake. Su Jibai was reluctant to elaborate, gesturing towards 2 nearby auras, coincidentally. The 7 from the Een Mountain left behind 2 opportunities from the heavens. Brother, you should absorb them. All right, just a moment. Ian was still in a daze. But seeing that everyone was safe, he thought little of it. He simply felt the severe depletion of his vitality, which was quite uncomfortable. He took out a vitality elixir and consumed it, then sat cross-legged to begin refining its potency. While refining the elixir's effects, Ian suddenly realized that his cultivation had actually broken through. I've reached the 9th level of chi refining? What is happening? Not only that, but even the strength of his soul had also experienced a breakthrough. The spiritual intensity, which had been stuck at the peak of chi refining due to the lack of a foundational establishment, had now surprisingly reached the early stage of foundation establishment. Was it possible to break through without establishing a foundation? Ian was even more perplexed. Nevertheless, a breakthrough was undoubtedly a positive development. After some introspection, he felt no discomfort, and his condition was unprecedentedly good, leading him to dismiss further thoughts on the matter. A moment later, Ian had fully restored his peak state. He then hurried to the location where the 7 from the Een Mountain had made their offerings, collecting the 7 storage bags. Upon inspection, he found that they contained a mere 300 spirit stones combined, with the rest being sinister-looking magical artifacts, objects intended to cause harm. Ian discarded these artifacts without a second thought. Such items would be of no use within the Beastmaster sect and were likely crafted by humans, bringing nothing but misfortune. Fortunately, the 7 storage bags were a decent haul, capable of holding more exotic beasts in the future. After a while, Ian completed the absorption of the 2 auras and suddenly felt a profound sensation. He could sense that the remaining auras had all been absorbed by one individual. With only 2 auras left on the disciple from the Divine Sky sect, and 1 aura that already existed in this place. Taoist friends, I fear that in our current state, we may not be able to enter the final secret realm, Xiao Mingde said with a wry smile, beckoning his junior disciples. Voluntarily relinquishing the auras. We still have 2 left, and combined with the 1 here, it will be just enough for the Beastmaster sect disciples to absorb. While Xiao Mingde yearned for the foundational establishment of the heavens, their expedition into the Lingxi Cave Heaven, which resulted in the extermination of the 7 from the Een Mountain, was already a monumental accomplishment. Given their dire condition, there was little regret in allowing the auras to be shared. Ian hesitated, turning his gaze to Su Jibai. Meeting Ian's eyes, Su Jibai understood his unspoken thoughts. The remaining auras belonged to 1 individual, and that individual could only be Luo Shi, the little saintess of the Wanling sect. Her strength was undoubtedly greater than that of the disciples from the Divine Sky and Een Mountain sects. Thus, could the remaining 3 disciples from the Beastmaster sect survive if they entered the final secret realm? Chapter 61, The Decisive Battle. After a harmonious and friendly discussion, Lu Yun voluntarily relinquished this opportunity. Having witnessed the magnitude of the battle, She had come to deeply understand the chasm between herself and the brothers Su Jibai and Ian. In the presence of these two brothers, it was utterly impossible for her to establish a foundation for immortality. In truth, Lu Yun's strength was not insignificant. As a third-tier alchemist, her pet beast, the azure scale serpent, had reached the peak of chi refining, capable of consuming an elixir to temporarily gain the strength of a foundational beast at any moment. If she were to face disciples from other sects, be it from the Divine Sky or Een Mountain, she would likely be unable to win a one-on-one battle. However, the disciples from the Divine Sky and Een Mountain were both reckless madmen, one willing to sacrifice themselves in a mutual destruction, the other forcefully expending their lifespan to unleash high-tier thunder techniques. Faced with such opponents, Lu Yun found herself utterly helpless. Moreover, the brothers Su and Yi, who were even stronger than the disciples from the Divine Sky and Een Mountain, further compounded her sense of futility. As for the remaining two disciples from the Beastmaster sect, they were eager to test their mettle. After all, the opportunity for foundational establishment was exceedingly rare, worth the risk. Furthermore, even if they were unable to seize the final opportunity, they could not allow the foundation to fall into the hands of the little saintess from the Wanling sect. The Wanling and Beastmaster sects were sworn enemies. Allowing them to enter could still provide some assistance. Very well, Ian thought. With their unanimous agreement, he could hardly refuse. After all, having additional support was certainly a good thing. After their conversation, Ian learned of an individual named Zhao Chengfeng, whose pet beast was a sky-rending eagle, and another named Wang Tai, whose companion was an earth bear. Both possessed secret techniques that could unleash their beast's foundational battle prowess, making them formidable allies. As the two completed their preparations, Ian felt a sudden jolt in his heart, sensing the emergence of a mysterious location within the cave realm. An inexplicable urge beckoned him to venture there. The secret realm has opened. Let us depart. With a grand gesture, Ian took hold of Su Jibai and led Uf forward, his heart ablaze with a fierce combat spirit. Little saintess, I am eager to witness the extent of your strength. At that moment, Lu Yun's voice rang out unexpectedly. Senior brother, wait. Ian turned to see Lu Yun hastening toward him, producing 5 elixirs in vials. These are the last 5 third-grade blood chi pills. I do not dare to partake in the final battle, so consider these as my humble offering. As she spoke, Lu Yun removed the remaining elixirs from her storage pouch, distributing them among the 4 members of the Beast Taming Sect. Brothers, ensure that the immortal grade Tao Foundation remains within our sect. We cannot allow the Wanling Demon Sect to gain the upper hand. Having grown up within the Beast Taming Sect, Lu Yun harbored profound feelings for her sect and an intense hatred for the Wanling Sect. Haha, splendid. Ian accepted the elixirs and shared them with his companions, displaying a radiant smile. Upon our return, do remember to offer me a discount on those elixirs. Of course, Lu Yun replied, her laughter as beautiful as a blossoming flower. In jest, her earlier worries dissipated. Let us go. Wishing all brothers a triumphant return. May you vanquish demons and seize your immortal fortunes. After a time, the 4 finally beheld an extraordinarily enigmatic whirlpool at the heart of the cave realm, reminiscent of the entrance to the Lingxi cave, yet distinctly. This whirlpool appeared to require the absorption of the entirety of the heavenly Tao's essence before its full activation. Hovering at the whirlpool's edge was a figure, as pure as snow, the little saintess of Wanling sect, Luo Shi. Ah, so it is you heretics. Her voice rang clear and ethereal, seemingly resonating within their hearts and cleansing them of all distractions. You are of the human race. I shall spare your lives. Leave your beasts behind. And after entering the secret realm to obtain your immortal fortunes, you may leave freely. Ian remained silent, leading Yue directly into the whirlpool. Su Jibai, Zhao Chengfeng, and Wang Tai followed suit, entering the secret realm without uttering a word. The prospect of immortal fortunes loomed near, and they would not abandon that for a mere utterance from her. Seeing them enter without a word, the little saintess's fair visage remained impassive as she too stepped into the secret realm. Upon entry, they were engulfed by a vast expanse of whiteness, an endless void, akin to chaos, saturated with the rich essence of the heavenly Tao. Brother, focus on your foundation. Leave the rest to me. Ian unsheathed his long blade and swallowed 2 blood chi pills, their potency surging through his body, igniting his vitality to a boiling fervor. His momentum peaked. Hearing this, Su Jibai first nodded slightly, then shook his head with a gentle smile. Do you think, dear brother, that I am still that bookish scholar who could hardly swat a fly? With that, Su Jibai removed his storage pouch and handed it to Ian. Upon inspection, Ian discovered it was filled with scrolls, stacked high, at least 3,000 in total. Just as he was puzzled, Su Jibai's warm voice resonated again. My foolish brother possesses no extraordinary skills. I can only inscribe my knowledge into talismans. Fortunately, I have achieved some minor success. As his words fell, The once blank expanse transformed dramatically. A towering peak, as if reaching the heavens, ascended from the ground, crowned with a spiritual platform that radiated immense power of the heavenly Tao. The little saintess, Luo Shi, disregarded the others and made her way toward the summit's spiritual platform. "Brother, let us go," Ian suddenly bellowed. Blood ignition spell. Golden flames erupted skyward as the stars swirled around him, unleashing his full might. In the blink of an eye, he was behind Luo Shi, his blade descending fiercely. Clang! His strike landed upon the little saintess's back, but was repelled by a layer of mysterious golden light. Undeterred, Ian's vitality surged, and he unleashed a flurry of strikes until he finally shattered her protective golden barrier. Just as he was about to seize victory, Luo Shi's form vanished, reappearing almost instantaneously before him, their proximity alarmingly close. He could feel her breath, yet her movements were unfaltering. With a slight raise of her hand, she struck forth, and an explosion of radiant golden light erupted behind her, revealing a divine sanctuary. Countless voices of compassion echoed throughout the realm. Boom! The delicate palm of the fair saint pressed against Ian's chest, sending him hurtling backward, blood spewing forth. The sheer power of that single strike was utterly terrifying. Ian's heart raced. What level of cultivation did this little saintess possess? Beside him, Yue let out a fierce cry, unleashing a purple crescent blade toward the suspended figure. Yet, Luo Shi made no move. From the divine sanctuary, a monumental steel soared forth, crashing down upon Yue. Roar! A mournful wail echoed. The peak-tier third-level Yue was grievously wounded. Ian hastily administered a pill to her and withdrew her into his beast pouch. He had not anticipated the little saintess's strength to be so formidable. Meanwhile, Zhao Qingfeng and Wang Tai activated their secret techniques, their eagle and bear unleashing overwhelming foundational might against the little saintess. "You are becoming quite bothersome," she remarked, her delicate brows furrowing in apparent anger. In an instant, her pure, sacred figure vanished from sight. Moments later, two anguished cries pierced the air. The sky-rending eagle had its head severed, and the earth bear was mercilessly crushed into a pulp. Blood splattered, yet not a drop stained her pristine form, which remained resplendent and compassionate. Though now she held two severed heads, Zhao Qingfeng and Wang Tai bore no trace of fear, their expressions suffused with a serene compassion. Luo Shi casually discarded the heads and turned her icy gaze toward the youth wielding the blade. Chapter 62, Lingxi Dao Foundation. Blood Ignition Spell. Ian activated the Blood Ignition spell for the second time, igniting his golden blood. In that moment, he had no time to grieve for his fallen comrades. His heart was solely filled with an indomitable fighting spirit. He must hold off the little saintess. Crescent Moon. With a slash of his blade, the originally purple crescent transformed into a golden arc, surging toward her in a flash, accompanied by a torrential downpour of blinding blade light. At last, the ethereal boundary of the divine realm was cleaved open. A second golden crescent moon was struck forth, landing heavily upon the petite saintess. Drip drop. Her pristine garments were torn asunder, revealing expanses of snow-white skin. A slender line of crimson appeared on Luo Shi's abdomen, droplets of blood staining the ground beneath her. The countenance of the little saintess grew colder still. She made no move to retaliate, her delicate fingers brushing over the wound, as her alabaster belly regained its flawless appearance. As if untouched by injury, gazing at Ian, Luo Shi's ethereal voice resonated within his heart. "I never intended to slay you. Upon you, I perceive great benevolence and profound love. Unlike those heretics, though born of filth, your heart harbors the purest goodness. Cease your hostilities now, and once you establish your foundation, you may join my holy sect." Ian, witnessing the little saintess effortlessly mend her injuries with a mere gesture, felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth. How could he possibly contend? The wounds he had inflicted with all his might were healed with a flick of her wrist. The chasm between them was beyond description. Slightly turning his gaze, he noticed Su Jibai had commenced his ascent to the peak. It seemed he would have to rely on the scrolls left behind by his brother. Ian held little hope. Although he possessed the combat prowess of the early foundation stage, he still could not match the little saintess. And Su Jibai was merely at the pinnacle of chi training. He resolved to prolong the struggle for as long as he could. Clutching Su Jibai's storage bag, he retrieved 2 pills and began his healing in the presence of the little saintess. "Me? Harboring supreme goodness?" The little saintess nodded gently, seemingly unfazed by Ian's actions. Ian pondered. Could the notion of supreme goodness refer to the countless beasts he had slain? That seemed absurd. "You wish for me to join your Wanling sect? What benefits would that entail?" Benefits? The little saintess was momentarily at a loss for words, realizing this individual was indeed born of filth, consumed by thoughts of gain and loss. "For you, the advantages are manifold. For instance, you could cleanse yourself of all impurities, perform great deeds in this world, and upon death, enter the pure land of no worries. The pure land of no worries? Ian recalled the scene outside the cave, where 9 disciples of the Wanling sect had extracted their shattered foundations, a chill running down his spine. He shook his head. Perhaps not. Your realm does not seem suited for me. Yet, the little saintess displayed no trace of disappointment, instead revealing a radiant smile. No. You will come to adore the holy realm, to love the holy sect. A person as virtuous as you should join my holy sect, so that your benevolence may be spread throughout the world. As she spoke, the divine nation behind her gradually solidified, and she raised her hand toward Ian, as if to draw him into that sacred domain. Alarm bells rang within Ian's heart. In the face of this sudden offensive, he first unleashed a crescent blade. Then, a scroll appeared in his left hand, infused with spiritual energy, which he hurled toward the little saintess. The scroll unfurled in midair, revealing a magnificent map of mountains and rivers. The landscapes were painted with exquisite detail, manifesting the essence of the world. 9 dragon veins coiled within, transforming into 9 true dragons that soared forth, carrying the weight of earthly fortune toward the divine realm behind the little saintess. Mortal realm, divine nation, dynasty, pure land. In an instant, they collided. The divine nation behind Luo, she trembled violently, dimming under the pressure of the map. Even she herself felt the corner of her mouth bleed a trace of golden blood. This. Ian stared at the descending scroll, his heart pounding with astonishment. Su Jibai's artwork was this formidable. Suddenly, he recalled Su Jibai's earlier words. With brush and ink, I have achieved a modicum of success in the talisman path. This was a mere modicum. Ian raised his hand and tossed out another scroll. In the void, several divine beasts materialized. Azure dragon, vermilion bird, black tortoise, white tiger, Qilin, Baizhe, and the 9-tailed fox. The divine beasts, as if resurrected, charged forth with terrifying might. For the first time, a grave expression crossed the little saintess's face. Heaven has spirit and is compassionate to the suffering of all beings. As she chanted incantations, the divine nation's illusion solidified once more. A dazzling golden light erupted around the little saintess, as though a celestial being had descended. From the divine realm emerged several golden-armored warriors, engaging the divine beasts in fierce combat. Seeing this, Ian immediately unleashed 3 scrolls: thousandly rivers and mountains, heavenly stars, an iron horse and golden spear, all transformed into lethal strikes, overwhelming her defenses. The little saintess, fatigued from the onslaught, sustained additional injuries. Suddenly, a radiant golden foundation materialized, the very essence that the 9 disciples of the Wanling sect had sacrificed through secret arts. The little saintess raised her hand and plucked away a fragment, reducing it to 8. As if a seal had been broken, her aura surged violently. She appeared even more sanctified. With a mere gesture, she unleashed a killing move upon Ian. Unfazed, Ian's smile widened. With a flip of his hand, he released 10 scrolls. Such scrolls, he possessed 3,000. In an instant, the two engaged in a fierce battle, neither willing to yield. Ian hurled forth increasing numbers of scrolls, while the golden foundation was gradually stripped away piece by piece. The heavens shook and the earth trembled, as the little saintess unveiled the last of the seals. Her aura and cultivation soared to dizzying heights. The entire secret realm quaked, as if lamenting. The ferocity of the little saintess's attacks intensified, exhibiting the potential to transcend the limits of the celestial path. Fortunately, Ian had enough scrolls, managing to hold her fast. Amidst their fierce duel, Su Jibai had reached the summit. Gazing upon the ethereal platform formed by the power of the celestial path, Su Jibai felt a profound tranquility, casting aside all distractions. He then seated himself upon it. In an instant, boundless heavenly secrets and spiritual energy surged into his core. Su Jibai found himself enveloped in a realm of unfathomable profundity, as if he had gained dominion over the entire universe. Every word and action could sway the world. He felt as if he had become the sovereign of existence, his heart intertwined with the will of the heavens. Gradually, Su Jibai comprehended the meaning of Lingxi, a connection of hearts. My heart is the heart of heaven. My words are the laws of heaven. Lingxi Foundation, with the decree of heaven in my mouth. Brother Su, why has it not yet concluded? Ian felt a surge of urgency. As he cast forth an abundance of scrolls, he realized his storage bag was nearly empty. The little saintess, too, had but one final seal left to unveil. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through both their hearts. The pressure enveloping them dissipated, as if this realm had acquired a master. In that instant, they both understood. Su Jibai's foundation had been established. The little saintess showed no sign of anger, her face radiant with a lovely smile. With a wave of her hand, she removed the last fragment of the incomplete foundation. The seals were lifted. Luo Shi's aura surged to its zenith, far surpassing the foundation stage. The divine nation's manifestation behind her no longer hovered in the air, but transformed into a tangible entity, ready to descend upon the mortal realm. Boom. The entire Lingxi cave trembled violently, as the little saintess defiantly unveiled her true power, transcending the constraints of the celestial path. She extended her hand, reaching through the air towards Ian. The celestial scrolls could no longer impede her slightest movement. Su Xiong, Ian cried out, if you don't come now, I will truly perish. Suddenly, the soothing timbre of Su Zhibai resonated throughout the realms, commanding, subdue. In an instant, the power of the heavenly Tao within the Lingxi cave transformed into a barrier, colliding with the full force of the little saintess's strike. Bang! The boundless might erupted forth. The divine realm and the cave collided violently, both fracturing simultaneously. Under the full force of the little saintess, the entire Lingxi cave began to collapse. The heavenly Tao power surged back, shattering even the fabric of space upon impact. Luo Shi felt a profound rejection from the world, as if it sought to expel her. Her beautiful eyes flickered. Several spells were conjured, and then, transforming her palm into a grasp, she pulled Ian closer. Su. Before she could finish her sentence, their figures had vanished without a trace. Chapter 63. Ian has been taken away. Outside the cave, the celestial canopy obscured the final scenes within that secret realm. All that was visible were the lone disciples of the Beastmaster sect, meditating alongside 5 disciples from the Xinjiao sect. As for those from the Pure Tranquility sect, ever since entering the cave, they had sought out a serene location to cultivate in peace, showing no inclination to seek out the flow of energy, nor any desire to partake in the competition for the celestial treasures. Ultimately, only 4 from the Beastmaster sect and the little saintess had entered the secret realm. Alas, one could only wonder about the circumstances inside. Qi Tianlin sighed, his expression clouded with concern. If that demoness were to reconstruct the foundation of the heavenly Tao, the demonic aura would swell even further. Elder Qi, she does not consider herself part of the demonic path, Bai Ling Er replied with a smile, her face devoid of worry. That little saintess, Luo Shi, has sealed her own cultivation. Unless the seal is broken, she cannot contend with Su Zhibai and Ian. However, should she completely unseal her powers, she would be expelled by the heavenly Tao forces within the Lingxi cave. This is a deadlock of her own making. The little saintess is destined to miss this celestial opportunity. Indeed, the Wanling demon sect is quite peculiar, Qi Tianlin nodded. Their methods are bizarre and terrifying. Yet they exhibit no trace of evil, instead portraying themselves as a holy land in the mortal realm. It's difficult to articulate. Li Ruoshui's expression darkened at these words, and she scoffed. There is no sect more vile than the Wanling demon sect. Recall how we, the Beastmaster sect, resolved the turmoil between humans and demons, benefiting the populace. Yet this group of fiends seeks to annihilate our sect and sever our lineage. It is truly despicable. Even the usually taciturn elder from the Pure Tranquility sect nodded subtly in agreement. Elderly speaks wisely. The Beastmaster sect did indeed quell the human-demon conflict, bringing peace to the world and restoring order to the Tianyuan Continent. They are undeniably a paragon of righteousness. It's a pity that they have been afflicted by the emergence of the Wanling Saint Ancestor, leading to a resurgence of demonic energy and rampant discord, hindering our cultivation. Sigh. Qi Tianlin lamented deeply. I hope that our young friends from the Beastmaster sect can seize the heavenly opportunity. The elders engaged in casual conversation, with Bai Ling Er occasionally chiming in, creating a relaxed atmosphere. Only the steward Xiong felt out of place, amidst such distinguished figures. His status as a foundation-level steward rendered him voiceless. He couldn't help but ponder the fate of Xiao Anzi and Xiao Su. As he gazed at the celestial canopy, worry filled his eyes. Born in the Beastmaster sect, he had grown up hearing tales of the Wanling demon sect's terror. The little saintess, Luo Shi, was immensely powerful. Though Xiao Anzi was strong, could he truly contend with her? If he couldn't, would they ever return? They must return. They are my only drinking companions. At that moment, the suspended celestial canopy suddenly trembled violently. What is happening? Steward Xiong exclaimed. Is the Lingxi cave about to crumble? Before his eyes, the ground of the Lingxi cave split apart. Amidst the chaos of landslides, a massive fissure tore through the entire cave. Soon after, rivers began to flow backward, and mountains shattered in pieces. The celestial canopy painted a scene of apocalyptic devastation. Qi Tianlin and Li Ruoshui's expressions shifted dramatically. Bai Ling Er furrowed her brow momentarily. Then a smile emerged on her face. The catastrophic scene could only signify one thing. The little saintess had unsealed all her restraints. This meant she was about to be expelled from the cave. The foundation of the heavenly Tao had ultimately fallen into Su Zhibai's hands. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, disciples from the Pure Tranquility sect emerged first from the cave. Upon exiting, they silently returned to their elder's side. showing no interest in the events that had transpired within. Next came Lu Yun and the others from the Xinjiao sect. Well done. You have not shamed our ancestors. Qi Tianlin praised upon seeing his disciples. You worked together with the friends from the Beastmaster sect to eradicate the Yinshan evil, thus reducing the number of demons in the world. This is a monumental merit. When we return to the sect, I shall procure miraculous elixirs for you all to replenish your lifespans. We shall also seek out rare treasures, allowing those with ambition to establish a profound foundation. Thank you, Elder. The 5 from the Xinjiao sect, led by Xiao Mingda, clasped their fists in gratitude. Though their faces bore the marks of age and decline, their spirits were undaunted, reveling in the joy of vanquishing evil, unperturbed by the toll on their lifespans. Lu Yun blinked and strolled back to Li Ruoshui, her voice barely above a whisper. Elderly, it's all right, you've done splendidly. Li Ruoshui responded with a gentle smile, exuding warmth. Only the fate of Xiao Su occupied their minds. Aside from Bai Ling Er, the others felt a rising anxiety. Moments later, a figure clad in a green robe stepped forward. It was Su Zhibai. Xiao Su. Seeing him, and sensing his newly attained foundational aura, Steward Xiong exclaimed with joy. Yet he quickly noticed the worry etched across Su Zhibai's brow, his silence betraying no trace of the joy one might expect from achieving the foundation of the heavenly Tao. Upon witnessing this, Steward Xiong's heart plummeted. Trembling, he asked, "Where are the others? What of Xiao Anzi?" At this, Li Ruoshui, Lu Yun, and Bai Ling Er converged around him. Li Ruoshui lamented, "What a pity for such a prodigy." However, with Su Zhi by achieving the foundation of the heavenly Tao, the Beastmaster sect shall prosper for another millennium. Lu Yun wore a face of sorrow. It seems that our generous little junior brother will not return. Bai Ling Er, although maintaining a calm exterior, felt turmoil within. No one understood Su Zhibai and Yi's bond better than she. Even when with her, Su Zhibai often spoke of his brother, recounting their encounters and stories time and again. But now, Su Zhibai, who had attained the Lingxi Dao foundation, had emerged, while Ian remained unaccounted for. Bai Ling Er could hardly fathom the reckless actions Su Zhibai might take in the future. Zhibai. Bai Ling Er stepped forward, taking Su Zhibai's hand gently, and whispered, "What of Ian?" Taking a deep breath, Su Zhibai's eyes were filled with an unshakable concern. "He has been taken by that little saintess. At that time, I had already attained the Dao foundation, and the young saintess unveiled all prohibitions. In response, I summoned the full power of the Lingxi cave to obstruct her. It was not until I unleashed several streams of chaotic spatial energy that, before being forced out by the Lingxi cave, I managed to seize my brother and vanish alongside her." After recounting this, Su Zhibai fell silent. Upon hearing these words, the others finally grasped what had transpired, yet they found themselves at a loss for comforting words. Ian, a disciple of the Beast Taming Sect, had been abducted by the malevolent young saintess of the Wanling Demon Sect. This fate was likely more terrifying than death itself. "Zhibai, this is not your fault," Bai Linger said, forcing a smile in an effort to soothe Su Zhibai's emotions. "That young saintess possesses profound capabilities, her cultivation far surpassing yours. It is beyond your solitary strength to resist." Luo she chose not to strike with lethal force, but instead took Ian away, suggesting that the situation might not be irreparable. "Upon our return to the sect, I shall petition our sect to negotiate with the Wanling sect, regardless of the cost. We must rescue Ian." A heavy sigh escaped Su Zhibai's lips. Now that it has come to this, as Bai Linger has said, perhaps there is still a chance to save Ian. Let us return to the sect. Chapter 64. To rescue or not to rescue? After hearing the account, the disciples of the Xianxiao and Qingjing sects immediately understood the gravity of the situation. Qi Tianlin was struck with heartache, lamenting, "What a fine young friend. How could he have been captured by the villains of the Wanling sect?" To be candid, Qi Tianlin genuinely admired Ian. He resonated with the young man's temperament. Moreover, Ian was instrumental in vanquishing the 7 sons of Inshur. The righteous path has lost a pillar. Having said this, Qi Tianlin turned to Li Ruoshui and Bai Ling. Bowing earnestly, "When you return to your sect, do not hesitate to ask for any assistance you may require." Elders of the Qingjing sect also expressed their willingness to help. This was not merely an issue of meddling. They were genuinely concerned that a conflict between the Beast Taming Sect and the Wanling sect would prevent them from focusing on their cultivation. "Thank you, my friends," Bai Linger said, bowing in gratitude. "Time is of the essence. We must take our leave." After bidding farewell to the others, in order to return to the sect swiftly, Li Ruoshui and Lu Yun boarded the spiritual vessel of the Qingxiubai clan. On the way back, Lu Yun felt a wave of disorientation. Among the companions who had come to the Lingxi cave, aside from Su Zhibai, who had attained the Dao foundation, she found herself the only one remaining. Though only a few days had passed, it felt like an eternity. The vessel was enveloped in an oppressive silence, with each individual lost in their thoughts. Elder Xiong attempted to lighten the mood several times, but was at a loss for words, sharing in the collective sorrow. With the vessel operating at full speed, they soon returned to the Beast Taming Sect, landing directly atop the main peak, outside the Grand Hall of the sect. "Let us proceed. We must inform the sect master." "My father and the elders," Bai Ling said. As the group disembarked, she invited them to enter the Grand Hall. She had already notified the sect of their return. The atmosphere was heavy as they entered the majestic Grand Hall, where all the elders were already awaiting them. Not far off stood a staircase resembling a path to the heavens, leading to 2 thrones adorned with dragon and phoenix carvings, symbolizing the esteemed position of the Beast Taming Sect. To the left sat a middle-aged man with a refined appearance, exuding an air of elegance. He was Jiang Xinfu, the current sect master. To the right sat a man with long, waist-length white hair, whose features bore a resemblance to Bai Linger. He was Bai Qianzhong, the patriarch of Qingqiu and the supreme elder of the Beast Taming Sect. "Greetings, sect master, supreme elder," Bai Linger, Su Zhibai, and the others bowed in unison. Bai Linger then stepped forward and announced, "On this return to the sect, I have 2 matters to report to the sect master and my father. The first is that Su Zhibai, an outer disciple, has received the heavenly mandate and established the Lingxi Dao Foundation." "Excellent," Jiang Xinfu exclaimed, his voice resounding despite prior knowledge of the news. "This heralds the prosperity of our Beast Taming Sect for generations to come. Announce to the entire sect that, effective immediately, we elevate outer disciple Su Zhibai to the status of an official disciple of our Beast Taming Sect." In the Grand Hall, the elders erupted in congratulations for the sect's fortune. This was a long-standing tradition of the Beast Taming Sect. Whenever a disciple established the Dao Foundation, they would be promoted to an official disciple, bypassing the inner sect. Moreover, Su Zhibai's connection with the Qingqiu clan was well known within the sect. Beside him, Bai Qianzhong regarded Su Zhibai's upright stature, his gaze shifting from scrutiny to admiration. To emerge from the ranks of the 4 sect's prodigies and seize a celestial opportunity from the Wanling sect was a feat worthy of marrying into the Bai clan. Yet, further trials and guidance were still required. "Thank you, sect master," Su Zhibai replied, maintaining a composed demeanor, devoid of any overt excitement or joy. "And the second matter?" Bai Qianzhong inquired, his eyes reflecting appreciation. Su Zhibai, undeterred, retained his serene expression, embodying commendable composure. Just as Bai Qianzhong anticipated that the second matter might pertain to a proposal, Bai Linger continued, "Outer disciple, and has been abducted by the Wanling sect's young saintess, Luo Shi, during our time in the Lingxi cave. His fate remains uncertain. I implore the sect to expedite negotiations with the Wanling sect to secure Yian's return." Upon hearing this, the Grand Hall erupted in fervent discussion. The elders expressed their astonishment, whispering among themselves. The sect master and supreme elder exchanged glances, their conversation centering on one question: who is Yian? An outer disciple, yet he was captured by the young saintess of the Wanling sect? Was there some undisclosed context? Fortunately, after Bai Linger elaborated, the assembly came to understand. Yian was, after all, the sworn brother of the esteemed disciple Su, whose contributions within the Lingxi cave had been crucial and irreplaceable. Reporting to the sect master and supreme elder, Li Ruoxue stepped forth, supplementing the discussion with details of Yian's talent, strength, and accomplishments within the Lingxi cave, deliberately omitting the incident involving Huang Yanzheng. Upon hearing this, the sect master declared, "We must rescue him. It is imperative." Jiang Xinfu slammed his hand upon the armrest, rising in indignation. "The Wanling sect has gone too far. To capture our sect's prodigy is intolerable." However, Jiang Xinfu's tone shifted as he pondered, "But how we shall rescue him remains to be deliberated." He gestured for everyone to step back, stating, "This is a matter of great significance that requires the sect's council to determine the course of action." "Yes." Su Zhibai departed with a sense of disappointment. Li Ruoxue, as an elder of the Beast Taming Sect, remained behind, yet Bai Linger showed no intention of leaving. Jiang Xinfu glanced at Bai Linger, noticing her reluctance to depart, then turned to Bai Qianzhong. "Supreme Elder, what are your thoughts on this matter?" Bai Qianzhong nodded slightly, his penetrating gaze sweeping over the assembly of elders, and calmly stated, "Given the involvement of the Wanling sect, I believe the elders should express their perspectives." After a flurry of discussions ensued, Li Ruoxue spoke first. "I believe it is imperative to rescue him. On one hand, as a matter of duty, the outer sect disciple Yian assisted Su Zhen in seizing the foundation of the heavenly Dao, thus contributing to our sect. On a more personal note, Yian shares a deep bond with Su Zhen, akin to brothers sworn by fate. To leave him in peril would surely chill the hearts of many." At that moment, another elder stepped forward. After paying his respects to the throne, he spoke, I find Elder Li's assertions to be somewhat unwise. This matter concerns the Wanling demon sect, and is intricately tied to that young saintess. Ian is merely an outer sect disciple, with limited cultivation. If we attempt to rescue him, we may squander untold resources. Moreover, should he fall into the hands of the Wanling demon sect, the outcome could be dire. Our efforts would be nothing short of fetching water in a sieve. As the two elders expressed their stances, the grand hall once again buzzed with fervent discussion. The elders voiced their opinions freely. Some contended that, given his status as a meritorious disciple, saving him could solidify loyalty among the ranks. Others argued for a more cautious approach, suggesting that if the cost were too steep, it would not be worth the effort. Many, however, believed that rescue was neither feasible nor necessary. What fate could await someone captured by the Wanling demon sect? Chapter 65, The Enigmatic Domain. It was then that Linger took her stand in the center of the hall. Her chin held high as she addressed the throne with a clear, ringing voice. Father, we must rescue him. The hall fell into a sudden hush. After a long pause, a gentle, indulgent laugh emanated from above. Then let it be so. Bai Qianzhong rose, bypassing the sect leader Jiang Xinfu, and issued commands to the elders below. Elder Li, immediately contact the Qingjing sect. Please inquire about Ian's fate. If he yet lives, we shall request the Qingjing sect to act as intermediaries to facilitate his return. The Beast Taming Sect and the Wanling sect are arch-enemies. A direct inquiry would only exacerbate the situation. The Qingjing sect, however, maintains decent relations with various sects, making them the most suitable for this task. Understood. Li Ruoxue bowed respectfully to Bai Qianzhong before departing the hall to contact the Qingjing sect. With the decision made, the elders fell silent and eventually dispersed, leaving only Bai Linger behind. Come, tell me what transpired, she urged. Without any visible gesture, Bai Qianzhong appeared beside Bai Linger in an instant. As soon as Bai Linger blinked, the father and daughter found themselves back in the Qingtian cave. In a flash of white light, Bai Linger transformed into a petite white fox, leaping onto a blanket of indeterminate material. It unfolded thus. Once Bai Linger had recounted the entire incident, Bai Qianzhong sat thoughtfully in his chair, lightly tapping the armrest with his fingers. It appears that the disciple named Ian is temporarily out of danger. Luoxi is unlikely to resort to lethal measures. What occurs once he is brought back to the Wanling sect remains uncertain. We shall await the response from the Qingjing sect. Bai Qianzhong concluded the discussion. After all, he was merely a disciple in the qi refining stage. It was unlikely he would face much trouble. Su Zhibai had attained the foundation of the heavenly Tao, which was, at least, a bare minimum. Speak to me about your plans for him. Within the Beast Taming Sect, once one becomes a true disciple, they are entitled to a cave dwelling on the main peak. Yet, despite becoming a true disciple for half a month, Su Zhibai still resided in an outer sect courtyard. Over this month, Su Zhibai had grown increasingly despondent, neglecting his cultivation and isolating himself in his room. Visiting disciples and stewards found themselves barred at the door, with only Steward Xiong permitted entry, bringing wine. Sighing, Steward Xiong took a deep swig, shaking his head in dismay. This wine lacks flavor. I wonder how little in is faring. He did not pour any for Su Zhibai, who remained disinterested in drinking, fearing he might miss news of Ian. As evening approached, a gentle breeze heralded Bai Linger's appearance before the two. Her first words revitalized Su Zhibai. The Qingjing sect has replied. What did they say? Su Zhibai inquired eagerly. Bai Linger shook her head, a mix of helplessness and incredulity on her face. The Wanling sect claims their young saintess has also gone missing. Her whereabouts remain unknown. What? Steward Xiong exclaimed, setting down his wine bowl, his eyes wide with astonishment. Could they be deceiving us? Not at all, Bai Linger insisted, shaking her head once more, sighing. Despite their numerous misdeeds, the Wanling sect does not engage in deception. After Luoxi abducted Ian, the two truly vanished without a trace. What Luoxi intends remains a mystery. They may have entered some forbidden domain. Silence descended once more in the room. Bai Linger's news left a lingering uncertainty between hope and despair. Alas, how could this happen? Steward Xiong resumed his drinking, shaking his head, with both of them missing. Could it be that the young saintess has taken a liking to little In and whisked him away to a pastoral retreat? Such a jest was far from amusing, and no one responded. There is another matter concerning the Zhao kingdom, Bai Linger informed the dejected Su Zhibai. In Awaken County, a disciple of our sect went missing while completing a mission nearby. His companions returned to report, prompting the sect to dispatch several teams to investigate. However, none of the dispatched disciples have returned. They are now preparing to send more personnel to ascertain the situation. The Zhao kingdom, a mundane dynasty under the jurisdiction of the Beast Taming Sect, was also Su Zhibai's homeland. This news did stir some of his spirits. He opened his mouth, but ultimately fell silent. The ties had been severed. The Zhao kingdom held little relevance to him now. A month later, rumors began to circulate within the Beast Taming Sect. Have you heard? Awaken County in the Zhao Kingdom has become an enigmatic domain. Oh, no wonder none of our senior brothers and sisters have returned. But what exactly is an enigmatic domain? In the courtyard, it was revealed that Awaken County had transformed into a domain shrouded in mystery. Investigations indicated that cultivators above the foundation establishment stage were unable to enter, and those in the chi refining stage disappeared without a trace. The sect's directive was for you to lead a group of outer disciples to investigate the situation and, if possible, to seize any opportunities within. After conveying the sect's arrangements, Bai Linger settled beside Su Ji Bai, grasping his hand. Of course, the enigmatic domain is fraught with danger. If you do not wish to go, it is perfectly acceptable. As the name suggests, an enigmatic domain is a place of profound strangeness. Yet, it is also a mysterious realm enveloped in the energies of the heavenly Tao. Unlike the stable environment of Lingxi Cave, the conditions within an enigmatic domain are entirely unpredictable and bizarre. No one knows what truly lies within, as none of the disciples who entered have returned, highlighting the perilous nature of such a place. However, neglecting it is not an option, for there may indeed be celestial opportunities hidden within. Thus, as a true disciple who possesses the foundation of the heavenly Tao and can harness the power of the great Tao, Su Ji Bai is the most suitable candidate to lead this expedition. The sect's directive is one that cannot be disregarded. With a soft sigh, Su Ji Bai ultimately resolved to accept this task. Then I shall accompany you on this journey. Given that Su Ji Bai had attained the foundation of the heavenly Tao and was now a true disciple, the voices of dissent regarding their relationship within the sect had significantly diminished. Bai Qianzhong had tacitly accepted Su Ji Bai as his son-in-law, ceasing all opposition. Now, the two were utterly unencumbered. When would they set off? The following day. On the subsequent morning, Su Ji Bai and Bai Linger joined hands as they approached the outer gate square. 15 outer disciples awaited their arrival, all at the pinnacle of Qi training, organized into 3 groups of 5, prepared to explore the mysterious domain collaboratively. Upon seeing the newcomers, they bowed in unison, greeting Su Shixiang and Bai Shiji. No need for formalities. After reassuring the outer disciples, Su Jibai noticed that Lu Yun was among the group, presumably reluctant to miss another opportunity to witness the foundations of the heavenly Tao. Let us depart. Su Jibai nodded slightly, acknowledging the group without further elaboration. Bai Linger independently summoned a spirit vessel, and together with Su Jibai, they entered it. The remaining 15 disciples also requested a spirit vessel, trailing behind the Bai family's craft as they exited the mountain gate. After a considerable time, the spirit vessel descended gently. Is this the mysterious domain? Su Jibai gazed at the county town before him, his expression profound. To his eyes, the town appeared as little more than a vague outline, barely resembling a city. The view was filled with distorted and bizarre lines, writhing like frenzied iron worms. So, we are to enter this place? Lu Yun's voice echoed from behind. The other outer disciples, having caught sight of the bizarre and twisted city, were equally bewildered, unable to discern what lay within. Having come this far, we cannot turn back. Indeed, we lack the qualifications to participate in Lingxi Cave Heaven. Yet another mysterious realm has presented itself, offering a chance to attain the foundations of the heavenly Tao. We must give it a try? Regrettably, the information is scant. We must be exceedingly cautious once inside and avoid separating. Among the 15 peak Qi disciples, emotions ran the gamut from excitement to fear. Confusion about the unknown mingled with a yearning for the foundations of the heavenly Tao. Bai Linger approached Su Jibai's side. Speaking softly, such mysterious places are exceedingly rare, and each occurrence is unique. I have never heard of a mysterious domain reappearing in this world. The internal conditions of this strange domain are entirely unknown. Jibayu. She hesitated, still inclined to advise Su Jibai to reconsider entering personally. It is of no consequence. Su Jibai finally revealed a faint smile, offering reassurance to Bai Linger. The Lingxi Dao Foundation has been established, ensuring my safety at the very least. Earlier, while aboard the spirit vessel, they had exchanged thoughts, and Su Jibai remained intent on personally exploring the domain. What if Ian were trapped within the mysterious realm, ensnared in a predicament? In recent days, there had been no news of Ian or the little saintess, suggesting that the two were likely ensnared somewhere. The mysterious domain could indeed confine them. Should he find Ian, his Lingxi Dao Foundation might enable him to rescue her. The whereabouts of Ian had become a knot in his heart. Seeing that further persuasion was futile, Bai Linger had no choice but to relent, cautioning him. Be exceedingly careful. If all else fails, utilize the Lingxi divine ability to relay a message to the outside. Understood. Su Jibai nodded gently, and in an instant, he was enveloped by an enigmatic aura. Command, disguise. Su Jibai's presence diminished dramatically, and he transformed into an adept of the Qi training stage, indistinguishable even to Beilinger. This was the divine ability bestowed by the Lingxi Dao Foundation. With the heavenly mandate in his mouth, his words held the weight of celestial law. As long as his thoughts and words aligned with the natural order and did not exceed his own capabilities, he could dictate outcomes with a mere utterance. The other disciples, witnessing this transformation, were equally astonished, marveling at the extraordinary nature of the heavenly Dao Foundation. Let us proceed. After bidding farewell to Bailing, Su Zhibai strode directly toward the mysterious domain, with the 15 outer disciples hurriedly following, unwilling to lag behind. With such an extraordinary ability, it was believed that as long as they remained by Su Zhibai's side, they would likely survive within the mysterious realm and perhaps even seize the ultimate opportunity to establish their own immortal Dao Foundation. Soon, the group entered the mysterious domain. Is there not much difference? One disciple queried in confusion. From the outside, the mysterious domain appeared truly unfathomable, yet upon entry, they discovered it was merely an ordinary human city, looking quite normal. Standing at the city gate, they trod upon the bluestone slabs, observing many citizens bustling about, some exiting the city to farm or hunt, while others entered to work or study. The air bore the scent of damp earth, suggesting a recent rain, accompanied by the distant calls of vendors within the city. Is this truly the mysterious domain? But I hail from the mundane world. This Awaken county appears no different from any ordinary county. Indeed, it resembles a scene of peace and prosperity. What could this possibly mean? At that moment, Lu Yun suddenly exclaimed, "Wait! My pet beast, the azure-scaled serpent, is missing." Upon hearing this, the remaining 14 disciples quickly reacted, searching frantically. Their expressions soon turned grave. "My pet beast has vanished as well. What is happening? My pet is a golden-backed bull, massive in size. How could it simply disappear?" Moreover, another female disciple cried out, "No, this is wrong. My cultivation has vanished. I possess no power." Upon hearing this, everyone hastily sensed their own condition, attempting to circulate their techniques, only to find not a trace of spiritual energy. They felt as if they had reverted to their former selves, indistinguishable from mundane beings. What is going on? Our pets are gone, our powers are lost. Does this mysterious domain intend to reduce us to mere mortals? Even Su Zhibai found himself unable to sense the flow of spiritual energy within him. He could only perceive that his Dao foundation remained intact, and he could still employ the heavenly Dao divine ability. So this is the mysterious domain. It has utterly suppressed our cultivation. Su Zhibai's brow furrowed as he contemplated how to navigate Awaken County. At this moment, the commotion and unusual behavior of the group drew the attention of many citizens, who paused to point and whisper. A few disciples attempted to flee the city, seeking to escape the mysterious domain, only to be halted by the soldiers guarding the gate. One disciple, in a fit of desperation, charged headlong toward the gate, only to be struck down on the spot by a spear-wielding soldier, lifeless and unblinking, blood pooling around him. Immediately, a fully armed squad of soldiers surrounded the group, their expressions cold. Some disciples attempted to cast spells, only to realize they had become mere mortals. Su Shixiang, Lu Yun, gazing at the lifeless form of her fellow disciple, was filled with dread. Trembling as she approached Su Zhibai, asking, "Su Shixiang, what shall we do?" Su Zhibai did not respond. After a careful observation, he had begun to form some deductions and ideas. He raised his head slightly, gazing ahead. Among the ranks of soldiers, a commanding officer approached, his countenance stern and his expression imbued with an icy inquiry. "You outsiders, daring to clash against the city gates and disturb the order without cause, what is your intent?" he demanded. "Bring them, hold on." Su Zhibai met the captain's gaze unflinchingly, his voice calm as he declared, "I am Su Mo, the top scholar appointed by the emperor, a jinshi of the 16th year of Zhenglong. Where is the magistrate of Awaken County? Take me to him." At this proclamation, the onlookers erupted in a chorus of derisive jeers, reveling in the spectacle. The remaining 14 disciples of the Beast Taming Sect gazed at Su Zhibai, bewildered. What is our senior brother saying? Yet the captain hesitated, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized the scholar before him. Truth be told, he found it hard to believe. However, the man's demeanor and air exuded an unmistakable aura of authority. After a moment's contemplation, the captain ultimately ordered his men to lower their weapons. If this individual were an impostor, the worst consequence would be a reprimand from the county magistrate. Yet, should he indeed be a distinguished scholar, the ramifications of disrespecting him were daunting for a mere gatekeeper like himself. The captain sheathed his weapon and addressed Su Zhibai, "I can only escort you alone." "Very well," Su Zhibai nodded, knowing his fellow disciples would merely be detained momentarily, an inconsequential matter. Although the disciples harbored discontent, they had no recourse, for their senior brother held some standing in the mundane realm of Zhao. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. After the necessary notifications, Su Bai soon found himself in the presence of the magistrate of Anping County. He recounted his earlier words at the city gate. I am Su Mo, the top scholar appointed by the emperor, a jinshi of the 16th year of Zhonglong, also known as Su Bai. What brings you to Anping County? The magistrate, having never encountered such a personage and oblivious to the court's intrigues, hastily invited Su Bai to take a seat, showing utmost deference. Might I inquire what urgent matter has brought you here, sir? I seek news of an individual named Ian. Initially, Su Bai harbored little hope. However, upon hearing the name, the magistrate's countenance shifted, and he cautiously inquired, what is your purpose in seeking Idutu? Idutu? Su Bai paused, taken aback. The term Idutu referred to a position responsible for maintaining order in the county, typically supported by several subordinates. Observing the magistrate's expression, Su Bai had hoped for a lead. Yet, upon hearing Dutu, uncertainty crept back into his heart. Magistrate's son, might I inquire where this Idutu currently resides? Could you summon him for a meeting? Su Bai contemplated for a moment before deciding it was best to meet him first. Magistrate's son hesitated, assessing Su Bai's dignified demeanor that belied any pretense, and ultimately chose to speak candidly. Idutu ventured outside the city recently to quell bandits. However, considering the time elapsed, he is likely to return shortly. It would be prudent for you to wait. Su Bai slightly nodded, sipping the tea offered by the magistrate, his expression inscrutable, revealing neither preference nor inner thoughts. After placing the cup down, he rapped the table and inquired, could you tell me about this Idutu, his background, age, and appearance? Of course, magistrate's son replied, first nodding before shaking his head. As for Idutu's origins, I cannot say for certain. I only know he arrived in Anping County a year and a half ago as a refugee. A year and a half ago? Su Bai interrupted, his brow furrowing. Ian had gone missing less than 2 months prior. Yet magistrate's son's statement indicated that Idutu had been in Anping for far longer. Clearly, this was not the same person he sought. Su Bai sighed. The flicker of hope within him extinguished once more. Indeed, he has been here for a year and a half. Is there an issue, magistrate's son? None that I can discern, the magistrate affirmed, his expression sincere. Please, continue. Very well, magistrate's son nodded. Though perplexed, he continued. This Idutu is a remarkable individual, likely around 20 years of age, with an imposing presence and extraordinary strength. When he first arrived in Anping County, he was accompanied by a woman of stunning beauty. His arrival soon attracted the attention of local powers. In the magistrate's account, it became apparent that upon his arrival, Ian had garnered the envy of local factions due to his companion's beauty. Yet, when these factions sent thugs to intimidate him, the young Ian retaliated with fierce resolve, dispatching them in broad daylight. Those vengeful factions, seeking retribution, enlisted soldiers to aid them, but before they could act, Ian confronted them, wielding a blade, and swiftly decimated their ranks, leaving no survivors, not even the soldiers who had joined them. Subsequently, this young man took to the mountains, becoming the leader of a bandit group known as Qingshanjai. Initially, the bandit group engaged in petty thefts and ambushes against merchant caravans, but under Ian's leadership, they turned their sights on Anping County, launching assaults on the city with dozens of bandits. Ian's prowess was unmatched, rendering the entire county defenseless. However, the bandits primarily targeted wealthy households and rival gangs, leaving the common folk unharmed. How could this be? A bandit group had garnered a favorable reputation among the populace. Many neighboring bands sought to align with Qingshanjai, while numerous young men from the city ventured into the mountains, hoping to join their ranks. As Qingshanjai grew ever more formidable, Magistrate's son found himself at a loss, ultimately reporting the situation. The court dispatched troops multiple times to quell the bandits, with forces swelling from hundreds to thousands. Yet all were repelled by Ian's strategic defenses. The mountainous terrain made it difficult to launch a successful assault, and deploying a large army proved too costly. Eventually, after half a year, the court offered Ian a position within the ranks, appointing him as the Dutu of Anping County, with a portion of his former bandits as his subordinates. Unexpectedly, upon taking office, this Idutu shifted his focus towards eradicating the very banditry he once led, leading expeditions to root out bandit dens in Anping County and its vicinity. Under Idutu's governance, the safety of Anping County improved dramatically. Not only were the gangs within the city eradicated, but the bandit strongholds beyond its walls were also dismantled, instilling fear in the hearts of any bandits who dared to show their faces. The populace hailed Idutu as a divine emissary, liberating them from their previously anxious lives. It was then that Su Bai inhaled deeply, his heart swelling with unparalleled excitement and joy upon hearing Magistrate's son's vivid recounting. He was nearly certain that the leader of Idu was none other than his brother, Ian. The woman who appeared alongside Ian must be Luo Shi, the little saintess of the Wanling sect. As for why Ian had shown up a year and a half ago, it was likely due to the influence of the mysterious realm. How splendid. His younger brother was safe. With this thought in mind, Su Jibai resolved to wait here for Ian's return. Opposite him, Sun Jixian spoke until his throat was parched, taking several large cups of tea to recuperate. By the way, Sir Su, Sun Jixian remarked cautiously, scrutinizing Su Jibai's expression as he ventured. I heard from my subordinates that a companion of yours attempted to forcefully breach the city gates. This was a rule established by Yidu. To avoid offending such a prominent figure from the capital, Sun Jixian was quick to deflect blame. Nevertheless, he spoke the truth, as it indeed was a rule set by Ian. Those unruly citizens who defied the law, Yidu had declared, would only find themselves facing death. That is of no concern. Su Jibai waved his hand dismissively, though a subtle smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Sun Jixian's words only served to confirm that this Ian was indeed the Ian he knew. As for the disciple of the Beast Taming Sect who had been executed on the spot by the soldiers, let it be. Was he supposed to seek vengeance for him? Observing Su Jibai's demeanor, Sun Jixian could easily discern that the leader of Yidu and Sir Su were old acquaintances. Gradually, he felt reassured and engaged Su Jibai in conversation. They continued to chat until evening, having consumed several pots of tea. A robust voice filled with vigor echoed from outside the yamen. Old son, I've taken down 7 bandits. Pay up. The 2 men within the county office exchanged knowing smiles. Was it not Ian who had returned? He carried a large burlap sack, swollen and stained with traces of blood. One could easily guess the contents of that bag. Sun Jixian quickly rose and approached, exclaiming, "Oh, Yidu, do not toss it about like that. It's quite frightening. I shall send someone to fetch your payment immediately." This was indeed a regulation set by the court, allowing for the exchange of bandit heads for merit and wealth, resulting in a deplorable custom in many regions of claiming credit for the deaths of innocents. However, Ian had no interest in such practices. Having spent half a year among bandits, he knew better than anyone where they preferred to lurk. By the way, Yidu, a gentleman from the capital is seeking you. He should be your friend. From the capital? Who? Ian was bewildered. He had no friends in the capital. Striding into the county office, he followed Sun Jixian into the back hall. Upon seeing a figure seated in a grand chair, Ian's eyes widened in disbelief, frozen in place. His mind momentarily blank. What the hell? Su Xiong, why are you here? Chapter 68, No Turning Back. Ian was utterly astonished. He had not expected Su Jibai to actually come looking for him. You finally came to rescue me, Ian exclaimed, his heart swelling with hope. Su Xiong, let us go. It's been ages since we last met. Let us indulge ourselves tonight, and tomorrow we shall return home. I must tell you, for some reason, I find myself unable to use any of my skills, and Luo Shi is in the same predicament. I was brought to Zhao country by Luo Shi, intending to flee back, but without knowing the way and with my abilities stripped away, I could only wander in circles. Alas, Su Xiong, you have to listen. This place, Zhao country, is quite peculiar, unlike anywhere else. As Ian excitedly pulled Su Jibai towards the exit, he didn't forget to call back to the county magistrate. Old son, farewell. Haha. Su Jibai, witnessing this exuberance, opened his mouth slightly, but found no words to express. Should he tell Ian that they were trapped in a mysterious realm and could not return for the time being? Observing Ian's exuberant and ecstatic demeanor, Su Jibai feared that revealing the truth would be too disheartening for him. Yet, they must face reality together. Walking side by side through the county town, Su Jibai noticed the local populace greeting Ian with warmth and sincerity, their eyes brimming with gratitude. Even when passing through the market, what should have been a chaotic scene appeared surprisingly orderly. Merchants and townsfolk alike eagerly greeted Ian, some even presenting gifts and inviting him to dine at their homes. Brother, these citizens? Su Jibai inquired, astonished. The situation in Anping County surpasses that of every other county I've visited. Ian shrugged nonchalantly, replying, I merely believe it is better for my residents to be clean and peaceful. Besides, with others lacking the strength to oppose me, those who defy the law are swiftly dealt with, resulting in a better life for everyone. Su Jibai fell silent, puzzled by Ian's increasingly ruthless demeanor. With his keen insight, he could plainly see that Anping County had effectively become Ian's domain, with Sun Jixian rendered powerless. The court was at a loss. Even if they sent troops, they would be outmatched. If they dispatched tens of thousands of soldiers, Ian could simply retreat to the mountains and resume his former ways. Bolstered further by the support of the people, many of whom would likely assist in relaying information. Old Wong, slice off a few pounds of meat. At this moment, Ian led Su Jibai to a stall and addressed the butcher. All right. The stout butcher, towering before Ian, bowed his head in deference and skillfully cut away a generous portion of pork. Yidu, I'll bring it over to you shortly. Ian nodded and continued leading Su Jibai to various stalls in search of provisions. while it was termed as buying. Sujibai noticed that Ian did not seem to pay, leading one to assume he was a tyrant. After voicing his curiosity, Ian laughed and clarified. There are a few significant households in the county. Relying solely on myself and my brothers would not suffice to manage in Ping County. I lack that capability. These prominent families, not wishing for their demise, have no choice but to contribute both effort and funds. Sujibai's lips twitched. The two continued to meander through the market. Perhaps due to his background within the Zhao court, Sujibai diligently noted the state of the people's livelihoods, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. All right, we've arrived home. Ian pushed open the courtyard gate and ushered Sujibai inside. Upon entering, Sujibai observed that this courtyard was situated on the most bustling street of the county, expansive and undoubtedly valuable. Numerous servants were busy within the premises. Just as Sujibai was about to speak, a woman emerged from the house. This woman had delicate, fair skin and an unblemished visage, even in ordinary attire. Her holiness and nobility were unmistakable. However, she no longer bore the same demeanor as before. She seemed more like a living person now. Little Saintess? Hello. Luoshi nodded slightly, acknowledging him. Sujibai was initially taken aback, then turned to Yi and with a puzzled gaze. Alas, I find myself without options. Let us discuss inside. Ian escorted Sujibai to the guest hall, instructing the servants to prepare tea before he began to recount his tale. At that moment, I was captured by Luoshi and thought my end was nigh. To my astonishment, both Luoshi and I were swept away by the chaotic currents of space to Anping County. I pondered that with Luoshi's lineage from the Wanling demon sect and her status as a minor saintess, surely the common folk would suffer. Yet, to my surprise, we both found ourselves devoid of our cultivation, likely due to the backlash from the Lingxi cave heaven. Observing our predicament, I contemplated fleeing while we lacked any power. But she insisted on stopping me. Who would have thought that even stripped of our abilities, neither of us could overpower the other? Nor did I discern the extent of Luoshi's cultivation. Sujibai fell silent for a moment. As a minor saintess of the Wanling sect, Luoshi's prowess surpassed that of Bai Linger by a considerable margin. Even if thrust directly into a treacherous domain by the chaotic currents, her cultivation was wholly suppressed, rendering her no match for Ian, who barely possessed foundational combat prowess. In Sujibai's view, the notion of defeat merely meant that the minor saintess had yet to reveal her true strength. The ensuing narrative mirrored what County Magistrate Sun had recounted, albeit from a different perspective. The local tyrants, accustomed to their dominance, found themselves unexpectedly confronted by a harbinger of death. Su brother, let us indulge in revelry for today. We shall return to the sect on the morrow, Ian exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. He had lingered here far too long, and with a minor saintess by his side, the prospect of utilizing the Two Realms Gate seemed perilous. What if their use led to an ambush? Fortunately, Sujibai had arrived. A year and a half had elapsed, and he wondered what turmoil had befallen launching. Upon hearing Ian's words, Sujibai sighed and shook his head. Then, under Ian's puzzled gaze, he inquired, had I not come to Anping County, what were your plans? Upon hearing this, Ian's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he replied, indeed, I have a scheme. Su brother, you are unaware that when I first arrived in Anping County, the populace appeared much as you described, struggling to survive. The number of refugees and bandits was staggering. You once told me that the Zhao state was plagued by deep-rooted issues, and the people were in dire straits, with numerous uprisings erupting. I too had spoken out in court and inadvertently provoked certain vested interests, resulting in my demotion. To be honest, I was rather indifferent at the time. These matters hardly concerned me. However, the petty nuisances in Anping County eventually incited my ire, prompting my violent response. And well, here we are now. I have garnered some influence in the vicinity, with several thousand brothers stationed in the mountain strongholds. I thought, although I cannot find my way back to the sect, surely someone must know the path to the capital. If you had not come, I would have incited a rebellion in due time. The Zhao state is but a mundane dynasty under the jurisdiction of the Beastmaster sect. Surely someone will take charge in the event of a change in regime? Listening to Ian's plan, Sujibai furrowed his brow, acknowledging the plan's potential feasibility. Yet, he understood that rebellion would inevitably lead to untold suffering, with the common folk bearing the brunt of the consequences. But it seems this plan is now rendered moot. Sujibai remarked, shaking his head. Indeed, before it could even be set into motion, you arrived. Haha, Ian laughed. That is not precisely what I meant. Sujibai chuckled in return. What I intended to convey is that even if you succeeded in executing this rebellion, there would be no return. What? Ian was bewildered. Why would you say such a thing? Does the cultivation world not concern itself with the upheavals of mundane empires? What do you mean, Su brother? Sujibai asked. Do you recall the mysterious realm I once mentioned? Ian nodded in affirmation. Su Jibai had previously explained that the mysterious realm was shrouded in the power of the heavenly Tao, imbued with enigma and peculiarity. Such places often appeared randomly, with only a few, like the Lingxi Cave Heaven, being fixed locations. Ian quickly grasped the implication. Are you suggesting that the Zhao state has transformed into a mysterious realm? No, Su Jibai shook his head solemnly. To be precise, it is Awaken County that has been enveloped by the power of the heavenly Tao, thus becoming a treacherous domain. But I have visited other places, traversing various counties. Ian interjected, slightly furrowing his brow. Yet, understanding dawned upon him swiftly. So, you mean to say that the world we inhabit now is an illusion? Every person, every mountain, river, and sea, everything is a mere fabrication of the heavenly Tao's power? Therefore, even if the rebellion were to succeed, it would merely result in a change of regime within this illusory world, having no bearing on the real world, nor would it attract the attention of the genuine sects? Su Jibai nodded in affirmation, observing Ian's increasingly furrowed brow, before finally confirming, indeed, that is correct. With that, Su Jibai raised his arm and pointed into the void, proclaiming, "Command, open." The space rippled as if a stone had been cast into a placid lake, creating faint waves that gradually subsided. What is this? Ian was taken aback, for he sensed a familiar, yet foreign power, a profoundly mystical sensation. As you can see, Su Jibai began. I attempted to utilize the innate divine abilities of the Lingxi path to carve a pathway to the outside world within this treacherous domain. Alas, the natural laws of this realm evidently surpass my Lingxi divine abilities, and even I cannot directly lead us out. However, this statement was not entirely accurate. Su Jibai concealed some critical details. Although his innate divine abilities could not forge a pathway for their escape, they could at least relay messages to the outside world. Bai Linger remained stationed just beyond the treacherous domain. If the message could be conveyed, perhaps Bai Linger could summon elder members from the sect to intervene, making their rescue possible. Yet, doing so would entail significant risk. Younger brother, your cultivation should have reached the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage by now, yes? Su Jibai inquired with a smile. Ian nodded slightly. A year and a half ago, when we were still in the Lingxi Cave Heaven, I had already broken through. In fact, it has been less than 2 months since we entered the Lingxi Cave Heaven. Su Jibai nodded in affirmation, adding, it is likely due to the power of the treacherous domain. The flow of time in this world does not align with that of the real world. I see. Upon hearing Su Jibai's explanation, Ian was momentarily stunned, but his expression soon softened. So, only 2 months had passed. Thankfully, nothing untoward had befallen launching thus far. Now that you have reached the pinnacle of qi refinement and are situated within this treacherous domain, Su Jibai remarked, a smile playing on his lips as he looked at his brother. Why not utilize this opportunity to establish a foundation for the heavenly Tao? With a thud, Ian clenched his fists and struck the table, causing splashes of tea to scatter onto his skin, mirroring the fervor of his heart. His eyes gleamed with brilliance, as if ignited by a spark of realization. Indeed, since this world is illusory and our escape is futile, why not seize the power of the heavenly Tao here to aid in my cultivation? Ian was filled with exhilaration. He had not anticipated that a twist of fate could lead to such fortuitous circumstances. Having witnessed Su Jibai's innate divine abilities, he had developed a profound understanding of the might of establishing a foundation for the heavenly Tao. It was evident that the quality of the Tao was of celestial grade. Now, finding himself within a mysterious realm, enveloped by an even greater power of the Tao than that of the Lingxi Cave Heaven, was it not a divinely ordained opportunity? As long as the enigmatic domain can be unraveled and the test of the celestial way is passed, one can establish the foundation of the heavenly path and possess a miraculous and magnificent innate divine ability. Good. Ian repeated the word thrice, realizing that the little saintess had lost her seals and could no longer re-establish her foundation. Indeed, I have already attained the foundation of spiritual insight. Linger stands guard outside the enigmatic domain, ensuring that no one else may enter. Su Jibai's eyes twinkled with mirth, his heart brimming with elation. For this opportunity could only fall into the hands of his younger brother. His younger brother has sacrificed much and deserves assistance from his elder brother. As he spoke, a glimmer of cold ruthlessness flickered in Su Jibai's gaze. He had resolutely decided that, regardless of the cost, Ian must seize the foundation of the heavenly path within the enigmatic domain of Awaken County. At any cost. At that moment, footsteps were heard approaching from outside the parlor. The two turned their heads to find that the little saintess, Luo Shi, had arrived. She promptly pulled out a chair and seated herself beside Ian. After casting a glance at Su Jibai, she turned to Ian and nodded, stating, your heart harbors great compassion, and thus attaining the foundation of the heavenly path is entirely justifiable. For the common folk, it is undoubtedly a good deed. It was unclear how long she had been eavesdropping outside. Upon hearing her words, Ian could not help but twitch his mouth in silent exasperation. Previously, he had inquired of Luo why she insisted on bringing him along. The answer had been as she had articulated, claiming that he possessed a heart of utmost goodness. He should not remain in the polluted earth, consorting with the heterodox followers of the Beastmaster sect. Instead, he ought to join the holy sect of all spirits, where he would surely receive the benevolence of the holy ancestor, attaining a pure land worthy of his virtue. Suji Bai, though perplexed, found himself unable to comprehend the little saintess's sentiments. Yet, he remained unconcerned. Did he not know whether his younger brother was virtuous or not? Subsequently, Luo she continued, since we are aware that this place is an enigmatic domain, do you, fellow Taoist Su, possess a method of unraveling it? No, Su Jibai admitted candidly, shaking his head. Having just arrived in Amping County, his understanding of this realm was still superficial. It was impossible for him to devise a solution so swiftly. I do have some thoughts, Luo she replied with a gentle smile, not withholding her insights. Once we enter the enigmatic domain, all our cultivation will be suppressed to that of mere mortals. But what of the practitioners within this realm? Will we even exist in this world? Indeed. That is a valid point, Ian acknowledged, grasping Luo Shi's intention. Su Jibai also came to the same realization. External assistance was indeed necessary. When three astute minds convene, communication flows effortlessly, and soon they reached a consensus. The enigmatic domain only enveloped Amping County, and its celestial power was not overwhelmingly potent. It could not possibly fabricate an entire world. They merely needed to overturn this realm, probe the limits of the enigmatic domain, and summon external forces to break the deadlock directly, without the need for a step-by-step unraveling of puzzles. Very well, let the plan proceed as intended. They agreed enthusiastically, quickly solidifying their decision to carry on with their plans. How vast could the enigmatic domain be? At worst, they could sink the Zhao kingdom and slay all within. Either the enigmatic domain would resolve itself, or the Beastmaster sect would undoubtedly dispatch personnel to confront them. Yet, since only those at the Qi refinement stage could enter the enigmatic domain, they would be reduced to mere mortals upon entry. If the Beastmaster sect sent low-level practitioners, they would not stand a chance against the three. Conversely, should they send formidable golden core cultivators, it would contradict the celestial principles of the enigmatic domain altogether. This was the simplest method to shatter the deadlock. The trio continued their discussion late into the night. After all, rebellion could not be executed on a whim. With the strength of a single county, attempting to overthrow an entire dynasty in the swiftest manner required meticulous planning. 3 days later, a servant rushed in with urgency, reporting, "Captain, the county office has sent someone over, stating that the individuals who accompanied Lord Su some time ago." Ian, bewildered, cast a puzzled glance towards Su Jibai. What other group of people has been detained by the county office for 3 days? Ah, I had almost forgotten. Su Jibai exclaimed, slapping his forehead and chuckling while explaining. They are disciples of the Beastmaster sect who traveled with me. There are 15 in total, all at the peak of Qi refinement, but they have been suppressed by the enigmatic domain. Upon arrival, one disciple collided with the city gate and was killed on the spot by the soldiers, leaving 14 disciples who were taken away and imprisoned. Oh, Ian finally realized. We ought to retrieve them. After all, we share the same sect. As for the unfortunate fellow, he could perish as he may. Ian spoke dismissively. Some of the regulations in Amping County were indeed established by him. The soldiers were merely carrying out their orders. One could only blame the poor fellow for his misfortune. He pondered what would happen in the real world if someone died in the illusionary realm. Shaking his head, Ian turned to Su Jibai and said, "Let's not dwell on that. It's a perfect opportunity for us to visit the county office." "All right," Su Jibai nodded, rising to stretch his limbs. Over the past 3 days, they had meticulously refined their rebellion plan. As someone from a prestigious background, Su Jibai possessed a degree of understanding regarding such matters, enough to avoid floundering like a headless fly in the future. Ian, having lived 2 lives, despite not experiencing rebellion firsthand, had acquired ample theoretical knowledge, though he lacked practical experience. After thorough deliberation, had Su Jibai not known Ian so intimately, he might have believed Ian was genuinely a bandit born of the mountains. After leaving Luo Shi behind to oversee matters, the 2 brothers proceeded directly to the county office, where they found County Magistrate Sunday. After dismissing the crowd, Ian's first words sent a chill down Sun's spine. "Old son, do you wish to live or die?" "Aye, aye." County Magistrate's son trembled, his face turning pale, quaking with fear, unable to articulate his thoughts coherently. "Captain E, please do not frighten me. I wish to live. Just state your business plainly." In truth, County Magistrate's son had already grasped the underlying meaning of Ian's words. After decades of service, having attained the position of county head, he was no fool. Could a bandit born of the mountains truly become compliant after being offered amnesty? If he were truly content with the status quo, how could Ian have usurped his authority? The entirety of Awaken County had come to recognize Ian as the true leader, rather than county magistrate's son. He understood everything. Thus, upon seeing Su Ji-bai and hearing of his origins from the capital, and then seeking Ian, he was gripped by fear. He feared that Su Ji-bai truly hailed from the capital, and even more so, that he was indeed a companion of Ian. In either case, he was perilously close to death. As the saying goes, what one fears most will eventually come to pass. The day of reckoning had finally arrived. With a bitter smile, County Magistrate's son sank into his chair. So, you have finally decided to take action? Indeed, Ian replied, pulling up a grand chair and reclining against its backrest. As it stands, the Zhao kingdom is plagued by calamities, and the people suffer immensely. Where lies the culpability? It rests with King Zhao. The king is foolish and tyrannical, oppressing the common folk and persecuting the virtuous. Talents such as Brother Su, merely for offering counsel, have been exiled and even met with violent retribution. Such a tyrant deserves to face divine retribution. As he spoke, Ian sat upright, straightening his back, his eyes gleaming with intensity, as if he were about to pierce through the very heart of man. I come in accordance with the mandate of heaven, and I shall rescue the people from their plight, liberating the world from its turmoil. Sun Jixin fell into a profound silence. The entire county office was enveloped in an eerie stillness, not a single sound to be heard. As a county magistrate, he was acutely aware of the plight of the people in Zhao State. Before Ian's arrival, the citizens of Awaken County were on the brink of despair. What accounted for the multitude of vagrants outside the city? Why were there so many bandits and thieves lurking in the mountains? If they were not truly desperate, who would resort to a life of crime? Since Ian's arrival in Awaken County, a remarkable transformation had taken place. The farmers reclaimed their lands. The populace began to thrive once more, with no one starving to death, and certainly no one resorting to cannibalism. The county exuded an aura of security, where valuables were left unguarded, and doors remained unlocked at night. From where did the wealth and land originate? This was not difficult to surmise. What were Ian's intentions? This was even less of a mystery. Alas, Sun Jixin sighed deeply, the weight of his thoughts aging him in an instant. There is no need for such theatrics, Ian said with a reassuring smile. Old son, we have been acquaintances for a year now. Given your current utility, you shall not meet an untimely end. I understand. What would you have me do? Generally, simply issue your commands. Sun Jixin took a deep breath and straightened his posture. The notion of a year's friendship seemed almost laughable, especially since their bond was tenuous at best. The crux of the matter lay in his temporary usefulness. To survive, he needed to remain of value. Under your name, announced to the nearby counties and towns. Upon leaving the county office, a dozen disheveled disciples of the Beast Taming Sect trailed behind the two brothers, their spirits visibly dampened. Senior Brother Su, Senior Brother E, where are we headed? After a few days, these disciples had completely shed the pride typical of cultivators, now eager to follow Ian and Su Ji-bai in the hopes of surviving and escaping this foreboding realm. I will first take you to tidy yourselves up, after all. As disciples of a sect, appearing so disheveled is unbecoming, Ian stated, leading them to the residence of a prominent family in Awaken County. This household belonged to the Wang family, known for their trade ventures. The current head of the family, Wang Changwei, was one of the most affluent in Awaken County. Since Ian's establishment in the county, the Wang family was among the first to approach him. The doorman, upon spotting Ian, immediately donned a sycophantic smile and rushed over. Lordy, yes, please take my friends here to get cleaned up, Ian replied succinctly, crossing the threshold with Su Ji-bai as if entering his own home, making his way directly into the inner courtyard. The doorman, having received his orders, wasted no time in ushering the disciples away. In all of Awaken County, Ian's word was law. Since these individuals were friends of Ian, they were to be treated with utmost hospitality. Old Wang, here we are. Why didn't you inform me of your arrival in advance? Such a lapse in courtesy. Upon hearing Ian's voice, Wang Changwei hurried out, his face brimming with a smile that belied his over 40 years of age. And who might this be? Su Ji-bai? My sworn brother, Ian introduced simply, before turning to Wang Changwei. Now, at once, send someone to summon the other families. Wang Changwei was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, his round face lighting up with excitement. Has this day finally arrived? From the moment he first laid eyes on Ian, he had believed him to be a man of great ambition. Bring word to the Li family, the Qin family, and the Zhou family. Wang Changwei swiftly issued his orders, then led Ian and Su Ji-bai to the innermost part of the courtyard, dismissing all outsiders. Before long, the heads of the other families arrived in a flurry, their faces flushed and beaded with sweat, breathless as they inquired, "What business do you have for us, Lordy?" Ian smiled, raising his hand to quiet them. What do you think? Please, have a seat. The family heads exchanged glances, suddenly enlightened. There were over 5,000 able-bodied men in Qingshanzhai. The sustenance for these men had always been financed by their families. Now, with Ian calling them all together and Wang Changgui's demeanor, the implications were clear. Their expressions shifted from shock to delight, unable to suppress their burgeoning smiles. Generally, just tell us how much you need. How many men will do? We are ready to act. Chapter 71, The Omen of the Nation, the King of the World. 3 months later, with weapons sharpened and provisions ample, within the county office, a young man clad in gleaming silver armor bowed deeply, hands clasped in salute, reporting to Ian, General, all 12,000 soldiers of the Anping army have assembled. He was Wang Heng, the eldest son of Wang Changgui. Following Ian's arrival in Anping County, Wang Heng had gone directly to Qingshanzhai, sharing rations and quarters with the soldiers, training them diligently. He now held the position of Deputy General of the Anping army. Excellent, Ian exclaimed, waving his hand grandly. To quell the people's unrest and achieve great deeds. The time is now. Behind him, aside from the 14 disciples of the Beast Taming Sect, Su Zhibai retained his scholarly demeanor, while the little saintess, Luo Shi, had donned a crisp white outfit, wielding a silver spear, exuding an aura of gallant grace. Though their mentalities varied, they shared a common goal. Let us depart, Ian bellowed, stepping forward. Just then, a voice interrupted from outside. Report. General, a fortune teller insists on seeing you. We attempted to obstruct him, but he is unapproachable. Oh. Upon hearing this, Ian, Su Zhibai, and Luo Shi exchanged puzzled glances. These soldiers were usually well-fed and trained daily, making them elite fighters. One could say that a soldier of the Anping army could easily take on 10 ruffians. Yet, now they were unable to stop a mere fortune teller? Who was this individual? Could it be? The three pondered, their minds swirling with speculation, yet uncertainty lingered. Bring him to me, Ian commanded, calmly awaiting his arrival. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man, white-haired yet youthful in appearance, sporting a goat beard, entered the county office, led by the soldiers. He held a ceremonial banner, truly resembling a fortune teller. I am Yu He, and the world knows me as Yu Banzian. It is an honor to meet General Yi. The old man introduced himself with a courteous bow. Yu Banzian, what brings you here? Ian inquired, intrigued. Yu He glanced around, and Ian immediately understood his intent, signaling for the surrounding soldiers to depart. However, as the 14 disciples of the Beast Taming Sect prepared to leave, Yu He suddenly spoke. In my youth, I chanced upon enlightenment through a dream with an immortal and learned the art of divination. During my travels, I heard tales of the prosperity of Anping County citizens, devoid of turmoil, and thus, I came to witness it for myself. Oh, pray tell, what have you seen? Ian smiled, inviting Yu He to sit and expressing his curiosity. He had heard such tales of divine dreams before. During his time in Lingxi Cave, he had met a patriarch of the Pure Land sect who claimed to have received ancient teachings through a dream. Yu He might indeed possess genuine insight. Su Zhibai and Luo Shi were also aware of this tale, thus they remained silent, listening intently. What I have witnessed cannot be conveyed to the general. Yu He shook his head and said, Then what is your purpose here? In the coming month, I am capable of divining 3 omens, and I have come specifically to foretell the general's future. As he spoke, Yu He produced a cracked tortoise shell as if performing a magic trick. He then retrieved 3 copper coins and cast them into the shell. You too, I shall not divine 4. He declared, raising his gaze to Su Zhibai and Luo Shi. Why is that? Her fate no longer lies within the heavens. Yu He pointed at Luo Shi. I am unable to discern her destiny or future. Oh, and what about me? Su Zhibai nodded slightly before inquiring. It appeared that this old diviner indeed possessed some skill. After Ian was taken away by Luo Shi, he had sought information regarding the W.N.Ling sect. Moreover, Bai Linger had informed him that the W.N.Ling sect's Wuyo Pure Land was not merely an empty phrase within scriptures. The Wuyo Pure Land truly exists. A realm akin to a mystical sanctuary. All disciples of the W.N.Ling sect have their names inscribed upon the monument of this Pure Land. The true fate is safeguarded by the Pure Land, thus exempting them from the tribulations of reincarnation. As Luo Shi is a minor saintess of the W.N.Ling sect, her true fate has long been intricately entwined with the Wuyo Pure Land. It is entirely reasonable that Yu He cannot divine Luo Shi's destiny. Yu He stared at Su Zhibai, remaining silent, his face etched with worry and trepidation. After a prolonged pause, he finally managed to utter, I will not divine. While speaking, he also pointed skyward, observing his demeanor and gestures. Su Zhibai could not help but comprehend. Perhaps Yu He was unaware of the nature of cultivation, yet he could discern that he was deeply bound to the heavenly path. With the foundation of the heavenly way and the essence of Lingxi, He was perpetually shrouded in the aura of the heavenly decree. When he employed his innate divine powers, he spoke with the voice of celestial mandate, every action reflecting the will of the heavens. He likely perceived these truths through his observations, hence his reluctance to speak further. Indeed, he possesses some ability. Su Jibai gently nodded, acknowledging He, the half-sage. And what of me? At that moment, a disciple from the Beastmaster sect stepped forward, approaching He with curiosity. This individual was named Wu Xing, who had garnered a modest reputation within the outer sect. You? That is acceptable. He scrutinized him for a moment before commencing to shake the tortoise shell. The copper coins rattled within, and shortly thereafter, they tumbled out. He focused his gaze, committing the divination signs to memory. He then retrieved the coins, placing them back in the shell, and continued to shake it, repeating the process 6 times. At last, He lifted his head, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded Wu Xing. You shall perish on the battlefield. Your head will roll. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Wu Xing was taken aback, his complexion shifting dramatically, akin to a startled bird. As he pointed at He, ready to unleash a torrent of curses. Were it not for Ian and Su Jibai's presence nearby, he might have been inclined to physically assault He. Enough, enough, there's no need to take offense with an old charlatan. The other disciples hurried to console him, managing to calm Wu Xing down. Anyone would react similarly upon hearing another curse them with death. At this juncture, Ian interjected with a soothing tone, it matters not. Since Mr. Yu has foretold your demise on the battlefield, then you shall remain in Anping County. Thus, this peril shall be averted. Wu Xing, his eyes reddened, gasped for air. Upon hearing Ian's words, he immediately bowed, his voice trembling with excitement. Thank you, Senior Brother E. Does the old gentleman have any further words? Ian nodded slightly, then turned to He. With Wu Xing no longer accompanying them, how could he still perish on the battlefield? All is determined by fate, not within our control. He merely smiled and shook his head, then inquired, do you wish to continue divining? The remaining 13 disciples of the Beastmaster sect exchanged glances. With Wu Xing's experience as a cautionary tale, they pondered what might happen if the old diviner had more ominous predictions. Yet, curiosity ultimately triumphed over apprehension. One disciple stepped forward, asking, Old gentleman, we are all from the same family. May I inquire if we can return home? He was clever, opting not to have He divine for himself alone, but for the fate of their entire group, whether they could return to the Beastmaster sect. He nodded, unperturbed by the other's cleverness. He continued to shake the shell, providing the answer. Returning home is not difficult, but you must contend with the wrath of your elders. That is satisfactory. The disciple of the Beastmaster sect exhaled in relief, turning to explain to the others, I heard this place was mysterious, and I sought to seize a chance at immortality, so I came here without my family's knowledge. Upon returning home, it is only natural to face the elder's ire. The remaining disciples, upon hearing this, felt reassured. It seemed their expedition would be successful, allowing them to return safely to their sect. With a resolution reached, no further inquiries were made, and their gazes collectively turned towards Ian Yu. He mirrored this sentiment, his aged yet clear eyes sparkling with vitality. Then let me have my fortune told. Ian nodded, eager to discern whether this journey would culminate in the establishment of a heavenly foundation. He secured the copper coins once more, returning them to the shell, and began to shake it. The sound of coins rattling filled the air. 3 copper coins flew from the shell, landing on the table to reveal a divination sign. Yet, no one noticed as another crack appeared on the already fissured shell. After 6 shakes, a dull thud echoed as the entire shell shattered into powder, leaving only the 3 solitary copper coins behind. Alongside Yuhi's husky voice, a nation beset by ill omens, destined for the throne of the world. When you bear all burdens, you shall ultimately be crowned. Chapter 72. Do not make me die on my knees. In the Zhao Kingdom, the capital city was enveloped in tranquility, a scene of revelry and peace. Within the court, reports of victories arrived in quick succession. Numerous ministers presented tidings of triumph from various regions of the Zhao Kingdom. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The rebel forces in Xiangzhou have been eradicated by General Zhao. Your Majesty, a band of marauders in Yazhou has been subdued by local officials, and their leader has been executed. Congratulations, Your Majesty. In Qingzhou, the Zhao King sat upon the throne, his spirits soaring as he listened to the reports, occasionally bursting into hearty laughter. Even in the court, amidst a gathering of officials, he held a beauty in one hand and a goblet of fine wine in the other. Excellent. The Zhao Kingdom is blessed with the legacy of my ancestors, gifted by the celestial beings, and a band of peasants dares to dream of overthrowing us? The celestial beings shall guard my royal lineage. Upon hearing this, all the ministers echoed their agreement, showering the Zhao King with congratulations. Yet, a few dissenting voices emerged. Your Majesty, the rebels that arose in Anping County a year ago have now conquered several states, posing a significant threat. This band of rebels has amassed a multitude of brigands, and they appear to be growing in power. Such statements were made. Yet who among the gathered ministers was unaware that the Anping army had already grown formidable? The troops dispatched by the court were utterly ineffectual against the Anping army, crumbling at the slightest confrontation. The leader of the rebels, known as Eon, had proclaimed himself the king of peace and now commanded a substantial portion of the territory. Unlike other rebels, this righteous army, under the leadership of the king of peace, maintained an exceptionally strict military discipline, which was nothing short of terrifying. The Anping army had never slaughtered a city or executed captives, and upon entering a city, they refrained from plundering the common folk. Indeed, there were times when, upon the army's arrival at a city's gates, the local officials and gentry would surrender at the first sign of their approach. A plethora of proverbs circulates among the populace. When the Anping army arrives, no taxes are collected. The heavenly king of Taiping aids all corners. Nowadays, even the most astute individuals can discern that the Anping army represents the prevailing force, while the heavenly king is the true sovereign. Yet, the royal city beneath their feet and the Zhao king before their eyes remain utterly oblivious. No one dares to report the true circumstances of the Anping army to him. The last one to do so has already met his demise. And now, this elderly minister, despite his best efforts to restrain himself, has still incurred the wrath of the Zhao king, who coldly orders, "Take him out and beat him to death with clubs." Such audacity! How dare you spread slander and mislead the masses? The Zhao king straightens his posture, dismissing his concubines with a wave of his hand. His expression is frigid. Our Zhao kingdom is a gift from the immortals. How can a band of treacherous traitors dare to overturn the heavens? Such actions will only provoke the ire of the immortals. With a disdainful snort, he continues, "What are these mere peasants from Anping County? Someone, go to Anping County." The ministers fall into a profound silence, not daring to utter a sound. It is not until the Zhao king, in his self-satisfied manner, has arranged everything to his liking that he finally waves his hand in displeasure, dismissing the court. The ministers cautiously retreat, leaving the grand hall, while behind them, the sounds of the Zhao king indulging in debauchery can be heard. "Master Zhao, you are of the same clan as the king. Why not counsel him?" "Me? Minister Qian, you jest. If I dared to advise, I would merely increase the number of nameless corpses outside the royal city. Alas, the heavenly king of Taiping has already grown powerful, dominating half the territory. You and I must prepare ourselves early." Indeed, the elderly man of the Zhao clan, with murky eyes, gazes with deep emotion at the royal city behind him, taking one last look at the still peaceful city. What a pity! The ancestral legacy perishes in this very day. 2 months later, a sudden army appears outside Anping County. Clad in the garb of the Anping army, they easily enter the county town, heading straight for the county office. Along the way, the common folk greet them enthusiastically. However, this army remains indifferent, coldly advancing to the county office. It is not until they violently smash open the office doors that the people realize something is amiss. "Are you the county magistrate of Anping?" The military officer seizes the bewildered Sun Magistrate, demanding in a stern voice. I am." Sun Magistrate, seeing their Anping army attire, is utterly confused about the situation. It is only when the officer reveals his identity that he begins to comprehend. "The king has dispatched us to eradicate the bandit leader. Do you know from which family the Anping rebels arose? You were sent by the king." Sun Magistrate's face initially lights up with joy, but soon tears stream down his face, leaving the officers bewildered. "You have finally come. I have suffered. Forced by these rebels, I have committed acts that endanger the court. How can I face the king now? I deserve to die. So, you are still a good official?" Yes. Slap. The officer strikes Sun Magistrate across the face. "Tell me everything you know." Sun Magistrate, clutching his reddened and swollen cheek, no longer dares to boast, and truthfully reveals the support of families such as the Wang and Li for the Anping army. At last, a spark of realization strikes him. "General, there is one more matter. That heavenly king, or rather, that bandit leader Eon, has a companion who is also in the city, desperate to save his life." Sun Magistrate is on the verge of revealing what he had for breakfast that day. "Is that so?" The officer releases Sun Magistrate. "Humph. You appear to be a loyal subject. The county cannot be without an official for even a day. I shall spare your life for now." "Thank you, General." "Thank you." General, outside the county office, the common folk remain unaware of what has transpired. They only see hundreds of soldiers split into 5 teams, heading down various streets. One team even directly proceeds to Edu 2, the former residence of the Heavenly King. They violently smash the door and charge in, capturing the friend of the Heavenly King. "What do you want? I am an immortal. You cannot treat me this way." Wu Xing, filled with rage, struggles. his voice imbued with the pride of a cultivator facing mere mortals. I am a disciple of the Beastmaster sect. How dare you treat me like this? I am an immortal. Hold. Silence. Take him away. The captain delivers a punch to Wu Xing's abdomen, the intense pain causing him to double over, unable to utter another sound. Meanwhile, the Wang family's door is also shattered. Yet, the head of the Wang family, Wang Chonggui, seems to have anticipated everything. He sits quietly in the center of the hall, calmly observing the officials and soldiers as they invade his home, slaughtering his servants and family members. His face bears no expression, only his tightly clenched fists, the veins visibly bulging, indicating the turmoil within. Are you the head of the Wang family? Indeed. Wang Chonggui's voice trembles, adding a hoarse quality to it. Are you the one funding the rebels? It is I. With death imminent, do you have any final words? Huh. Wang Chonggui lets out a faint smile. All the male members of my clan have joined the Omping army. My son Hung has already been appointed as a general, commanding a region. I shall die without regret. The Wang clan shall rise. I shall die without regret. Ha ha. As he gazes at the seemingly mad head of the Wang family, the officer's expression darkens, as if it could drip with water. Take him away. Outside the city, by the banks of the White Sand River. The river, true to its name, boasts exceptionally fine sand and stones, giving rise to a thriving industry of sand extraction. Many in Omping County make their living from this. At the banks of the White Sand River, where the white sand accumulates, locals refer to it as the White Sand Field. Wu Xing, Wang Chonggui, and others are brought to this location. I am an immortal. You cannot kill me. Wu Xing, now aware of the identities of these individuals and their purpose, pleads desperately. Spare me. I am an immortal. His voice, once proud, is now filled with entreaty. Yet, no one pays him heed, dismissing him as a man on the brink of death, succumbing to hysteria. Head of the Wang family, at this point. Wang Chonggui, kneeling with his neck exposed, has long lost the authority of a family patriarch. Yet, suddenly, he bursts into laughter, ancestors above. The Wang clan flourishes through my hand, Wang Chonggui. Today, with my death, I shall reunite with my ancestors. Even in the underworld, the glory of the Wang clan shall endure. Ha ha. Swish. Before his words can fade, Wang Chonggui is slain. His fresh, crimson blood stains the White Sand River, casting a scarlet hue upon it. Witnessing this scene, Wu Xing suddenly regains his composure. He struggles fiercely against the soldier's grip, rising to his feet. His gaze fixed on the horizon. His voice, no longer trembling or weak, becomes resolute and powerful. I am an immortal. I am a disciple of the Beastmaster sect. I shall not kneel and die. Seeing this, the officer approaches Wu Xing, but the determination in his eyes is unmistakable. After a long moment, the officer nods, yet. Subsequently, he retrieves a long knife and hands it to Wu Xing. Wu Xing calmly accepts the blade, pressing the cold, unyielding edge against his neck. He stands tall, his spine unbending. With a barely audible sound, Wu Xing's lifeless body collapses, his head striking the sandy ground with a heavy thud. Standing firm on the battlefield, his head severed from his body, prophecy fulfilled. Chapter 73. Do you think you are worthy to crown me? In the biting chill of winter, snowflakes swirl through the air. The snowflakes, as large as goose feathers, dance delicately through the air, accumulating on the ground and enhancing the vibrancy of the crimson walls of the Zhao Kingdom's royal city. The royal city has fallen. The heavenly king responded nonchalantly to his loyal soldiers' report. Battling against the wind and snow, he, along with Su Zhibai and Luo Shi, made their way towards the city gates. Their journey proceeded extraordinarily smoothly. Perhaps it was the inevitable tide of destiny. Or perhaps the Omping army's reputation for sparing cities from pillage. Few strongholds dared to resist. Most of the cities surrendered at the mere sight of the Omping army, even before they had truly arrived at their gates. The citizens welcomed the royal troops with offerings of food and drink, and this was no exception. Even for the royal city, deeply entrenched within the capital. Though it was said the royal city had fallen, in truth, the gates had been opened willingly. By the time Ian reached the city gates, the Omping army had already seized control of the entire city with remarkable speed and discipline. Heavenly King, our forces have completely taken control of the royal city, Wang Hung stated, bowing respectfully before Ian. Having become a key figure in the Omping army, he commanded an army of 100,000, enjoying unparalleled prestige. Yet, before Ian, he remained humble and reverent. The reason for this humility was clear. Not long after the uprising began, Wang Hung had witnessed the Heavenly King single-handedly breach a city, a true feat of one man against the walls, cutting through enemy lines without a single match. The sheer terror of that strength was something he could never forget, even unto death. This was the only occasion since the uprising that the Heavenly King had personally taken action. From that moment on, Wang Hung understood that this Heavenly King was no ordinary man, but rather a genuine celestial being. With a breath, warm vapors transformed into mist, dissipating into the world. Let the city be slaughtered, Ian uttered in the most placid tone, issuing a most shocking command. Yes, Wang Hong, the most loyal adherent of the Heavenly King, turned without hesitation to relay the order to the soldiers. This marked the first time the Heavenly King had commanded such an act. What? Has the Heavenly King made an exception here? Su Zhibai jested. Even Luo Shi, upon hearing this title, couldn't help but smile, her expression captivating. Brother Su, did we not agree to keep this matter private? Ian replied, his face painted with helplessness. The title of Heavenly King had indeed been coined by Su Zhibai himself, who believed that the common folk needed a belief, a transcendent leader. As the trio walked towards the inner palace, Ian remarked, the Wang family as progeny have pinned up their frustrations for so long. It is only fitting they release them now. Moreover, this royal city is filled with nobility and gentry. Let the slaughter commence. As for their families, they have enjoyed many privileges over the years, and it is only right that they repay their debts. Ian's words flowed effortlessly. Su Zhibai nodded in agreement. Indeed, that makes sense. Luo Shi added, after all, these are merely illusory beings within a deceitful realm. I say we should have slaughtered our way through. This method certainly felt satisfying. However, their journey would not proceed as smoothly from here on. Not long now, and we shall be out. Luo Shi smiled, expressing her disdain for this false world. Indeed, came the reply amidst their banter. The three soon arrived before the palace. As they entered, the soldiers of the Omping army followed closely behind, brandishing their blades within the palace. Along the way, Su Zhibai introduced Ian to the various palaces and their purposes until they reached the largest and most magnificent palace, where they halted. Looking up, they beheld a middle-aged man clad in the mundane attire of a king. This is the Zhao King, Su Zhibai informed Ian and Luo Shi. Upon seeing Su Zhibai, the Zhao King fell into a deep contemplation. It was not until the three stood before him that he snapped back, frantically pointing at Su Zhibai and cursing. You, Suimo, you treacherous rebel. I merely demoted you. And yet you harbor such resentment. You gather a crowd to rebel. My Zhao kingdom is under the protection of the celestial beings. Are you not afraid of their wrath? The Zhao King's madness escalated, devoid of any semblance of fear. In his mind, the Zhao kingdom was a legacy bestowed by the celestial beings. Even with the Omping army now occupying the royal city, he believed the celestial beings would not forsake the Zhao royal family. It was only when Su Zhibai raised a finger and parted his lips to command silence that the Zhao King's fury was stifled, rendered mute as if a wild dog had lost its bark. After a pause, the Zhao King suddenly regained his composure, his eyes widening as they locked onto Su Zhibai. His trembling hand raised, his entire body quaking in realization. He finally understood that Su Zhibai, had become a celestial being. Unable to utter a word, the Zhao King began to weep, hot tears cascading onto the palace floor. In a flash, a blade gleamed, and the Zhao King felt an unexpected lightness, as if he had taken flight. As the world spun around him, he glimpsed the vast landscapes of the Zhao kingdom. In his final moments of consciousness, regret enveloped him. The Zhao kingdom was founded by celestial beings and perished by their hands. Had he not demoted Suimo, would he have faced this fate? Alas, it was too late for remorse, and no one cared for his thoughts. Shall I take a seat upon that throne? Su Zhibai chuckled, patting Ian and gesturing towards the throne within the palace. Not interested, Ian shook his head, turning to leave the palace. What significance does it hold? A false throne is merely a speck of dust in the realm of the mundane. 3 months later, the skies above the royal city suddenly shimmered with a spectrum of ethereal light. Under the gaze of all, a figure descended gracefully upon the palace, riding a celestial crane. A disciple of the Beast Taming Sect, in the foundational stage. It seems he does not recognize us, Ian remarked, eyeing Luo Shi with disdain for the false heretic. Of course, you harbor the utmost benevolence, yet are merely tainted by the filth of your origins, Ian silently observed. You are the Heavenly King? The disciple of the Beast Taming Sect immediately spotted Ian in the center of the crowd, surrounded by wondrous phenomena resembling a celestial realm, accompanied by melodious celestial sounds. You must admit, he does resemble a deity, he mused, putting on airs. As the disciple approached Ian, he produced a jade token from his storage bag, presumably a token of recognition from the Beast Taming Sect to the mundane dynasty. Following this, he retrieved a crown of the emperor, glaring at Ian, demanding, bow down and accept your coronation. Such insolence. Seeing this celestial being standing before them, they had not even moved, showing not a shred of respect. Then, he heard his final words in this life. Do you think you are worthy to crown me? Ian deftly wiped the blood from his blade and sheathed it. The head soared into the air. Chapter 74, The Trial of Heaven's Path. Was he truly killed just like that? What else could be done? Brother E, what is the meaning of this? How shall we return to the sect now? Indeed. Brother E, what is the reason for this? In the course of recent days, the remaining 13 disciples of the Beastmaster sect have come to recognize their own fragility. They remain oblivious to the specific plans of the three individuals. At this moment, witnessing Ian's merciless slaying of a senior brother from their sect, they are left utterly astonished, yet dare not voice their dissent, only murmuring inquiries about the reasons behind such actions. Ian, however, dismisses their concerns with indifference, urging them to remain calm. Su Jibai gazes at the celestial crane that circles above, emitting mournful cries and gestures towards it. The crane plummets from the heavens, crashing before the group, ready to relay the events transpiring here to the Beastmaster sect. Su Jibai casts a spell, imprinting a seal upon the crane's head. Instantly, the struggling creature falls silent, flapping its wings a few times before soaring off into the distance. This spectacle stirs a tempest of emotions within Ian. The foundation of the heavenly Tao is indeed marvelous. Even under the suppression of the treacherous domain, the innate divine abilities derived from the Lingxi Tao foundation allow one to still wield certain spells. If only he could attain the foundation of the heavenly Tao, this enigmatic domain would soon be unraveled. He need only endure the final trial of the heavenly Tao to establish his own foundation. Yet, he wonders what foundation corresponds to the treacherous domain of Anping County, and what innate divine abilities it might bestow. Half a month later, at noon, the group is idly conversing within the palace. Luyan suddenly exclaims, "Look outside." Ian turns to see that the previously clear noon sky has transformed into a fiery orange, reminiscent of the twilight sun casting its glow over the earth. Has it arrived? Ian exchanges glances with the other two, rising promptly to venture outside, with the remaining disciples of the Beastmaster sect following closely behind. As they exit the grand hall, they are struck by the bizarre phenomenon above. It is no mere sunset, but rather the descent of celestial fire. An overwhelming inferno engulfs the entire sky, with not a single spot left untouched. As the heavenly flames descend slowly, the searing heat immediately scorches the group. The entire capital city is shrouded in this inferno, with countless civilians and soldiers emitting anguished cries, only to be reduced to lifeless husks. The buildings within the royal city ignite, consumed entirely by the celestial fire, presenting a scene of apocalyptic devastation. With a command, Su Jibai utters the decree of the heavenly law. Ian instantly feels a wave of coolness wash over him, as if a barrier materializes before him and Su Jibai, shielding them from the flames and heat, creating an ethereal divide between two worlds. What is this? Help! Help! The disciples of the Beastmaster sect cry out in terror, their wails echoing in despair. Su, brother? Su Jibai appears entirely unfazed by the cries for help from the 13 disciples, as the protective barrier envelopes only himself and Ian. Luoshi observes this scene with a cold gaze, her expression unwavering, not even a hint of concern crossing her features. The raging flames seem to exert no influence upon her, until the entire capital is reduced to ashes, and all are turned to dust. Only the three of them remain amidst the ruins, unharmed. Suddenly, a booming voice reverberates from the heavens. What a vile heresy! A middle-aged man clad in the elder's robes of the Beastmaster sect manifests before the trio, wielding a fiery palm strike potent enough to obliterate the entire royal city. The force of this attack is immense, far surpassing the earlier heavenly flames, with the extreme heat threatening to incinerate the barrier shielding Ian. Yet, the three present exhibit no fear of impending doom. Instead, they wear smiles upon their faces. In Ian's perception, the distant scene shatters abruptly, akin to broken pottery, scattering into countless fragments that dissolve into the boundless void. The evidence of the world's fragmentation reaches the trio in an instant, plunging the entire realm into a state of chaos. Darkness envelopes their vision, with only the younger brother reaching the pinnacle of chi training. Su Jibai gazes at the core of the chaos, a smile gracing his lips. There, upon a throne adorned with mysterious carvings, sits Ian, enveloped in a nebulous gray-white aura. The trial of the Lingxi Tao Foundation involves communion with the heavenly Tao, achieving a state of unity where one's heart resonates with the heart of the heavens. What sort of trial will this mysterious foundation present to Ian? Well, that is agreeable. Luoshi nods slightly, her bright, water-like eyes glimmering with anticipation. The treacherous domain is unfathomably mysterious, and each emergence signifies a different foundation of the heavenly Tao. One wonders what foundation and divine abilities Ian will acquire, surely something superior to the Lingxi Tao Foundation. Su Jibai nods in agreement, his gaze also brimming with expectation. The brothers, both foundational practitioners of the heavenly Tao, are destined for celestial fates. There is no greater fortune than this. Ian, a paragon of virtue, is indeed fortunate to receive such an opportunity. You performed admirably earlier. Those heretics deserve their fate. Luo Shi turns her gaze to Su Jibai, remarking, I never imagined you, as the son-in-law of Qingqiu, would engage in such actions. Just a few lives. Su Jibai is fully aware that Luo Shi refers to his inaction in saving their fellow sect members. However, he remains indifferent. Each of those 13 disciples of the Beast Master sect has reached the pinnacle of Qi training. Each additional life spared diminishes Ian's probability of establishing the foundation of the heavenly Tao. What do the disciples of the Beast Master sect matter? What significance does being the son-in-law of Qingqiu hold? Ian appeared in his moment of despair, rescuing him from the abyss. Without Ian, there would be no Su Jibai of today. Let us wait. It seems we must wait for Ian to establish his foundation before we can depart. Where am I? Ian forcefully opens his eyes, only to find himself beneath a dilapidated ceiling, patched with crumbling tiles that allow the wind to seep through. No. What is wrong with my body? With all his strength, Ian attempts to move, swinging his arms, only to discover his form as an extremely frail infant. Beside him stands a middle-aged woman clad in coarse linen, her complexion waxen and sallow, appearing exceedingly gaunt. Have I crossed over again? A jolt of shock courses through Ian, prompting him to recollect his past. Let me think. I originally crossed over to Blue Star, and gradually became the top scorer in the martial examination, having recently broken through to the 4th rank of martial arts. No. It feels as if much of my memory is missing. What transpired on Blue Star that caused me to cross over once more? Where's this place? Are there still otherworldly beasts? Just as Ian strives to piece together his thoughts, the woman's voice interrupts his musings, filled with excitement. Master, the child has awakened. He has come back to life. Come quickly, master. With her call, a short, malnourished man enters, his eyes brimming with joy as he scoops Ian into his arms. Wonderful, the man exclaims, shaking Ian gently while bantering with the delighted woman beside him. Wife, we have no son, why not? I think the same. The woman responds gleefully. We have an heir. We must give our son a name. The man scratches his head, a blank expression on his face. Having never been educated, he struggles to conjure a suitable name. Let us ask the village elder. The couple carries Ian before the village elder, who, upon seeing the child, also beams with joy, recognizing that this child's survival is no simple feat in this tumultuous world. What aspirations do you hold for this child? I lack any remarkable abilities. It suffices that he grows up without any exceptional talents in such a turbulent era. The middle-aged man scratched his head and mused aloud. Yiping. That sounds unappealing. Let us call him Ian instead. Chapter 75. The Great Demon of South Tian. Fortunately, they did not change my name. Ian thought to himself. Gazing upon this unfamiliar world, he felt neither despondency nor dismay. Instead, a vigorous hope blossomed within him. Thankfully, he still remembered the blood transporting technique and the celestial gang blood refining method. It was merely a matter of repeating the process. Time swiftly passed. In the 4th year, relying on the blood transporting technique, Ian flourished even without medicinal herbs, his physical prowess far exceeding that of children his age. By the 6th year, his adoptive parents had passed away, and not long after, the elderly village chief followed suit. Fortunately, he had successfully broken through to the 1st level of martial arts, becoming a 1st-tier martial artist. With sufficient self-defense capabilities, he ventured into the mountains to gather herbs to replenish his vitality, while also selling some to procure food. He learned that this place was a remote village under the rule of the Zhao Kingdom. In the 12th year, this world differed from Blue Star. While the mountains were rich in medicinal herbs, they were also teeming with wild beasts, nourished by numerous vitality-enhancing potions. Ian broke through to the 2nd level of martial arts, earning a reputation as a prodigy. Everyone spoke of his innate strength, likening him to a celestial warrior descended upon the mortal realm. At merely 12 years of age, he could venture into the mountains alone to hunt fierce tigers. By the 15th year, the village was attacked by a band of marauders. Ian stepped forth, single-handedly slaying 38 bandits, earning widespread acclaim. The new village chief, recognizing Ian's extraordinary talent, insisted that he ought to serve the nation. Thus, he brought Ian to the county town, navigating various connections until he managed to recommend Ian for military service. In the 18th year, Ian advanced to the 3rd level of martial arts. He showcased his prowess in the military, leading the charge in every battle and achieving successive victories. The Zhao King, recognizing his exceptional abilities, promoted him to become the youngest general in the Zhao Kingdom. That year, Ian met a young man named Su Mo in the royal court. Su Mo, courtesy named Ji Bai, was the youngest top scholar of the Zhao Kingdom, now holding the position of imperial censor, renowned for his courage in advising for the welfare of the people. However, due to this very virtue, the Zhao King demoted Su Mo to a distant county magistrate. Ian also learned of the Zhao King's plot to assassinate Su Mo en route. Fortunately, Su Mo was sent to Ian's hometown, under the pretext of visiting family. Ian secretly followed and rescued Su Mo, believing that this world should accommodate a principled official like him. In the 21st year, the Zhao King discovered Ian's covert rescue of Su Mo. Enraged, yet unwilling to part with Ian's remarkable valor, he exiled him to the border, demoting him to a common soldier. By the 25th year, leveraging his formidable strength, Ian conquered 18 cities in the war against the Qi kingdom. Such grand achievements compelled the Zhao King to grant him the title of Marquis, yet he was also recalled to the capital, effectively placing him under house arrest. In the 26th year, rebellions erupted across the land, and the court was powerless to resist. They had no choice but to reinstate Ian. In the 27th year, Ian faced another demotion. By the 28th year, fully aware that a third-tier martial artist could scarcely contend against an entire dynasty, Ian chose to lie low and secretly cultivate his influence. By the 30th year, Ian finally achieved a perfect mastery of his vitality, successfully condensing his essence within his heart and breaking through to the 4th level of martial arts. After years of scheming, he launched a coup d'etat, displaying the Zhao King's head outside the royal city. In the ensuing purge of the Zhao royal family, Ian discovered that the Zhao kingdom was indeed a land granted to their ancestors by celestial beings. That same year, a celestial being descended upon the capital. The celestial commanded the new king to bow, only to be executed by the new monarch's blade. The blood of celestial beings was no different from that of mortals. The following month, enraged, the celestial being sought to annihilate the world. In the chaotic realm of the void, a hazy gray mist enveloping Ian began to pulse, seemingly attempting to invade his consciousness. What is happening, Adi? Su Jibai observed the scene before him with confusion. This place, distinct from the Lingxi secret realm, left him uncertain whether Ian had succeeded or not. Just as the gray mist contracted, a cerulean light suddenly emanated from Ian, appearing as if it did not belong to this world. Upon contact, the gray mist quivered violently, then dispersed, retreating in fear from invading Ian's consciousness. Su Jibai and Luo Shi exchanged glances, bewildered by the events unfolding. Have I been reborn? Ian opened his eyes, gazing at his slender arms, silently reflecting. The tales of celestial beings were indeed true. It seemed I have entered a world of cultivation. I must find a way to trace the footsteps of the practitioners. With the strength of a 4th-tier martial artist, I wonder what level of cultivation those practitioners possess. Martial arts is my advantage. I cannot fall behind. This life demands a swifter pace. Personal strength alone is insufficient to amass resources. I must harness the power of the court. With a firm resolve, Ian calmed his mind, already envisioning a grander ambition. Such an exquisite world. How could one not take a glimpse? Time flew by. At the age of 15, Ian enlisted in the military. The following year, he astonished the nation. By 18, he was conferred the title of Champion Marquis, winning the Zhao King's favor. In this life, Su Mo refrained from advising the Zhao King, perhaps influenced by Ian in some measure. That same year, Ian cultivated his influence, amassing wealth, and secretly gathered intelligence on practitioners. By the age of 20, leveraging his immense power and substantial wealth, Ian finally broke through to the 4th level of martial arts, 10 years ahead of his previous life. When inquiring about the celestial being from the Zhao King, he received the response that the king had never encountered such a being. Ian could only bide his time patiently. At 22, his subordinates reported that certain mountains seemed to harbor traces of celestial beings. Ian ventured forth alone, discovering a market for practitioners hidden within the mountains, though he could not gain entry. Fortunately, after several days of waiting, he managed to overpower a rogue practitioner, obtaining their cultivation techniques and commencing his path to immortality. By the age of 23, after careful comparison and verification, Ian understood that a 4th-tier martial artist's combat prowess was equivalent to that of a foundational-level practitioner. His strength was considerable among rogue cultivators. Yet lacking in background and resources, he was relegated to plundering resources from others. By 28, Ian had ascended to a 5th-tier martial artist, reaching the pinnacle of Qi refinement. Hearing of extraordinary phenomena appearing in certain locations, he resolutely set forth to establish a profound foundation in the Xian grade. With the combat capabilities of a 5th-tier martial artist, Ian astonishingly slaughtered 83 Qi refinement practitioners in a valley, forcibly seizing the extraordinary items and establishing a Xian grade foundation. However, many of these practitioners possessed deep-seated backgrounds, prompting Ian to conceal his identity and flee to distant lands. At 88, during the tumultuous times of the Great Bandit of South Tian, Ian successfully formed his golden core, finally surpassing martial arts with his cultivation in the path of immortality. By 137, his cultivation reached the mid-stage of the golden core realm. Having committed numerous misdeeds, he suffered a siege from rogue practitioners of South Tian. After a fierce battle, Ian sustained grave injuries and fled, leaving behind 7 corpses of Golden Core practitioners, with countless other rogue cultivators perishing. The world began to refer to him not only as the Great Bandit of South Tian, but also as the Great Demon of South Tian. At 213, in pursuit of fortune, he entered a secret realm. In dire straits, he encountered a practitioner from the Beast Sect who came to his aid. To his astonishment, this person was none other than Su Bai, the top scholar of Zhao Kingdom from years past. Astonished to unexpectedly encounter an old acquaintance in this place, the two shared an intimate bond, akin to one soul. Under the counsel of Su Bai, Ian repented and turned away from his nefarious ways. Thus, the Great Demon of Southern Heaven vanished. At 300 years of age, the former Great Demon of Southern Heaven, Ian, was a guest at the Beast Sect when the balance of power in the Southern Heaven abruptly shifted. The 10,000 Spirits Demon Sect launched a shocking assault on the Beast Sect. In a strenuous defense, the Beast Sect allied with the Divine Sky Sect, the Pure Tranquility Sect, and numerous smaller sects, but ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming might of the 10,000 Spirits Demon Sect, leading to the complete annihilation of the Beast Sect. At this juncture, the infant Ian felt a flicker of emotion. In his third life, after bidding farewell to his adoptive parents, Ian resolved to amend his past transgressions and no longer engage in wickedness. At the age of 12, leveraging the experiences of his former life, he distinguished himself at the disciple recruitment ceremony of the Divine Sky Sect, successfully gaining admission. Chapter 76. Against fate for 100 lifetimes, he ultimately established his foundation. In this life, he seized the initiative, bolstered by the support of the Divine Sky Sect, one of the 4 sects of Southern Heaven. He anticipated that cultivation would not be as arduous and tumultuous as in his previous life. He was determined to swiftly amass resources, ensuring his martial path did not falter. The Divine Sky Sect specialized in thunder techniques. Perhaps he could integrate these with martial arts, thereby enhancing his explosive power. Completing his contemplations, Ian joined the early morning class of the Divine Sky Sect. At 16, Ian began to reveal his talents. In the outer sect competition, he utilized his martial prowess at the 3rd rank, combining it with his self-created technique that merged thunder techniques with martial arts, defeating 24 fellow disciples in succession. Consequently, the sect increased its resources to nurture him. This self-invented martial skill was executed with a long blade, primarily employing the thunder escape technique from the Divine Sky's thunder methods. Once unleashed, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, reminiscent of spring thunder. In an instant, he could appear before his adversary, and when swinging his blade, it was ensconced in the Divine Sky's purple lightning, swift as a flash. Ian named this technique Awakening Thunder. At 18, Ian attained the 4th rank of martial arts and reached the pinnacle of Qi cultivation. His thunder martial arts astounded the entire sect, establishing him as a leading figure among the outer disciples, where he was affectionately referred to as the outer sect's elder brother. The sect further intensified its investment in resources, clearly intending to cultivate Ian as an authentic heir. In the same year, Elder Qi Tianlin approached Ian, inviting him to the Lingxi Cave Heaven to seize the opportunities of the heavenly path and to establish a celestial-grade foundation. The sect conveyed its desire that should Ian acquire the celestial fortunes within the Lingxi Cave Heaven, he would be immediately recognized as the sect's disciple and elevated above all true successors upon his return. Ian gladly accepted the invitation and, alongside 4 fellow disciples, followed Elder Qi Tianlin to the Lingxi Cave Heaven. Outside the cave, Ian encountered disciples from the other 3 sections. Unfortunately, he did not see Su Mo among the ranks of the Beast Sect. Instead, he beheld the petite saintess of the 10,000 Spirits Sect, appearing ethereal like a goddess. Ian marveled at the existence of such a woman. Upon entering the cave, Ian and his 4 companions encountered the 7 sons of Ainshir Mountain. Upon unleashing Awakening Thunder, they were repelled as if struck by spring thunder. The 7 sons of Ainshir, exerting their utmost, were unable to prevail and regrettably withdrew. Ultimately, within the secret realm, Ian battled fiercely against the petite saintess. He resorted to employing the sect's secret technique, sacrificing his lifespan to manifest the true form of the Thunder Ancestor, forcing the saintess to lift her restrictions. In the end, the petite saintess broke the 6 seals, decisively defeating the 5 members of the Divine Sky Sect. Acknowledging the Divine Sky Sect's contributions in expelling the world's malevolence, she spared their lives. Upon returning to the sect, Elder Qi Tianlin reported the events of the Lingxi Cave Heaven to the sect. In a generous gesture, the sect bestowed precious resources to replenish the lifespans of the 5 individuals and granted Ian the extraordinary artifact, the Xianyang True Thunder Order. to assist him in establishing a mysterious grade foundation. The following month, Ian was promoted to a true disciple of the Divine Sky Sect. At 45, Ian reached the pinnacle of the 6th rank of martial arts and formed a golden core, ascending to the position of the lowest elder in the sect of demon extermination, thereby becoming the youngest golden core elder in the sect's history. By the age of 120, Ian had attained the peak of the golden core stage and held the leading position in the law enforcement hall of the Divine Sky Sect. In the same year, the 10,000 Spirits sect launched a shocking attack on the Beastmaster sect. The Divine Sky Sect, receiving a plea for aid from the Beastmaster sect, dispatched numerous disciples and elders to their aid. Outside the gates of the Beastmaster sect, they witnessed the Petite Saintess unleashing her full power. The Weo Pure Land manifested in the mortal realm, enveloping the world in a divine kingdom. The Petite Saintess single-handedly engaged over 10 formidable opponents of equal rank, decisively slaying the daughter of the Qingxiubai clan, leading to the extermination of the Beastmaster sect. Upon returning to the sect, Ian devoted himself to cultivation. At the age of 150, he successfully broke through to become a great cultivator of the nascent soul stage. Ascending to the position of chief elder in the Hall of Transmission, he was simultaneously recognized as the next leader of the Divine Sky Sect. In the same year, the 10,000 Spirits sect issued a decree throughout Southern Heaven, intending to reclaim the entire region for the sacred domain. The Divine Sky and Pure Tranquility sects opposed this, leading to an outbreak of war. To preserve the sect's lineage, Ian led a group of disciples to flee beyond the boundary. En route, they encountered the Petite Saintess. Aware of the futility of escape, Ian instructed all his disciples to flee while he remained behind, resolutely engaging in a last stand. After a day, he ultimately succumbed to the Petite Saintess, exhausted and perishing in battle. In his 4th life, the foundational stage proved to be the most critical realm, with a staggering disparity between celestial grade and mysterious grade foundations. This cannot be. I too must establish a foundation of the heavenly path. In this life, Ian chose once more the familiar Divine Sky Sect. After reaching the peak of Qi cultivation, he once again ventured to the Lingxi cave heaven, only to find himself unable to withstand the Saintess's formidable presence. Upon returning to the sect, he declined the sect's bestowal of extraordinary artifacts, opting instead to embark on a journey to seek the opportunities of the heavenly path. Years later, having traversed the world in search of enlightenment without success, in his 5th life, Ian joined the Beastmaster sect. Regrettably, rare beasts were scarce in the world, and those with exceptional talent were even more elusive. However, in the future, he encountered Su Jibai once more. In his 6th life, Ian became a member of the Southern Heaven's Burning Flame sect. In the 7th, he joined the Innate sect. In the Lingxi cave heaven, he transformed into a shadowy ghost, devouring 6 fellow disciples, only to be bested by the Petite Saintess. In the 8th life, he joined the Xianhuang sect, dedicating himself to intense cultivation. In the 9th, he became a member of the Western Wasteland Blood Demon sect. In the 10th, the Great Demon of Southern Heaven conducted a blood ritual, sacrificing millions of lives within the sacred domain. His heinous actions sent shockwaves throughout Southern Heaven, resulting in relentless pursuit. In the 11th life, he faced dire consequences. In the 43rd life, Ian pondered in confusion. Why does everything seem preordained? As if the Lingxi cave heaven harbored ill fortune for him, Ian felt disoriented, sensing that he had become a pawn of the heavenly path. Born into the mundane of Southern Heaven with limited cultivation, he could not venture far, let alone contest for opportunities in other realms. Yet, as his cultivation advanced, he found himself unable to establish a foundation of the heavenly path. Having been reborn through numerous lives, he had nearly grasped the final threshold. Yet without a foundation of the heavenly path, he could only stand before it, sighing in despair, unable to enter. Must one possess a celestial grade foundation to cross that threshold? The opportunities of the heavenly path are truly scarce. Within all of Southern Heaven, only the Lingxi cave heaven remains. To establish a foundation of the heavenly path, one must inevitably confront the Petite Saintess. Now, Ian comprehended. Upon entering the Lingxi cave heaven, the Petite Saintess was at the pinnacle of the golden core stage. Even if she employed secret techniques to suppress her true power to the Qi stage, her actual combat prowess was beyond what ordinary individuals could withstand. Damn it, I refuse to accept fate. In the 87th life, at 18, at the pinnacle of the 6th rank of martial arts, he burned with determination. This time, I shall undoubtedly seize the opportunity to establish a foundation of the heavenly path. Days later, the wandering cultivator Ian engaged in a fierce battle against the Petite Saintess of the 10,000 Spirits sect within the Lingxi cave heaven. Drawing upon the strengths of many, within mere moments, the young Saintess was compelled to unravel the 8 prohibitions. The great battle raged for several days. ultimately leading to the young saintess breaking all restrictions, relinquishing her Lingxi foundation, and slaying Ian. In the 97th reincarnation, Ian had become intimately familiar with all the young saintess's techniques. Within the Lingxi secret realm, he dispatched her with just 2 moves, leaving her no opportunity to lift the seals. Ian, a chi practitioner of the scattered path, seized the chance from the jaws of a tiger and ultimately established a foundation in the heavenly way, astonishing the world. The Wanling sect immediately mobilized their entire sect to pursue Ian. In the 98th reincarnation, Ian eluded his pursuers and finally stood before the heavenly gate. Was there a predestined will at play? Was everything fated? Ian murmured to himself, yet when the moment came to cross the heavenly gate, he halted. What is fate? He sensed a foreboding. Once he crossed the heavenly gate, he would never again be free. In this lifetime, why should he succumb to the designs of destiny? Ultimately, Ian severed his ties before the heavenly gate. In the 99th reincarnation, Ian abandoned the quest for the Lingxi Foundation, opting instead to cultivate while traversing the world. Along his journey, he aided the weak, earning countless accolades. Whenever faced with peril, Ian would invariably emerge to transform calamity into safety. The cultivation realm hailed him as the true monarch of peace. 3,000 years later, the great demon of Tianyuan, Ian, employed his self-created blood sacrifice formation to refine the masses. After 9 attempts, he attained unimaginable power. The remnants of humanity referred to him as the blood demon of 9 calamities. Subsequently, the blood demon of 9 calamities, Ian, shattered the heavenly way with his supreme might, heralding the apocalypse for the Tianyuan Continent. The world descended into chaos. In the midst of this chaotic space, Su Jibai was engaged in casual conversation with Luo Shi when he suddenly beheld Ian slowly opening his eyes upon a mysterious throne. "Ah, brother." Su Jibai rushed forward, sensing that Ian had successfully established the foundation of the heavenly way through his trials. "What has transpired? What foundation do you possess?" Yet, Ian appeared to be oblivious to his words, remaining silent, his eyes filled with confusion. After a long moment, it seemed as though Ian awakened from a profound dream. The tangled memories gradually faded, and his eyes transitioned from bewilderment to clarity, regaining their resolve. Su Jibai perceived an unfathomable aura emanating from Ian, as if he had endured the passage of countless ages. Then, Ian raised a finger and commanded, "Obey." Instantly, a familiar essence of the heavenly way enveloped the two, forming a robust barrier before them. "What is this?" Su Jibai's eyes widened in astonishment. "Brother, have you also established the Lingxi Foundation?" Even Luo Shi stood dumbfounded, awestruck by the divine abilities Ian had manifested. In their understanding, only the innate divine abilities of the Lingxi Foundation could yield such effects. Yet Ian gently shook his head, clarifying, "It is not the Lingxi Foundation, but rather." He calmly uttered 2 words, "Reverse fate." "Reverse fate?" Su Jibai furrowed his brow, repeating the term. "If it is the Reverse Fate Foundation, how can one wield the Lingxi divine abilities?" "I do not know," Ian replied, shaking his head as he struggled to recall. He felt he had experienced myriad events throughout this trial of the heavenly way, enduring countless years. However, once the trial concluded, he could not remember a single detail. Only the foundation enveloped in the aura of destiny within his dantian confirmed that he had indeed become a practitioner at the foundational stage. Ian felt a wave of disorientation, silently contemplating. Perhaps he truly had traversed through endless years. To safeguard his spirit from being overwhelmed by this immense memory, he had proactively sealed and buried these recollections. As for innate abilities beyond the Lingxi divine abilities, just as Ian was deeply attuned to these thoughts, Luo Shi's voice abruptly interrupted the brother's contemplation. "Once we depart from this secret realm, you shall accompany me." Upon hearing this, Ian glanced at Luo Shi yet remained silent. For reasons unknown, he experienced a peculiar sense of familiarity towards Luo Shi, the young saintess of the Wanling sect. Su Jibai did not immediately oppose. Instead, he inquired, "Now that this matter is concluded, the Celestial Foundation is beyond your reach. What purpose is there in taking Ian with you?" "It is merely a visit to the holy sect," she replied. As the chaotic space began to disintegrate, Luo Shi's previously restrained formidable power gradually returned. Slowly, she transformed back into the exalted, radiant goddess she once was. Ian, harboring great benevolence, felt a connection with the holy sect. "I harbor no malice towards him. You cannot stop me." This was indeed the truth. No one had anticipated that Ian and Luo Shi would meet within the eerie domain of Anping County. Now that Luo Shi's power was restored, it was unlikely that Bai Ling Er, who guarded the eerie domain, could impede her. It would be fortunate if she refrained from attacking. At this moment, Ian spoke up, addressing the young saintess. "Visiting the Wanling sect is acceptable. However, I have pressing matters to attend to. How long will you keep me?" Having been trapped in the eerie domain for so long, he was unaware of how much time had passed outside. If he were to be forcibly detained in the Wanling sect for an extended period, he could only imagine how frantic things would become on the Blue Star. 2 months at the shortest, a year at the longest. Very well. Ian pondered briefly before ultimately nodding in agreement. He had no choice. He could not contend with her. Fortunately, after spending time together, he understood that Luo Shi, the young saintess of the demonic sect, was not as ruthless and bloodthirsty as the stereotype suggested. In fact, she harbored a unique affection for humanity. As long as one was not an egregious villain or a frequent perpetrator of evil, or part of their aberrant beast control sect, young saintesses were generally quite forgiving. As their conversation unfolded, the collapse of the chaotic space reached its climax. Soon, the surrounding scenery materialized before the three. Ian observed that they stood at the city gates of Awaken County. The entire county had transformed into a ghost town, devoid of any signs of human life. Only the corpses of several disciples from the beast control sect lay piled not far away, each met with a different demise, some reduced to ashes by searing flames. It seemed to reflect the fates encountered within the eerie domain. Suddenly, a sound of breaking air echoed from outside the city. Ian looked up to see Bai Ling Air soaring towards them. He waved his hand and greeted with a smile, "Sister-in-law." Upon hearing his voice, Bai Ling Air glanced down, her face instantly shifting with alarm as if facing a formidable adversary. She landed directly, positioning herself protectively in front of Su Ji Bai and Ian, casting a wary gaze at Luo Shi. Behind her, a phantom of a white fox from Qingqiu emerged. "I have sought aid from the sect. I will kill you. You won't last a moment." Luo Shi cast a neutral glance at Bai Ling Air, showing no intent to strike. Instead, she turned her gaze toward Ian, her lips parting slightly. "Let us go." "Very well." Ian, appearing resigned, stepped out from behind Bai Ling Air, positioning himself beside Luo Shi. Truth be told, he did not wish to visit the Wanling sect, as he hailed from the beast control sect, an outlier. The Wanling sect was notorious for its dark reputation. Yet, he had no alternative, should he refuse. It was likely that Luo Shi would not appear as accommodating as she seemed. He did not believe her words about killing Bai Ling Air in a moment were mere jest. In the bewildered gaze of Bai Ling, Ian waved his hand towards the couple, assuring them not to worry, for he would return on his own. As he spoke, he removed his beast pouch and tossed it to Su Ji Bai, saying, "Brother Su, please take care of Yue. He may visit the Wanling sect, but taking Yue along is out of the question. Given the Wanling sect's animosity towards demon beasts, I fear that as soon as I step into their territory, Yue would be forcibly taken from me." No sooner had he finished speaking than a brilliant light enveloped him. This golden radiance, imbued with a sense of sanctity, lifted him gently into the air. Beside him, Luo Shi remained silent, merely stepping forward slightly with her delicate foot. Instantly, ripples appeared in the void, giving rise to resplendent golden lotuses. In the next moment, Ian was startled to realize that he was already thousands of zhang away from Awaken County. Observing the departing figures, Bai Ling stared at Su Ji Bai in confusion. Just moments ago, he had been in a flurry of urgency. Yet now that Ian was whisked away by Luo Shi, he seemed unperturbed. "Alas," Su Ji Bai sighed, shaking his head. A smile then graced his lips as he remarked, "What good is urgency?" He released Yue from the beast pouch. "Awu?" Yue inquired. "Command heal." A mysterious force enveloped Yue, mending all its injuries. Yue felt an overwhelming sense of ease and began to whirl in place, searching for its master. "Awu? My brother has gone visiting, so stay here with me until he returns." Su Ji Bai gently patted Yue's head. He then took Bai Ling's hand and laughed heartily, saying, "My brother and I have both grasped the heavenly mysteries. The path to immortality is within reach." "What?" Bai Ling, still shaken by Luo Shi's earlier display, now looked on in astonishment at the direction in which the two had vanished. Ian had actually achieved the foundation of the heavenly Tao. Such a rarity, and both brothers had accomplished it. What extraordinary fortune was this? Speaking of which, what kind of foundation did this peculiar realm of Awaken County possess? The foundation of defiance against fate. "Why have you brought me here?" Ian had sensed something amiss in the direction Luo Shi had taken him. It was only when they stopped atop the royal city of Zhao that he comprehended. Luo Shi, however, offered no explanation. Instead, she extended her fair hand and pressed down gently. With a thunderous boom, dust erupted, and the grand royal city of Zhao was instantly reduced to rubble. Ian stared in disbelief at the scene before him, murmuring, "I fear my assessment of you has been somewhat misplaced. This is hardly mercy. Truly, you are the little saintess of the demonic sect." At this moment, Ian couldn't help but feel a wave of concern, grasping Luo Shi's sleeve and questioning, "Why must you take me to the Wanling sect? Even if you forcibly drag me there, you may capture my body, but you will never possess my heart." Luo Shi cast him a sidelong glance, perplexed as she asked, What would I want with your heart? Chapter 78, The Sacred Domain. Is this what you refer to as the Sacred Domain? As the sole premier sect in southern heaven, the Wanling sect sprawled across a vast expanse, claiming 1/3 of the territory in southern heaven. Besides the Wanling sect itself, the remaining areas were deemed the Sacred Domain. Beyond the Sacred Domain lay the tainted lands described by Luo Shi. As Ian and Luo Shi strolled through a mundane town, he couldn't help but be taken aback. The faces of the townsfolk radiated satisfaction and joy, entirely devoid of the struggles and pains that usually accompany life. Even the farmers laboring outside the town shared this sense of tranquility, embodying an era of peace. Ian noted that he had not witnessed even a hint of discord in this town. This was evidently abnormal and illogical. Outside the Sacred Domain, people toiled relentlessly for survival, accumulating frustration and resentment that could easily erupt. Conflicts over trivial matters were commonplace. Yet within the Sacred Domain, the populace exuded happiness and contentment. Even if one inadvertently bumped into another, they exchanged humble apologies with smiles. How did the Sacred Domain compare to the Tainted Lands? Luo Shi led Ian to a tea house, where they settled down. Without placing an order, a server quickly brought over a pot of tea. The unique fragrance wafting through the air was unmistakably delightful. Excellent tea, Ian remarked, performing a cleansing spell to wash 2 cups before pouring a cup for Luo Shi. She accepted it but sipped sparingly, quietly observing him as she awaited his response. Sitting on a wooden chair, Ian's gaze drifted to the leisurely pedestrians along the street. He recalled the myriad expressions of humanity he had encountered when he first arrived in Amping County with Luo Shi. Yet now, the citizens within the Sacred Domain seemed entirely indifferent to his striking appearance. When passers-by met his gaze, they merely smiled gently and nodded in acknowledgement before continuing with their own affairs. Astonishing, Ian remarked, withdrawing his gaze to look at Luo Shi, unable to contain his admiration. To be honest, I never anticipated such a scene within the Sacred Domain. Even amidst the mundane, it seems a realm of peace, resembling a divine kingdom on earth. But if the common folk within the Sacred Domain enjoy such tranquility and joy, why do people still refer to the Wanling sect as a demonic sect? After a brief silence, Luo Shi lightly tapped the wooden table, drawing Ian back from his thoughts. Let us go. Ian nodded and rose to his feet. Under Luo Shi's guidance, they proceeded to another city, which was evidently much larger. Hovering above, Ian noticed many citizens gathered in an open area within the city. What are they doing? I will show you. Luo Shi concealed their presence as they approached the city's center. As they drew closer, Ian beheld several disciples of the Wanling sect encircled by the crowd. The townsfolk displayed expressions of reverence, their hands clasped together in silent prayer. Some even brought their children to the forefront of the gathering. You may understand this as a discipleship ceremony for the Tainted Lands, Luo Shi explained. Anyone from the Sacred Domain can become a disciple of the Sacred Sect. Disciples of the Sacred Sect periodically venture out to various locales to recruit virtuous souls. Ian nodded, albeit still perplexed. The Wanling sect, after all, differed from other sections. Sects beyond the Sacred Domain rarely dispatch their disciples to the mundane world to recruit followers. As for the virtuous souls, they were presumably those whom the Wanling sect intended to accept as disciples. Do you not assess the qualifications of your recruits? Ian observed as the townsfolk presented their children to the disciples, who did not conduct the usual assessments of aptitude. Instead, they unfurled several scrolls and employed a unique technique, causing the scrolls to flip open and present their contents for examination. Aptitude? Luo Shi chuckled softly, shaking her head. The Sacred Sect does not concern itself with such ephemeral matters. She extended her hand and gently tapped. The voices of several disciples from the Wanling sect wafted through the air, reaching Ian's ears. The Lu family of Bai Bo, known for their benevolence spanning 9 generations, was honored with the title of Good Seed for their descendants. The Hu family of Xiao Shui, renowned for their virtues over 23 generations, echoed in the background. As the words of these disciples fell, the common folk, who had been singled out, became even more devout, ushering their innocent children before the disciples of the Wanling sect. Before kneeling in unison, softly reciting a passage of scripture, Ian began to comprehend the situation. The Wanling sect did not assess disciples based on their innate qualities or destinies, but solely on their lineage and the virtuous deeds of their ancestors. It was no wonder, Ian murmured to himself, that the citizens within the holy domain existed in such harmony. As for the welfare of the people, the Wanling sect surely had its own measures in place. A peculiar feeling welled up within him, indescribable yet profound. He sensed that both the Wanling sect and the holy domain were exceedingly strange, almost defying logic. However, he could not condemn the actions of the Wanling sect within the holy domain, for indeed, these mortals lived exceedingly well. Days later, Luo Shi finally set forth with Ian once again. Soon, they arrived at a vast plaza. Ian gazed upwards. The plaza was constructed from pure, immaculate jade, yet it seemed to be imbued with an ethereal essence, radiating a soft, golden-hued sanctity. At the forefront of the plaza stood a magnificent jade disc, intricately carved with numerous figures, each exuding compassion, their gazes fixed upon the horizon, as if they were pitying all living beings. These were the revered ancestors of the sacred sect, who had contributed immeasurably to the human race. Luoshi explained. After a considerable time, Ian observed many disciples of the Wanling sect arriving in succession, escorting the chosen good seeds from the holy domain to the plaza. These children, numbering in the hundreds, gathered quietly without a hint of noise or weeping. Once they were brought to the plaza, the disciples departed one by one, leaving behind a handful of Wanling sect disciples standing before the children. At this moment, Luoshi gently tapped Ian, signaling him to join her. Ian followed her lead, approaching the disciples of the Wanling sect. "Greetings, little saintess," intoned a young man at the forefront, bowing respectfully alongside his fellow disciples towards Luoshi. "Please, no need for formalities." Luoshi inclined her head slightly, using her spiritual energy to assist them in rising. Subsequently, she introduced Ian, stating, "This is my friend. Though he hails from humble origins, his heart is filled with benevolence." She then encouraged him to share in the splendor of the sacred sect alongside these good seeds. "Understood," the young man replied, bowing once more. Ian began to grasp the structure within the Wanling sect. Despite the harmonious atmosphere of the holy domain, the sect itself adhered to a rigid hierarchy. After Luoshi departed, only Ian remained with the few Wanling sect disciples and the hundreds of children in the plaza. The young leader first organized everything, guiding some of the children away with the other disciples. When only 20 or so children were left, he respectfully addressed Ian, "Friend, please follow me. The little saintess has instructed me that you are her friend and a person of great virtue." The young man regarded Ian with the same respect he held for the little saintess. "Very well," Ian nodded, his curiosity about the Wanling sect intensifying. The holy domain was akin to a divine realm. What wonders awaited him within the Wanling sect? The young man slowed his pace, leading Ian and the 20 or so children through the sect, occasionally explaining the scenic beauty and architecture of the sacred sect. However, as they continued walking, Ian suddenly furrowed his brow. A faint yet distinct scent of blood infiltrated his nostrils, growing increasingly potent as they ventured deeper. An ominous premonition surged within him. Finally, the young man brought them to a building, forcefully opening the grand doors. The horrendous sight before Ian rendered him momentarily speechless, his eyes widening in disbelief. Shock coursed through him, as if his heart had been gripped tightly. A chill shot down his spine, leaving his scalp tingling.